Makati Productions present Star Wars: The Old Republic. The Rogue Jedi. Written by Dominic Grimm. Long before the return of the Sith Empire, decades prior to the rise of avarice, the Jedi Order stood unchallenged, guiding the Republic through an era of peace and prosperity. In the core worlds, the Republic flourished, its people thriving under the wise rule of the Jedi Council and the Senate. Yet, the Republic's vision reached beyond the core as Jedi and their apprentices ventured into the Outer Rim, seeking to share their prosperity with the galaxy's farthest reaches. But on one such mission, an unexplained accident changes the destiny of a gifted young student of the Force. Cast adrift in a world far from the Order, he must forge a new path, one that will transform him into something the Jedi could never have foreseen. A Rogue Jedi. Chapter 1. There is no death, there is the Force. The boy had been taught to believe those words. His earliest memories were of hearing the Jedi code, of playing in the temple with his brother and their fellows. Every game, every challenge carefully designed to prepare them for adulthood, to not only give themselves to the Force, but to be willing to let go and become one with him when the time came. It should have been easy, it should not have left him daunted. All life ended, that was the way of things, the way of the Force. Yet, in that moment, the boy was not quite ready to surrender himself to that fate. He refused to give up. There had to be a way about this, a way to survive. He believed in the code. He believed that there was no death, only the Force, but that did not mean that he would just simply lay back and accept his fate. He had only seen 9 years. He refused to accept that that would be the full total of his life. He once again opened his eyes and searched his surroundings. The wailing emergency sirens had finally stopped. The crimson glow of emergency lighting still burned, but he knew that that would not last for long. The section of the ship where he was trapped was likely on emergency battery power now, and how long that would last he could not say. The bulkhead doors both before and behind him had slid shut, saving him from explosive decompression, but those doors closing had only delayed the inevitable. When the power finally gave out, so too would the lights and gravity. The air trapped in here would last for a while, but it would not sustain him indefinitely. All around him the ship was breaking up, every once and a while the deck would shudder beneath his feet. How long would it be until the ship's integrity finally failed? How long would it be until some power conduit overloaded and blasted him to atoms? Fear again tried to rise in his chest. Part of him wanted to cry, to wail for the masters, to beg someone to save him. It took everything he knew just to deny that desire. He may have been a child, but he was also to be a Jedi. A Jedi did not panic. Don't think about it, the boy thought to himself. You're not dead yet. As long as you draw breath, there is a hope, a chance to live. He did not intend to waste that chance. To the unenlightened, it would seem that he was doing nothing. He knelt before the bulkhead with his eyes closed. He willed himself to remain calm, to forget about the fear he was feeling and pain in his right arm. It had been burned when the bulkhead that had stopped him from reaching the escape pod exploded. He did not think it broken, but the pain was a distraction. Move past it, the voice of his masters rang in his ears. The pain you are feeling is of the physical world. You are not just flesh, you are a luminous being, bound by the Force. You must use the Force. The boy continued to reach out, to focus all his will. He was trying to save himself. He could do nothing to restore the doomed ship, but he was not without options. He was not entirely sure how long he had laid unconscious on the deck, but one thing was certain, his brother was still out there somewhere, he could feel it. Now, he simply had to reach out with the Force and contact him. It should have been easy, the bond between identical twins was strong. Yet, for some reason, the Force remained silent. A few short years ago, his brother would have heard his call from anywhere, but now, for some reason, all was silent. The boy frowned. his brother was not reaching out. His call for help was going unanswered. He was not sure what to make of that. Both of them had been given to the Jedi Order as infants. Both had trained for years to become Jedi. A few short years ago, his brother would have heard his call from anywhere, but now, for some reason, all was silent. "Brother," he whispered into the sea of light that was the Force. "Hear me, brother? Brother." Again he felt nothing, only the barest acknowledgement that his brother still lived. He still lived, but was far away. Again despair threatened to rise up and consume him. Did his twin believe him dead? Had he been hurt during the evacuation? Was he unconscious? Was that why he did not respond to his twin's call? Was that why he could not hear his brother's cry for help? The boy remembered running, alarms blaring overhead as the ship was beginning to break up. Masters Claw and Belagus guiding them to the escape pods, sealing the bulkheads behind them. It was okay, Master Claw had promised them. There was plenty of time to make it to the escape pods. There had been plenty of time. The boy had stopped to help one of his fellows. He had gotten separated from his brother. When the ship lurched again, he had fallen. By the time he had regained his feet, the others had been aboard the escape pod. He had seen his brother reaching out, calling his name. He had been shouting for him to hurry. The boy had risen. He had run towards the pod. Master Claw and his brother had both been calling to him. He was almost there. He was almost. He felt a tremor in the Force. The deck plate before him flew up, striking him hard. He had been flung back when another explosion shook the dying ship. The last thing the boy remembered was his brother calling out, shouting his name. After that, all there had been was darkness. He had awoken alone. The section of the ship he was in sealed off, but losing power. He had been alone. He was all alone. Despite his training, despite years of being taught to control his emotions, the young boy sniffled. There was no death. There was the Force, he knew that, but he did not want to die. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. This was not how it was supposed to be. He was to have been a Jedi, a Jedi. How could the Force do this to him? He was supposed to have completed this trip, helped to bring the light of the Force to the worlds along this tour. There were worlds on the rim that could benefit from being brought into the Republic. They were to have been their ambassadors, bringing not only prosperity but order and justice as well. They were supposed to have shown the light of the Force on those worlds. They were to have been heroes. He was supposed to have returned to the Jedi Temple. Master Venery of the Jedi Council had approached him, talked to him about becoming his Padawan learner next year. His life had been all planned out. He would have been on the Jedi Council by the time he was 30. Now, it was all gone. What had happened? Where had it all gone wrong? There was another loud rumble beneath his feet. He pressed his good hand to the deck plate. It was warmer, not hot yet, but... The boy frowned. That was not a good sign. The boy tried to remain calm. Screaming and panicking would yield nothing except to help exhaust what air remained, which was, he feared, already starting to become stale. He tried to remember everything he had learned at the temple. He tried to draw on the Force for strength. There were some masters he knew who could slow their hearts down to a beat every few minutes. He wished that he could do that. It would preserve his air. It might also allow him to go deeper into the Force, aid him in contacting his brother or anyone. It was in that moment that he felt frustration, anger, and with it, something else, something cold and sure-footed. It seemed to peer right into his soul. You are fooling yourself. No one is coming. You have to save yourself. Give in to fear, turn it into anger, into power, open up, and you can be saved. The boy shuddered. The masters talked about that, the dark side, powers that were quicker than the ones the Order offered. If he gave in to those powers, would he have the strength to save himself? The thought made his mouth go dry. He imagined drawing on the Force, pulling the wreckage he was trapped in out into the space lanes, being able to reach out across half the galaxy and summon help. And if help did not come, if there were those that decided not to come, the darkness offered the power to punish them, to grind them into dust for their cowardice too. The boy blinked. No. Never. The cost was too high. He took a shuddering breath. The darkness offered damnation, not salvation. He would not give in to his call. Never. The boy sat back down on the deck. It continued to grow warmer. His wounded arm continued to throb. He ignored it. He took a deep breath and tried to find his center again, to meditate and slip into the force, to reach out and try to call for help. I am here, he murmured. I'm still alive. Help me. Help. The boy breathed deeply. I am here. Help. He was not sure how much time passed. One tended to get lost when one drew deeply on the force. One tended to lose track of time. The broken ship shuddered again, only this time, the viewport behind him filled with light. The section in which the boy was trapped shuddered and moved forward. He rose from his meditation and ran to the viewport. The large boxy freighter filled the viewport. Its running lights lit the confines of the boy's prison. He giggled. He. Yes. Yes. I'm saved. The ship was clearly not a Republic craft. Its brown armor plate scarred and melted in several places. Off to the left and right, two smaller craft with grasping arms were picking through the debris cloud left by the destruction of the Jedi ship. Salvagers, the boy realized even better. He smiled. Salvagers would have to go to a civilized world to sell their cargo. It would be no problem at all to find transport there. They might even have a functioning hypercom on board. He could contact the temple, let them know he had survived. He could be back home in days. Days? He tried to keep from laughing from jumping with joy. Thank the Force, he thought. I'm saved. The deck shuddered beneath him as the freighter's tractor finally drew what was left of his prison to where it could be reached by the freighter's crew. The boy stepped away from the viewport, reaching down to smooth out his robes and make himself look presentable. He caught his reflection in the deck plate. He sighed. It was not much better than it usually was. The boy was small for his age, dark of hair and gray of eye. His features were bland and would likely never be considered memorable or handsome. The brown tunic and trousers he wore were stained with both grease and blood. He idly pulled against the Padawan braid in his hair. I look like a refugee, he thought, or someone who has just survived an accident, which is unsurprising. He just had survived an accident, but the important thing was that he had. He was still alive. There were a loud bang at the blast door behind him. He might have been wrong, but thought he heard voices on the other side, that in the sound of heavy tools being brought to bear. The boy took a deep breath and tried to stand patiently to await his rescuer's arrival. It would not do to simply run into their arms sobbing like an infant. He was still a Jedi student. He would act as such. There was another loud bang. The blast door popped loudly and retracted. Light and steam rolled into the section that held the boy. He heard rough voices and the sound of heavy boots. The boy stepped forward. Greetings, he called out. He did not get the chance to finish. A heavy gauntleted wrist struck him across the jaw. Stars filled his eyes as he was knocked back. He came down hard on the deck. His jaw clicked from the impact. The boy shook his head, trying to clear it. What the? Two powerful hands seized him, lifted him up by the front of his tunic. The boy's eyes widened as he looked into his rescuer's face. Oh no. It was one of the largest men he had ever seen. A giant, perhaps almost 7 feet tall, and wrapped in armor plate, a dome-like helmet covering the man's head. At first, the boy thought it might be a droid, but then he got a better look at the helmet and the T-shaped visor that hid the creature's features. The boy's eyes widened. Mandalorians, he thought. Killers. Butchers. It had been almost 300 years since the last Mandalorian War had ended. The clans had been defeated by the Jedi, but never fully broken. They remained a source of trouble for the Republic, them, and their so-called warrior code. The Mandalorians worshipped strength and preyed on the weak and helpless. They were monsters no better than the now extinct Sith. They were animals. A dark chuckle escaped from beneath the helmet. "Looks like we got a live one here, boys," the giant said. He began to tighten his grip on the boy's throat. It was like an iron vice, squeezing the life out of him. As dark spots danced before his eyes, he heard the brute laugh. "Don't worry, I'll fix it." He beat feebly at the man's powerful arms. He tried to call on the Force to no avail. The darkness reached out for him, pulling him under. He "Turn him loose." "Nutbush." "Aye. Turn him loose now." The pressure came away from his throat. He sank to the deck like a stone. The boy lay coughing on the deck. He sucked in air, both the stale air from his prison and the new air coming through the ship's open-air lock. The boy blinked and looked around. The Mandalorian who had been choking him was glaring down at him. At least he thought he was. It was kind of hard to see with that helmet. Him and one other. She was almost a head shorter than the one that attacked him, smaller, and without a helmet, but that did not make her any less implacable as the one who had struck him. The woman's red hair was streaked with gray, her left cheek marred by the scar of a blade cut. Her armor was painted a dull yellow and pitted and scarred. She wore a blaster pistol on each hip and what looked like a rocket pack on her back. "What is this?" she said. "A boy." The giant snarled. "Look at his robes, Nutbush. Look at his hair, that braid." The large man snorted. "It is a Jedi pup. Let us kill it and be done with it." The woman turned her head, her eyes as cold and dark as Mandalorian iron. "Do you fear this one, Targo?" she asked. "This boy, who is not even armed." "He is a Jedi pup," Targo hissed. "Pups grow up to be Jedi dogs. Better that we put this one out of our misery." The woman, Nutbush, spat. "Where is the rest of your pack, pup?" she demanded. "Where there is one Jedi, there is usually others." The boy coughed. He was not sure what to say. Mandalorians were not allies of the Jedi, but at the same time, if he said nothing, did nothing, the woman might decide to let the giant have his way. The boy did not want that. "Alone," he said in a small voice. "They left me." The female Mandalorian nodded. "Abandoned," she said. "Thought as much." She turned to the giant. "Just as you were when I found you, Targo. Do you remember that?" The giant snarled and retreated. "Don't say that I did not warn you, Captain," he spat. "This will not end well." "I'll take my chances," the woman said. She looked down upon the boy. "I'm known as Mother Nutbush," she informed him. "You just met Targo. We are to salvage this wreck." She gave him a cold smile. "Now what should I do with you?" The boy was not sure what to say. Mandalorians were no friends of the Jedi, but perhaps she could be convinced. It was worth a try. "You could let me go," he said. "Drop me off at the first planet you came to." The older woman laughed. "I could also leave you here," she said. "That would be one way of letting you go, wouldn't it? We could just take what we wanted and leave it to space to see to you." The boy did not answer. That would not be his first choice of ways that the woman could let him go. She smiled slightly. "Relax, boy. I do not make it a habit of abandoning children. If I did, half of my crew would not be with me." It was then that he noticed the others who had come in with Mother Nutbush, her crew. The boy pursed his lips. Most did not look over the age of 21. A collection of males and females, humans and aliens. Some were armored like Targo and Mother Nutbush, but most were dressed simply overalls, or shirts with trousers. Foundlings, he wondered. Or were they slaves? Mother Nutbush chuckled. "Your order does not pay bounties for lost pups. If I was to take you back, they would likely arrest me for some piddly thing or another. Yet, you do need transport. Yes, both off this wreck and to some place safe, some place with water and food." The boy nodded. What else could he do? He had no desire to stay here, and it would be useless to try and fight the woman or her crew, and besides, he did not feel the same darkness that he felt from Targo. Mother Nutbush was hard, but she was not dark. As far as rescuers go, he could do worse. I'm no slaver boy, she said, but nor am I a charity worker. You want food, lodging, transport. You will have to earn it like everyone else here. Everyone does their part, no slacking. I have no need for more cargo at the moment. You want to eat, you do your part. Do that, and you just might make it through this. The boy was not sure what to make of this. These people, he was not sure really what they were. Salvagers. Pirates. He could not be a pirate. He was to be a Jedi. He was to be on the council one day. How could a Jedi help people like this? Part of him wanted to say no, to take his chances in the void, with the Force as his ally, but in the end, his desire to live would not let him. He found himself nodding. Mother Nutbush smiled. Good on you, boy, she said, but first. She pulled a blade from her belt. He tensed for a moment, not sure what she was going to do. She reached out and cut the braid from his hair, letting it drift down to the deck. We can't have you walking around with that thing, she informed him. Targo is going to be annoyed enough by your presence. No need to antagonize him further. He nodded. It made sense, but... He shivered. What am I doing? What am I going to do? Earn your keep, his conscience said. Work hard and stay alive until you can get back to the Order. You did not wish to die, and the Force answered your prayer. Don't throw away that chance now. He managed a weak smile. What do you want me to do? He asked. She touched his wounded arm. Despite his desire to do otherwise, he squeaked. It throbbed painfully. First we get you to the infirmary. Ives will get you fixed up. Coop! Coop! Where are you, boy? Another boy about his age hurried into the corridor. He had shoulder-length black hair, blue eyes, and a merry smile. Yeah, Mom, he said. You need something. I called you, didn't I? Mother Nutbush said, though there were little heat in her voice. She smiled at the newcomer. Take this one to Ives, she said. When he has been checked out, show him around, make sure that he doesn't touch anything he is not supposed to touch. He will be working with you from now on. Make sure he learns the ropes. The boy nodded. Sure thing, Mom, whatever you say, he said. She nodded and turned back to her newest crew member. Off with you now, lad. I have work to do. Yes, ma'am, the boy said respectfully. Mother Nut bored for him to leave as another crew member drew her attention. The boy followed the one she had called Co-op. He led him into the hold of the salvagers freighter. He glanced up and saw the giant, Targo, glaring at him. The boy looked away quickly. Don't worry about Targo, Co-op said. He would never go against Mom's orders. He is not that stupid. The boy tried not to laugh at that. Targo likely could have broken Co-op in half. It was hard to believe that he would risk calling the big Mandalorian stupid. The two boys walked together. They passed other crew members who did not give them a second look. Apparently, the boy realized, I'm not the only stray that Mother Nutbush has picked up. Coop offered him his hand. I'm Gabe, by the way, he said. Gabe Cooper. Mom, and my friends, call me Co-op. What is your name? The boy pursed his lips. He did not want to be friendly with these people. If he needed to escape, he might need to. That is for later, he thought. For now, it is important that they come to trust you. He took the other boy's hand. Pleased to meet you, Co-op. I'm James, Jazz Darbin. Coop's eyes brightened. Welcome aboard, Jazz. Hope you survived the experience. Despite the words, Jazz felt only amusement from the other boy. Perhaps this would not be as bad as he feared. Me too, he said. If a boy like Co-op could survive this, then so could he. He was going to be a Jedi after all. He could do this. Yes? Jazz Darbin smiled. He could do this. Chapter 2. You really get to teach me that? Jazz smiled as he continued to meditate, or rather, tried to meditate. Coop may have been one of his best friends, but he did have his flaws. Chief among them, the understanding that meditation was about focusing on the Force, not the physical world. Oh well, if anything, he had taught Jazz how to deal with distractions. He kept his eyes closed and continued his controlled breathing. "You know the breathing techniques," he reminded his friend. "You already know how to meditate." Though he could not see Co-op's face, he knew that the other boy was frowning. "Yeah, but stuff doesn't float around the room when I meditate," he said glumly. "That is one trick that I haven't learned yet." Nor would you, Jazz thought. All the meditation in the galaxy would not make Gabe Cooper Force sensitive. He knew that, of course, but that did not mean that he would not comment on it from time to time. There were those in Clan Nutbush who would have preferred that Jazz forgot his Force sensitivity, that he forgot his Jedi training entirely, and that he focus on his work and his place within the clan. Jazz Darbin couldn't do that. The Force was everywhere, surrounded him and bound him. He could no more forget about the Force than he could stop breathing. It was part of who he was. Despite their rather interesting beginning, Clan Nutbush had been good to him. Mother Nutbush had been good to him. They were not like the Mandalorians he had read about in the archives. They didn't ravage planets or prey on innocent civilians. For the most part, the clan kept to itself. Jazz did not know all the details, but he did know that the clan had been exiled from Mandalore. Some clan struggle had broken out, and Mom and her kin had been on the losing side. They had retreated into space to try to rebuild what they had lost, seeking out materials and foundlings to try and rebuild their numbers. For the most part, they were salvagers, searching the various hyperspace routes for anything they could use to make the clan strong again. They also recruited heavily, taking in the lost and unwanted. Most of these were children that struggled to survive on the various stations and backwater worlds that the clan visited. Jazz had lost count of all the children they had taken in the last 4 years. Some remained on ship, while the younger ones were taken into safe houses, to be raised and taught the way of the clan. In time they would join the crew, just as Jazz had. It was not the worst way to live. He took another deep breath and opened his eyes. The objects that had been floating around him clattered to the floor. Coop lay in his bunk watching his friend. They had been roommates now for almost 4 years. The two had grown comfortable in each other's company. Jazz picked up the things that had moved during his meditations. Mom didn't care that he practiced his techniques, but she did ask that he not leave a mess. She also cautioned him about who saw him doing them. Most of them didn't care, but a few of them, namely Targo and several of the other pure Mandalorians, still viewed him as an enemy. They tended to view anyone with Jedi knowledge as an enemy. As his roommate Co-op had seen it all at this point. When Jazz had first arrived, he had been extremely curious about the Jedi way and had many questions. Even though he had only been a Padawan, Jazz had tried his best to answer. Gabe had heard many wild tales about the Jedi, both from the clan and from his life before. Not that his friends spoke of what he had been like before all this. He had been born in the Republic. Jazz knew that much, but little else. Coop did not talk about his family. In fact, he seemed to radiate pain every time someone mentioned family. Jazz did not know why, but he had come to like Co-op over the last few years. He respected his friend's privacy. When the time came, when he was ready, he would tell Jazz about it. If the Force was willing. Jazz sighed and sank down into his place on the bottom bunk. As he lay in his bunk, he could feel the gentle rumble of the ship beneath him. Normally, the sound would be much louder, but they were currently running on low power, hiding. Jazz frowned. It seemed like they were doing that more and more lately. The Republic had assigned a new officer to patrol the hyper lanes where Clan Nutbush functioned. Captain Rackus was a Mon Cala and could be as cold as the oceans from which he had come. The Fish, as he was called here, had a special hatred for those that hunted on the space lanes. Pirates, smugglers, or salvagers, it did not matter. Rackus hunted them all, and it was rumored that he was not above destroying a ship if he got the opportunity. Jazz knew of at least 2 vessels that had vanished, one a smuggler, one a fellow salvager. The Nutbush crew had received a distress call from the latter, claiming it was under attack by a warship, but by the time they had arrived, the ship was nothing but wreckage. The weapon's signature suggested military-grade arms, Republic weapons. There was nothing the clan could do. there had not even been enough left of the ship to salvage. The sight had surprised Jazz. He had always been taught that the Republic was a beacon of hope, a light in the darkness, that one of its servants would destroy a ship just because they did not like the people on board seemed terribly dark. Jazz was not sure what to make of that. 4 days ago they had been liberating some goods from a droid freighter that had been damaged passing too close to a nebula. They had almost been done when Rakka's cruiser had arrived. The Mon Cala had said nothing, no warning, no demand that they surrender. He had simply opened fire, blindly. It was only after they tried to flee that he had contacted them, ordering them to stand down or be destroyed. Knowing the man's history, Mother Nutbush had not complied. Their ship fled, leading the Republic vessel on a merry chase. Finally, they took sanctuary in an asteroid field. You could say what you wanted about their pilot Dahmer, but that man knew how to fly. The Republic cruiser was too big to enter, but that did not mean that they had given up. Rakka had deployed probe droids to search the rocks for his quarry. The metal composition of the rocks helped shield the clan vessel from Republic scanners, but they had still needed to be careful. Now, the cruiser sat off their starboard bow, just waiting for them to come out. It had become a waiting game now, Mother Nutbush versus the Republic captain. It remained to be seen who was more patient. Some of the crew wanted to try and make a run for it, but Mom overruled them. The Republic ship had them outgunned at least 4-1. For the moment, hiding was their best move. For almost 3 days now they had hidden. Something would have to give soon. Their food and fuel reserves were not limitless, but then again, so were the Republic vessel supplies. He could not afford to wait forever either. He no doubt had other places to be. How long until his superiors contacted him and told him to return to his patrol? So far Rakka had not called for any reinforcements, but that was not surprising. The fish would want as few witnesses as possible if he decided to blow Clan Nutbush to atoms. How long do you think the fish is going to wait? Coop asked him from the top bunk. Who could say, as long as his superiors will allow, I suspect, Jazz replied. Coop snorted angrily. If he was going to do something, I wish he would just do it already. This waiting is torture. At least we are all still alive, Jazz answered. True, the other boy agreed. I'm just saying there are other things I would rather be doing right now than hiding in a field of rocks. He sighed. What do you think Rhonda is doing right now? Jazz smiled. Rhonda Halcyon was the daughter of a ship mechanic that helped out Clan Nutbush sometimes. The pretty little blonde was 14 and pretty as a picture. Coop would not admit it, but he fancied her. Yet, so far he had not worked up the courage to talk to her when the clan had stopped to see her father. She is probably out with Firmus, Jazz said dryly. The bunk above him shifted as his friend sat up. Firmus, he said. Firmus. The guy is as dumb as a Hydra spanner. Why would Rhonda want to go out with him? Jazz laughed. I don't think she would, he replied. The girl is too smart for that. But then again, that doesn't explain why she talks to you every time we stop. Ha ha, Coop grumbled. Jazz could imagine him shaking his head, and chuckled. He was not above having a little innocent fun at his friend's expense. No one had ever said a Jedi was forbidden a bit of friendly teasing now and again. Coop sighed. One of these days, Jazz, he said, one of these days you're going to be interested in some femme, and I'm going to go out of my way to torture you over her. Jazz chuckled. Unlikely. He may have been a 13-year-old boy, but he was also a trained Padawan. Desire and passion were forbidden. That fact had been drilled into him since he had been a youngling. He felt kinship with others and could form friendships, but that was not the same thing. He sighed. In the last few months he had sensed interest from several of the girls that served with them. Wyla was the daughter of one of the crew's warriors. She had tried to get his attention several times. Then there had been Sala. She worked down in engineering, a sweet girl to be sure, but shy. During salvage missions, she had often tried to get put on the same team as Jazz. He tried not to encourage her, but he did not want to hurt her. He did not want to hurt any of them. He saw her as a sibling, just as he had the girls that he had trained within the Jedi Temple. He did not want to do or say anything that would make things awkward. Jazz put the thought of the girls out of his mind. He found himself reaching out with the Force, trying to reach out with the Force. He wanted to get a sense of what the Republic ship might do next. He found himself thinking about the possibility of contacting them, letting them know he was here. If the clan were taken into custody, he would finally be able to find his way back to the Republic, back into the Jedi Order. I don't belong here, he thought. He was friends with these people, but a Jedi owed more to the galaxy than he did to himself. He had a duty to perform. He had a responsibility. Shouldn't he do everything in his power to get back to that? As he reached out with the Force, he tried to probe the Republic vessel. He had hoped that another Jedi might have been on board, that he could make contact with them. Another Jedi's presence would make this easier. He would also check the fish's aggression. Jazz did not want to see the clan hurt. He gasped. For one fleeting moment he had made contact with the mind of Captain Rackus. He had sensed the man's desire. He was aware of the Nutbush ship, what they had been doing. Jazz sensed no mercy in the captain and a dark desire to see the ship destroyed, whether it surrendered or not. He also sensed satisfaction. One of the probes had gotten lucky. A second vessel was inbound, smaller than the cruiser, with enough firepower too. Jazz shot out of his bunk. His quickness shocked his roommate. James. What the? Jazz did not respond. He did not have time. He flung open the hatch and darted into the corridor. I have to get to the bridge, he thought. I have to warn them. No alarms blazed overhead. Why would they? What Jazz has felt had come through the Force. The alarm in his head was enough. Make a hole, he shouted as he rushed past his fellow crewers. Most of the people here were seasoned fighters. They knew how to get out of the way quickly when they needed to. They need to, Jazz thought. We have to get out of here, now. He moved faster than he ever had before. He even tried to call on the Force to speed him on his way. How much time? He could not say for certain, but now that he knew of the threat, the Force continued to call out, warning him. They were all going to die. He cleared the ladder to the cockpit with a single leap. The hatch slipped open and he nearly fell on the way in. Targo looked up from the weapon station. His helmet hid his face, but not his emotions. Sounds of surprise came from the various stations. No one was allowed up here when the ship had gone silent. It was Targo that responded first. His dislike of Jazz had not lessened. Get out of here, runt, he shouted. No kids on the bridge during combat situations, you know that. He did, but this was different. Mother Nutbush turned away from the helm. She had been looking over Domar's shoulder, looking for a new course when the fish finally chose to leave. We don't have that time now, Jazz knew. They were out of time period. Jazz, Mother Nutbush said. What is going on? The fish knows we're here, he gasped, out of breath from his run. He has a ship moving in from behind us. They are going to pin us between them. They are going to destroy the ship. Mom frowned. No doubt she was considering what he had said. Mother Nutbush was no fool. She was willing to consider all possibilities she had needed to if the clan was going to survive. She gave the young boy a questioning look. That is Bantha Poodoo, Targo growled. The kid has lost his nerve, or he is trying to give us away. I'm not, Jazz gasped. I swear. Mom stepped away from the helm station and went to his side. She pinned him with that hard gaze of hers, the one that had turned many of their clan to jelly. How do you know this? She demanded. I felt it, he replied. Jedi tricks, Targo spat. None of that now, Mother Nutbush said, cutting him off. She continued to stare at Jazz, considering what he had told her. Why would you tell us? She said, in a small voice. Mom, we don't have the... Why, Jazz? The boy shook his head. They did not have time for this. The other Republic vessel could be here at any moment. He could feel the danger approaching. She won't do anything until I answer her question, he realized. Fine. he would bloody well answer. I don't want you to die, he said quickly. I don't want any of us to. Mother Nutbush nodded. Her decision was made. Bring the power back online and spin up the hyperdrive, she ordered. We're leaving. Jazz sighed. The little rat is selling us out, Targo spat. He wants us to give up our location. He wants them to find us. If you believe that, then stay ready on the weapon systems, Targo. We don't need to hold that ship off for long, just long enough to clear the rocks and make the jump. She turned back to Jazz and pinned him with a hard stare. You better be right about this, boy. He nodded. He was. He was sure of it. He stayed at Mother Noonan's side as ship prepared to get underway. The Republic cruiser had detected their power signature but was not moving to pursue. They don't need to, Jazz thought. They think they already have us. Contact. Contact at point 65. The crew are on the scanners called out. Republic assault frigate moving in. It's trying to get in behind us. Jazz let out the breath he had not realized he had been holding. An assault frigate, a ship just small enough to make it through the rocks, he thought, not strong enough to kill us itself. But if it had caught us unaware, damaged our engines and forced into the asteroids, we would have been space dust. Time until it is in weapons range, Mother Nutbush asked. 2 minutes until weapons range. Ma nodded. Status on the hyperdrive. 1.5 minutes, Mom. Mother Nutbush cursed. It was a race then. It was at that moment that their communicator crackled to life. A harsh, gravelly voice filled the bridge. This is Captain Rackus of the Galactic Republic to unidentified ship. You are to power down your shields and prepare to be boarded. You are in violation of Legal Code 3 section. The comm officer cut him off. The ship rumbled beneath them as they continued to move away from the rocks. Still the Mon Cala held his fire. The frigate was still moving in. There was a loud rumble beneath their feet. The ship lurched, slowing slightly. Report, Mother Nutbush asked. The frigate is trying to lock on its tractor beam, the nav officer shouted. But I don't get it, we are too big to be pulled in. Jazz watched as Mom went to the nav console, looking at what was happening. They're not trying to pull us in, she said. They are trying to lock us down, hold us steady. Her eyes narrowed. They're going to set us up for the fish to blast us to pieces. Jazz could not see what she saw, but he could sense what was happening through the force. The Republic cruiser was moving, its weapons hot and ready. Rackus had no intention of taking them alive. He was going to blast them to bits. Time to jump. Mother asked grimly. 30 seconds. I don't think we are going to make it. Stow that talk. Lights flashed outside the viewport. The cruiser was still out of range for a clear shooting solution, but it was closing in. Dahmer, Mother Nutbush said, was a testy edge in her voice. We are almost there, the pilot promised. More flashes. The ship bucked underneath them. Dahmer, she repeated. Almost, he said. Domer. Now. The pilot pulled back the levers as the ship finally cleared the last asteroid. The stars turned to lines as the ship leapt forward. The swirling blue of hyperspace filled the viewport. Jazz let out a sigh of relief. They had done it. They were safe. Sounds of relief and celebration filled the bridge. Whoops of joy and pats on the back. Targo's T-visored helmet remained focused on Jazz. As always, the mask gave up nothing of what the big Mandalorian was thinking. His emotions remained cold and hard where Jazz was concerned. Perhaps they always would. Mother Nutbush patted Doran and the nav officer on the shoulder. Both had earned their shares today. Finally, her eyes found Jazz Darbin. He shifted uncomfortably under her hard gaze. You have the bridge, Targo, she said, before heading for the hatch. Jazz, come with me. The boy winced. Of all of the crew, Mom was usually the hardest to read through the Force. He felt both gratitude and disappointment. He understood both. She was grateful for the warning, but was not pleased to see that he was still clinging to the Jedi way. She had hoped that he would have moved past it by now, that he would come to embrace his new life as a member of the clan. Part of him wanted to. He was grateful for what they had done for him, for rescuing him, and welcoming into their world. But at the same time, he was bound to the Force. Such a bond was not easily thrown away or forgotten. He followed behind her, not sure what was going to be happening in the next few minutes. He did not want to disappoint her. She had been good to him. Yet, he could not change what he was. He was a Jedi. It was what he had been born to be. Chapter 3. Jazz fidgeted as he finally found his way into Mother Nuna's quarters. In all the years that he had been here, the young man had never needed to come to this place, despite his resistance to what Mother Nutbush and the rest of the clan were trying to teach him. He had never been told to come before her, never told that they needed to speak privately. Though he was not afraid, he was concerned. He knew how the others felt about his Jedi training, how they had hoped that he would let it all go and embrace his life and roll within the clan, as so many others have had done before him. He could shoot a blaster, but it never felt right in his hands. The wrist rockets and flamethrowers common among the clan skirmishers always felt clumsy to him. He liked the smart rope. Both most of his clanmates saw his use of that was an insult. If he was not willing to use every tool in the arsenal of the Mandalorians, he should not be able to use a single one. When he did train for combat, he preferred to work with the Blade Masters. They might not have been Jedi, but they did know the way of the sword. Their forms and discipline were different from the ones that he had studied. The basics they taught were similar to the shicho of the Jedi, but beyond that, the fighting styles of the Mandalorians was far more aggressive. It felt strange training to fight in such a way, wrong somehow. "You are too much of a Jedi to ever be a Mandalorian, pup," Targo had told him once. He meant it as an insult, but Jazz did not see it that way. He was too much of a Jedi. He could do nothing about that. Jazz could not change what he was. He could not change how he had been brought up before finding his way here. The Jedi, the teachings, they were a part of him. He could no more abandon them than he could stop breathing the air. He was grateful for everything that Mother Nutbush had done, everything that the clan had given him, but he could not, and would not give up the Force. He couldn't. The light was not something he could simply forget. It was a part of him, and it had always been there. It had always been there, and always would be, until the day he drew his final breath. It was the way of things, the way of the Force. Mother Nuna's quarters were not simply just a living space. They were a look back into the history of the Mandalorian woman and her long-storied clan. A Beskar representation of a skull, the legendary Mazor, decorated the back wall. Around it sat many trophies and banners taken during the glories of the clan's past. A weapon rack adorned with blades and blasters stood to the left of her desk. The simple black surface reflected Jazz's image back at him. It was as clear and shiny as a deep black pool. The reflection that looked back at him was far different than the one that he had seen when he had first been rescued by the clan years ago. A boy had been brought aboard all those months ago, but it was a young man that now stared back at him. Jazz Darbin was not quite sure what to make of that. Had he stayed in the temple, his life would have been very different from what it had been up to this point. Now, he could no longer say if he would be welcome there now. The things he had seen, the things he had done. Perhaps it was too much for someone who had hoped to be a Jedi Knight. Perhaps he had been corrupted and was no longer worthy of ever holding that title. He feared that he would never know. Mother Nutbush arrived a few moments later. Beyond the viewport, hyperspace continued to swirl. Jazz stood patiently waiting for Mother Nutbush to make her decision, what she was going to do with him. It would not take long. She was never one to hesitate when a hard choice had to be made. He did not think that she would hesitate now. The scarred Mandalorian woman took a seat behind her desk. Her eyes were cold and unreadable. When Jazz tried to sense her emotions, all he felt was distance and curiosity. He was not sure what to make of that. She sat back in her chair, evaluating the young man in the shirt and coveralls. He looked no different than 100 other human boys found in the galaxy. Looks, Jazz knew, could be deceiving. Mother Nutbush sighed. He felt a sense of disappointment. He frowned. He had not wanted to disappoint her. Despite what he had endured, he owed her much. He had never desired to disappoint her. What am I going to do with you, boy? She asked. You continue to resist. Jazz shrugged. He did not want to disappoint her, but saw no way not to, not at this point. I can't change what I am, Mom, he said. I'm sorry, but I just can't. She nodded. I had hoped that we had gotten you early enough. I had hoped that you would have been able to let go of what you had learned from your Jedi masters, to embrace what it meant to be a member of Clan Nuna, to take your place among the ranks of the Mandalore. Jazz did not answer. He did not want to lie to her, and anything besides admitting that he had continued to follow the will of the Force would be a lie. He did not want to do that to her. When we found you, Targo told me that I was wasting my time with you, that you would never accept us, and that you would find a way to either flee or betray us the first chance you got. He said that you would never see us as family, but as those that took you from your home, your people. Jazz sighed. I'm grateful for what you gave me, Mom. I'm grateful that you saved me all those years ago. He shook his head. I never wanted to disappoint you, but I fear that is the only thing that I can do. I never wanted to make you regret your decision to take me in. The older woman nodded. Jazz expected to feel anger from her at that moment. Perhaps she would seek to punish him for his choices, try to force him down the path she wanted him to go. She did none of those things. In fact, she felt no anger at all, only a sense of gratitude, that in weariness. She pointed to a large case in the corner. A suit of Mandalorian armor stood proudly on display, its amber surface polished to a mirror shine. That armor you see, it belonged to my father, the head of Clan Nutbush. For many decades other clans looked at us with a mix of respect and fear. We fought for our people and our Mandalore for generations, giving our lives and our blood to advance our people and our place in the galaxy. She smiled then, a sad smile. And Nutbush fought with Mandalore the Indomitable. He helped break the crack lines. Another of my ancestors fought beside Mandalore the Ultimate when we took Terrace and Duro. We were honored then. The glory we won should have kept my family safe until the stars burned out, but it was all gone within a single generation. Mother Nutbush shook her head. Have you ever heard the tale, young Jazz? Do you know what happened to our clan? I can't say that I have, Mom. I must confess, most of our clan does not trust me. If you were to don a suit of armor, they might, she suggested. Many here would think that an insult, he said. A Jedi pup clad in the Beskar, I would probably get my throat slit for my arrogance. That sounds like a threat that Targo would make, she said. Has he ever threatened you in such a way? Not in so many words, Jazz said with a shrug, but he has made his point many times. As far as Targo is concerned, I will never truly be a part of the clan. Mother Nutbush sighed. Not everyone is destined to wear the armor, she said. My brother was not, or at the very least should not have been named head of the clan. When our father died in battle, he took up the mantle of leadership. As the younger sister, I fought at his side. Back then, Clan Nutbush were purists. We did not believe in removing our helmets, not around strangers. I had not seen my brother's face since his 13th birthday, and he had not seen my face since mine. A hard choice, Jazz said. Mother Nutbush shrugged. It was the way, she said matter-of-factly. We were fighting a splinter faction of Clan Ordo. Once our holdings had belonged to them, and they felt it was their destiny to reclaim what had been lost. My brother believed us invincible. He had grown up on stories of our family's many accomplishments. He thought that the past made him great, invincible. Jazz flinched. I take it that he was not. No, she admitted. He was not. The Ordo had made an alliance with Clan Vizsla. They lured us into a box canyon on the surface of Conquer Dawn. When we had flown inside, they sprung the trap. They fell upon us with superior numbers. Vizsla heavy troopers and skirmishers smashed our lines. Wrist rockets and grenades rained down on us. I tried to reach my brother, to try to form a wedge of fighters, to try and punch through and escape. She sighed. He did not listen. He saw the trap as cowardly. All he could think of was that if he fled, that all of Mandalore would call him a coward. He fought on, and I, the dutiful sister, fought beside him, right up until the end. Mother Nuna's eyes narrowed. We were both wounded, captured. 150 nutbush went into that canyon. Only 6 came out. She shivered. The Order knew who we were, that we were both purists. They took our helmets, left our faces bare for all to see. Then they granted us our lives. They said we were not worth killing, that our exile would serve as a lesson to their future enemies. They put us on a broken-down ship and sent us away, warning us to never return. They declared that Clan Nutbush was dead. My brother and I were to live our lives in exile. From the pain in her voice, Jazz suspected what had happened next. Where is your brother now? He could not live with the shame of his defeat. He took a job with no chance of survival. I had been off-world at the time, looking for foundlings trying to rebuild what we had lost. I was not there to stop him. I was never there to stop him. Mother Nutbush sighed and ran her fingers through her grain-red hair. Part of me wanted to join him. That was a lean time for us. The few survivors that still clung to the idea of Clan Nutbush cramped into a ship barely big enough for 10, much less 23. Yet, we did not break. The honor and history of our clan was strong. We stuck together, in spite of my brother's death. The clan looked to me to try and rebuild. Dying a glorious death in battle was not enough. It fell to me to rebuild, to ensure that Clan Nutbush survived, that we endured. Mother Nutbush smiled. That was 10 years ago. Now, after years of struggling, we finally have the numbers and weapons to begin reclaiming our place once again. The fish missed his chance to destroy us. He will not get another. It is time that we start living like Mandalorians again. The next generation of our clan soldiers are ready. Now they just need to be tempered, bloodied. We will fight and earn our place on Mandalore again. The clan will finally get to go home. And you will be able to return, he said, reclaim your honor and place as the new head of the clan. Mother Nutbush laughed at that. Her smile remained, but it was sad. I can't go back, Jazz. My shame remains. My enemies saw my face. I can never show it again under the sun of our homeworld. Then why do all this, he asked, if not to have the chance to return home, why? If anyone would understand, boy, I thought it would be you. I did not spend the last 10 years building just so that we could be cast out again, because of my failure. Targo will lead the clan home. I shall continue my journey, my exile. I will find the lost and the weary, and offer them a new life, a life of honor and Beskar. Jazz shook his head. He could not believe what he was hearing. You spent 10 years restoring your clan, but can never be a part of them when they finally return home. It is the way, she said. A sad laugh escaped her lips. She rose and went to a chest beneath the great metal skull on the wall. She opened it up and began to dig inside. You had chance today, young Jazz. You could have tried to contact that Republic cruiser. You could have tried to escape to return to your people. Yet, you chose to stay. You chose to save the lives of the clan, to preserve it. She looked over her shoulder at the boy. Tell me, Jazz, was that Jedi compassion or Mandalorian honor? He blinked. He was not really sure of the answer. All he knew was that if he had done nothing, they would have all died. The Mon Cala captain had not cared who was on this ship. He saw only enemies. He wouldn't have shown Jazz any more mercy than he would have shown the others. It had not been much of a choice. He had friends here, and did now want to see them harmed. I'm not sure what my motivations were, Mother, he confessed. All I knew was that I had to protect this ship, these people. He smiled weakly. I couldn't just sit back and let you all die. The old Mandalorian nodded. Eventually, you will have to make a decision, Jazz. You could have a life here if you want one. If you let go of the past and embrace the future, you would find a clan that would fight beside you, that would die for you if needed to. She drew a small bundle out of the back. It was wrapped in brown cloth, about as long as a human forearm. She nodded. You saved lives today, our lives. The clan rewards such service. If you are not meant to wear the armor, allow me to instead thank you by offering you a chance to blaze your own trail. She put the bundle on the desk in front of him. He looked down upon it, unsure of what it was. Open it, she said. See if it can help you decide your future. He did as she bid. He opened the bundle, and his eyes widened when he saw what was inside. Oh, mother, it is beautiful. She smiled. It has been in clan for many years. I'm not sure when it was taken, but it is time for it to cease simply being a trophy in this room. It is a weapon. It deserves to be in the hands of a warrior, one skilled in its use. It should be striking for something, not simply gathering dust in an old chest. Jazz held it up. The hilt shone like polished gold. A black leather strap was wrapped around the activator, likely to absorb the perspiration of the user. Through the force he could feel a bit of its history. There had been a time that this weapon had seen much use. It has served great ideals. Peace and justice had been enforced by the one who had forged this. They had fought for others, shielded the weak and the innocent. They had fought up until the very end, when they finally entered the Force, and the weapon came to Clan Nutbush, and now, it had come to him. For the briefest of moments, he felt daunted. You will never be worthy of this. You are not the boy you were, the one that dreamed of being on the council, of being Master Venery's apprentice. This, it is weapon of the Jedi. You are not worthy to wield it. The thought made him wince. He almost sat it back down and wrapped it back up, almost handed it back to Mother Nutbush. This was an honor, but, he frowned. Am I worthy? Mother Nutbush chuckled. His hesitation amused her. What good is a sword if it is never used, Jazz? She asked. He looked up at her. When he was a youngling, he had dreamed of possessing such a weapon, imagined the great deeds he would do with it. The many adventures it would protect him and others on. One of my masters once said that a sword that never needs to be used is the best one. She laughed. Sounds like something the Jedi would say, she said dryly. A sword does not need to be bloody to be used, she reminded him. Sometimes, seeing it is often enough. He nodded. She had a point. Yes? Now he smiled. Did a Mandalorian just admit that sometimes only showing a weapon was enough? I won't say anything if you don't, she replied. He nodded, a smile lighting up his face. He could do that. He tightened his fingers around the hilt, feeling the weight. It felt right. It felt right. He rose and turned away from Mother Nutbush, his captain, his mom. He ignited the blade. VRMM. A violet-colored beam emerged. The lightsaber hung gently in his hands. I will keep it, he promised her. I will wield it with honor. I know you will, boy, she said, both for the clan and for those that need it. He nodded as he peered down into the violet light. For the briefest of moments, he almost touched the future. What it was he could not say. It slipped away too quickly. But one thing was for sure. He had come into this room expecting things to end. That he might have been cast off the ship, have to leave his friends, his family. Now, he knew the truth. It was an end to the beginning. His beginning. You are ready, a voice whispered in the back of his mind. Jazz Darbin smiled. Trust in the Force. Chapter 4. The sun sets, and darkness rises. The eternal night returns, strong and hungry. In the darkness, only ambition will guide you. As the light fades, only service will save you. To serve the champions of the night is a blessing. Prepare for the coming, as the sun sets, forever. Amen. Amen. The 20 acolytes and the 6 priests all shouted out the word. The first speaker and his hand stood silently, awaiting the fading of the echo. It was the traditional end of the day's services. Jazz listened as the priest finished his sermon. It had taken him some time to work up the courage to come and hear, to see what all the fuss was about. It was also not as easy as it once was. At 10 he had been able to climb through the vents of the clan's freighter with ease. Now, almost 5 years later, it was kind of a tight squeeze. His days of vent crawling were over, he suspected. Fortunately, he had had one last good crawl in him. Praise the Force. He was too big to turn around, so he had been forced to crawl backward. Not an easy challenge, even with the Force as his ally. Still, he managed to pull it off and make it out of the vents. He sighed gratefully, happy that he had not gotten stuck. That would have been one embarrassment that he would not have been able to live down. Plus, he would have had to explain why he was listening in on the services of the clan's latest clients. Mom might not have been happy with that. What he heard, it did not put him at ease. If anything, it increased the warnings in his heart, the warnings that whispered to him through the Force. Do these people truly think like this? He wondered. Did they truly want to serve the darkness? Maybe he was wrong. Maybe the first speaker's definition of darkness was not the same as the Jedi definition. One could only hope, he supposed. One could only hope. He sighed and quietly replaced the vent cover and left the chamber, grateful that he had not been noticed. Do not worry about it, his conscience whispered. Ma knows what she is doing. She would not lead us astray. She would not risk the clan by doing so. He trusted Mother Nutbush and her choice to aid these people. He hoped that he was wrong. He made his way out into the main corridor of the ship. He saw no acolytes around. Good, their guests asked only for the exclusive use of the ship's forward hold. They asked only for a place where they could prepare for the next stage of their journey, to pray, fast, and conduct their services in peace. Mother Nutbush had granted that request. The crew was ordered not to disturb their new clients. Though Jazz was starting to wonder if it would have been better if they had. These people were not like the others the clan had worked with. They were different, perhaps dangerous. Jazz Darbin worried. He was afraid that they had made a mistake this time. He hoped that they would be able to endure the consequences. They called themselves the Sunset Collective. They were a religious group that traveled the worlds of the Outer Rim. Jazz had never heard of them before, but that was not really surprising. The Outer Rim was vast. As the age of expansion continued, new faiths were being discovered every week, if not every day. Most of these groups were harmless, merely trying to spread the word of their various deities beyond their home systems. The Republic welcomed most of them. Religious freedom was one of the cornerstones of the era. The Jedi were also interested in such faiths, curious to how other beings saw and, in some cases, used the Force. Jazz frowned. Of course, there were exceptions to every rule. Religions that involved the dark side and its practices were prohibited. That law remained in effect and had for almost 3 centuries now. Most in the Republic referred to it as Revan's Law. When it came to the dark side, the Republic had a long memory. Revan's betrayal centuries ago still haunted both the Jedi Order and the Galactic Senate. The speed in which the Rogue Jedi, later calling himself a Dark Lord of the Sith, had gathered his forces and forced them into a new Sith army had caught the galaxy completely off guard. Though now extinct, the Sith remained a cautionary tale to the galaxy. It was a story that served as a warning to all about the dangers of unchecked power and ambition. Dark side religions were outlawed, but that did not mean that such faiths had simply died out. Most had simply gone underground, or fled the core, taking sanctuary in the Outer Rim, and perhaps in the area of space still referred to as the unknown regions. Shadows always were able to find places to hide, always. Such religions could be dangerous and unpredictable. Jazz was starting to think that this Sunset Collective was one such faith. He made his way down the corridor, passed by his brothers and sisters. Most would say hello, or at least offer a respectful nod. It had taken time, more time than he would have thought, but now, after almost 6 years, he was finally accepted, despite the fact that he never elected to take up the creed, never took up the armor of the clan. For the most part, the clan accepted his choice. Not all were destined to wear the armor of the Mandalore. That did not mean that they did not acknowledge his skills, however. He had proven himself several times on missions. Most of the clan had come to accept him and the power that he wielded. It was all that he could have asked from them. Jazz was 15 now, still small for his age, but no longer the runt that he had been in the beginning. During his travels, he had done what he could to expand both his knowledge of the Force and his fighting prowess. For years, he had practiced the drills that his instructors at the temple had taught him, and then when he had mastered the Shi'ai, he had progressed onto other sword-fighting disciplines. He was both fast and athletic. Such traits served him well, and allowed him to progress quickly in learning about the various forms of blade-on-blade combat. The Mandalorians were not Jedi, but that did not mean that they did not understand Jedi fighting techniques. They had needed to learn those techniques to counter any Jedi that stood in their path. The wars between the clans and the Jedi may have been over, but the threat was always there and always had to be prepared for. Jazz had done what he could to learn about those techniques through his years of service and loyalty. The blade masters of the clan had shared what they knew. They taught Jazz not only about the lightsaber, but also how to counter it with other weapons. Those masters had come to praise his skill and commitment, even if he was not one of them. Though he was never asked to join the clan in battle, he was trusted with the future of Clan Nuna. When the warriors were on the job, he was the one who Mother Nut busted to protect the foundlings and the ships that had become their home. It was a task he took seriously, and had never balked in carrying that mission out. Some of the Mandalorians, Targo and Kellic Bob, Targo's apprentice, in particular, had thought him cowardly for accepting such a duty. Nursemaid, they called him. Nanny, they called him. Jazz was never insulted. He kept his Jedi calm. Mother Nutbush had asked this of him. To defend their future, he was glad to carry out that service. This was the way. Part of that duty was making sure that the children they took in were kept safe. It was for that reason that he had chosen to look in on the Sunset Collective. Several of their acolytes had been observed wandering the ship. They were seen talking to the younglings, trying to convince them of the righteousness of their faith and their cause, to win them over to the collective. The sight of it did not please Jazz. The clan had been contracted to protect the collective. That did not give them permission to try and steal the future of Nutbush. Jazz was on his way to see Mom, to tell her about this, when he bumped into Gabe Cooper. His best friend smiled in greetings as he approached. "Well, you are in a hurry," Co-op said, grinning, the wispy mustache that he was trying to grow looking more like a dirt stain than anything else. "I need to see Mom," Jazz informed him, in no mood for levity today. "I think there might be a problem with the collective." "She might not have time for you," Co-op warned him. "Targo and Ellis are with her. I think they're fighting again." Jazz rolled his eyes. Perfect, he thought. That is all we need. Ellis Nutbush was the clan's third in command. He had been a child when they had been pushed off of Mandalore, and had been one of the few of pure nut blood that had not lost his helmet after their great defeat. In fact, he had not even won a helmet yet when that battle occurred, so now he was one of the few remaining Nutbush that would be able to return when the clan finally resettled back on Mandalore. He had already had his helmet when Jazz had been brought aboard. Jazz had never seen the other boy's face, but that did not change the fact that he had come to trust Ellis, even like him. It was proof that differences were not a wall against camaraderie or friendship. Though he had been raised a Mandalorian purist, next to Co-op, he was probably one of Jazz's strongest supporters among the clan. During a job on the moon of Rinvar, Ellis had gotten wounded. His rocket pack had been damaged, and he had gotten lost in a snowstorm. The clan had all but given him up for dead, but Jazz had been unwilling to let it go, to give up. He had tracked the young captain through the Force, found him. The two of them had fought side by side both against both the storm and the pirates that they had been hired to deal with. Ellis with his blasters, and Jazz his lightsaber. It had been the two of them against a harsh planet, and they had prevailed. Both young men had made it back safely. Once it was done, Ellis had pulled him aside. Jazz had been worried at first, unsure what the other boy's reasons might be. Some Mandalorians would have been insulted that they needed help, the fact that they had needed to be saved. Ellis was not one of them. He had clapped Jazz on the shoulder, pulling him into a brotherly embrace. "You may not wear our armor, but you are our blood. You are Clan Nutbush, a brother to me and to us all." Jazz had been touched by Ellis' words. "Thank you, brother," he had said, bowing slightly. "You honor me." "We stand together or we fall," Ellis had said. "This is the way. This is the way." Targo had never liked Ellis after that. The years had done little to dull his animosity towards Jazz and those that supported him. Plus, he had hoped that Mom would name his apprentice Bob as third. The feline-like Targaryen practically worshipped Targo and always had the older Mandalorians back, even at times when it seemed that Targo's wishes went against the clan, which seemed to be happening more and more lately. It had been Targo that had brought the Sunset Collective to the clan's attention. It was through him that the Pilgrims had brought their proposal to the clan. The collective offered to pay double the traditional rate if Clan Nutbush acted as their bodyguards as they made their pilgrimage from the Outer Rim to their secret temple on Corellia. Jazz had thought nothing of that when he first heard the news. What was the danger of watching over a group of priests? Now, after listening to one of the collective sermons, he was no longer sure. If these people were considered outlaws by the Republic, bringing them into Republic space would do little to endear the clan to the Republic as a whole. Of course, in the eyes of the Republic military, Clan Nutbush was also an outlaw group. It was not like their reputation could get any worse. The clan had been contracted to bring the Pilgrims down the Perlemian trade route, and then, after a brief stop on Kuat, to pick up more of the collective's converts, they were to swing back up the Hydean Way and the Corellian trade spine, until they reached their final stop. The path was not the safest, not for an exiled Mandalorian clan. It would be a lot of time in Republic space, more time than the clan typically thought wise, but the money was very good, too good to pass up. If the collective was anything, it was well funded. As they approached Mom's quarters, they could hear raised voices within. Targo's bellow was unmistakable, of course. It was rare when the large Mandalorian did not have reason to shout these days. Jazz and Co-op stood outside the door, waiting for conversation to end. It was rude to interrupt the officers when they were discussing matters. Neither of the two young men wanted to get caught in the crossfire. "I don't need to tell you the risk of this, Targo," Mother said coldly. "Our clan will not be welcome over the skies of Kuat." "We are not welcome anywhere," Targo reminded her, "but that will change after the success of his job. The credits that the collective's first speaker has offered us will be more than enough to secure our final return home." There was a brief pause. "Surely you can understand the value of that." "You think that I can't?" Mother responded hotly. "What do you think I've been searching for all these years? Our return is always on my mind. It is our one true goal." "Then don't stand in the way of this." Targo spat back. Jazz winced. This was not the first time that Targo had challenged Mom so openly. In the last year or so, he seemed to be growing impatient to return home, impatient to claim his place at the head of the table. Jazz knew that Targo had several supporters among the crew, those that were starting to see things his way. That was not good for Mom. She had tried to stay on the same page as Targo, but more and more it looked like they weren't. It was possibly they were not even reading the same book. "This was my choice, Mother. I will lead our clan when we return to Mandalore," Targo reminded her. "All the more reason that you should be more cautious," Ellis piped in. "We should be making sure that we have a clan to return home with." There was a huffing sound, a Targaryen laugh. It was a sound that Jazz had heard before, the laugh of Targo's apprentice and right hand. "What is the matter, Ellis?" Bob mewed, scared of the big bad pups. "Caution is not cowardice," Ellis replied. "Not from where I'm standing." Jazz tensed. Bob must have been insane to call Ellis a coward. If the Targaryen was not careful, he might find himself challenged by the young third. Bob would not enjoy that. Jazz knew how skilled Ellis was. The alien would learn that too if he pushed too hard. The sound of heavy footsteps drew the boys' attention. As they looked behind them, two of the collective's leaders appeared on the corridor. The two made straight for Mother's quarters. Unlike Jazz and Co-op, they approached unbidden. They either did not understand clan protocol, or they simply did not care. Jazz suspected the latter over the former. These Sunset people did not seem the type to respect others, not if there was no value in it for them. The collective was led by a man that referred to himself as the first speaker, a blue-skinned middle-aged Pantoran. Like his fellows, he wore robes of twilight purple with him in the colors of the setting sun. The other priests, known as the Words of the Faith, and numbering from 1 to 6, of the collective wore full masks, making the determination of their species all but impossible. The speaker, like his larger companion, preferred a simple purple veil that covered the lower half of his face. Unlike the others, his hands and neck were adorned with gold trinkets. Jazz had gotten the feeling that it was on his credits that this group had been formed and funded. The first speaker's eloquence and manner suggested a history of both high breeding and wealth. His companion was the polar opposite, or at least tried to appear to be. She was both harsh of voice and form. Jazz was not sure what to make of her. She was the one that had first caught his attention that made him think that their new clients might be up to no good. The first speaker referred to her as the Hand of the Faith. She was a Tunroth, a large gray-skinned bipedal species from some planet in the Midrim. Almost a head taller than Targo, with a hairless anvil-shaped head, and shoulders twice as broad as the clan's largest warrior, the Lady Hand cut an imposing figure, even clad in the simple robes of the collective. Muscle-toned arms strained against the fabric of her robes, her huge hands looked like they could crush a human skull with ease. But that was not the reason that Jazz had been curious about her. It was not her size or the harshness of her speech that interested him. It was the weapon she wore on the sash that belted her robe. It was the lightsaber that the Hand of the Faith carried. Seeing such a weapon interested him very much. He had not seen another Force user in years. He found himself curious as to what her story might be. Targo, of course, had mentioned his name to her. She had approached him, her flat, large teeth showing in a wide grin beneath her purple veil. "So you are the Jedi stray that this clan picked up," she barked, grinning coldly at him. "Can't say that I'm impressed." Jazz had been surprised by her rudeness. Most who carried lightsabers had had some kind of Jedi instruction, which included lessons in manners. This one did not seem to remember those lessons. "I was a Jedi once," she confessed, "made it up to the rank of knight before I quit." "But why?" he asked. "Why would you leave your duty?" The Tunroth laughed. "I didn't leave, kid. I was abandoned. I think you would understand what that is like." She snorted and turned away. "If anything, you should be standing with us. I've seen what is coming, boy. You can either aid it or get out of the way." She looked over her shoulder. "Those who get out of the way tend to be swept away with everyone else. That won't be me when the eternal night comes. You can bet your boots on that. It won't be me." Jazz frowned. He did not know what this eternal night was, but he felt the reverence that the Tunroth now had for it, the respect she felt in her heart. It was disturbing to say the least. After that, she had ignored him, just as she was ignoring them now. The Lady Hand said nothing as she passed them. She did not even acknowledge the two boys. She merely followed the first speaker until they reached the door to Mother Nuna's quarters, and then she stepped forward and pounded on the door. "Open up in there," she shouted. "The first wants to have words with you." The door hissed open, and the two collective members stepped inside. Jazz thought about staying, waiting until they came out to speak with Mom. The Tunroth ended any thought of that idea. She turned, took one look at the boys, and snapped up her hand. Jazz's understanding of the Force did not save him. The Force push that struck the two boys flung them back and down the corridor. Jazz had only had enough time to shield himself and Co-op, prevent them from taking any serious injury when they struck the bulkhead behind them. Jazz managed to save them. They skidded to a halt before they struck too hard. He sat up and glared at the knight-turned priest. She was grinning at them. "Get lost, boys," she said. "Adults are talking." The door hissed shut behind her. Jazz glared at it. So much for Jedi training, he thought. The Lady Hand could clearly no longer be considered a member of the Order. She was. He was not really sure what she was now, but one thing was for certain. She was trouble. But her and the rest of the collective were all trouble. Jazz hoped that they would be able to endure it. Hopefully they would survive. Jazz returned to his duties. Despite his fears, he still had chores and assignments aboard ship. As always, Co-op found himself working at his best friend's side. The two of them usually found themselves working together. It had been that way since they were kids. For the moment, they were tending to the shuttles that the clan used in salvage operations. They were inspecting the hulls for meteorite or debris damage, making sure that hulls of the vessels were secure. It was not a glamorous job, but it was a necessary one. It was the kind of task given to two boys who refused to take up the creed. Jazz knew his reasons, but he could not say why his friend had chosen not to walk the path. In the past year, Co-op had talked often of leaving the clan behind one day, wanting to buy a ship of his own, maybe try his hand at the creative shipping business. Creative shipping being a clever name for smuggling, Co-op had gotten the bug when he learned his old flame Rhonda Halcyon had hooked up with the crew, and was now working out of a place on Ord Mantle. He had tried to convince Jazz to go with him, offering the chance for them to be partners, saying that the two of them could clean up out there. Maybe even scrounge up enough money to buy their own ship one day. Jazz would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. Yes, it would mean leaving the clan, but it would give him a chance to test the waters in Republic space, see how the Jedi Order was faring these days. He doubted that they would ever take him back, not now. He had lived outside the Order and the law for far too long. It was likely that, if he ever did go back, he would find himself sent to the Agro Corps, left to tend crops on new colonies. They would take away his lightsaber, and why not? He had never truly earned it, not in the Jedi way. It would not have been a bad life, but after everything he had seen with the clan, he thought it wasn't for him. He had seen too much to ever really be happy in such a life. He knew too much. Not that he had any real desire to leave the clan, not when Mother Nutbush and Ellis were facing whatever it was that collective were dragging them into. He suspected that Co-op would have an opinion. After all, he had never been short of one the whole time that Jazz had known him. That was why Jazz grew curious. Gabe was being quiet, too quiet. His friend seemed disturbed, which was unusual. His silence was odd. Normally, he would not shut up during work. That silence concerned Jazz. "What is it?" he asked the other boy. "What is wrong?" Coop sighed. "So," he said, "what happened? That is what it feels like when someone attacks you through the Force." Jazz winced. Technically, it wasn't an attack. It was likely a warning, but at the same time, he understood Co-op's worry. When confronted by someone who could use the Force, realize exactly what they could do to you if they wished. It could leave someone feeling helpless. He understood what that was like. "I'm sorry you had to endure that," he said. "I'm sorry I did not think to try and shield us." Coop's brow furrowed. Would that have worked? Maybe. Jazz shrugged. "The Lady Hand says she was a full Jedi once. That's one thing that I never did. She's had a lot more training than I've had. I might not have had the strength to block her." Jazz shivered. Coop had never really understood the Force. He knew his friend had it, but rarely saw Jazz use it, except to levitate small objects during meditation. The Force was more than that. It could be a weapon in the hands of someone both strong and skilled. The hand of the faith was clearly both. Coop had a reason to be concerned. Jazz was concerned himself. "I don't like her," he said. "I don't like any of these collective Murglacs. Mom should have said no to this one." Jazz nodded, and this he and Co-op were on the same page. They should never have accepted this job. The collective struck him as all kinds of suspicious. JAS. Cooperative. The boys looked up to see Ellis striding towards them. The green and yellow trim of his armor was unmistakable. "Both of you," Ellis called out, front and center, now. The now at the end made both boys wince. Both figured that they were in trouble. Jazz could guess why. He would do what he could to shield Co-op from the worst of it. His friend had had nothing to do with his little trip into the forward cargo hold. He would do what he could to protect him. They made their way to where the third was standing. They stood at attention when they arrived. Yes, they said in unison. Ellis looked at them both in turn, his eyes hidden behind the T-visor of his helmet. That visor gaze fell on Jazz. The hand of the faith said that you were spying on them. Jazz, he said. She said she felt your presence. Jazz winced. He could have tried to lie, but he did not. I got into one of the vents and was listening, he admitted. I wanted to see what they were up to. Ellis nodded. Jazz hoped that he would give him a chance to explain. How did Targo respond to that? Co-op asked. Did he go thermal? He and Bob tried to convince Mother Nutbush to put you in the brig. Jazz. Say that you were jeopardizing our deal with the collective. Bob, of course, agreed with him. Jazz shrugged. No surprise there. What did Mom say? He asked. If you did spy on our guests, then she left the punishment up to me, another thing that Targo was unhappy about. What did the first speaker say? Jazz inquired. Was he angry with me too? Actually, he seemed more amused than anything else. According to him, all are welcome to hear the word they are spreading. There was no reason for you to hide. You could have approached openly, and they would have let you sit with them, let you hear the words in comfort and safety. Jazz shook his head. Comfort and safety, he thought, I wonder. Mom was willing to let the matter go, Ellis added, but Targo was still harping on it, angry that you are trying to mess up his deal. He found the collective after all. He thinks this mission is his baby. Let me get this straight, Co-op said, frowning. Targo, Mr. I Hate Jedi, accepted what the Lady Hand said without further thought. He was fine with her using her force powers to discover that Jazz was watching them. He seemed to, Ellis said. Why? Coop's eyes narrowed. And that does not strike you and Mama's odd. Coop added. Coop? Jazz said, Don't what? Are you going to say that nothing is wrong with that picture? Since when did Targo get all altruistic? Since when does he side with the client before a member of his own clan? Coop, Jazz said, trying to stop his friend, but the other boy would not listen. He was too fired up, especially after how the Lady Hand had flung him away like he was nothing. James is part of this clan. When does the word of an outsider matter more than that? We are all loyal here. Can we say the same about these collective people? They are. Coop, Ellis shouted, enough. He fell silent. He had gotten louder than he had wanted to. Several of the others were watching them, had heard them. Ellis sighed. He had not wanted to make this more than what it was. Is Mom going to punish me, then? He asked. No, Ellis informed him. No. Why? Because I told her you were checking in on the collective on my orders, that you were making sure they were not disturbed. Targo was not happy about that, but what else could he do? I'm an officer of the clan too, after all. Jazz blinked, unsure of what he had just heard. Your orders? He asked. Yes. You covered for me. Yes. Why? Ellis sighed. You are not the only one with misgivings about this job. If anything, I should have ordered you to take a closer look at them. You are one of the stealthiest members of this crew. Jazz, I should have asked you to find out what you could when these people first boarded. I'm not blind or a fool. I'm well aware of the fact that their acolytes have been moving outside the hold, trying to get information out of the crew and the foundlings we have on board. Ellis shook his head. If it wasn't for Targo's endorsement, we would likely have never brought these people on board. Perhaps we should not have. He turned to Jazz again. When you were in there, listening, did you hear anything? What did you see? Jazz told Ellis what he knew. It wasn't much, just a feeling and what he knows about the dark side and religions that worshipped him. When he finished, Ellis nodded. I will bring this up with Mother Nutbush, he promised. It is not much alone, but it is something to think about. He put a hand on Jazz's shoulder. Be careful, brother, he warned. I'm not sure what is going to happen when we reach Kuwait, but when we do, we will have more of these Sunset Collective people on board. We will need to be vigilant. Jazz's eyes narrowed. Did Ellis expect an attack? Did he think that the Sunset Collective were after more than simple protection or transport? If they opposed Clan Nutbush, they would lose. From what Jazz had seen, the collective had only one warrior among them, the Lady Hand. The first speaker, his words, and his acolytes did not strike him as the warrior type. A few trained Mandalorians would overwhelm them if it came to that. If the first speaker thought the clan an easy mark, he was mistaken. They were still Mandalorians after all. They would protect each other. Be vigilant, Ellis repeated, and watch each other's backs. Coop and Jazz nodded. They had been watching each other's backs since they were children. It had become almost second nature by now. Ellis left to tend to a few things before they arrived on Kuat. He advised them to stay out of the way of Targo and Bob until matters were resolved when they reached the planet. Maybe they were wrong, maybe they were jumping at shadows, but if they weren't, they would need to be ready. Both Jazz and Co-op returned to their duties, checking the shuttles. It was all they could do right now. Nothing would happen until they reached their destination, at least, Jazz hoped that it wouldn't. Jazz, Co-op said as they made their way to the next shuttle, his mouth bent into a worried frown. Yeah. Coop sighed. I have a bad feeling about this. Jazz nodded. Yeah, he agreed. Me too. Chapter 5. Yas. Coop's scream filled the air as the platform they were on finally gave way. The repulsor lifts failed, and it began to spin and tumble. The skies of Kuat became chaos, explosions, cries of fear, and the sound of Mandalorians taking to the air, their jetpacks flaring as everything collapsed around them. Jazz tried to hang on, to keep from being swept off the spinning platform. While at the same time trying to hold onto his friend, he used the Force to slow the other boy's descent, giving him time to find something to hang onto. Gabe Cooper wrapped his arms around the closest security railing. It gave the computer that controlled the platforms just enough time to regain control, to slow their descent. Jazz Darbin shook his head. All around them people were dying. The Force was wailing like an injured child. It has all fallen apart, he knew. They had underestimated the Sunset Collective, and now they were paying for it. This should not have happened, the boy realized. It is all our fault. The ship had arrived on Kuat with no problems. The first speaker, and the Hand of the Faith had left them at the spaceport to gather their followers before continuing on their journey. Ellis had kept Jazz and Co-op close while the Collective's leaders were away. Both the Collective people and Targo had now identified the two boys as troublemakers. The Mandalorian third officer wanted to make sure that that did not cause any problems. Targo had stayed close to Mother Nutna. She had found out about what the Lady Hand had done to Jazz in the corridor, and she was not happy about it. Targo did his best to convince her not to worry. The Tunroth had behaved rashly, but no real harm had been done. Not for lack of trying, Jazz realized. Had he not acted when he did, both he and Co-op could have ended up in the infirmary. Regardless of his personal feelings on the matter, Targo had promised to keep an eye on the Hand of the Faith, make sure that she remembered that just because they were paying for Nutbush aid did not mean that they had free rein to do whatever they liked. Targo had promised to see to it. After all, he had made this deal. He could guarantee the Collective would not step out of line again. When the first speaker and the Lady Hand returned several hours later, they brought back 30 more acolytes and many storage crates. Ellis had been a bit concerned about that. It was questionable if they had the room to take on so many new passengers, and besides, he did not know what sort of capabilities that these new Collective members possessed. He was not sure about taking them aboard without knowing more. It was Mother Nuna's final call, but she had always listened to him. He hoped that she would listen now. When asked about it, the first speaker had been dismissive. The Mandalorians had nothing to worry about. Most of the Collective's acolytes would be staying behind when the ship left. The Collective did not require the transport of all of the new arrivals. They were only staying a short time to receive his blessing and instruction in what came next. Then they would be leaving. They would be following the main group later. They would require an escort to the drive yards. It was a massive ring of ship production facilities that orbited the planet. The acolytes that stay will be taking possession of several ships we have just purchased The first speaker had explained, once these new vessels are completed, they will join us at our new temple. I must bless our vessels in the name of the Eternal Night to ensure our safe passage. Jazz knew that it was common practice for most religious groups to seek to bless ships before they headed back out into the void. The collective was not the first religious group to ask to take the tour for that reason, and since they had ships of their own under construction, it was within their rights to see what they had purchased. The Kuwati had not been entirely pleased to hear that, particularly the yard security chief. The priests were one thing, their Mandalorian bodyguards were quite another. Again, the first speaker had done his best to reassure them. Clan Nutbush was simply here for his brothers and sisters they saw to the pilgrims' protection. They offered no trouble, and would continue to do so. Jazz was not quite sure, but he thought he saw some credits pass between the collective's leader and the security chief. After that, permission had been granted. They would be allowed to take the tour. Though he was usually left behind on such missions, this time Ellis asked if Jazz would join them. The third officer felt safer having people he knew he could trust come along. Dressed in crew overalls, with his lightsaber safely sheathed up his sleeve, Jazz had agreed to join the tour. The 3 hover platforms used for the tour would carry 10 collective acolytes and 5 Mandalorians each. 2 priests known as the 5th and 6th Words of the Faith would travel with the first 2 groups. The third would be led by the first speaker himself, who in turn would be protected by Mother Nutbush and Ellis. Targo had asked to stay behind, though he did send his apprentice along. Bob was going to make sure that Jazz and Co-op caused no trouble. Targo's reasoning made Jazz roll his eyes. Like he and Co-op were any real threat, they were not even wearing armor. What trouble could they seriously cause? Mother Nutbush led the way, with Ellis and the first speaker at her heels. Jazz and Co-op would be riding with Kellic Bob and the 5th Word. The priests were ushered through security with barely a glance. All focus was on the Mandalorians. The KDY security was very interested in them. All eyes were on the Mandalorians and their weapons. The Kuwati were right to be careful. One of the security men nodded to the first speaker. The blue-skinned priest had nodded back and made some sort of gesture before him. The guard smiled slightly and went about his business. Jazz frowned, a shiver ran down his spine. He had watched the priests and their followers closely. Most of those going on this tour were members of the new arrivals that had come aboard this morning. Most of them were young people between the ages of 18 and 20, all human. The masked priest, the one they called the 5th Word, said nothing. He simply held his ceremonial staff and watched, as silent as a shadow. Kellic Bob guided the newcomers to their seats, while occasionally shooting Jazz and Co-op suspicious glances. The feline-like Mandalorian was in full battle armor today. The helmet he wore had been modified to fit his wide cat-like head and features. The T-visor of his helmet so dark that you could not see his eyes. But he was watching Jazz and Co-op. That much was certain. From what Jazz was guessing, the Targaryen would have preferred that the 2 boys remained on the ship. Blessed be the eternal night upon you, brother. Jazz turned to see a young collective acolyte smiling at him. She was pretty, he supposed, dark-haired with large brown eyes. My lady, Jazz said, bowing. The girl giggled. Oh, I'm no lady, she laughed, merely a willing hand in the service of the eternal night. Her smile was wide and friendly. Are you new to the faith? Are you here to be blessed by the eternal night as well? Jazz's brow furrowed. He thought that the first speaker was doing this to bless his followers' ships. I'm here to help protect you, Jazz informed her. I'm a member of Clan Nutbush. The girl beamed. Oh, so we are allies then. That is good. The eternal night needs all the help it can find to ensure all is ready when it finally comes. Jazz was not sure what to make of that. He could sense the girl's fervor through the force. She was excited to be a part of this, which seemed odd. It was just a tour of a shipyard. Wasn't it? They all took their places. Once all were seated, the platforms began to rise. They climbed higher and higher. An energy shield appeared over the platform's open roof, sealing them off from space. The platforms were based on the same principle of the maintenance skimmers, the ships that the Kuati used to move about their shipyards. Controlled by pilot droids, the platforms would take them up and allow the group to see the various ships that were now under construction. Jazz had never been to the drive yards before. He could not help but be in awe. The yards themselves were enormous, a literal planetary ring of dry docks, construction cranes, and mineral processors. He could not help but shake his head. It was amazing what the Republic and people could produce. Amazing. The platforms dipped lower. He could now make out that some of the ships were enclosed in force fields, likely the same kind used in the various launch bays of larger vessels. These protective coverings allowed the workers to do their jobs without the need of bulky spacesuits. 2 large ships were now below them. Jazz assumed that these were the vessels that the collective had purchased. From here it looked like they were nearly completed. Few workers moved about the hulls. As they entered the protective bubble of the shield, the platform lowered its shield, once again exposing them to the open air. A voice came out of the walls next to them, the droid pilot explaining what they were seeing, telling the visitors about the ship they had purchased, and what it could do. The girl who had addressed him earlier stood up. She looked down at her wrist and smiled. She wore a small armband, a green light was blinking on it. She looked at Jazz. "Thank you for watching over us," she said. Her voice was warm, so sincere. He had no time to move, no time to react. The girl sprinted away from her seat and leapt over the side of the platform, down towards the shipyard. Jazz leapt out of his seat. Coop had been sitting next to him. His own eyes were wide with disbelief. "What the?" Jazz was moving. He did not stop. He was motion and instinct. He reached down trying to grab the young acolyte with the force, to stop her fall. Time seemed to slow down. He saw the look on her face as she fell to her death, fell towards one of the shield generators. The girl was smiling. She shouted out her final words, words of glee and liberation. For the night. The girl tore at the front of her robes and kaboom! She exploded against the shield generator. Electricity arced up and away from the yard as secondary explosions began to break out over the dock. For a few seconds the shields failed. Workers shrieked as they were lifted up and blown out into space. The shockwave threw Jazz back and started the whole platform spinning. Jazz hit the deck hard. Stars exploded before his eyes. He could not believe it. What was going on? Jazz was not sure how he had managed to find his feet again, but somehow he managed. The droid piloting the platform had been able to stabilize their fall. Jazz was dizzy. He felt something warm flowing into his eyes. He wiped at his face and looked out over what was going on. What was happening with the other platforms? The tour had turned into a war. He could see 6 of his brother and sisters in the air. They flew in formation, each carrying one of the acolytes. At first Jazz thought they were flying them to safety, but as he watched he realized the truth. One by one his clanmates dropped their cargo, the acolytes fell. And all exploded when they found their targets. He tried to find Mom, to find the platform she was on. The other 2 were moving off quickly, heading outside the shield, heading to other docked ships. Jazz's eyes narrowed. They were heading for other targets. Jazz cursed himself for a fool. "Mother," he thought, "what have you done? Get down." Coop shoved him out of the way as 2 of the collective's acolytes tried to seize them. The force field that protected the platform kicked on again. The dock's main shield failed. 2 blaster bolts flashed above them. Jazz heard screaming and cries of pain. The platform itself had become a battle. He watched in horror as Kellic Bob gunned down one their own. The 5th word twisted his staff, pulling out a part here and snapping one into place there. The priest now held an axe of some sort. He shrieked out a war cry and lunged at a young Mandalorian trooper named Digger. The blade sliced through the boy's neck, not beheading him, but leaving him dead just the same. Digger fell without a sound. Kellic Bob had another of their brothers at his side now. He was trading fire with another of their brethren, his former brethren. No, Jazz thought. This can't be happening. No. One of the acolytes lay dead at Jazz's feet, gunned down by either Digger or one of their other loyal brothers. Jazz looked down in horror at the young pilgrim. Beneath his violet robes was a vest rigged with explosives, high-yield detonators if Jazz remembered his explosives training correctly. Immediately he understood what was going on. This was no mere visit. This was a terrorist attack. Jazz's eyes narrowed. And Clan Nutbush was helping, or rather Kellic Bob, and a few of their brothers were helping. Jazz did not need much help in putting one and one together. The Targaryen followed only one man's lead. Targo, he thought. Targo, you son of a hut. Damn you. Jazz. Through a cloud of anger he could hear Co-op's voice. J.A.S. He blinked. His friend knelt before him, his eyes radiating both fear and disbelief. We got to get out of here, Co-op said. We got to get out of here. We got to find Mom. Jazz looked up. The other platforms had moved off. He was not sure which one Mother Nutbush was on. An electronic squeal behind them drew his attention. Two of the remaining collective pilgrims had pulled the droid pilot out of his socket and were in the process of destroying him. Jazz still counted 7 of the terrorists, including the 5th word. He had no time to decide what to do. He and Co-op looked up to see Kellic Bob standing over them. He had one of their brothers with him, the one that had helped him kill Digger, and the others. The Targaryen laughed coldly. Mom's not here to save you now, you little shutters, he purred, raising his blaster. Jazz could imagine the self-satisfied smirk on the alien's face. Bob had always been so smug in combat, so eager to brag after each engagement. Targo said to say hello to you both, Bob said, and goodbye. His blaster came up pointed right at Jazz's head. Bob's ally had his sights set on Co-op. It is over, Jazz thought. Time seemed to slow down again. It should have been over. Jazz did something in that moment that he had never done before. In the last few years he had avoided conflict, stayed true to his Jedi ideas, engaging in direct violence only during training. They are going to kill us, Jazz realized. They are going to kill us. They may have already killed Mom. Jazz's eyes widened. They may have killed Mom. That was all it took, that one little thought. Shock went away, and its place came something more, something both hot and cold at the same time. Anger. Rage. Jazz had no defense against it. In that moment, surrounded by killers, he let go. He brought his hand down with an angry roar. The Force responded, it felt his rage, and answered. Power flowed into him, more power than he had ever felt before. He did not hesitate. He used it. Time sped back up. Bob was still standing over him holding a blaster. He never got the chance to fire it. Jazz got to him first. The Force shockwave that he unleashed was unlike anything he had ever done before. Seats tore away from their moorings, the deck beneath their feet flowed like water. The blast hit everyone around them, leaving only Jazz and Co-op untouched. The collectives were blown back. The speed of their flight was not enough to trigger the energy shield to stop them. All 7 acolytes found themselves in the cold vacuum of space. 2 managed to trigger their vests, but the explosion was nothing in the void. The platform rocked from it, but that was it. Bob and his ally were also thrown back. Their armor could survive the void if needed. For a short time, they used their rocket packs to stop their flight. Jazz glared angrily at the only one who had not been thrown back. The 5th word of the Sunset Collective remained before them. He spun his blade, challenging Jazz to try and attack him. The 15-year-old smiled. Love to mate, he thought, love to. He drew his lightsaber from his sleeve. He ignited the blade, bathing himself in violet light. The priest lunged at him. Jazz brought up his blade and blocked his attack. Then, he gasped and started choking. Bob had come down behind him. He fired his smart rope, wrapping it around Jazz's neck. The alien pulled tight as both the priest and Bob's remaining Mandalorian ally charged at Jazz, both armed with blades. Blaster fire rang out. Jazz heard an angry Targaryen yowl. Bob's grip on the rope came away. Jazz pulled the rope off and whirled back to engage the two enemies in front of him. "I got your back, Jazz," he heard Co-op call out. "I got your back." Blaster fire drove the priest and his ally back. Good, Jazz thought. Now I can really concentrate. His former brother was the more dangerous of the pair. Jazz knew how skilled Clan Nutbush troopers were. He did not waste any time. The traitor was distracted backpedaling and trying to avoid Co-op's blaster, thinking that Jazz would leave him be and attack the priest, give him a chance to get behind the young man. Jazz did not do what he expected. He would deal with the fifth word, but first. He used the force to push the priest back. When his ally tried to dance around Jazz, he reversed his spin and came up with a vicious upward strike. Jazz knew right where to put the blade. He had been training with the Nutbush for years. The lightsaber caught the Mandalorian under the arm, where the pauldron and breastplate met. There was no Beskar there, only leather. The trooper's arm came away. Before the warrior could respond, Jazz struck again, this time a spinning Adaru strike at shoulder level. The traitor's helmet and head came away. It flew over the edge of the platform and disappeared out into the void. The body toppled and fell over the edge as well. The sight should have horrified Jazz. He had never killed anyone before today. Now he had. It did not feel that bad. In fact, he felt good. Powerful. He was. The Force whispered in his ear. "You are under attack. Defend yourself." Jazz dropped down and barely avoiding losing his head to the collective priest. He spun and engaged the masked zealot blade against blade. The robed figure used that axe like he had been born with it in his hand. He was fast and strong. He tried to force push Jazz. It was a good attempt, but the boy would have been able to block it during his days as a youngling in the temple. The fifth word surprised him. It was clear that the priest had at least some training in the Force, perhaps from the Tunroth. It gave him speed, strength, and balance. Jazz grinned. It was not enough. He may have only been 9 when he had left the Order, but in that time he had learned how to use the Force, to see it as more than a bludgeon. This priest did not know how to do that. He was all fire and no ice. Jazz could feel his emotions and his limited power. He was not even using the Force to shield himself. "How very foolish," a voice, much like his own, whispered. "Teach him the error of that. Make him bleed." Jazz did just that. He reached out with the Force and grabbed the priest. The 15-year-old's anger made him strong. He lifted the priest in the air, pulling his limbs out and away from his body. He did not have the strength to rip him apart, but he did not need to. He just needed to hold him in place. Jazz's eyes narrowed. "Why are you doing this?" he shouted. The priest said nothing. "Why?" Again the priest said nothing. The anger was on Jazz again. He could not help himself. He raised his lightsaber. "May the eternal night accept me," the priest said. His words did not stop Jazz. From the top of the head to between the man's legs, he sliced the fifth word in half. Whatever armor the man had beneath his robes, it had not been enough. Jazz let the body parts fall to the deck. He was panting. His vision was tinged with red. "Don't stop now," the sly voice within him said. "You still have one last victim to deal with." Jazz smiled. "Make him scream." Jazz turned to the back of the platform, where Co-op had Kellic Bob contained. The Targaryen looked up when he saw Jazz approaching. He had no doubt seen what the boy, the nursemaid, the nanny, had done to his allies. Bob did something then that Jazz would not have believed before that. He threw down his blaster and he yielded. "I give up," he shouted. "Hey. I give up." Jazz sneered. "I don't care," he hissed. Jazz flung out his hand. Bob hit the side of the platform with enough force to damage his rocket pack. The device sparked and started to make hissing sounds. Jazz leapt on him with an angry snarl. He tore the Targaryen helmet from his head and flung it down next to him. The alien stared up into Jazz's eyes with a look of pure disbelief and terror. "No," he said, raising his large paws. "Don't kill me. Please, kid. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Jazz grabbed him by the collar, pulling him up into standing position. "What is going on?" Jazz snarled. It took all of his willpower not to gut the cowardly creature right there. "Not my fault." Kellic Bob sobbed. "It was all Targo's idea." "It was Targo." "Yeah, we get that," Co-op said, coming up beside Jazz. He had his blaster in hand, still pointed at the Togorian's head. "But why? What is Targo planning?" The alien's eyes were wide with fear. He had likely never faced a Force user in combat before, and he had always thought Jazz a weakling. He knew better now. The collective wants this place wrecked. They want to destroy it. They say it is a threat to the return of their eternal night. They paid Targo a fortune to help set all this up. "So I guess there is no temple on Corellia," Jazz said. "This was all a scheme to attack KDY. It isn't my fault." The alien whined. "The collective promised to help Targo reclaim our spot on Mandalore. They say that they have powerful friends coming. Friends that could use a strong ally on Mandalore." "Who is coming?" Jazz snarled. "I don't. WHO. I don't know. I swear that I don't know." The alien was almost sobbing now, so great was his fear. The display disgusted Jazz. "What about Mom?" Coop asked. "What is going to happen to her?" "The first speaker is going to kill her and Ellis too. We were going to take over the clan. That is all I know. I swear that is all I know." Jazz let him go. Kellic Bob fell at his feet, sobbing and begging for mercy. He snorted. He could barely contain his disgust for this thing sobbing at his feet. "Kill him?" The voice was both sly and seductive. It made Jazz shudder. "Kill him? Make him answer for his crimes. Do it, young Jazz. Do it." Jazz started to raise his lightsaber. He. Jazz. He looked over at Cooper. His friend looked almost as scared as Kellic Bob. "It is over, Jazz," he said. "Put the sword down. Do not let him stand in your way. Embrace your power. Let it flow." The voice was louder now, more insistent. "Kill him too. Let no one stand in your way." Jazz blinked. "What? Kill Co-op?" He shook his head. "No. Never." He lowered his weapon, but he did not take his eyes off Bob. He felt. Jazz shuddered. He felt dirty. During his days at the Jedi Temple, his masters had warned him about the dark side of the Force. They had told him how powerful it could seem, how it begged you to surrender to his power, and if you did, it would twist you into a mockery of everything you ever knew or believed in. But those had only been concepts, abstracts. He had never felt the power of his anger, never gave into it. Until now, the darkness had given him the strength to defeat Bob and the fifth word, but in doing so he had opened himself to something that he should not have. He had tapped the forbidden. Jazz looked down at the lightsaber in his hand. It never felt as heavy as it did in that moment. He never felt so unworthy. It was all he could do not to toss the weapon over the side. He wasn't worthy. He knew that he should never use the Force again. Not if it could lead to the darkness. Not if it could turn him into something terrible. He looked down at the cringing creature at his feet. Bob disgusted him, but no longer did he feel rage. The thing is a coward, he realized. Let him live with that shame. "Get out of here," Jazz spat. "Why, what?" Kellic Bob stammered. "I said get out of here, now," Jazz growled. "Take your helmet and fly out of here." "Go." You can't do that," Bob gasped. "If I'm captured by the Republics." "You should have thought of that when you betrayed your clan," Co-op said. "Get out of here, Bob," he said, raising his blaster to the alien's head. "Get out of here before I finish what Jazz started." Kellic Bob got to his feet. He held his helmet before him. Jazz could feel his panic. Bob was part of a conspiracy to destroy a Republic shipyard if the Republic captured him. You can't do this to me, he hissed. You can't. I'm a member of Clan Nutbush. Targo is our leader now, with Mom Daddy as the boss. I demand to be taken before him. I demand. Jazz had heard enough. He slammed his boot into the Togorian's chest. Kellic Bob yowled as he went over the side of the platform. Jazz and Co-op went to the edge and looked down. Bob had managed to get his helmet back on and fire his rocket pack. Though it was clear that he would not get far, the rockets were too damaged to keep him aloft for long. He would not be able to reach one of the other platforms. He would likely have to land on the shipyard. Jazz shook his head. It may have been more merciful to simply kill the Togorian. Still, Jazz was not feeling very merciful. Damn, Co-op said. It looks like he is going to make it down safely. Jazz glared at his friend. What? Coop said. Are you honestly going to say that you didn't want to see the creep dead? Jazz sighed. He had wanted Bob dead. That was the problem. He had really wanted it. Coop made for the controls. He began pushing buttons and pulling levers. What are you doing? Jazz asked. Going after Mom. What else? Jazz frowned. He did not know. Jazz, Co-op said. Buddy, what is it? Jazz shook his head. I shouldn't come with you, Co-op, he said. I'm dangerous. I know, right? Co-op said jovially. That is why I need you to come. We can get Mom and get out of here. We? He looked at his friend. He could tell that Jazz was worried. What is it? I gave in to my anger. Co-op, he confessed. What you saw, what I did to those acolytes and the others, that was the dark side of the Force. Yeah, his friend said, so. Jazz glared at him. Coop did not understand. He might never understand. It is evil, Co-op, it could turn me evil. I could become worse than Targo, worse than Darth Revan. You are being a little overdramatic there, aren't you? Jazz's eyes narrowed. I wanted to kill you, Co-op, for standing in my way. I almost tried to kill you. Oh, come on, his friend said, about to laugh. The serious look on Jazz's face stopped him. Really? He said, for real. Jazz nodded. I can't use the Force anymore, Jazz informed him. If I do, I'm not sure what will happen. Coop stared at him. You know, I don't know everything about this Jedi stuff you do, but I do know this. You owe Mom an awful lot. She took you in when she didn't have to, just like she did for me. I know that, but... No buts, Co-op said. I'm going to save Mom, and I need you to help me. I need you to use those powers of yours to help. He gave his friend a stern look. You say that your powers are too dangerous, and you want to stop using them. That is fine, but let's wait until after the clan is safe. Okay, Jazz. Jazz Darbin winced. He knew the risk. He knew what might happen if he lost control again. The dark side was a slippery slope. Once you started using it, it got easier. You used it again, and again, and again, and then one horrible morning you wake up and realize you belong to it now. At least that is what the masters back at the temple had said. How could he take this risk? What if doing this turned him into something terrible? Jazz, please, Co-op said. Mom needs you. I need you. Jazz sighed and shook his head. He looked down at the lightsaber in his hand. Fine, he said, one last time. But I can't lose control like that again, Co-op. If I do, you will have to stop me. Promise me, Co-op. Jazz, promise me. Coop looked sick, but he nodded. Sure, pal, whatever you say. Jazz Darbin sighed. Praise the Force, he thought. He gave his best friend a weak smile. Okay, Co-op, let's do it. Let's go get Mom. Chapter 6. This is our fault. Jazz looked down as the damage done. The fires burning, the ships left broken and untethered. For several kilometers in both directions, the Kuat Drive yards was burning. And it was all our fault. We brought the Sunset Collective here. We gave them the cover they needed to get within the shipyards. Security had been so worried about the Mandalorians that they had not even glanced at the priests and what they were carrying. Even if the first speaker had managed to pay off a few of the guards, if not for Clan Nutbush, someone likely would have caught on, might have stopped them. Jaz Darbin shook his head. It was all our fault. Despite the damage their platform had taken during the battle, it had been able to move much swifter than one fully loaded with people. Coop piloted after the other two platforms, hoping to reach Mother Nutbush in time. As the two boys watched the platform closest to them dip down and plunged into the shipyard, heading straight for a Republic cruiser in dry dock. The ship had been powered down, relying on the yard shields to protect it. The platform moved just slow enough to pass through the shield, pass through and slam into the ship, its mass and momentum more than enough to snap the cruiser in two. Jaz watched in horror as the platform exploded, and with it the broken cruiser, and anything else that could explode around it. A series of chain explosions detonated within the shield detonated and burned until the shield generators finally failed. The loss of air put out the fires, but the damage had been done. Debris and bodies spun away from the wrecked section of the shipyard. It was more damage done by the collective, another sacrifice to their eternal night. Again, Jaz felt the cold sense of anger reaching out to him, and with it the darkness. It all for so much. He could hear the call so clearly now. He wanted to save Mom. It could help. He wanted to destroy the collective. It could do that too. He wanted to have Targo's head on a plate. It could do that. He could do that. It would be a pleasure. He tried not to listen, to focus on his duty, on repaying Mom for saving him all those years ago. Coop was not wrong. He owed the Mandalorian chieftain everything. He would have died if she left him there. He would repay that debt. Coop spotted the last platform. It had finally come to a stop. It was moving on repulsor lifts only. Jaz reached out with the force. He felt no trace of the collective. Their acolytes were gone. He felt no aggressive feelings at all coming from the platform, only desperation and the will to survive. Jaz smiled. I found Mom, he shouted to Co-op. She is still alive. Gabe Cooper nodded and brought the platform about, moving it towards the other remaining platform. Jaz was not sure what was going on, but he was certain she was there. It was at that moment that the Force cried out. It was a warning of danger, a warning of death. Above them space seemed to shift, a shimmer of pseudo-motion as something big emerged from hyperspace. A Republic cruiser now appeared above them, answering a distress call from the yard. Jaz's eyes widened. We got to go, he told Co-op. We got to go. Laser blasts flashed around them as the warship opened was targeting the only platform that was still a threat, the only one still in motion. It was targeting their platform. The boys only had a few moments to react. As they had made their way towards the other two platforms, Co-op had suggested that they take the rocket packs of Digger and their other slain brother. Both he and Jaz had trained with them a little. Even though neither boy had sworn to the creed, they still had the training. As it turned out, that was good. They needed that training now. Jaz pulled Co-op away from the controls, but only when they were back safely inside the dock shields. They dropped the platform's shields and both boys leapt into the void. Republic weapons found the doomed platform a few seconds later. It exploded violently, throwing shrapnel and wreckage as it blew apart. Jaz had reached out with the Force again, trying his best to shield them. He tried to remain focused on his sense of calm and his desire to save Mom. He tried to hold the anger in check, tried to keep it from rising. He did not doubt that the dark side would have helped, but he knew now not to feed that particular beast. He would not like what happened if he did. He and Co-op skimmed close to the shipyards, using the shields to both protect themselves from the Republic ship, the vacuum, and to reach Mom. So far, KDY security had not turned off the shields in this section of the yards. It gave the boys what they needed to reach their goal, a goal that would have been unattainable without it. Neither Jaz nor Co-op wore helmets. They would not have been able to reach the platform without the shield. As for the platform itself, it still floated in a stationary position, stationary, but slowly losing altitude. Flashes of red light suggested blaster fire was being exchanged on board. Jaz considered that a good sign. Mother Nutbush was still alive, and if she was still alive, she was still fighting. They still had a chance. They could still save her. The platform continued to sink. Soon it would be inside the shield that would be their window. Jazz and Co-op both struggled with their jetpacks. These rigs were designed to carry Mandalorians in full armor. The two boys did not have the weight to properly compensate for it, and it made the packs too sensitive to their movements. As the platform finally dipped down inside the shield, Jazz could finally hear the blaster fire. He had expected to find Mom and any other survivors dealing with the Collective or Targo's traitors. Instead, she was facing a different enemy. Two security skimmers had attached to the platform. A squad of 6 KDY security men in heavy armor was trading blasts with the surviving Mandalorians. Jazz recognized the familiar sight of Ella's helmet as he bobbed up to fire, and dropped back down. For the moment, the security forces had not noticed Jazz or Co-op. They had not realized that the two boys were approaching. Jazz and Co-op did as they were taught. They slowed their momentum and came down behind the KDY forces. It was not the most pretty of landings, or the most silent, but they made it. The security men spun around and tried to attack. Jazz was ready. For the second time that day, he ignited his lightsaber, the violet blade bathing the KDY people in his light. For that one brief moment, everything seemed to stop. Jazz stood before Co-op, shielding him. The KDY men looked upon the 15-year-old wielding a lightsaber with a mix of shock and horror. Jazz held his blade before him, holding up the Shiicho guard, and waiting for what came next. "Get back in your skimmers," he shouted, his words directed at the security soldiers. "Leave now." The men stood there, paralyzed. "Leave now," Jazz repeated. A blaster shot flashed towards him. He blocked it with his blade. "Dark Jedi," one of the KDY men shouted. "Dark Jedi," another cried out. "Kill him! Kill him! Dark Jedi!" Jazz almost spun around, ready to meet this new threat, and then he realized what was going on. They were not talking about any of the Sunset Collective people. They were talking about him. The realization shocked Jazz, but only for a moment. The blasters of the KDY people all swung towards him. He had no more time to simply stand there gawking. He acted. The security men were caught off guard. Jazz used the Force to rush them. Before they had a chance to fire off enough bolt, he was within their group. He did his best to pull his shots. He could have taken heads or limbs, but chose to cut blasters instead. His blade hummed as it moved back and forth, destroying the security force's weapons. Their weapons gone, the troopers tried to rush him, to pin him down and get his lightsaber. He did not let that happen. He was moving too fast. He used a series of small force pushes to throw them off balance. Without the dark side, he did not have the power to simply throw them off the platform, and would not use it if he could. He did not want to kill these men for simply doing their job. Not that he was completely defenseless without the Force. He had spent almost 6 years training with Clan Nuna. He had learned hand-to-hand combat techniques. Coop and he had both learned them. Gabe Cooper moved in to back him up. He used his blaster but only on the stun setting. Jazz had been adamant of not killing anyone. Coop did not even complain about it. Jazz suspected that his friend did not wish to kill anyone either. There had been too much death today already. Their attack, their distraction paid off. No sooner had the two boys engaged that Ellis leapt out from where he had been hiding and came to their aid. The Mandalorian third was far more skilled than two boys, Force sensitive or not. As one, they forced the 6 soldiers back into one of security skimmers. It would be a tight fit for the 3, but it was better than letting Ellis or Jazz kill them. Jazz was surprised by Ellis' restraint, but he should not have been. This attack was bad enough. Clan Nutbush had not come here to expand on the tragedy that had happened here. Once the 6 men were inside, Ellis triggered the door control. Jazz cut through the maglocks that were holding the skimmer onto the platform. It disengaged and began to tumble away. Someone must have fired the maneuvering thrusters because it did not slam into the docks below. Jazz looked around searching for any more enemies but finding none. The three of them had done it. They were safe for now. Ellis turned to the two boys, his expression hidden behind his helmet. Through the Force, Jazz could feel his gratitude and his pleasure at not seeing the two boys dead. "Brothers," he said, placing a hand over his heart. "Brother," Jazz and Co-op said in unison, returning the salute. "It is good that you are okay," Ellis said, his eyes falling at the now empty security skimmer. "We have a way out now," he said. "It is best that we use it." "What about Mother Nutbush?" Jazz asked. "Yeah," Co-op said, "we have to get her out of here." Jazz felt a ripple of pain through the Force, Ellis's pain. No, he thought. Oh no. The three found Mother Nutbush leaning against the frame of the platform. Her pale yellow armor was blackened at both her shoulder and at her waist. She held her side as blood ran from beneath her fingers. Her gray and red hair was damp, her skin pale and clammy. She looked up the two boys. A smile came to her lips. "My boys," she said warmly, "I'm glad you made it." Jazz and Co-op fell to their knees before her. Jazz reached out with the Force, wondering if there was something that he might be able to do. Mother Nutbush had always been so strong. She had been a beacon in the Force. She had been a pillar of strength for her clan. Now that beacon was dim, he could feel it flickering weakly in the Force. Despite years of Jedi training, despite his acceptance of the harsh realities of Mandalorian ideas, Jazz felt his eyes sting. A single tear ran down his face. "Mom," he thought. "Oh, Mom." Mother Nutbush was in little pain. He saw Mandalorian troopers med-pack at her side. Such packs were not meant to save a trooper's life, but to give them the strength they needed to finish the fight. Mother Nut blinked. Her eyes were glassy from the painkillers. "Is there anyone else?" she asked Ellis. "Are we alone?" "It was just Jazz and Co-op," he informed her. "I saw no one else." "Damn," Mother Nutbush winced. "I had hoped for better news." "We secured a skimmer, Mother," Ellis informed her. "We are not trapped here." The older woman nodded. "Good," she murmured. "Very good." She looked upon the boys. She could see the pain on their faces. No doubt she could guess what they were feeling in that moment, what they were thinking. Mothers were like that. It did not matter if the child had not come from her body. Mothers knew. "Don't worry," she told them, "my death will not be mundane as this." She looked up at Ellis, her eyes turning cold, commanding even. "Ellis, get these boys out of here. Get in the skimmer and go." "Mom, we can't leave you," Jazz said. "Yeah," Co-op said. We came here to save you. We came to bring you home." She gave them both a sad smile. "I was never going home," she said. "I accepted that fact long ago." She shook her head, hissing in a mix of pain and anger. "The first speaker, he stabbed me. I was too slow, and then, Morn and Venick tried to kill me." "I tried to shield her," Ellis said, but I was too late. I was too late." "Not your fault," Mother Nutbush said. She smiled at her third, trying to show him there was no blame. She turned to Jazz. "You know how this ends, don't you?" Jazz nodded. He had tears in his eyes. "Yes, you knew." He could feel it. "Save her," Co-op shouted at him. "Use your powers. Use the Force. Save her." Jazz shook his head. "I can't, I'm no healer." Coop glared at him, his anger starting to rise. "Coop, don't," Mother Nutbush said, raising her hand. "Don't blame Jazz, this wasn't his fault." She hissed, wincing in pain. "It was mine," she gasped. "It was all mine. Targo betrayed us," Jazz informed her. "Bob confessed everything. He knew that the collective had come here to attack." Mother Nutbush nodded. "Then your duty is clear then," she said. "All of you." She looked at Ellis, her pained eyes burning with determination. "Do not let this cowardly massacre be my legacy," she growled. "Do not let it be what our clan is known for." Ellis nodded. "I will not let it end this way, Mother," he said. "I promise." She looked at Co-op and Jazz. She smiled sadly. "You were never meant for this life, neither of you. I'm sorry, Co-op said. Me too, Jazz said. Don't be, Mother Nutbush said, raising a bloody hand to their faces, touching them both. You will need to find your own path, both of you. I know you were already looking, Co-op. Don't be afraid of where it might lead. I won't, he said. I promise. Her eyes fell on Jazz. You will have the hardest journey, I fear. What you did here today will be noticed. You will not be able to hide among us anymore. Jazz darted inside. He knew that she was right. Dark Jedi, the security men, had called him. The Order would hear of this. They might even think he had a part in the attack. The Council would send his hunters looking for him. If he had ever wished to return to the Order, that path was likely gone now. He was on his own, perhaps forever. Strangely enough, that did not scare him as it might have once. He would need to find his own path. The Force would guide him. The platform rumbled beneath them. The Republic ship was moving again, seeking to get over them. No more security skimmers approached. The captain of that ship had probably heard from KDY Control right now. They were probably not going to take any chances in dealing with the Dark Jedi. Their weapons were probably locking on right now. Mother Nutbush struggled to rise. Jazz and Co-op went to her side. She pushed them away once, but after her second attempt to stand failed, she allowed them to help. They guided her over to the console, the one that controlled the platform. The droid pilot had been smashed to pieces, but the console still blinked. It still had power. Mother Nutbush nodded. You can't leave now, boys, she told them. I have one last mission to complete. I will give you as much time as I have left. No, Co-op said, reaching out for her. Mom. Ellis and Jazz stopped him. Don't make this any harder on her than it already is, the Mandalorian third told him. Jazz looked at her, at the woman who had saved him, the one who had seen him as more than just some stray. You will cover our escape. She nodded. Not very Mandalorian of you. She laughed. Her laughter turned into coughing, but she still did it. She wiped the blood from her mouth on her arm and gave him a saucy grin. To protect my clan, to give my life for it, that is Mandalorian. She smirked. This is the way. This is the way, the three standing before her repeated in unison. She nodded grimly, checking the controls. Don't let this farce destroy my clan, she ordered. I'm counting on you boys. All three nodded. Ellis took Co-op by the shoulder, gently guiding him away and towards the skimmer. Jazz remained behind. He looked upon Mother Nutbush one last time. Go, she murmured. Go now. He nodded and smiled at her. There is no death, he told her. There is only the Force. She laughed. I guess I'm about to find out if that is true. Yes, he said weakly. She motioned for him to go. She had tears in her eyes. Goodbye, he told her. Until we meet again. Jazz leapt into the skimmer as Co-op closed the door. Ellis was at the controls and disengaged the maglocks. The skimmer fell away from the platform. It was faster than the larger carrier. It sped away quickly. Jazz and Co-op watched out the back viewport, watched as the platform began to rise. Mother Nutbush was at the controls. She was firing the repulsors, making the platform pull up and away from the shipyard. She wants no more damage done, Jazz realized. She does not want to add to what the collective has done here. He continued to watch, both through his eyes and through the Force. The warship continued to maneuver, closing in on the platform. A squad of fighters dropped from the cruiser's launch bay. They made for the platform. Mother Nutbush had set it on a collision course with the ship, but it did not have the size or the mass to do any damage to a shielded warship. It is almost over, Jazz realized. It was almost time. The fighters closed in. Mother Nutbush did not try to go evasive. There was no point. Jazz continued to watch. He could almost see Mother Nutbush at the controls, guiding the platform higher and higher. She saw the fighters approaching but did nothing. She smiled and closed her eyes. A Mandalorian did not desire to be taken prisoner. If they were to die, they preferred to die in battle, with an enemy blaster or blade at their throat. The fighters locked onto the slow-moving platform and fired. It was hit once again, and a third time. The repulsors and engine system overloaded. The platform and Mother Nutbush vanished in a flash of golden light. Sparkling debris began its long descent down into the atmosphere of the planet Kuat. Ellis and Co-op sat up front, both in pain, both mourning. Jazz was mourning too, but it was different for Jedi. He believed, even if they did not, Mother Nutbush would become one with the Force, and one day they would all be together again. He smiled. He would miss her, he would mourn, but he was happy too. They would meet again. It was the will of the Force. He nodded. This is the way. Chapter 7. I challenge. In the name of the Code of the Clans, and in the traditions of Mandalore, I challenge. The words had been out of Jazz's mouth before he could stop them. He had heard them spoken several times before, normally in the presence of Mom or Ellis. He had never thought he would say them himself. He never thought he would risk it. He was not a fighter, but in that moment, seeing Targo standing before the clan, declaring himself their leader, Jazz had had no choice. Challenge, Targo hissed down at him. Challenge. You have no right to challenge me, you little pest. I'm the leader of this clan. You are not even a full recruit. You have never sworn the creed. You've never. A challenge has been made, Ellis shot back at him. The rules of the old way are quite clear. Any clan member can challenge another, whether they be soldier, recruit, or novice. Jazz has served this clan well for years. He is a part of it, whether you like it or not, Targo. Ellis made the man's name sound like a curse, which in that moment it was. The new leader of Clan Nutbush glared down at the three new arrivals. Jazz stood behind Ellis, with Co-op backing them up. Jazz shook his head. He had never expected anything like this to happen. Coop had warned him many times over the years that eventually he would have to stand up to Targo. The Mandalorian second had never accepted him, and one day, Jazz would have to defend his place in the clan. Mother Nutbush would not always be there to defend him or remind Targo of his place. Jazz glared up at the larger man. That day had finally come. Mother Nutbush was gone, the clan was in peril, and he had made a promise, the same promise that Co-op and Ellis had made. He would see it through. He now found himself standing in an open field, Ellis and Co-op acting as his seconds. It was here that the challenge would take place. Across from them, Targo stood as his allies tended to him, readying him and his armor for battle. Are you sure about this? Ellis asked Jazz for the 10th time. Jazz shrugged. It has to be done, the young man reminded him. The Mandalorian nodded. I could. No, Jazz said quickly. He heard Ellis sigh beneath his helmet. Jazz, I can. No, Ellis. Jazz. I made the challenge. I have to see this through. Again, Ellis nodded. He was still not happy about that. As third of the clan, Ellis could have taken on this challenge himself. He could have fought Targo, fought him as Jazz's champion, but Jedi Boy would not allow it. For too long, Targo had looked at him like he was nothing, looked at him like he was unworthy of being a member of their clan. Today, Jazz would prove otherwise. He would prove it to everyone, and for the memory of Mother Nutbush. He had made the challenge. He would see it through. After the attack on the Kuat Drive yards, Clan Nutbush had retreated to their fallback spot, a small moon in a nearby system. They knew enough not to remain there long. By now word would have gotten back to the Republic. In a couple of hours, Republic warships would be combing the nearby systems, hunting for the Mandalorians that had staged an attack on the shipyards. Memories of the Mandalorian War still haunted the Republic, the tales of cities sacked and worlds burned. The Republic would not sit back and let a single rogue clan bring back those dark days. Clan Nutbush would not be able to stay here. The clan needed to be gone before they arrived. Fortunately, for Jazz and his two allies, the clan continued to follow protocol. They were still at the fallback spot when Ellis and the two boys touched down in a stolen shuttle. The clan was awaiting the arrival of any survivors. A stolen shuttle had not shocked anyone, especially after Ellis had given them his clearance code. Jazz had not really wanted to take it, but the three had had no choice. If they were going to catch up with the others before they disappeared, they could not afford to wait. Jazz had begrudgingly agreed. He had even used a bit of forced persuasion on the guard at the hangar bay, convincing him to let them enter, and then to leave his post. Both Ellis and Co-op had been surprised to see that. It was not an ability Jazz liked to use, and at first he had not been sure that he would even have had the strength to make it work. It had been so long since he had done it. The Force was with him today. It had worked, and they had their ship, and after Ellis had disabled the transponder, the three had managed to make a safe getaway, vanishing into hyperspace before the Kuat security could scramble any response. That had been the easy part. What was to come next would be far harder. None of them could say how many of the clan that Targo had on his side, who had willingly joined him during his coup. They all recognized that they were likely walking into a trap, but they had no choice. They had all promised. Mother Nuna's legacy would not be tarnished like this. Targo would not profit from his betrayal. They would stop him. The clan would be saved. They had arrived to find Targo addressing the rest of their clan. He expressed shock over what had happened, shock and anger. Jazz listened to some of what he had to say. It was a pretty speech, inspirational too. It was also a total and complete lie. Targo's tale painted the Sunset Collective as the victims, that the powers that be had not wanted them in the Republic, and that they had chosen to attack the Pilgrims while they had been on their tour of the shipyards. According to Targo, the clan had risen up to protect their clients, but in the end it had not been enough. Only a few of the collective had escaped, and the Mandalorians had needed to damage the Republic's precious shipyard to make sure that they were neither followed nor challenged by the security forces that had behaved so dishonorably. Those of the clan who had not participated in the attack were visibly shaken, especially by the fact that Mother Nutbush was apparently among those the clan had lost. Targo used that shock to his advantage. He had been in the process of whipping the clan into an anti-Republic fervor when Jazz and company had arrived in their stolen shuttle. Jazz's eyes had narrowed as he regarded Mother Second, her former second. Targo's treason was as heinous as it was cowardly. He would be damned before he let the man profit from it, before he dragged the clan into a conflict that they could not win. Ellis had confronted them with what had happened, and Targo had spat back that the young third did not know what he was talking about. The new clan head was equally angry by the presence of Jazz and Co-op. He tried to use their presence as proof that Ellis was being manipulated. He tried to spin it like Jazz had rejoined the Republic, that he had used Jedi sorceries to ensnare Ellis' mind, and that Co-op was his willing accomplice. Targo demanded that the two boys be seized. Ellis stepped up and defended them, repeated his tale, what had happened at the shipyard, and what had happened to Mother Nutbush. From many of the shouted questions and gasps, it was clear that not everyone here was on Targo's side. The second had not rid himself of everyone that might oppose him. Jazz took that as a good sign. The clan was still in shock. They were not sure what to believe just yet. They still had a chance to protect Mother Nuna's legacy, to bring the clan home with honor. Targo once again tried to rally the clan to him. He spun a good tale, telling of the treachery of the Republic and the new strength that the clan would have with continued friendship and alliance with the Sunset Collective. That the blow that Clan Nutbush had struck this day would go a long way to reminding not just Mandalore but the galaxy that Clan Nutbush was neither weak nor forgotten. The first speaker of the collective had offered them his support. He would fund their operations and allow Clan Nutbush to launch guerrilla raids against other Republic targets, and that by doing so, all of Mandalore would see that the fighting spirit of their people was not dead. That Clan Nutbush would be the spark that would reignite the Mandalorian inferno in the galaxy. A new age of clan of expansion was about to begin, and he would lead them to it. He would make them all a clan of legends. Ellis fired back by reminding them that Clan Nutbush did not have the numbers to go to war, and even if it did, the other clans were in no position to back them up. Those that had first cast Clan Nutbush out still held great power on Mandalore, and they would make sure that no help arrived to help a small renegade clan. They will let us die, Ellis shouted. They will do it because it is not in the best interests of Mandalore to aid them. They will rally behind me, Targo had spat back. I'm the warrior that our people have been waiting for, the one who will reignite the flame of a reborn Mandalorian empire. For too long our people have been without a Mandalore to lead them. I shall take up that mantle and lead our people to our destiny. That is not what Mother Nutbush wanted, Ellis said. The clan is not a sword for your personal glory, Targo say you will. Mother Nutbush was a coward. Targo roared. She did not have the strength to lead us back home. She'd had her helmet taken, her face revealed for all to see. She was nothing. She deserves to be nothing. I am a traitor, J.A.S. shouted. Targo snarled as his eyes fell upon the boy. She is not here to protect you anymore, pup. It is time that you. It was in that moment that Jazz had issued the challenge. The clan had been shocked, but after Ellis reminded them of the old ways, they had accepted Jazz's challenge. Any clan member could challenge anyone else. It was the way. In days past, other recruits had challenged inept leaders, it was known. Mandalore the Undeniable had risen in such a way, and he had united all the clans under him. He had been one of the first to dream of an empire among the stars. Jazz did not see himself in such a light. He did not want the clan, only to preserve Mom's legacy. It was for her that he was doing this. It was for her that he would win. Ellis offered him some armor. He refused. He had never sworn the creed. Seeing him in armor would insult the clan members that were on the fence right now. He could not afford to do that. Besides, armor would only slow him down. Speed would help him win this challenge, not wearing heavy armor. Coop offered him a blaster, but again Jazz refused. He was decent with a blaster, but far better with a blade, and besides a lightsaber would do far better against Targo's armor. If I can get him in close, Jazz thought, this battle will be over very quickly. He glanced up at the preparing Targo. The large Mandalorian's visor gaze was focused on his young opponent. Jazz could almost sense his eagerness. He had long desired the chance to put Jazz Darbin in his place. Mother can't save you anymore, Runt. That is what Targo was likely thinking at that moment. He might even have thought that Jazz's challenge was playing right into his hands. Maybe it was. Jazz took a deep breath and blew it out. His fear and doubt went with it. If he lost this challenge, he would die. He did not doubt it. Targo would show him no mercy, but that was fine. There was no death. There was only the Force. If Jazz died, he would enter the unifying force. He would join all those that had come before. He was not afraid. His hand drifted to his lightsaber. He found himself thinking about Mother Nutbush, the look on her face before they had left her, what he had promised. Jazz nodded grimly. He would not lose this challenge. He would not. Targo stood across the field, be tended to by his own seconds. That T-visored gaze remained focused on the one that he had hated for so long. Jazz could understand. He had never liked Targo. The Mandalorian had never trusted him, always belittled him, and now, after everything he had done. Jazz shook his head. He was so close to hating Targo, say, but if he did, he might very well be lost. Hate was the path to the dark side. It might be what he needed to win this fight, but if he used that power again. A shudder went through his frame. What would he become? Targo is no fool, Ellis reminded Jazz. He will use his ranged weapons. He won't want to get in close, not until he is sure that you are defenseless. Jazz nodded. Try to exhaust him, get him to use his grenades and blasters, avoid them, and make him waste his rocket pack. Ellis chuckled coldly. Coop says you're lethal with that blade of yours. Prove it today. The young Mandalorian looked up at his former superior. Kill him quickly. Jazz nodded grimly. That was the real trick, wasn't it? The challenge would not end until one of the combatants was either dead or unable to defend themselves. Another Mandalorian would not balk at killing Targo, but if Jazz killed him, if he killed him in anger. He took another deep breath. Could he do that? In the distance, Targo pushed his seconds away. The The large warrior stepped forward, checking his wrist guards, all the tricks and weapons built into them. Ellis nodded and motioned for Co-op to move away. "It is time," he murmured, pulling the other boy away. He looked one last time at Jazz. "Good luck, little brother," he said, "and if you should fall, die well." Jazz nodded grimly. "This is the way," he murmured. "This is the way," Co-op and Ellis repeated. Jazz drew his lightsaber and stepped forward. A hush fell over the field of battle. The time for preparation was now over. It was time for the battle to begin. Jazz drew his lightsaber. He did not ignite it, not yet. He began to advance. He tried to reach out and touch the Force. "Be with me," he thought. "Be with me? You should never have come back, pup," Targo growled. "You will find no mercy here." Jazz smiled. "Hopefully you fight better than your apprentice did," he called out. Kellic Bob fell begging for his worthless life. If Targo was insulted, he did not show it. He simply took another step, and then another. "You should not have come back," he repeated. Jazz shrugged. "We'll see." He ignited his lightsaber. The Force seemed to ripple out from it. Jazz could feel the eyes of the clan upon him and upon Targo. He dropped into a fighting stance, an Adaru guard. Targo Say lunged forward. Jazz shifted his blade, prepared to meet the large man's attack. As he did, Targo suddenly shifted tactics. He fired his jetpack as he stepped back. Targo shot into the air. He fired his pistols in rapid succession. Jazz parried the blasts and began to advance. Targo fired his wrist rockets. Explosions churned up the ground around the young man. He spun in the air, pirouetted, and came up ready to use the Force to meet the next attack. He would send Targo's next round of explosions back at him. He would shove them down the large Mandalorian's throat. Targo shot forward, his bulk becoming a missile. Jazz tried to sidestep. Too late. Targo raised his right arm. His smart rope snagged the boy's wrists. Targo fired his jets and shot into the air. Jazz Darbin was yanked off his feet. He found himself flying behind his opponent. He tried to cut the smart rope to free himself before he got any higher. He could use the Force to slow his descent. He was sure of it. Targo again surprised him. He cut his rockets and dropped like a stone. Jazz was suddenly falling. Targo grabbed him as they fell, his hands wrapping around the boy's shoulders. The visored helmet came forward, too quick for Jazz to avoid. The world turned white. Something snapped in Jazz's face. He tasted blood. Targo struck again, head-butting the boy a second time. Jazz was left disoriented. He did not know which way was up or down. He lost his lightsaber. Targo kicked him away. He fired his jetpack. Jazz Darbin was yanked through the air. He came down hard, yet even that did not stop him. He found himself being dragged over the plain. He bounced and skidded against the ground. He struck the hard ground again and again. Jazz tried to regain his composure to stop this. He somehow found his feet. He was still being dragged, but at least he would not be breaking bones with every skidding turn. He tried to focus on the smart rope. In that moment, it was his entire world. There was nothing else, just him and the cord. The Force let him do the impossible. The cable snapped. Jazz Darbin tumbled and somehow turned it into a forward roll. He found himself back on his feet. He was battered, bloodied, and unarmed, but he was back on his feet. He shook his head, trying to clear the cobwebs. He did not have long. Targo banked hard and flew back at him. He reached out to grab his opponent, to pull him back up into the sky. Or maybe slash his neck with a blade built into one of his gauntlets. Jazz did not give him the chance. He gestured, and the Force responded. A geyser of dirt shot up before the missile that was Targo Say. It threw him off course. He tried to bank away again. Jazz did not let him, not this time. He leapt into the air. His hands found the larger man's neck. He wrapped his arms around him as the Mandalorian tried to shoot skyward again. Not again, Jazz thought. Not this time. Let go, you little rodent. Targo snarled. Let go. Jazz did not obey. He tightened his grip. I got you now. Targo killed his jets again and let them fall. He tried to reach around and hammer his foe. Jazz folded his knuckles and jabbed at his enemy. The blow caught Targo in the throat. The Mandalorian gagged. He began to struggle, trying to get some distance between himself and his smaller opponent. He managed to break Jazz's grip, but the boy did not fall away. He held onto the larger man's armor. Targo kneed him in the gut and struck him in the jaw with an elbow. Jazz responded with another shot to the throat. Targo got his chin down. It blocked most of the blow, but during the struggle, he must have hit something he should not have. Targo's jetpack fired again, but this time they were too close to the ground. Jazz, either by luck or the Force, managed to maneuver his opponent beneath him. Targo struck the ground, his head bouncing once, twice, 3 times across the rocky terrain. He lost his grip on Jazz. The boy rolled away as the Mandalorian continued to skid across the ground. Something in his rocket pack finally broke. A loud angry pop filled the air. The jets cut out. Targo tumbled to the ground. He gasped and grunted in pain. Jazz stood before him. He reached out with both his hand and the Force. His lightsaber flew into his grasp. He ignited the blade with a hiss. Gasping, Targo staggered to his feet. His T-visor cracked, his helmet dented. Rodent, the Mandalorian spat. Weakling. Jazz's eyes narrowed, his temper starting to flare. No more flying, he shouted. No more explosives. No more tricks. He spun his blade defensively. Let's finish this. Targo's left arm shot up. Jazz spun away. A jet flame leapt towards the boy, but even that was not enough to stop him. No more tricks, he thought. We finish this now. He ducked forward beneath the blast, slicing at the larger man's legs. Targo backpedaled. He drew a wicked-looking viper blade from his belt, while a longer, larger blade popped from one of his gauntlets. He stabbed forward. Jazz parried the blow and pushed forward, getting inside the larger man's guard. Targo had no choice but to fall back. He backed up as Jazz chopped, slashed, and stabbed out with his lightsaber. The air turned purple with the spinning blade, its hum filling the air like a swarm of angry wasps. Targo was incredibly fast for a man of his size. He managed to get past Jazz's guard. He backhanded the boy, sending him staggering back. He slashed out with his longer blade, but found only air. Jazz's head snapped back. The boy was no longer thinking. If he took the time to think, he would be dead. He let the Force guide him, guide his blade. It made him fast and strong. Targo was not happy with that. He roared like an enraged rancor. He slashed and stabbed at his opponent. Jazz danced around the larger man's weapons, giving him no chance to think about using his flamethrower, grenades, or rockets. He is no match for you, the darkness within the boy whispered. He is nothing. Jazz smiled with bloodied lips. Finish this folly. End this. Kill him. Damn you. Targo roared. Die. No, Jazz Darbin thought. Not today. When the end came, it was quick. Jazz was ready. His foot lashed out. He thought to sweep the larger man's leg, but instead his foot found his knee. Targo had lost one of his leg bracers. It had come away during his skid and crashed to the ground. Jazz's foot struck hard. The kneecap snapped. Targo cried out in pain. He stumbled. The Mandalorian drew a blaster. Jazz sliced through it with his blade. He turned his spin into a kick. The helmet saved Targo from a broken jaw, but he fell hard to the rocky ground. No, he bellowed angrily. Not you. The cracked T-visor glared up at the boy. Not by you. Jazz sneered at him. You brought this on yourself, he hissed. Jazz's hand shot forward. The Force sent Targo flying. He bounced across the battlefield, his armor saving him from more than a few broken bones. Jazz did not let up. He had tolerated Targo for too long, far too long. The time had come to end this. He leapt on top of his foe, pinning him to the ground. Targo tried to swing out with his long blade. Jazz brought his elbow down where there was no armor to protect the other man's arm. He heard a satisfying crack. Targo howled. It was a howl that was cut short. Jazz's fingers tightened around the larger man's throat. He began to squeeze. Jazz Darbin glared down at him. The first time they had met, Targo Say had choked him, lifted him up, and threatened him with death. It had been a long time. He had waited such a long time to repay the favor. "You are dead," Jazz hissed. Targo coughed and gagged but did not respond. His eyes never left his enemy, the one he hated most of all. It only enraged Jazz further. "I can't do it," he realized. "I can't kill him. I can't seize the clan. Ellis will support me." The realization excited him. He could have the clan. He could lead them into a new future. In that moment, the Force offered Jazz Darbin a vision, what was to come if he followed this path. It was intriguing. He saw himself years from now, clad in Mandalorian armor as black as the void of space, and the heart that beat beneath that breastplate was far colder than that. He was both beautiful and terrible. Glorious. Jazz Darbin would be gone. He would not be that weak boy anymore. "I will lead them back to Mandalore," he realized. He would lead them back, and becoming far more. One by one, Clan Nutbush would conquer the other clans. All would swear an oath of allegiance to the chieftain of Clan Nuna. In time, Jazz would be forgotten. There would be only Mandalore, Mandalore the Dark, Mandalore the Wicked. The clans would be united again, and when the time came, Jazz shuddered. What? He saw a vast fleet emerging from the shadows, an army whose time had come round at last. He swallowed hard. No. The throne in his mind's eye was made of shadow, and upon that throne sat something that was not alive or dead. It was a shadow, and it was hungry. Mandalore the Wicked would welcome it with open arms. It would make him even stronger. He dropped to his knees, pledging the clans to the shadow, binding them to it forever. They would be slaves, and he would be the slave master. The shadow would make him. No. Jazz shook his head. No. The vision faded. He found himself back on the battlefield, his hands around Targo's throat. The warrior was no longer struggling. Jazz took an unsteady breath. He was hurt. His nose was likely broken. It was over. Targo was beaten. He had won. He had won. He heard footsteps behind him. Ellis and Co-op, through the Force he could sense the rest of the clan approaching. It was time. All he had to do was kill Targo, and he would be clan chieftain. The path that he saw would open up before him. The violence of the Mandalorian life would draw him down the dark path. He would become a servant of evil. He would be a servant of the shadow, that monster on the dark throne. He shivered. Impossible. He thought. That darkness had ended years ago. It had died with Revan and the triumvirate that had replaced him. The Sith were gone. They were extinct. They could not come back. Jazz pulled his fingers away from Targo's throat. The man moaned weakly. He still lived. Jazz frowned down at him. It was more than he deserved. It is over, Jazz murmured to himself. Not just the fight, he realized, but everything else. Jazz shook his head. His time among Clan Nutbush was done. He could no longer stay here. Jazz. Coop's voice brought him back. He nodded. Yeah, he said to his old friend. I'm here. Ellis nodded down at him. Jazz could feel the other man's respect. My chieftain, he said, snapping to attention. All around them the other clan members followed suit. My chieftain. Jazz shook his head. No, he realized. That is something that I can never be. It was something that I was never meant to be. He stumbled to his feet. Clan Nutbush, he croaked, you honor me. He spat blood and shook his head. But it is a role that I cannot accept. There was a murmur of confusion among the group. They had not expected that. Most warriors tried their whole lives to become chieftain. They won't understand, Jazz realized. I must make them understand. I have not sworn the creed, he said. I don't think I ever will. But in this moment, as both my first and last official act as your chieftain, I can assure the future of this clan." He nodded as he looked over his brothers and sisters. A clan needs a chieftain, a warrior capable of leading them into a new era. His eyes fell on Ellis. "You need a true Mandalorian, a true chieftain, and he stands before you." Ellis Nuna. Jazz dropped to his knee. "My chieftain," he called out. The rest of the clan looked around, but then he felt the shift, the acceptance. As one they agreed. Every clan needed a leader. Clan Nutbush now had a good one. Ellis was the one who would lead. He was worthy. He was ready. The clan accepted what Jazz had said. As one they shouted out their approval. "My chieftain." Ellis looked down on his battered and bloody friend. Jazz nodded. "You know what is needed," he thought. "Accept it. You must." Ellis sighed. "I accept," he said. He stood taller, stepping into his new role. "I accept." Chapter 8. Where will you go? Jazz smiled slightly. It was a good question. A very good question. And at the moment, Jazz Darbin did not know. Coop says he has a line on the job. Jazz informed the new chieftain. He says that they are looking to hire on more people. Jazz glanced around his quarters on the Nutbush ship, the one he had shared with Co-op all these years. His friend had already cleaned out everything that he had wanted to take with him, and Jazz had never been one for keepsakes. Everything that he had been since the clan had found him years ago was now in a single backpack. Someone would have called that sad, but not the young man who had grown up in these quarters. It had been home. Despite being away from everything he had known in his first 9 years of life, this place had become his home. The clan had become his family. He felt a brief twinge of regret. He would miss this place. "I will stay with Co-op for a time, see how it goes." Ellis sighed. Even with his face hidden behind his helmet, Jazz could tell that he was not impressed. "The people that Co-op means to work with, you do know that they are smugglers, right?" Jazz laughed lightly. "Who knows, the smuggler life may be right for me." "Uh-huh," Ellis said. The young warrior crossed his arms over his chest. He did not wish for Jazz to go. If it was not for the young recruit's actions, Ellis probably would have been dead, and Targo would be preparing to lead the clan in some foolish scramble for power. Jazz had stopped that. I made a promise, Jazz thought. Mom did not want her legacy stained in blood and deception. In hindsight, it had been a stupid move on his part. Had Targo won, he would have cemented his control of the clan, maybe even have used the victory as proof that he was superior and that Jedi were too weak to stand against him. But that did not happen, Not all the clan agreed with that victory, of course. The Force had been his ally during that fight. Perhaps it was the only reason that he was still here. Some in the clan might have called that cheating, that he had an unfair advantage. Then again, how was it unfair? Targo had his armor and weapons. Jazz had the Force and his lightsaber. Despite his victory, Jazz had spent 3 days in the Kolto tank after that fight, broken ribs, dislocated shoulder, and more cuts and abrasions than he really wanted to think about. In the end, it had not been about weapons. It had been about strength, and that was something that the people of Mandalore knew a lot about. The Mandalorians respected strength, and Jazz had finally proven his to the entire clan. That proof brought respect. He had challenged the chieftain and won. He had been a chieftain himself for about 30 seconds. He understood why Ellis would have liked him to stay, but that was the problem. Jazz understood it too, and he was fairly sure where that path would lead him. The vision of him as a Mandalorian warlord, it haunted him. If he stayed, he would need to swear the creed and become a full soldier, and if he did that, he was lost. The violence of clan life would pull him in that direction, towards becoming the dark warrior he had seen. He was sure of it. It was for that reason that he needed to go. He did not wish to become something that would cause so much harm. He would have liked to stay with the people who had become his second family, but in staying, he would likely destroy everything they wanted and believed in. It is why I have to go, he thought. It was a road that Jaz Darbin would never walk. If you stayed, you could be my second, Ellis offered. The others would listen to your counsel. You have proven yourself to them. Jaz chuckled, even after turning down the chance to be chief. Especially for that, the chieftain said, strength is not always about wielding power. Sometimes you need to know when to let it go, to let it pass to those who can wield it better for the greater whole. There are tales of such warriors throughout our history. They were the bridges that helped define our clans and guided our greatest leaders. Jaz nodded. Again, he was tempted. He could stay. Under those conditions, he could advise Ellis, help him understand the light in the path. Were the Jedi not teachers? Were they not supposed to serve as an example? What might be if the galaxy found the true balance? The two of them could make something of their clan. They could become an example for every clan in the galaxy. They could return to Mandalore. Jaz could show the troubled world the light. Clan Nutbush could be a guiding light for the other clans. They could? He stopped himself right there. He reached out with the Force to try and see what might happen under such circumstances. No visions came to him, but they did not need to. Jaz knew what life was like within the clan. He could guess what would happen. He could be a guide, but that path would be resisted. How would it not be? Many Mandalorians still hated the Jedi. They would be hesitant to any guidance he could offer. Some would likely resist, violently. Yes, he could show them the path, but that would not change the fact that the clan's enemies would resist them. If anything happened to Ellis, then Jaz, his second, would be right back where he had started from, on the road to becoming a warlord, a monster. If Ellis died by an enemy's hand, the clan would expect vengeance, and it would fall to his second to carry it out. Yes, Jaz knew what would happen then. No, as tempted as he was, he could not do it. He would not risk being the trigger of a new round of Mandalorian wars. Jaz smiled at the new leader of Clan Nutbush. Mother chose you well, he said. You speak eloquently, and even have me reconsidering my plan. But that just proves what Mom thought about you. He walked up Ellis and put his hands on the other man's shoulders. You are ready for this. Mom knew when the time came you would be ready. He stepped back. You don't need some Jedi runt telling you what to do. Ellis sighed. Perhaps, he said. Still, it is not fair. You won a great victory. You should not have to leave your home because of it. The chieftain shook his head. Even in defeat, it seems that Targo won. You are leaving us, just as he always wanted. Jaz snorted at that. Yes, he was leaving, but it was not because he had been cast out. He was leaving to protect the people he had come to care for. It was funny. During his time at the Jedi Temple, all of his lessons had suggested that the Mandalorians were nothing more than hired thugs, warriors whose concept of honor was tainted by the dark side. The Jedi had not understood. There was violence in the clans, that was true, but their honor was not tainted. It was simply different from what the Jedi accepted honor to be. It was easy to look down from the temple's high towers and criticize, but if one actually got down in the mud and the blood and took a truly hard look at what was going on, they would have seen a different picture of the sons and daughters of Mandalore. They would see the value of the Mandalorians. They were not mere thugs, but warriors trying to find their way in the universe. They took in the lost and the weary and gave them direction. They had faced the harsh reality of their world, and later the galaxy, and they had endured. They had stumbled in the past, been manipulated, but that was no failing. They were still trying to find their way. When the clans had been defeated, they did not stay broken in the mud. They got back up. They rebuilt. They endured. Even the staunchest of Jedi Masters should have been able to respect that. The Mandalorians were a strong and honorable people. Of course, there were exceptions to every rule. Jaz frowned. Targo. He had let his ambitions blind him. He had thought war and an alliance with dark forces was what was needed to bring them home. He had been wrong. And he had been punished for it. The thought gave Jaz Darbin pause. He hoped that he had done the right thing. 2 weeks after their duel, the clan had found themselves on an ugly no-name moon in a distant star system. The planetoid was far from the major trade lanes, with enough water and food to survive for quite some time, but it was also a cruel and dangerous world, a world of lethal predators and harsh weather. It was here that the clan had carried out the sentence that had been passed on the traitor, Targo say. It was here that the fallen warrior would begin his exile. By defeating him in single combat, Jazz had won the right to determine his foe's fate. He could have called for the man's execution. He could have died by firing squad, or put out the nearest airlock when the ship had first left atmosphere. Jazz had not done that. Targo's sentence was to be cast out of Clan Nutbush, never to return. His helmet was taken, and his face revealed for all of his enemies to see. By the code of the clans, by the purest philosophy that Targo had practiced, he would never be allowed to put it on again. His enemy had unmasked him, just as Mother Nutbush had been unmasked. He would never be able to stand on the surface of Mandalore and claim his honor was intact. It was an insult of the First Order, but that was the whole point. Some might have called the sentence that Jazz had passed over him as foolish, as a Jedi's mercy, but that was not it. Mercy was the farthest thing from Jazz Darbin's mind when he chose exile for his old enemy. He did not deserve a clean death, not after everything that he had done. Being forced to live unmasked, that he had needed an enemy's mercy to survive, that would gall Targo more than anything else that Jazz could have accomplished. No, life was not a mercy. Not in this case. Targo would be forced to live with his defeat, his failure, for one as proud as he. That was the ultimate punishment, the cruelest stroke. It would not make up for Mother Nuna's death, but it was a start. It was a start. Jazz and Co-op had stood close to Ellis when the time of the final sentence was passed. The clan gathered in the main hold of their ship to see the prisoner begin his sentence. Targo had been marched into the hold by 2 armed guards. Despite his intimidating size, he seemed diminished by his defeat. His cruel, hard features revealed for all to see. Brown-haired with a receding hairline and broken nose, Targo no longer seemed the monster he had to Jazz when he was a boy of 9. As was the tradition, Targo was permitted to bring with him only what armor and weapons he had had on him when he had finished the duel. 2 grenades, a vibroblade, a flamethrower with a nearly exhausted fuel tank, and a pair of pistols, one whose power pack was completely drained, the other damaged when Jazz had sent him skidding across the ground. Those weapons had been packed inside a single survival case, along with a basic medical pack, and a small holdout blaster with a single shot. The holdout had been Co-op's idea, something he had heard about ancient sailors being set adrift by their comrades. A cruel mercy if things got too bad for the prisoner. Targo had limped into the hold. He had been permitted only basic medical attention, after the fight, just enough to make sure that he would not die of his injuries his first few days on the planet. His kneecap had been shattered, his arm broken. Targo would likely walk with a limp for the rest of his days, and his left arm would never be as steady as it had once been. All because of his defeat, because of Jazz, at least. That is how Targo likely saw it. He glared up at his clan brothers and sisters. Ellis had given the chance for any of Targo's followers to join their leader in exile. If they still believed him the best one to lead them, they would be permitted to accompany him, to help him survive. Not a single soldier took up that offer. Targo Say's dream of clan leadership had apparently died with his defeat at the hands of young Jazz Darbin. That did not mean that Ellis had forgotten about those followers. A few soldiers had returned with Targo after the coup job. They would be watched closely and discreetly in the coming months. If they tried anything, if they wanted to continue Targo's agenda, or find a way to free him later, they would be disappointed. Ellis would not show any mercy to such traitors. His response would be swift and final. As the new leader, Ellis looked down at his former superior. Targo glared angrily up at him. Do you have anything left to say before this sentence is carried out? Targo sneered at him. You're dead. He spat. This clan won't last 6 months without me. The Republic will hunt you down and kill you for what you've done. We have been hunted before, Ellis said dismissively. We will survive. Targo spat on the deck and glared up at Jazz. his eyes burning with hate and disdain. You should have killed me, runt. You think that I'm going to forget what you stole from me? You think that I'm just going to let you go on like nothing ever happened? Jazz said nothing. He had nothing to say. For so many years he had been intimidated by this man. No more. He had defeated Targo in battle, and if he needed to, he would do so again, if needed, permanently if that is what the Mandalorian wanted. You should focus on surviving the next few days, Jazz advised him. You are going to need all your strength. Targo spat on the deck again. Don't worry about me, I don't die easy, pup, and one day, you will find out just how strong I am. He looked around at his brothers and sisters, the ones he had betrayed, and now felt that they had betrayed him. You will all answer for this one day. You will all pay. Ellis gestured to the guards. He had heard enough of Targo's venom. The guards raised their blasters as the boarding ramp lowered, revealing a hot jungle surface. Even over the tick and hiss of the ship, the distant cries of animals could be heard in the jungle. Targo sneered and picked up his survival pack. The weapons case would not unlock until the ship had left the atmosphere. Until we meet again, he shouted angrily, and we will meet again. Targo limped down the loading ramp, his damaged armor clinking against the survival case that the clan had offered him. No further word had been said, none were needed. Targo was no longer a member of Clan Nutbush. His days among them were done. Jazz reached out with the Force. What he sensed did not surprise him. Hate and rage, that was the only thing left in Targo, that, and the desire for revenge. If he ever escapes this place, Jazz did not have to think further on that. He knew what would happen if Targo ever escaped his exile here. He nodded grimly. And on that day, if it ever comes, I will be ready. Targo did not look back as the loading ramp began to rise. He limped into the jungle, carrying his meager supplies, trying to hold on what was left of his tainted honor. Jazz shook his head. Despite everything, he hoped that the man would find peace one day, that he would realize his mistake and try to move on from it, to find redemption. The part of him that had touched the darkness scoffed at that idea. Creatures like Targo never learned. He would die seeking vengeance, and if he came after Jazz or the rest of the clan, that is what would happen. The chance of life was only offered once. If he came back, he would find no reprieve. That was the way. Justice. Things had started to return to normal after that, or rather, as close to normal as an exiled clan of Mandalorians ever got. Jazz returned to his duties, but at the same time, was now asked to sit in with Ellis during meetings with the clan's leadership. The change had surprised him at first, as had the respect that the veteran soldiers that now served as Ellis' advisors show him. It seemed that Ellis was right. Respect had been earned. The group retreated to the far outer rim, looking to escape Republic scrutiny. They spent the next few weeks salvaging and offering their services for a price. The rim worlds cared little for what happened in the core. With the age of expansion, all eyes were turned outward. It was easy for Clan Nutbush to get lost. Of course, they still needed to make the occasional supply run. One of those runs were to a space station loosely affiliated with the Republic. They brought back a recording that confirmed what Jazz had suspected all along. His time with the clan was done. The bounty puck had come from one of the guild offices on the station. The reward of 30,000 credits for the head of the Dark Jedi that led the raid on the Kuat Drive yards and murdered a group of religious pilgrims. Though grainy, clearly captured from security footage, it was clear that the Dark Jedi that they were referring to was none other than Jazz. The puck gave no mention of the Sunset Collective or of Clan Nutbush. A small favor, that last part. It was likely that the Republic was considering the clan just hirelings, manipulated by some dark side mastermind. Jazz shook his head. A dark side mastermind. Right? After naming Ellis his successor, he had toyed with the idea of returning to the Republic. He had thought of going to a Jedi enclave and turning himself in. Though, he could not say what kind of welcome he would get if he did so. He had been missing almost 6 years now. He was not even sure that they would take him back. Most of the senior Jedi would likely see him as being contaminated, that he had been outside the Order for too long, and was no longer fit to continue his training. If he had had any thought of taking the risk and going back to the Order, seeing that Puck changed his mind. The Order could not simply take him back now. He would likely be put on trial for the shipyards attack, provided that some bounty hunter or Jedi Shadow did not kill him outright. Jazz had sighed when he finished reading the information on that Puck. The legacy of Darth Revan endured. It had been almost 2 centuries since the Dark Lord's defeat, but the memory of what a Dark Jedi could do still remained, as did the desire to make sure that it never happened again. Jazz was no fool. The Kuwiti would be looking for someone to blame. He suspected that a fair trial would be unlikely. Too many credits had been lost when the shipyards had burned. As for the Jedi, they would likely not intervene on his behalf. He had been away too long. Many of the masters would see sacrificing him as the right thing to do, to make sure the Republic remained happy, and the Kuwiti had the justice they desired. 9-year-old Jazz Darbin would not have accepted that evaluation. He simply would have wanted to go home. 15-year-old Jazz had become far more realistic, or cynical. He had come to understand that life outside the Order was not black and white and good and bad. He did not see how returning to the Republic would do anything but see him used as a scapegoat. It was galling, but he accepted that harsh truth. At the same time, he could not stay with the clan. No one here would turn him in for the bounty, at least he did not think so. But what of the people that the clan dealt with? What of the merchants that they traded with, who had seen Jazz in the past? Eventually, hunters would come looking for him, and if they did not, the Jedi Shadows certainly would. These were the Order's best hunters, men and women that had pledged their lives to stop the spread of the dark side and its artifacts. Would a Shadow listen if he told them what happened? Would they even care? They would likely see him as an anomaly, and view him as a threat because he had been raised among a violent Mandalorian clan. They would likely terminate him as a precaution, to make sure that he did not become a champion of the dark side one day. All he knew was that the clan would suffer. He did not want that. He would do what was necessary. If the Republic was so interested in him, so be it. He would lead the hunters away, and then he would vanish. He considered leaving on his own, but Co-op would not hear of it. As Mother Nutbush had known, his old friend had no desire to swear the creed. He had grown interested in the creative shipping business. When Jazz had first mentioned going off on his own, leading the hunters away, Coop would not hear of it. You will just get yourself killed if you go off alone. Maybe, Jazz said with a shrug. What is the alternative? Coop flashed him a cocky grin. Come with me? I finally heard back from Rhonda. Her crew has some openings. His old friend laughed. They could use a guy with your skills, old buddy. Jazz frowned. Rhanda's people still work off of Ord Mantle, right? That is a Republic world. Yeah, but they also spend most of their time jumping from world to world. Co-op reminded him we will be on the ship for days, months. He chuckled. Besides, who would think to look for a Republic fugitive within the Republic? Most people would expect a fugitive to make for the farthest planet orbiting the farthest star, and never look back. Jazz considered that. Yeah, he said dryly, no one would be dumb enough to hide in plain sight, especially on a Republic planet. I would not call it dumb, but... Coop smirked. I think you get the idea. Jazz nodded. He did. From what he had heard from Co-op, Rhonda Halcyon's people were no that much different than Clan Nutbush. They were not killers or slavers. They simply took advantage of the Republic bureaucracy. Certain worlds had high tariffs on goods that could be purchased far more cheaply in the core. Most people did not want to pay those tariffs, and were willing to pay a little more to get those goods. That is where the smugglers that Rhonda joined came in. As long as the cost was still below the Republic tariffs, business could still be done. Jazz nodded again. It was not the worst idea, he supposed. He would have to be careful. Still, he would be far away from the clan, and if any Jedi Shadows came looking, no one here would know where he was. It was not a perfect solution, but at least he would not be totally alone. Coop was a friend. He did not think that his old friend would betray him. "No one can know my past," he said. "As far as the crew is concerned, I'm just another normal recruit. They won't hear anything from me, buddy, that is for sure." Jazz smiled. He accepted that, both that, and the new life that Co-op was offering. Jazz the smuggler. It would take some getting used to. "So you will come?" Coop asked, his eyes lighting up. "Come on, Jazz. It will be nice having someone around to watch my back." Jazz smiled. Knowing Gabe Cooper, he would need all the help he could get. "Okay," Jazz said, taking his friend's hand. "I'm in." Both Co-op and the shuttle were waiting when Jazz and Ellis arrived on the hangar deck. One of the clan's supply ships. It had more than enough fuel to make it to the nearest inhabited world. From there, Jazz and Co-op would be able to get transport to Ord Mantle. It had been arranged through Rhonda, who had arranged it through her captain. She had spoken highly of the two boys. Their presence on Ord Mantle was expected. Jazz nodded thoughtfully as he looked at the shuttle. 6 years ago, he would have wanted nothing more than to get into a shuttle and go back to a Republic world. He had wanted so bad to return to the Order and to his training. Now, he wondered why that had been so important. The Jedi were doing good, but being a member of the Order was not the only way to do so. Jazz wanted to believe he had made a positive impression on this clan. He wanted to believe that he had made Mother Nut bowed. He turned back to Ellis. Despite his nerves, he was already proven to be a good leader. Jazz would not be surprised if the clan was back on Mandalore within 5 years. The clan had gained more than it had lost, and now, with Mother Nutbed, there was nothing holding them back from going home. Jazz wished them well. Ellis stopped him before he boarded the shuttle. He stopped them both. He embraced both Co-op and Jazz one by one. "Never forget who you are," the young chieftain advised. "You may not wear our armor, but you are of our clan. We do not forget our brothers. This is the way." "This is the way," Jazz and Co-op repeated. "Take care of yourselves," Ellis said, "and if you must fall in battle, die well." "Same to you, buddy," Co-op said, grinning. "Me, I'm hoping from dying at an extreme old age." "Then may you find that as well," Ellis said. "Fair travels, Gabriel Cooper." "I hope you find what you are looking for, Jazz Darbin." "And you as well, Ellis of Clan Nuna. May the Force be with you." "And with you, little brother," the Mandalorian replied. "Always." Chapter 9. Another world, another cantina. Jazz Darbin stumbled out into the night, nearly tripping over an inebriated Duro in the process. He somehow managed to find the street without ending up flat on his face. Behind him, music blared, glasses clinked, and spacers laughed. The revels were in full swing and would probably be for the rest of the night. For the moment, no one was going anywhere. The entire city of Zuzux was under lockdown, which meant that Jazz and his crew had nowhere to go. None of the off-worlders did. By order of the local government, no ships could leave. Sometime tomorrow, some Port Authority officials would be coming to offer the captains a chance to purchase travel passes, but that would be on a case-by-case basis. It would also be expensive. Jazz did not doubt that. In such situations, things were always expensive. Things were a little tense in Zuzux tonight. Not that Jazz could say why. Something was going on with the people in power. Trouble was brewing. Jazz could feel it. He could feel it, but he chose to ignore it. In the last 3 years, he had learned to live by a simple rule. It made his life as a smuggler far easier. Don't get involved. Those words had served him well. He took a deep breath of the evening air, trying to clear his head. He could taste the salt on his tongue. Zuzux, the capital city of the planet, was built on a coastline. He liked the sea air. Maybe it was because he spent so much time on a ship, breathing only the recycled variety. Fresh air was something that he treasured, and it was just what he needed to clear his head. Though he had drank very little tonight, the locals smoked some type of plant that had strange effects on the sentient mind. Jazz had not partook of any himself, but just being in the smoky room, where so many beings were, had given him a taste of its effects. It was not unpleasant, he supposed, but at the same time, he did not care for it. Jazz preferred to keep his head clear. The world that he lived in now was hardly safe. It did not pay to get distracted. He took another deep breath and let it out slowly. He wiped at his nerve-skin jacket, trying to remove the sand that seemed to get everywhere here on Bantoon. It was an attractive world by human standards, tropical with white sandy beaches and clear blue seas. The Bon, as the locals called themselves, took great pride in their world and their walled cities. The walls were a holdover from the planet's more warlike past, back when each enclave had been a city-state and they had fought for dominance over each other. That infighting had ended long ago, or so the guidebook that Co-op had found at the spaceport terminal had claimed. The noble houses had long ago formed a council of lords and commoners. It was they that represented the various cities and provided guidance to the higher-ups. The most powerful of those lords had been named High General, and his wife the Queen, thus establishing the matriarchy of the Bon, the system that had ruled since the unification. The lords fought and protected their worlds while the Queen Mother and the ladies of the court governed and spoke for the people. Since that time, Bantoon has spoken with a single voice, the result of their first contact with off-worlders. Jazz was guessing the experience had not been pleasant, considering how far locals went to keep themselves separated from any visitors. The spaceport itself was walled off, with no off-worlder allowed in the city proper after dark, the only exception being if the spacer had an invitation from one of the lords and ladies, something that few ever got. First contact had happened less than 500 years ago, not that long ago considering how long that the Republic had stood. Bantoon was a new player on the galactic stage, a midrim world but too far away from established trade routes. If not for the age of expansion, the whole planet might have continued to exist in isolation, but now, everything had changed. The galaxy was starting to take notice of the little world, take notice and seek a piece of what the Bon had to offer. They were quickly becoming important thanks both to their genetic technology, which was said to be second to none, and to the planet's 6 moons, moons rich in crystal and ore. Both the galactic medical industry and the various mining guilds were very interested in this planet, so much so that Bantoon was already being considered for full status in the Republic, not just as the province of a larger system, but to have their own senator and a full seat in the galactic government, or so the book Co-op had found claimed. Good for them, Jazz thought, but not really his concern. Don't get involved. The business of senators, high generals, and queens had little to do with him. He was a smuggler, or rather, an independent cargo consultant. He laughed at that last part, something that Co-op had said when they first entered this life. It did sound better than smuggler, he supposed, and far less likely to attract attention, and that was what Jazz Darbin wanted above. Don't attract attention, and don't get involved. Those were words to live by. Currently, he was working for the Titus Trading Group, a gang of loosely independent smugglers out of Ord Mantle. Coop's girlfriend, Rhonda Halcyon, had introduced the two boys to Ganner Titus, the boss of the small outfit, who in turn had hired her on as a mechanic at their main base. They had been fortunate. The group had been looking for more crewers when they had left the clan and decided to seek their fortunes in the greater galaxy. Their experience with Clan Nutbush had allowed them to move quickly through the ranks. Their days of harvesting and repairing failing technology were useful to their new employer. Smuggler vessels were always breaking down, and they were always looking for hired hands to help maintain their equipment. Jazz and Co-op had fit right in. Titus had noticed Co-op's ambition early on, ambition that he had not really shown during his clan days. Jazz suspected that that had more to do with Rhonda than anything else. The two had been flirting on and off for years, and now, finally they had a chance to truly be together. Coop worked hard to impress her, to show her he was more than just some space rat who had decided against becoming a Mandalorian trooper. He had big plans. Jazz was just along for the ride, but he would do what he could to help. After all, what were clan brothers for? The two boys had gone out on many missions together in the last 3 years, working their way through the ranks of the organization. Coop had been made a bridge officer after his first year of service, with Jazz working as his aide. His friend had a knack for dealing with the people that the group worked with. He always seemed to recognize when someone was trustworthy or trouble. He claimed to have a sense for it. When Co-op did want to take a risk, he always consulted his friend first, asking that Jazz use his special talents to help troubleshoot the problem before they dove in head first. Normally, Jazz would have said no. Using the Force for personal gain was not really the Jedi way. He had told his old friend that once, and Co-op's response had been telling. "You were never a Jedi, Jazz, why not do what you want?" It was a good question, but it was also a slippery slope. Jazz was doing his best to keep from sliding down it. What advice he offered had served them well, and now after only 3 years of service, Gabe Cooper had command of his own ship. He was a captain in the organization, and Jazz was his first office. They and their small crew were now making their first real run for Titus. It should have been easy, or so the boss had assured them. Of course, that was before the locals locked down the spaceport, and all the trade goods that Co-op had picked up through their sources here were now stuck on a grounded ship. Stuck and vulnerable. If the locals looked too closely at those goods, things might get complicated. Nothing on board was illegal, technically, but it did carry high tariffs for being shipped off-world, tariffs that the group had no intention of paying. The trip would not have been worth it if they had. Hence, why their client had turned to smugglers. Co-op had promised they would be discreet. Now, here they were, locked down. It was not something that Jazz, or anyone else on their crew, wanted. "We're going to need to find a way out of here," he thought. He just didn't see how. Coop wasn't worried. This was not the first time they had been stuck on some backwater, and he seemed to think that in the morning they would find some eager customs agent looking to make a little extra this month, someone willing to pocket a little extra money. The Titus group always kept a few credits aside for greasing the wheels of bureaucracy. It was just a matter of finding out which of the band's people that they could turn to, who wanted to pick up a few extra credits this month. Jazz was not so sure. It was true, they had been locked down before, but this felt different. Jazz could feel it in the Force, a current of malice running under the usual danger that flowed in such places. He hoped to avoid it. They had done so on other trouble spots throughout the galaxy. He wanted to do that here. He had studied Bantoon on the way here, much as he had done on the other worlds they had visited. Some of the people they had worked with over the years had found that funny. They did not understand why the young man was so interested in knowing everything about where they were stopping. He, of course, had only one answer. It was necessary. Every time he visited a new world, he made sure to check if the world hosted either a Jedi enclave or an office of the Bounty Hunters Guild. As far as he knew, the price on his head was still live. The Kuati had not forgotten the damage done to their shipyards, and Jazz's image was still being circulated in law enforcement channels. Jazz had done what he could to change his appearance. He lightened and grew out his hair, grew a short goatee. It might fool the average bounty hunter, but if another Force user found him, he would not have been surprised to find that the Jedi Shadows were still keeping an eye out for the boy wielded a violet-bladed lightsaber, not that he was a boy anymore. He had turned 18 a few months back. By the law, on most worlds, he was considered a man now. It had been almost 10 years since the Jedi ship he had been on broke up. Almost 10 years since he had been considered a member of the Order. That realization was a bit shocking. He sometimes wondered what his life would have been like had he stayed with the Order. He had been on track to become a Master Jedi Padawan. To be a student of a member of the Jedi High Council was a great honor indeed. Had he stayed with the Jedi, he likely would have been coming close to taking his trials by now. He and his twin would have likely been so close to becoming full Jedi Knights. The thought made him frown. He tried to reach out to Sai from time to time. He had tried to get a sense of his brother, let him know he was alive and okay. Jazz never got a response back. The Force connection that he had shared with Sai was gone. Perhaps he had been too distant for too long. Perhaps Sai even thought he was dead. Had he mourned? Had he accepted that his twin had entered the living force? Had he even cared? Jazz frowned. He tried not to think about such things. He tried not to be bitter about what could have been. Bitterness could turn to hate if one was not careful. He sighed. He may not have become a Jedi Knight, but he had built a life for himself. He had friends. He was standing behind them and doing his best to help them succeed. Was that not the Jedi way? But is that all that I will ever have? He wondered. Is that all I'm capable of? Why was he still trying to walk the Jedi path? Why did he continue to keep his distance from people? Why? He was not the only one who asked that question. Some had even tried to help him, give him a chance to start living what they called a real life. Rhonda and Co-op had recently got him to try dating. It had seemed strange that they would care, but Jazz had given it a shot. The young lady that they had set him up with was okay, he supposed pretty and intelligent. She was another mechanic working for the group. Jazz had been polite, but he had felt no spark between them. Coop had always talked about how much he desired Rhonda, how his feelings for her were like an inferno inside his head, his chest pounding like some ancient war drum. How much he wanted to spend time with her, and how, despite the need to be off-world, he would miss being at her side when he wasn't. Jazz had not felt that for the young girl. Jana had been her name. He had not wished to hurt her, but there was simply nothing there. They spoke cordially to each other ever since, but never talked about going out again. Rhonda was a little disappointed. According to Co-op, she worried about his friend. She did not want him to remain so alone when he did not have to be. Jazz was touched by her concern, but it was not necessary. Jazz still had his connection to the Force, the compassion that the Jedi had taught him. There was no passion, there was serenity. He had accepted that fact years ago. It was neither tragic nor sad. Jazz may not have been a Jedi, but the Jedi way was still a part of him. It was not something he could just toss away. He could have had more, but it was not something that he coveted. To have a woman, to take a wife, to have children, he had never really ever considered that. He simply tried to be the best he could be, to make the best use of his skills. He would keep to the code. He would try to remain in balance. His head had finally cleared when he heard the first scream. He doubted that anyone else had heard it over the ruckus coming out of the cantina. Jazz's eyes narrowed. He had heard something he knew he had. It had sounded like a bottle breaking, and a high-pitched scream, a cry for help. He frowned deeply. Forget about it. Don't get involved. He knew that was what he should do. The galaxy was a dangerous place. Bad things happened all the time, and given what he was sensing on Bantoon right now, something bad likely was happening. Go back inside and forget about it. Have another drink, he thought. It is none of your concern. The galaxy will spin on just fine without you sticking your nose in other people's business. He might have done so, had he not heard the cry again, a shout for help that not only rang out through the air, but also through the Force. He did not think it was the cry of another Force sensitive. He would have felt that, but it was not just the cry of a mundane either. He tilted his head slightly. The Force sometimes moves strangely around certain people. Destiny was drawn to them, even if they could not feel it. That flow could be felt. It created ripples in the Force. That is what Jazz was feeling at that moment. A ripple in the Force, a tremor, likely caused by someone who meant more than what they realized. That ripple drew his attention. He turned like a cat hound, drawn by the scent of prey. Don't get involved. Don't get involved. It was the smart thing, but he was not thinking about what was smart right now. What he was sensing in the Force, it intrigued him. He had not felt anything like it, ever. He was curious. Even though he knew that he should just leave it alone, he was curious. He found himself drawn away from the cantina, out into the fading light of a Bantoon dusk. His hand went to his right sleeve. His lightsaber was there, hidden in a specially made holster. Jedi did not approve of hiding their weapons, he knew. Most considered a hidden lightsaber as proof that someone was falling to the darkness, that, or being led astray. He did not think that was the case. He hid his weapon because he was not trying to draw attention to himself. He was not trying to be a symbol of law and justice. His choice had nothing to do with the darkness. He had not drawn the weapon in combat since his duel with Targo. If he was truly in danger of going to the dark side, he would not have hesitated to use it. Surely that was proof of something. What if you have to use it here? His conscience warned. Are you prepared to deal with the consequences? He frowned. Don't get involved. Walk away now. He could have. He should have, but he did not. The Force was guiding him. That is what it felt like. He would not ignore it. He moved slowly, yet deliberately. He took on the tread of a seasoned hunter. His years with Clan Nutbush had paid off. He had not simply lived with them, but embraced some of their teachings. He knew that he could never stand among them, but that did not mean that he had not adapted some of their skills and habits. He could be a hunter when he needed to be, and that was what he was right now, a hunter. His heartbeat quickened. He was on the trail of some prey. He was a silent predator. He drew closer, closer. It was then that he found them, both the source of the ripple and the force, and what had caused it in the first place. It wasn't a short alley off one of the docking bays. It was to here that he had been drawn. He frowned. This will not do, he thought. This will not do at all. There were 3 of them, 2 thugs, and an older man in an official-looking uniform. All 3 were human, but that is where the similarity ended. The older man was heavy-set and graying. He had a pencil-thin gray mustache and cold dark eyes. The thugs were likely off-worlders. They wore garb similar to many of the pilots and traders that had been stranded here. All 3 radiated cruelty and arrogance. The 2 thugs were armed with clubs, but they also had blasters on their belts. If something went sideways, Jazz would have to move quickly. He did not want to hurt them, but he would not let them hurt their victims, not anymore. The victims in this case were 2 young people, a boy and a girl. Their clothing suggested that they were locals. The cut and decoration suggested that they likely came from well-off families. The boy was on the ground, holding his head. Blood ran a cut beneath his scalp, turning his blonde hair an ugly pink. Jazz could not get a look at his face, though he was trying to regain his feet. The girl. She was something else. She was young, perhaps 11 or 12 standard years old. She wore a uniform of some sort, perhaps belonging to some school or academy for young people. Her long blonde hair was done up in a braid that fell down the back of her neck. She leaned over the boy, trying to shield him with her body, defending him from being struck again. She was looking at her would-be attackers with wide, clear blue eyes. Jazz could sense her fear, but also a sense of anger and determination. The girl was not panicking. She was scared, but defiant. It was her that he had sensed. The Force swirled around her, marking her as more than just another person. What is this? He wondered. Who exactly are you? The boy groaned as the men began to close in again. The girl shouted again, causing yet another ripple in the Force. No one else responded. They were staying away, just as Jazz should have been. Don't get involved. The girl could have run, could have left her companion. Perhaps she should have run, but instead she remained where she was, trying to shield the injured boy. She had no weapons, but still refused to flee. Brave little thing, Jazz thought as he closed the distance between himself and the 2 youngsters. You will be coming with us now, girl, the older man growled, clearly the leader of this pack of thugs. You should not have tried to flee. Stay away from us, the girl shouted back. Stay back. The 2 thugs chuckled. Clearly, they did not see the girl's anger as threatening. They probably thought they had this completely under control. Jazz eyed them coldly. He was about to show them just how wrong they were. Leave now, his sense of caution shouted inside his head. Don't get involved. Don't get involved. Sorry, Jazz Darbin thought. Far too late. Jazz cleared his throat loudly. He had no intention of surprising them. One of the thugs and their boss turned. The third kept his eyes on the boy and girl. The girl looked up. She did not say anything, but she did not need to. Jazz could hear her plea for help in the Force. He would answer it. The thugs did not try to attack him. They looked at their leader, and the heavy-set man shook his head, keeping them back at a safe distance. Jazz frowned. So they aren't stupid. Oh well, he would just have to handle this delicately. He could do delicate. The clan had taught him well. The leader of the group glared at him. It appears that he did not like being interrupted. Be gone, Spacer, he growled at Jazz. This does not concern you. Jazz shrugged. Technically that was true, but he was here now. He might as well make the best of it. What is going on here? He demanded. The leader glared at him. This does not concern you, he repeated. Return to where you came from. You want no part in this. Jazz nodded. The man was right, but at the same time, he was not one to give up easy, and he did not like bullies. Targo had been a bully. He really did not like that. That boy looks like he needs medical attention, Jazz said conversationally, not failing to acknowledge how one of the thugs was trying to skirt around and get behind him. Sorry fella, he thought. That is not going to happen. How was he going to handle this? He had already broken his one rule. Now he had to decide how best to finish this. He could have drawn his lightsaber, tried to scare the three off, but that might just invite violence. He would rather this not go any worse than it already had. Of course, a lightsaber was not his only weapon. The Force was still with him. He may not have been a Jedi Knight, but he had continued to train with the Force, use the lessons he had been taught as a youngling. He had kept those lessons up, sharpened those skills. He did not have the training to handle a fully trained Jedi, but he did not need to. These men were thugs. He was pretty sure he could handle them. Jazz smiled and reached out to the Force. He could feel his power. The light gently wrapped around him and filled him up. This girl is not the one you are looking for, Jazz said, putting the full weight of the Force into his voice. You should move on. The kid is not the one we are looking for, one of the thugs said in a monotone. We should move on, find her, the second added. The gray-haired leader glared. What are you fools talking about? The girl is right here. Damn, Jazz thought. The leader was not as weak-minded as his hirelings, and in speaking up he had broken the spell Jazz had woven around his two henchmen. Damn it. The thugs shook their heads and looked up at Jazz, sensing on some level that he had tried to manipulate them. Their anger and fury was now directed at him. He could sense it. Jazz sighed. He should not have gotten involved, but it was too late. He had little choice now. He shook his head. Let them go, he ordered. Just walk away, and you won't get hurt. The thugs looked at the leader, who was now sneering at Jazz. Do you have any idea what you have walked into, off-worlder? Do you know who I am? I don't need to, Jazz thought. The Force had told him what he needed to know. This man was going to hurt this girl and her companion. He wanted to, he was eager to. Jazz was not going to let that happen. Last warning, Jazz said flatly, walk away, please. The older man shook his head. Young fool, he said with a smirk. Blast him. The girl screamed. Time slowed down. Jazz watched as the thugs' hands went to their belts, their blasters leaving their holsters. Fine, he thought sadly. I'm sorry. He reached out with the Force. His training took over. Snap hiss. The lightsaber slid from his sheath and was in his hand. The blade blazed to life like violet fire. He moved in quickly. He struck at the thugs' weapons. The blade sliced through the barrel of their blasters. Before the thugs could respond, he pushed out with his hand. The Force picked the two up and threw them hard against the wall, hard enough to leave them dazed and senseless. They slid to the ground. Jazz spun to meet their leader. He was raising his own blaster, his eyes wide, his mouth forming an O of surprise. I'm sorry, Jazz thought. I'm sorry. The leader fired once, twice, 3 times. The bolt struck Jazz's blade. He was too close to have any control over where they went. He was just trying to parry them away. Arghgh. The leader staggered back, grasping his throat. Jazz winced. No, he thought. I didn't want to do this. The leader stumbled back against the wall of the alley. The air smelled of burnt meat. He had been struck in the neck by one of his own blaster bolts. The skin blackened as blood ran between his chubby fingers. He looked at Jazz with terror in his eyes. He reached up, gasping, perhaps even pleading for help. Jazz knew there was nothing he could do. He could sense it. The man in the uniform slid down the wall, gurgling pathetically. Jazz shuddered as he felt the man enter the force. He slumped down and fell still. Jazz watched as he passed, felt it. This is what happened when you chose to intervene in other people's business. He had not wanted to kill the man. He had warned him. Jazz Darbin shook his head. Too late now. Seeing their employer die was enough for his two hirelings. They dropped their clubs and fled into the night. Jazz was careful, though. He did not lower his blade, just in case one of them decided to come back and try to avenge their fallen leader, or their pride. He kept the blade up, his blade humming gently in the quiet air. The fight had lasted maybe 30 seconds, and now everything was still. Jazz looked down the alley at the two young people he had just saved. The boy was still down, groaning weakly. The girl stared at him with eyes wide with fear. The force screamed with her terror. Her pale skin bathed in the violet light of his blade. Jazz winced, hating himself in that moment. The poor girl, he thought. She should not have seen this. He powered down his lightsaber, the hilt once again disappearing up his sleeve. He raised his hands, letting her see he was not armed. It's okay, he murmured. I'm not going to hurt you. I promise. The girl said nothing. Her mouth worked silently. She looked like she was going to bolt any second. Jazz held her gaze. He reached out with the force, projecting both calm and compassion. I'm not going to hurt you, he repeated. You're safe. The girl whimpered. Hot tears filled her eyes and ran down her cheeks. Jazz took a step forward, and another. When he was close enough, he knelt down. I want to check your friend, he informed her. I'm not going to hurt him, are you? Jazz smiled. I promise. The girl leapt forward. Jazz had expected her to push him down, to run by him and vanish into the night. That did not happen. The kid was in his arms. She wrapped her skinny arms around his neck, sobbing into his shoulder. Her embrace caught him by surprise. He tensed, not really sure what to do. Jazz Darbin was not really a hugger. He slowly, carefully, put his arms around her, holding her close. He was really not sure what to do. How did one soothe a scared child? The girl sobbed into his shoulder. She might have been saying something, but he could not hear. Her face was pressed against his arm. He did what he could to comfort her. It's okay, he whispered. It's okay. You're safe now. He felt the girl's fear begin to dissipate, the sound of his voice soothing her. She was. It was at that moment that he felt something cold press against his temple, a hard round muzzle as big as a human finger. He heard the sound of a blaster's safety catch being disengaged. Jazz froze. He couldn't move. The girl was in his arms, and the blaster was too close. The shooter did not even need to aim, not at this range. He was trapped. Don't get involved. He should have known. He should have left well enough alone. He could not see the shooter. They were too close, but the force radiated with cold resolve and the willingness to kill. "Bam, Jedi," a cold, angry voice said to his left. You're dead. Chapter 10. The blaster pressed to his head did not waver. Both the will and the hand behind it were as strong as Mandalorian iron. Jazz did not move. It seemed that there was a price to pay for breaking his one rule. Don't get involved. He now found himself on his knees, holding on to the little girl with a weapon pointed at his head. He tried to think of a way out of this, but came up empty. The force was useless at this moment, the weapon far too close. As a boy, he had heard stories in the Jedi Temple of a master who was so skilled in the subtle art of telekinesis that he could freeze the firing stud on a blaster, that no matter how hard the gunman tried, they could not press down, rendering the weapon useless. Jazz frowned. It was a skill that would have been most useful at that moment. It was also one he did not possess, and besides, from what he remembered, the master that possessed that skill had finally died when his power proved too slow, and he found himself gunned down. All things ends, he thought. Perhaps this is my ending. Strangely enough, he was not angry. He should have been furious at himself, but he wasn't. He could think of worse deaths than trying to save a child. It was just a shame that his actions would likely end in failure if this gunman was a part of the group threatening the girl and her friend. He had failed. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but he did it nonetheless. He had only one choice left, one plea left to give. He did not try to bargain or beg. He doubted that that would work. The cold resolve he was feeling from his enemy suggested that it would be a wasted breath. He said the words, hoped that they would not fall on deaf ears. "Don't hurt her," he said flatly. "Leave the poor girl alone." The blaster did not waver, but he did sense a slight shift in the force. A wave of concern washed over him, the sense of impending death lessened slightly. "Let me see those hands, Jedi," the gunman said. "Take them away from the girl. Nice and easy." The blaster dug deeper into his head. "Don't even think about hurting her. It will be the last thought you ever have." The words confused him. Me? Hurt her. He hadn't been trying to hurt the girl. She had embraced him. He had been trying to comfort her. Yet, that was not the only thing she said that haunted him. She called me a Jedi, he thought. I'm no Jedi. He slowly raised his hands. He felt the girl let him go. She stepped back and looked upon him, her blue eyes sharp and clear. He sensed no fear, which was strange. If they were under attack, should the girl not be afraid? She looked to his left, at the one holding the weapon. She wiped her eyes on her sleeve, still sniffling, but not afraid. "Step away from him, Vess," the gunman said. "We need to get going." The girl, Vess, frowned. "Don't hurt him," she said. "Please." "He was trying to take you," the voice responded. "He is a Jedi. He serves the Republic Senate." Jazz felt a sense of anger and distaste from his would-be killer. He can't be trusted. The Republic is why we are in this mess. Jazz considered what he was hearing. She has gotten it wrong, he thought, and yes, now that he had a chance to think, he realized that the person holding the blaster on him was a she. What she is saying doesn't make sense. The Republic doesn't threaten people. It offers a chance to be a part of something greater. As for the Jedi serving the Senate, that is not accurate either. The Jedi do not serve the Republic. The Jedi are advisors and teachers. The Order inspires people. It is meant to serve as an example. The Republic doesn't control the Jedi. You truly believe that? The cynical side of him asked. You are still thinking like a Jedi youngling, in love with the Order and its doctrine. You know the truth. Accept it. Jazz pursed his lips. It was true, he thought. He was not a little boy anymore. In the years he had spent outside the Order, he had heard things, seen things. The Republic expansion was not motivated entirely by altruism. There were profits to be made, and exploiting innocent worlds could be very profitable. The Jedi should have prevented such things from happening, but that was an oversimplification of the galaxy as a whole. The Jedi were sentient beings too. Sometimes their desires got in the way of doing what was right, or their ambitions colored their perception of the Jedi Code. It had been a bitter pill to swallow, but in the end, Jazz had. The galaxy, and the Jedi, was not as simple as he had thought as a boy. It was not black and white, light and dark. It was shades of gray, and sometimes those shades colored the Jedi as well. It was easy to believe that you were always right when you were sitting in the temple on Coruscant, being fawned over by young knights and apprentices that knew nothing else. The truth was rarely simple. Of course, this was not the real issue here, was it? These people thought him some Republic agent trying to hurt this girl. Why? What was going on? I meant the girl no harm, he said. I heard her scream and tried to help. All out of the goodness of your heart, Jedi. The woman scoffed. Jazz frown deepened. I'm no Jedi, he said flatly. And that laser sword you carry is just for show, eh? He would have shaken his head if not for the blaster still digging into it. He sighed. This one was stubborn. He doubted if he could make her understand. He isn't lying, Val, the girl said. He tried to help us. He's nice. Jazz almost smiled at that. Ah, the mind of a child. It was no wonder the Jedi kept choosing younger and younger people to train as apprentices. Cynics like him had no place among the Jedi. Off-worlders are dangerous. Vess, the woman Val, said to her, the Republic wants Bantoon. They will do anything to get it, including send their sorcerers to take it from us. The little girl's eyes narrowed. She was getting angry. He wasn't trying to. I'm only trying to protect you, Val interrupted this man. Stop it, Val, the little girl said, putting her hands on her hips. Comply. Jazz felt the blaster shake slightly. A shudder had run down the woman's arm. He was not sure what had happened, but he felt something. A flash of pain echoed through the force when the little girl had said that final word. She continued to glare at the woman threatening him. Jazz could feel the force swirling around the girl. He did not know who this Vess was, but as he had thought before, there was clearly more to her than the eye could see. Val, please, she repeated, please put your weapon down. He is nice. The girl stood a little straighter, trying to look more authoritative perhaps. Don't make me say the word again, Val, please. Jazz heard a heavy sigh. He felt the blaster come away from his head, and the woman threatening him stepped back. He took a deep breath and stood up. What is going on here? He wondered. What have I stumbled into now? He dusted himself off and got his first real look at the woman who had been threatening him. The woman, Val, was not much older than he was. He would guess she was in her early 20s, with an athletic build and sharp green eyes. Her dark reddish-brown hair was cut short, long only to about her jawline. She was dressed in black trousers and a short matching jacket. Beneath her coat he could just make out a shoulder holster. Her belt had several pouches, likely for ammunition or other devices. He recognized that she was carrying a collapsible baton and a vibroblade in her boot. They had only just met, but he could make a few quick assumptions about this woman, both from how she stood and how easily she had snuck up on him. She had had training, that was clear. Even lowered, she held her blaster in a firm grip, ready to snap it up again at a moment's notice. She was clearly comfortable being armed, and had no qualms about using the weapon she carried. Her stance, the way she stood at rest, was also telling. Growing up in the Mandalorian clan, Jazz had gotten used to seeing people move in heavy armor, and how they moved when they were not wearing it. This girl moved like that. She may not have been wearing armor, but the way she stood, the way she moved suggested she would be more than comfortable if she was. In short, he summarized, this was not simply some thug for hire. She did not have the swagger of such a person. If he had to guess, he would say that this Val was a professional enforcer or bodyguard, which would make sense considering how well-dressed the two young people were. Val continued to glare at him. She was clearly unhappy with this turn of events. The little girl, Bess, came up to her and touched her arm. It will be okay, she said. Trust me. Val sighed and shook her head. This is a mistake, she said to the girl. I'm only trying to protect you. It was at that moment that young boy groaned and tried to stand up. Jazz, Val, and the little girl turned. Val responded first. She walked over and helped the boy up. Ulrich, she said, can you hear me? The boy groaned and shook his head, trying to clear it. Yeah, he murmured. Yeah, Chief, I can hear you. Val hissed and swatted him upside the head. The boy cried out in pain. What was that for? You stupid Murglak, she spat. I told you to stay at the safe house. I told you to stay put until I returned. The boy shook his head, gingerly touching the cut there. I had no choice, he said. Lord Rudo showed up with his thugs. He knew the security code to enter. He knew them, probably the one for the safe room too. Val growled angrily, but did not strike the boy again. An odd trio to be sure. The girl, Vess, moved close to Jazz. She reached out and touched his hand. She smiled up at him. He sensed only warmth and trust there. He smiled back, causing her to look away quickly. At least someone here understood what he had tried to do. At least someone here did not think him an enemy. The boy leaned against the wall. He pulled out a small vial from his pocket and downed some of the pills inside. Jazz was not sure what those were. It was not really the right time to ask. "Is the ship ready?" Ulrich asked her. "Can we get out of here, now?" Val shook her head no. "The ship is being watched. The crew have been taken into custody." Val hissed under her breath. "The lords aren't taking any chances. I've tried to get a hold of our allies, but not a single one has answered." She sighed heavily. "Looks like we are on our own." The mention of lords should have been enough to stop Jazz in his tracks. He should have wished them luck, and that the force be with them, but he did not. It was a stupid move on his part, but he could not help it. The force had called to him, brought him here. He would not step back now, not until he understood truly what was going on. "Excuse me," Jazz said, drawing Val's attention, "but it seems you are in trouble." He tried his most innocent smile. "Maybe I could help." Val gave him an icy look. It was clear that she wanted to tell him off, likely even shoot him for sticking his nose in her business, but he could also sense her desperation. Whoever these three were, they were in a bad way. Maybe they could use a little outside help. "Don't get involved." The phrase echoed through his brain, and once again, he found himself ignoring it. He had no real idea why. He had done his part when he had helped the girl and the boy. That should have been enough. Shouldn't it? Val was hesitant to answer, not that Jazz blamed her. She didn't know him, despite what he had done for her young charges. He did not blame her for being careful. The girl Vess was not so careful. "We have a ship waiting for us," she said quickly. Val shot her an angry look, but that did not stop the young girl. "A ship was supposed to take us to meet up with my parents. Their ship left days ago, but we got stuck here." The little girl smiled warmly. "Can you help us, sir?" Jazz frowned slightly. He wanted to, but this wasn't entirely his call. Val stepped forward and pulled the girl back, putting herself between the girl and Jazz. She was no longer pointing a weapon at him, but that didn't mean that trusted him. "Before we go any further," she said, glaring down at her young charge, "I think some introductions are in order, don't you?" Jazz shrugged. Things had been moving rather quickly. Perhaps it was a good idea to slow things down. "I'm Char Valentine," the young woman said. "This Ulrich and his sister Vess." "Hi," the girl said, brightly waving. "Sir," the boy said. "Yaster Cooper," Jazz said, bowing his head in greeting. He had been using the false name since leaving the clan. He and Co-op had similar features and looked close enough that they would likely be mistaken for actual brothers. He did not dare to use the Jazz Darbin name. That name was known to the Jedi Order. He had worried that had he continued to use it, it would have been only a matter of time until he was identified and openly sought by the Jedi Shadows. It was a necessary lie, and he was likely not the only one using one. He smiled. The woman had hesitated slightly before linking Ulrich and Vess. He was guessing that the two were not siblings. They had similar features, but he did not sense the connection he would have expected between siblings. Yes, she had tried to shield the boy, but there seemed to be a distance between the two. No, he did not believe that the Vess and Ulrich were brother and sister, but it did not matter. So they had secrets, so what? He had his own as well. He would not fault someone for keeping their own. "I'm an officer on a trading vessel," he informed them. "We are currently under lockdown, like everyone else." Val gave him a suspicious look. "Since when does a Jedi Knight work as an officer on a trading vessel?" The little girl's eyes lit up. "You're a Knight?" Jazz shook his head. "I'm no Jedi," he said quickly, "just an independent trader trying to make his way in the universe." Val snorted at that. Her lip curled into a sneer. She stepped over to the body lying in the alley. the one who had led the thugs. She leaned down and got a better look at him. She chuckled. "Looks like Lord Rudo won't be reporting back to his superiors," she said with a smirk. "How sad." Jazz tried not to blink. A lord, he thought. I killed a lord. He could just imagine the look on Co-op's face, and it was not pleasant. When the government people came in the morning, he did not think that a dead Bentoon noble being found in an alley would go over well for the spacers here. This is what happens when you get involved, his conscience chided. Now you have brought down nothing but trouble down on your head. Hope you're satisfied. If Val was worried, she did not appear to be. She quickly went through the dead man's pockets. She picked up his blaster and took his identification. She even helped herself to his rings and some device around his wrist. Jazz watched this with distaste. "You are robbing him." Val shrugged. "I'm pretending to," she replied. "When the body is found in the morning, I want this to look like Rudo was slumming with the off-worlders and paid the price for it." She actually smiled when she looked at Jazz. "You did us a favor, Jedi. He's been chasing us for almost 2 weeks now. You saved me the trouble of crossing him off myself. So pleased to be of service, but as I said, I'm no Jedi." "Good," Val said, standing up and dusting herself off. "Then you can go about your business, no Jedi. We don't need your help anymore." "Val," the girl said. "We don't need outsiders," she said quickly. Vess pouted, but said no more. Val did not look at Jazz, and she said nothing more. Clearly she considered the matter closed. Jazz was not so sure. He looked down at the blasters that he had cut with his blade. Someone might put one and one together when they saw that, realized that this wasn't a simple robbery. He would need to dispose of them, make sure they weren't found. "What do we do now, Chief?" Ulrich asked Val. Jazz was fairly sure now that the woman was the boy's superior, not just a bodyguard. "Back away," his conscience chided. "You have already done enough. Don't get more mixed up in this you already have." "We need to go to another safe house," Val said. "Once we've ensured Vest's safety, I will find us another ship. Our travel pass should still be good." That got Jazz's attention. Travel pass. Do we know who to trust? Ulrich asked his leader. "I'll find a local captain," she said. "The nobles couldn't have bought all of them." "We can." "You have a travel pass," Jazz said loud enough for her to hear. Val turned, giving him a dirty look. "This is none of your concern, not a Jedi." "Maybe," he admitted, "but I have a ship and a crew in need of a travel pass." Jazz looked down at the dead lord. "Considering what has happened, I think I should be off-world as soon as possible." He gave the three his most innocent smile. "Maybe we can help each other." Val glared at him, but the injured boy Ulrich did not seem so dismissive. The little girl looked eagerly at Jazz, shooting glances back and forth between him and her protector. Char Valentine winced. The woman was not stupid. She likely understood what was at stake here. "You have a ship." "I'm an independent trader," Jazz said dryly. "Can't be one without a ship." Val sighed heavily. She clearly did not like this, nor did Jazz blame her. It was a bad situation, made even worse by the dead noble in the alley behind them, which was also his fault. It looked bad for both of them, maybe him, more than her, but it was a problem. She understood that. "Okay," she said. "Tell me more." "You did what?" Jazz winced. He would rather have had this conversation with Co-op privately in the captain's quarters aboard ship, but that wasn't really an option. They needed to get moving. The morning would be coming soon. Time was of the essence. They were sitting at a table in the back of the cantina. The other spacers covered up most of the noise, and those that didn't minded their own business. Jazz sat next to Val while Co-op and the rest of the officers of their ship sat across from them. Jazz did not really like that. His decision to help Val and her charges was not really his to make, but the chance to get a travel pass, to be gone before the local constables got a good look at their cargo. Wasn't that worth the risk? Wasn't that what a smart smuggler would do? "We need transit to the Athon system," Val said to Co-op another ship is awaiting our arrival. You agreed to drop us off. We shall give you our travel pass, and you can be on your way. Jazz smiled at his clan brother. It is not a bad deal, Co-op, he said. You should, at the very least, consider it. Gabe Cooper shook his head. Despite being only 19, he already had a bit of gray at his temples, the effect of dealing with command decisions in the last year. His short goatee making him look older still. He shot Jazz a sad look. They had both agreed long ago not to play White Knights. It was bad for business. Now, Jazz had dropped a heap of trouble right on their doorstep. In short, the young captain wasn't pleased. Did you have to kill a noble? He asked his friend. Jazz winced. It wasn't intentional, he repeated. Couldn't you have done something else? Disarmed him or something? Jazz gave his old friend a sheepish look. He really had no choice. The guy was too close for anything else. His friend snorted and took a deep pull of ale from his mug. He didn't say anything else, which Jazz took for a good sign. Coop likely understood, but he was still not happy about it. Jazz had put them in bad position, a weak position. Coop hated making decisions from such a weak position. It was self-defense, right? Jazz nodded. The question had come from their comm officer. Tessa Calican was a curly blonde-haired girl from the Corellian system. She had grown up within the organization, both her parents having been with scientists since it started. She was usually the voice of reason on the crew, and she was not afraid to call someone on a boneheaded move. Jazz thought her on his side in this. It would help make things easier. It was self-defense, Jazz assured her. He drew on me. She looked at Val, who nodded. Tessa smiled at Jazz. Sounds like you had no choice. He nodded. Maybe he had not, but that was the problem. Had he only not gotten involved? Well, too late now, he realized. Far too late. If someone is dead, we can't stay here, Shuss cheeped nervously, wiping the Yuri juice from his whiskers. The Chadrafan was the ship's chief engineer and an absolute wizard when it came to fixing up and repurposing damaged tech. He also had several warrants out for him within Republic space. Not all of the technology he had fixed up and sold over the years had been his. It is why the scientist group had taken him in, protected him. His skills were too good to let rot away on some prison moon. Shusk was too valuable. The little bat-like alien looked at Co-op. We need to get out of here, Captain, now. Burr's going to have a fit, their navigation officer whistled. His name was Figurin, or Figgy for short. He was a Bith and had a knack for calculating hyperspace jumps on the fly. The alien's huge head did count for something after all. He was also a bit of a gambler, and that had become a problem in the past. Several sure-thing bets had come up bad for him, and Co-op had taken a chance and paid off his debts. It had earned them a skilled nav officer, but trouble still tended to follow the alien around. Jazz was not really fond of that. Burr is the muscle on this crew, Jazz reminded him, not the captain. He looked at his friend. We can't afford to be timid here. Burr was a human, and as Figgy had said, the muscle of their crew. He was a skilled marksman and knew his way around explosives as well. He was also a bit more mercenary than Jazz typically liked. He claimed he would do anything if the price was right, anything. Jazz did not like that. Val had looked at the two aliens, not really sure what to make of them. Bantoon was a human world, and given their feelings towards outsiders, not many aliens were allowed out in the city proper. Jazz assured her they would not be a problem, but as it turned out he did not really need to. Shusk and Figgy were likely on board. It was Co-op that needed to be convinced. If you prefer not to help us, that is fine, Val said. I'm sure that I can find another captain to aid us. For a moment Jazz had thought that Co-op would let it end like that he would send the girl on her way without further thought, and that he would take his chance with the local security forces when they arrived in the morning. Fortunately, that was not the case. Coop smiled. He still knew a good deal when he heard one. Not so fast, miss, he said quickly. I never said that I wouldn't help you, and, as my first officer said, we do need a travel pass. He flashed his most roguish smile, the smile that Rhonda loves so much. Val did not seem interested. She merely glared at him. Coop chuckled. I'm willing to do business if you are, he said, provided you don't mind traveling on a working freighter. Just get us off-world, and the pass is yours, Val promised. We may even be able to throw in some extra credits for your trouble. Coop's smile widened. And that, dear miss, he said warmly, is the magic words. He offered her his hand. You have yourself a ship. She glanced at Jazz, who nodded slightly. Coop might sound mercenary, but Jazz knew that there was a good man in there too, somewhere. He made a deal, he kept it. It was not only the right thing to do, but it was the smart thing to do. Honesty was good for business. Bring your party to Docking Bay 3, he informed her. We will be able to get underway as soon as you're aboard. Val nodded and took Co-op's hand. He seemed pleased with her choice, but that pleasure faded quickly. Coop winced. Jazz felt his discomfort through the force. Val was smiling, her fingers tight around Co-op's hand, squeezing it. Or crushing it. We have a deal, she said coldly, leaning in. Do not even think of betraying us. Despite the pain, Co-op chuckled. You don't have to worry about that, he promised. A deal is a deal. She nodded and let go. She rose and went to fetch Ulrich and Vess. See you in the docking bay. She turned without a word. Coop looked down at his hand, shaking it slightly. Tessa, Figgy, and Shusk all looked at Jazz, who merely shrugged. Val was someone who did not like to be messed with. They would need to be careful. You okay, Captain? The Chandrafan asked. Fine, he said, moving his fingers, making sure they weren't broken. He gave Jazz an acidic smile. You have an interesting taste in women there, Jazz. Jazz looked away. That wasn't the reason he had done this. Coop chuckled, enjoying his discomfort. Charming girl, he said. Yeah, Jazz thought. She is. Chapter 11. The blast doors to Docking Bay 3 eased open. Jazz stood beside their guests as steam hissed from the sliding doors. The little girl, Vess, had not left his side since they emerged from the cantina. She stayed close to him, and had since he had come to her aid. Val stood close by and kept watch. It might have been his imagination, but it seemed to Jazz that Val was not overly pleased with the fact that the girl was staying so close to him. He didn't blame her. He wasn't sure what problem the woman had against Force users and Jedi, but in the end, it did not matter, did it? He sighed. I'm no Jedi. The boy Ulrich brought up the rear, watching over both of the ladies. Jazz had realized that he had made an error. He took Ulrich for a boy, but he was older than he appeared. He was actually closer in age to Jazz and Cooper. He also appeared to be a subordinate of Val. He had called the woman chief several times, and each time she had glared when he had done it around Jazz and the rest of the crew. The look on Ulrich's face when she did glare at him suggested that she was his superior, and superior that wasn't too happy with her younger charge. Despite this, the two continued to keep a low profile. Val was dressed like an off-worlder, and the boy could have been mistaken for a student, like Vess. Char Valentine did not want people knowing she is someone official, and yes, Jazz was fairly sure now that she was someone official. The ease at which she gave orders suggested that she was a person who was used to being obeyed. Jazz Darbin had marked her as a mere bodyguard, but it seemed that it was more than that. Not that it mattered. They had provided the crew with a travel pass, which meant their ship could now leave. It was good for business, and that is what mattered. They had a delivery to make. It was best that they get to it. Coop smiled proudly as their ship came into view, the rest of their crew at his side. He had been wanting to take her out for a long time, and hoped that this run would be the first in many more for the Titus group. The ship was his pride and joy, Randus too, but that was to be expected. She and Co-op had been working towards this for years. Even during their days in the clan, he had been sending her credits or salvage, anything to get the ship up and running. It had been the work of almost a decade, but now it was finished. Their ship had taken to the stars. It was a P-26 freighter registered to the Titus Trading Group and owned and operating by Cooper and Halcyon Holdings. In other words, owned by Rhonda and Co-op. It was a sight to say the least. It resembled, in Jazz's eyes, like a giant clothes iron, boxy with a rounded, downward-sloping triangular nose cone. The main body was mostly cargo space, with the crew quarters centered over the nose cone. The command tower rose up like a handle, its rounded bridge screen giving the crew almost a full 360-degree view of what was around them. Its scarred hull was painted orange with brown highlights. The docking bay seemed to vibrate when they entered. Even from here you could feel the ship's repulsor lifts humming, warming up in preparation to leave. Coop had sent word ahead to Burr, who had made sure that everything was ready when the crew arrived. Jazz glanced over at Val, Ulrich, and Vess. He was curious about what their first take on the vessel would be. He knew how he had felt the first time he had seen the thing. To say that his response had been less than favorable would have been an understatement. Val shook her head. "Are you kidding?" she said, looking at Co-op. "You came here in that thing." The young woman shook her head. "What a piece of junk." Jazz chuckled. He sensed the amusement of the others. The rest of the crew was covering up their respective mouths, likely hiding their own laughter. Coop sniffed. "I admit, she is no ebon hulk, but she doesn't have to be." He grinned proudly. "She gives me where the credits are, and she is all mine." "She does look like a scrap pile," Tessa said. "Hey," Co-op said, looking offended. "But that is all part of her charm," Shusk said. "No one would believe that this ship can fly," Figrin added, "much less make her runs in record time." "Hey." Coop glared at the Bith. "Whose side are you on?" he demanded. "Our side," the alien said. "We know what the ship is, but we also know that looks can be deceiving." "She may not look like much," Tessa added, "but that is the whole point." "Yeah," Shusk chimed in. "Why else did you choose to call it the Co-op's Folly?" The Co-op's Folly had an interesting history, or rather the class of vessel that it represented did. It should have been something great, but the galaxy had intervened. Now it was almost nothing. The perfect transport for a crew of independent spacers. The ship was 82 meters long and 54 meters wide. It was technically classified as a light freighter, but it could be modified to carry twice the amount of cargo that a tradition ship that its size could handle. Like other P-26 class vessels, it was designed with versatility in mind. Horse Space Systems had been looking to take over the intergalactic trading game with this type of vessel. The modular design of the ship wasn't pretty, but it was adaptable. Sadly, it never came to pass. Kui Drive Yards had purchased the production house that was building the P-26, and they promptly discontinued its use. KDY had his own ideas about freighter construction and had not intended to see those ideas questioned. Parts and services for the ships quickly became hard to come by, and extremely expensive. The few thousand freighters that had been produced were either scrapped or sold off to rim worlds that did not know how hard it would be to acquire parts for their new acquisitions. Rhonda had found this one rusting in a scrap yard on Ord Mantle. Her father had purchased it, likely thinking of selling off the parts that still functioned. He kept the frame and would have eventually sold it off to be melted down. He would have done it, but then his daughter had convinced him to hold onto it. Despite what had happened with KDY, the ship's hull and frame were sturdy and could take a beating. The problem had been the internals, and Rhonda saw that as a challenge. She wanted the ship to work on it, to both prove and improve her own mechanic skills. Of course, that was only part of it. She and Co-op had always wanted their own ship. They had talked about it. Now, they had a chance to have it. Her father had humored her. Maybe he thought she was dreaming, that she would never get a space worthy. She was determined to prove him wrong. She wanted a ship of her own. She was determined to have it. When she went out on her own, her father let her keep it. She had paid him a lot for it with her credits, sweat, and blood. She had worked for years to ensure that the frame was maintained and used her pay as a mechanic, and the credits sent by Co-op, to buy new parts for it, constantly upgrading and replacing its systems. It had finally been ready to fly 2 weeks ago, and would do so under Co-op's command. Jazz was no mechanic. He did not know all the details, but what he did know was that Rhonda had completely gutted and replaced most of the ship's systems. While he and Co-op had been serving Clan Nutbush, she had been busy building her dream vessel. Randa's version of the P-26 now used easy-to-acquire Kuid and other fleet systems parts, while barely changing the ship's original profile. She had also modified the engines on the bulky transport, giving it both speed and maneuverability, without sacrificing its modular design. Not that she had access to any of the other modules, but it was still possible if the need arose. It was enough to sell her work to Taintus, to prove its viability. Having your own ship in an organization like Taintus put you on the fast track to advancement. Both Co-op and Rhonda had known this, and now here they were. Rhonda now had command of her own hangar back on Ord Mantle. She would handle repairs and upgrades, while Co-op and his crew brought in the credits. It was a simple arrangement, simple and profitable. There was just one problem. Their first job had seen that trapped on Bantoon. I wanted to call her the Fortune, Co-op informed their guests. Unfortunately, the name never took. He sighed. Call it a folly if you like, but don't doubt that she has it where it counts. He gave Val a winning smile. The folly will take you where you need to go, trust me. Val sniffed. She remained unimpressed. That remains to be seen, Captain, she said. Coop did not take offense. It was as Figgy and Tess had said. The folly was meant to be underestimated. Does it really fly through space? Vess asked. The little girl stared at the ship with a sense of wonder. It does, Jazz answered. He smiled down at the girl. It will get you where you need to go. She blushed and looked away. Jazz could not say why. He had merely answered a question. It was at that moment that loading ramp lowered. Burr emerged from the ship, wiping his hands with a rag. Everything is loaded and ready to go, Captain, he said. As soon as we load B-10 we can be. He paused when he saw Val and her party. What is this now? He asked. We taking on passengers. Yeah, Burr, Co-op answered. These good people have allowed us to use their travel pass, provided we take them where they need to go. Burr looked at the three, his hard-eyed blue eyes settling on Val. She did not quail or look away. She met his gaze and did not back down. Burr sneered. Locals, he spat, shaking his head. Great. Jazz frowned, considering what Val and her party were offering. Burr could at least try to sound grateful. Taintus had found the guy working as an enforcer on NAR Shadow. Burr was a small, wiry man with a bald head and a nasty scar running from his left cheek down to his throat. He was one of the few people in the group that Jazz did not particularly care for. Burr had some military training, that was obvious. Jazz had seen him fight several times, both with his bare hands and with the blaster. He definitely fought like a trained soldier. The enforcer had spoken a few times about serving in the Republic military, but had struck out on his own after he realized that it was far more profitable working freelance. Both Jazz and Co-op had come to think him a deserter, or maybe a dishonorable discharge. Burr did not strike him as the type to stick around and finish his tour, not when he smelled profit elsewhere. He was useful, none would doubt that, but neither Cooper nor Jazz trusted him fully. They kept a close eye on the enforcer, just in case he tried to make a better deal for himself with someone else. The two had been stabbed in the back by Targo. They would not give anyone else a chance to do so again. As the group approached the ship, one of the large metal crates next to the ramp began to unfold itself. Steam hissed between the joints as long metal arms emerged and helped push itself up onto stocky metal legs. Jazz sensed the little girl's fear and shock. Val. She shrieked and dove behind Jazz. The woman's blaster came out as Ulrich leapt to her side, his own blaster raised and ready. Don't, Co-op shouted, pushing Val's blaster down, spoiling her shot. She glared at the captain, betrayal and anger flashing in her eyes. What are you? You're safe, he shot back hotly. He won't hurt you. Jazz sighed. He probably should have warned them. He won't harm you, Jazz added, his eye focused on Vess, feeling a bit ashamed for scaring her. He is part of our crew. It was then that the droid finished emerging from his rest mode. At full height he towered over the group, with shoulders as wide as a land speeder. The small round head turned to the crew, two yellow, large, and round optics focused on the organics standing before it. The lines and plain features on his face gave the droid an almost sad look. Nice one, you overgrown scrap pile, Bur chided, though he sounded more amused than angry. He had liked seeing Val startled. You spooked the locals. The droid made a sound. Some would have mistaken it for a sigh. It shook his head. I'm going to get shot now, aren't I? It said morosely, I should have guessed. I've only just spent the entire afternoon loading all this cargo, and do I get a word of thanks, an old bath? No. I get to be threatened by a blaster. The droid shook his head. Typical. The sorrow in his voice shocked the new arrivals. Jazz had been similarly affected when he had first met the droid. Now he knew better. You could have given the droid everything it desired, and it would still complain about his lot in life. That was just the way it was. That was the way he had been programmed. Miss Valentine, Co-op said, allow me to introduce B1-0N, or Beaten as we like to call him. Because I've been beaten down by this cold, heartless galaxy, the droid complained, no one cares what the load lifter droid thinks. It shook his head again. As I said, typical. Tess coughed. Coop glared at it. You must excuse Beaten, he told his guests. B1 series load lifter droids only have two emotional settings, cheery or depressed, a quirk in their programming package. The captain shook his head. We're still trying to figure out how to set this one to cheery. Still he carries out his orders without question. Of course, Captain Cooper, Beaten said, lift this, store that, unload the bay, reload the bay, over and over and over. Beaten made that sign sound again. My existence is so exciting. Jazz had to fight the urge to laugh. What did the droid expect? He was a load lifter droid. Lifting and carrying things was his job. Vess emerged from behind Jazz. She seemed ashamed that she had hidden from droid. She stepped forward despite the angry look Val was giving her. As Jazz had noticed earlier, she was a brave little girl. Thank you for completing your work, Beaten, she said. I'm sorry I screamed when I saw you. You surprised me. The droid's optics focused on the little girl. Your thanks are unnecessary, little mistress, he said. They are also likely insincere, but it is good to hear them anyway. Vess smiled and curtsied to the droid. Val finally guided her back into the group. Now if you are quite done complaining, you hunk of junk, how about you get on board, Bur ordered. We're leaving. Beaten looked at Cooper, he was the captain after all. Coop nodded. The large droid turned and ambled slowly up the ramp. Back on the ship again, it said morosely, another few hours folded up in standby mode. Wonderful. Val shot Cooper a curious look. Why does it act like that? Coop shrugged. As I said, it is a quirk in their programming. Could you not get it fixed? We could probably get his memory wiped, but that might do more harm than good. Despite his depression, Beaten is actually really good at his job, Tessa said. He is also stable, Shusk added. In the past, some of this model have gone rogue. The cheery acting ones have known to be dangerous, destroying things in manic celebration. Val gave them a disgusted look. You off-worlders and your machines, she spat. Why would you risk having something like this around? Because we got him on the cheap, Bur answered. We're not exactly rolling in credits, you know. Char Valentine sighed and shook her head. Jazz sensed her displeasure. She was clearly starting to have second thoughts about this arrangement. Coop pretended not to notice, as usual. He smiled and clasped his hands. Well then, everyone, he said, all aboard. Grudgingly, Val took Vess by the hand and led her up the ramp, with Ulrich in tow. Coop already starting issuing orders, getting the crew to their stations. Tessa and Figgy made for the stairs to take them up to the bridge. Shuss climbed the ladder leading to the engine room. Burr went with their guests to show them to their quarters. The ship had accommodations to fit a crew of 20, so there was more than enough space for their 3 passengers. Coop stopped Jazz before he could head for his station, his old friend and captain pulling him aside. "So," he asked, "what do you think, old buddy?" "I think we are getting out of here," Jazz replied, "provided that the travel pass that Miss Val gave us is good." "I know that, Jazz," Co-op said. "I wanted to know what you thought about this, how it felt." Jazz frowned. Coop had long ago learned to trust his friend's feelings. It had served them well on several occasions, but it was not something that Jazz could just turn on and off, and he was not always sure what the disturbances meant. The Force was complicated, and it did not give up all its secrets to Jazz Darbin. He sighed. "There is something going on here, Co-op. I don't know what it is, but it is there." He shook his head. He could have mentioned that what was happening seemed to be focused around Vess, but he didn't think it wise. Coop kept no secrets from his crew, and he didn't want that poor girl dragged into the situation if things went sideways. No, he wouldn't do that to her. He gave his friend a serious look. "I think we need to get these people where they're going and go about our business." The young captain nodded and smiled. "That is exactly what we are about to do, buddy," he said, leading his friend towards the bridge. "Let's get this old bird moving." At first, Bantoon Traffic Control had been hesitant to let the Co-op's Folly leave. 2 operators spoke to Tessa over the comm system, and Co-op himself had to get involved. All agreed that the pass the ship had was accepted, but the locals seemed slow to give clearance to leave. Jazz wasn't pleased to hear that. The longer they were here, the longer someone in traffic control had the chance to pass along that the ship was leaving, possibly to people who were looking for those seeking to leave the planet. Jazz found his eyes going over the Folly's weapon systems. The freighter was no warship, but like most smuggling vessels, it did have teeth if needed. 2 dual-firing lasers mounted on both sides of the hull, and 2 quad-heavy turrets mounted on both the top and belly of the ship. Not enough to fight off a Republic warship, but more than enough to make someone think twice about trying to board. Jazz ran a quick systems check of their weapons, just in case. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the clearance for them to leave was granted. Coop wasted no time in getting the Folly off the ground. Tessa monitored communications, trying to pick up any local chatter, just in case things started to turn ugly. Surprisingly, things remained quiet. The Co-op's Folly fired its sublights and pushed through the atmosphere of Bantoon. Soon they were back in the cold, comforting shelter of the void, heading for their jump window. Jazz breathed a sigh of relief. So far, so good. It was at that moment that things went wrong. The scanners blared a warning. 4 small attack ships had just emerged from behind the nearest moon, emerged and moved in on an intercept vector. They were heading straight for the Folly. Coop did not panic when he saw them, though he did raise their shields. He also ordered Jazz to heat up the weapons, just in case. "Hell, those ships, Tess," he ordered. "Let's see what is on their minds." The comm system buzzed, audio only. Coop did not like transmitting his face over the holonet. It was not good for business. "Unidentified ship, this Major Moro of the Bantoon Matriarchy. You will cut your engines, lower your shields, and prepare to be boarded." Coop chuckled. "So much for diplomacy," he said, looking at Jazz. Jazz shrugged. From what he was feeling, he doubted this would end diplomatically. "Major Muro, this is the Co-op's Folly out of Ord Mantle. May I ask what the problem is? We had the proper clearance to leave, and our manifest in-flight plan was submitted to traffic control." Yeah, Jazz thought, our fake manifest. Though he doubted this about smuggling, the ships approaching looked like military vessels, not the type used by law enforcement. There was another pause. Perhaps the Major was digesting what he had been told. "You will cut your engines, lower your shields, and prepare to be boarded," he repeated. "This is your final warning." Coop shrugged. Major, with all due respect, we will be in hyperspace before you enter weapons range, which does not really give me much incentive to stop. Coop's eyes narrowed. He let a bit of anger seep into his voice. I say again, why are you trying to stop us? Another pause. This encounter was likely not going as the Major had expected. The man was likely used to being obeyed. You are believed to be carrying dangerous fugitives. If you turn them over to us, you will be well rewarded. Refuse, and you will be severely punished. Coop's smile brightened. No lies, he said dryly, no, claiming this as a simple cargo inspection. No faked health check. Coop shook his head. You're very bad at this game, Major. May I suggest you find a new line of work? The Major did not respond with words. Lasers flashed as they barely kissed the folly shields. Co-op put on a bit more speed, but it was not really needed. As he had warned the Major, they were almost to their escape window. He pulled back on the hyperspace handle. The stars stretched as the co-op's folly leapt forward and into hyperspace. Coop did not take his hands off the controls until he was absolutely sure they were away. Then, he sighed and turned to his old friend. Come on, Jazz, he said, rising from the helm. Let's have a few words with our dangerous fugitives. Chapter 12. Violet light danced as Jazz Darbin went through his saber drills. His weapon spun and whirled like it was an extension of his arm, a part of his very being. He stood in the center of Folly's cargo bay, his saber hummed and buzzed with each strike and parry. He moved without thinking, letting his emotions guide him. At this point in his life, these drills were second nature to him. He had first learned them at the tender age of 5, when the Temple Sword Master had first put a training saber in his hand. Despite being away from the Order for almost a decade, he still remembered that day. It was his first real memory, the earliest thing he could remember about being at the temple. He may have forgotten that life, if not for the combat training he had endured as a member of Clan Nutbush. Their ways were not the Jedi way, but that did not mean that they were without value. The Mandalorians had fought 2 wars against the Jedi, and had learned much about their fighting styles. Clan Nuna's Sword Master had passed what they had learned onto him. Those lessons were far more aggressive than the ones a Jedi would have learned, but that did not take away from what they offered. Clan Nutbush had expanded on what he had learned in the temple, gave him a chance to explore further. The stances, forms, and discipline they taught were no less valuable than what one could learn from a Jedi Master. Different was different, but that did not make it bad or wrong. He had come to embrace that ideal. Jazz may not have been a Jedi, but that did not mean that he had not grown, that he had not expanded his knowledge of the Force. Some Jedi Masters might have called such learning a mistake, that by exploring those mysteries himself he was inviting the dark side in, and that he was destined to make a mistake and fail. Though he remained concerned about the darkness, he did not let it paralyze him. He had felt his power in the skies over Kuat, and he had resisted. There was nothing wrong with being careful, and if it helped you minimize the consequences of a mistake, so much the better. The Force is part of me, Jazz thought. I can't simply forget that. I have a place within the Force, as all things do. Now all I have to do is figure out what that place is. The thought made him smile. Finding that purpose would be easier said than done. As he trained, his thoughts drifted back to when he and Co-op had confronted Char Valentine. They had found the woman in the ship's galley, likely trying to find something to eat for herself and her young companions. Jazz informed her that they had a box of instant meals in the far right cupboard. The food was a bit bland, but it was both filling and safe for human consumption. Val hesitated at first, but finally accepted him at his word, offering a murmured thanks. Before she could retreat back to the guest quarters, however, Co-op stopped her. He had questions that he felt deserved answering. The young woman shrugged and sat down. She put her feet up on the nearest bench and said she would do her best to answer. Neither Jazz nor Co-op was fooled by her act. She may have looked relaxed, but they had been around enough warriors to recognize tension of the body. Though she had surrendered her gun belt when she had come aboard, Jazz did not doubt for a second that she was still armed. She still wore her jacket, which could have easily hit a holdout blaster or vibroblade. Plus, she was too relaxed if she felt threatened. She also knew she had a way out of it. Jazz kept his guard up. Coop pulled up a chair and sat down across from her. He was not angry with what happened, merely curious. They had clearly blundered into something that they shouldn't have. Your countrymen fired on us as we were leaving orbit, Co-op informed her. May I ask why? Val shrugged. She seemed neither surprised nor concerned. Things are a bit tense on my homeworld right now, but since we made it safely away, I'm guessing that you had no problem evading our security forces. We have a bit of talent in that arena, Co-op informed her. I'll bet, she said with a sly smile. I figured as much by your cargo. She snorted with amusement. I wasn't aware our gene mod packs were available to trade off-world. I'm guessing you look to make a pretty credit off all the ones stored in your hold. Coop's eyes narrowed. Are you calling me a smuggler, Miss Valentine? She shrugged again. Yeah, I am. If Cooper was insulted, he did not show it. A merry grin spread across his face. Good, he said, because I am a smuggler, and a damn good one too. Thought so, Val said, and yet you still helped us, given the reputation that most smugglers enjoy. I'm not like most smugglers, Co-op replied. Spice, slaves, weapons. I don't touch such things. There are plenty of credits to be made beating Republic tariffs, and besides. His smile widened. You would be surprised how having some morals and standards will go when dealing with certain people. If they know you have a code, they are often more willing to trust you with more delicate matters. And do you have a code? She asked. I tried to stay true to one. I don't betray a client, and I don't harm people under my protection, which you and those two kids now qualify as. Lucky us, Val smirked. Coop's smile turned cold. That being said, I don't like it when people put my ship and crew at risk needlessly. Your security forces seem to think that I had fugitives on board. Would you like to explain that? Val pursed her lips. Jazz wondered what she was thinking. Coop was not a cruel man. Jazz would never have taken him as a friend if he was. Yet, the concern for their ship and shipmates was valid. They knew nothing of Valentine or of the two young people traveling with her. Jazz hoped that the woman would have some answers. We're not criminals if that is what you are asking, she sighed. I can't go into the full details, both for my safety and the safety of Vess and Ulrich, but I will say that everything will be explained when we arrive in the Aphon system. My mistress will explain everything and reward you for seeing me and my young friends to safety. Val smiled again. I've already helped you get off Bantoon. Keep to this course, and you will be able to make a little more money on the side. Surely a damn good smuggler such as yourself will be able to appreciate such an offer. Coop nodded thoughtfully. Technically, any payment made to the group outside of the job was theirs. Titus would get his agreed-upon cut of the cargo, but anything made on the side was fair game. Yes, technically, Miss Valentine was offering them a bribe, but it was not like she was asking them to go any further than they already had. They were due to pass through the Aphon system anyway. Why not profit from making a small stop along the way? Jazz did not need to explain such facts to Co-op. He was too good a spacer not to see opportunity when it knocked. Finally, he nodded. I look forward to that explanation, he said. In the meantime, enjoy your time aboard my ship. It may not be the most cozy of vessels, but it will get you where you need to go. You have my thanks, Captain Cooper, and to you, Mr. Cooper, she said, nodding to Jazz. I'm sure you will understand why I needed to be so careful of what I said. As soon as we reach our destination, of course. I look forward to finding out just what that is, Co-op said. In the meantime, give my regard to those two kids, and enjoy your meals, Miss Valentine. She rose from her chair without another word, leaving the two men alone in the galley. Coop sighed and shook his head. What do you think? He asked Jazz. Can we trust her? She wasn't lying to us, Jazz informed him. When I look at her, all I sense is the desire to protect those kids. Coop nodded thoughtfully, all the while drumming his fingers on the galley's dinner table. So what do you think? I'm guessing she is not a kidnapper or slaver. It is nothing like that, Jazz said with a frown. Whoever she is, those kids aren't afraid of her. I sense that the boy is a bit intimidated, but that is likely because she is his superior. You think our dear Miss Valentine might be military? She doesn't carry herself like a typical bodyguard, and I don't sense the greed that would be a part of a mercenary simply out for the quick payday. Coop considered what he said, as he normally did. What about the little one? Vess. Yeah, I think that is her name. What do you think? Again, Jazz Darbin shrugged. Jazz frowned, not sure what Co-op was asking. He remembered what he had felt in that alley. The girl was not force-sensitive, but it did swirl around her, marking her as someone of value, someone worth protecting. It had been enough to get involved, despite everything he knew to the contrary. She is strong, that one. She was scared of those men threatening her, but defiant as well. He smiled. Had I not been there, she probably would have fought to protect the boy. She would have lost, but I think she would have gotten at least a few good shots in. Coop chuckled. Sounds like the kind of girl that Mom would have liked. Jazz's smile turned sad. Yes, he thought. Mother Nut Bush would have liked Vess. Jazz sighed. As long as we don't threaten the girl or the boy, I think we can trust Miss Valentine to play straight with us. She's dedicated to them, that much is clear, and besides, she is too much of straight arrow to try anything cute. Coop smirked at his friend's opinion of their guests. I think we may have just found you a girlfriend, old buddy, he said. What? Jazz said, blushing slightly. Straight arrow, committed to something more than herself. Sounds like a girl after your own heart. Jazz snorted and looked away. Char Valentine was attractive, he did not deny that, but she was also completely committed to her goal, that being to protect Vess and Ulrich. Jazz knew what that kind of commitment was like. He would not presume to try and get in the way of it. Having tortured his friend and clan brother enough, Co-op returned to the business at hand. Despite your feelings, we still need to keep an eye on Miss Val, the kids too for that matter, at least until they're off my ship. It won't be too much longer, Jazz said. We will reach the Aphon system in 2 hours, or Shuss claims. Okay then, Co-op said, heading back to the bridge. Just remember it was your idea to bring these people on board. Jazz winced. It got us off planet, didn't it? Yeah, but we may have stumbled into something worse than a smuggler's charge. Someone important wanted those kids, and now that we have them, those people may not take so kindly to us interfering. Coop sighed. Just keep an eye on our guests, Jazz. Make sure they don't get us into any more trouble. Yeah, Jazz sighed. It had been his call to involve his crew in this, and his responsibility if things went bad. His responsibility. I'll watch them, he promised his friend and captain. Things won't get out of hand. A small chime built into Jazz's comlink sounded, loud enough to be heard over the hum and buzz of his lightsaber. 20 minutes had passed, signaling the end of his saber drills. He sighed and lowered his weapon. He took a moment to simply bask in the power of the light. He could feel it flowing through him, his calm and commitment allowing him to go deep into light and feel its warm touch. His senses and emotions were razor sharp, as they always were after he submerged himself fully in the living force. He smiled slightly. It was in that moment that he realized that he was not alone, that he had not been alone for some time. You don't have to be afraid, little one, he said, deactivating his lightsaber. As I said before, I won't hurt you. The little girl, Vess, emerged from where she was hiding. She had all but disappeared behind one of their secure cargo containers. She approached him, her blue eyes wide with wonder. Jazz could sense that she was still not quite sure what she had just seen. When he was deep in the Force, his movements often became a blur to those not used to seeing a Force sensitive in motion. He could sense her awe, and a bit of fear. The former was understandable, the latter unnecessary. I'm sorry, she said in a tiny voice. I hope I didn't disturb you, sir. Jazz laughed. I will just finishing up, he said, sliding his weapon back up his sleeve. It is almost time for me to begin my shift on the bridge. He gave her a concerned look. You should try and get some rest. It seems like you had a bit of a time of it before we met. The little girl nodded, though she still stayed close to the shadows. I didn't get a chance to thank you before. The look in her eyes were of pure innocence and gratitude. You saved me and Ulrich both. We are in your debt. I couldn't just let you be dragged off, he admitted, and besides, I don't like bullies. The girl smiled. I knew you were nice, thank you. You're welcome, Jazz said, straightening out his coat. It was the least I could do. The girl looked away shyly. For some reason she seemed hesitant to meet his eye, and if he was not wrong, she looked like she might be blushing. Why, he wondered. Did I say something wrong? Val said you were a knight. We used to have knights back home, a long time ago. They were the bravest and most courageous men in the universe. The girl smiled, while at the same time looking down at her feet. I've never met a real knight before. And you haven't yet, Jazz said. I was never knighted by the Jedi Order, and I probably never will be. Why? She asked. You're very brave. Jazz sighed. He could tell her the whole story, but he doubted she would understand. The ways of the Jedi could be confusing to most people, and even he still questioned why he had been left behind by the Order. They should have found me after the accident, but they never did. He wondered sometimes if they even tried. He pushed such thoughts away. That bitterness could lead to anger if he was not careful, and that was one emotion that he did not want to feed. Still, he had to say something. The kid deserved that much. The Force set me on a different path long ago. I was separated from my fellow Jedi and left to find my own way. He shrugged. They would never accept me now. Too much has happened. Oh, the little girl said. I'm sorry. Don't be, he said with a small smile. My new life has given me a chance to see things that others of my order never could. I've seen many strange things in my travels, met many people. Like me? The girl asked. Yes, Vess, he said, like you. The girl's eyes brightened, her smile lit up her face. You remembered my name. Yes, he admitted. Is that unusual? The girl looked away again. Mother always says I'm too shy and quiet for my own good, that I fade into a crowd when I should stand out. She looked down at her feet again, shaking her head. I guess I'm too quiet. There is nothing wrong with being quiet, Jazz said. To know, someone must first know how to listen. The girl giggled. Maybe you should tell my mom that. She might listen to someone who was almost a real knight. Jazz did not try and correct her. It was clear that the little one had made up her mind about whom and what he was. He knew the truth, but still, it was nice to think about, at least for a while. It would have been good to have been a knight, but as he had said, the Force had other plans. He had accepted his lot in life, long ago. In time, he promised her, you will find your own place in the Force, and in that moment all your gifts and abilities will be exactly where they need to be. I guess so, the girl sighed. I hope so. She shook her head. Sir? Yes. Can I ask you a question? You just did, he said dryly. She looked up at him. Why? The sound escaped her lips as he grinned. She paused, thinking about what he said, and then smiled brightly. She giggled and looked away again. Another one, please. He nodded. She was no longer scared of him. It seemed that his willingness to talk to her had put her at ease. What is your question? What is the Force? She asked. You said the Force had plans for you. What is it? What plans does it make? Jazz smiled. In this he was on known ground. These questions he could answer. He sat down on one of smaller cargo containers. The girl sat across from him, her eagerness radiating out like a beacon. The Force exists in all living things, he began. It is an energy field that surrounds us, penetrates us, and binds the galaxy together. He gave her an arch look. You have never heard of the Force before. She shook her head no. Our people have our own gods. The beliefs of outsiders have no place among us, or so my teachers say. She rolled her eyes. Jazz chuckled. More and more he was starting to like this one. What do your people believe in? He asked. We worship the gods of sun, stone, wave, and wind. The elements gave rise to our people and allowed us to spread across Bantoon and become united and strong. The girl gave him a proud smile. We had our own sorcerers once too. They controlled the elements, lifted stone with a wave of their hands, summoned rain when needed, controlled the winds. Some could even summon fire from their hands. Jazz nodded. Your sorcerers were likely force sensitive. His gifts allowed them to perform such feats. Vess frowned. So my people are wrong. Not wrong, merely different, Jazz replied. You know the Force by another name. What we call it is not necessarily right. It is just how the Jedi have viewed the Force for centuries. Vess nodded. So we both are protected by the gods. Your Force is part of them. They simply speak to you with a different voice. Jazz nodded. It was an interesting way of looking at things. The girl could have called him a heretic and looked down on him for saying that her gods were not what she knew. She had not done that. She had adapted her way of seeing the world so quickly. He could see now why Vess felt the way she did in the Force. The girl was not closed off like some people. He smiled. She had the potential to be something great. Jazz picked up a spanner that had been left out, as Vess watched as he used the Force to lift it and have it float above his hands. Magic. The girl gasped. The Force, Jazz replied. It is merely using the energies between me and the spanner. It is the Force that lifts it up. And that is how it starts, young one. Both Jazz and Vess jumped. On the walkway above them stood Char Valentine. She was scowling down at the two. The spanner fell to the deck with a loud clang. Val pinned her young charge with a cold look. You should keep your distance from these people. Vess, she warned, they are dangerous. The girl gave her protector a sheepish look. We were just talking. She had questions, Jazz added. I was simply trying to offer answers. Do not let Vestan experience fool you. Not a Jedi, Val said coldly. My people have had experience with your kind. 300 years ago, Jedi invaded our world, attacked our cities, and murdered those that gods listened to, every sorcerer and knight that would not join them. Jazz winced. What? Jedi would never. But then he thought about what she was saying, what had happened almost 3 centuries ago, what had been happening in the galaxy at that time. Did these invaders claim to be Jedi? He asked her. They claim to be servants of a great Jedi. They follow someone we came to know as Revan. Jazz nodded. He should have guessed. Revan, he said. Bantoon was conquered by Darth Revan during the Jedi Civil War. All we know is that invaders attacked our world. Val replied. That was enough. Revan was no Jedi, Jazz shot back. He was a Sith by that point, a servant dark side. Whatever he was, my world suffered, Val said as she came up beside Vess. Our world suffered. Vess winced. She didn't want to blame Jazz for happened, but Val was her protector. She didn't want to seem disloyal to her either. Jazz felt sorry for the poor girl. Revan died a long time ago, he said. The Sith are extinct now. Your people have nothing to fear from them. Their foul empire is gone. And yet the power they use remains, the same power that you wield. Is that not true? Jazz frowned. He didn't like what was being said. The woman did not understand. He did not use the dark side of the Force. He knew better. I'm not going to betray you, he said to the woman. I'm not Revan or one of his followers. You have no right to judge me. It was at that moment that something changed in Val. A slight shift in the Force. Jazz could see it on her face. I'm not judging you, she said. I'm protecting Vess. The little girl looked up at her. Val, you don't have to. Come Vess, she said. Let us leave Mr. Cooper to his duties. Char Valentine led the girl away, but as she did, Vess looked over her shoulder. She looked at him. She was not happy with what had been said, but had no response of her own. "Bye," she said, and then mouthed, "I'm sorry." Jazz did not go after them. He had nothing to say. He stood where he was and watched the two vanish back into the guest quarters. He sighed and shook his head. He did not blame the woman for being concerned. Most Jedi would question his motives. After all, he had touched the darkness before, used it to kill an enemy, and without guidance likely would again. It had been a long time ago, but what happened on Bantoon brought it all back. He had not meant to kill to protect Vess and Ulrich, but he had. The darkness was never far from those who dealt death. It was never far from him. It was why he could never return to the Jedi Order. Why they would never take him back? He was trying to stay on the path, but the darkness was always there, sure-footed and gaining. Jazz made his way to the bridge to begin his duty shift. Duty was good. It would help him forget. The Force has a plan for me, he thought. All that has happened for a reason. He tried to take solace in that. The Force had a plan. All he had to do was find his place within it. It was not easy, but nothing good ever was. I will not falter, he promised himself. I will not. Chapter 13. We're approaching our destination. The Bith called out from his station. Reversion to real space will occur in 6 minutes. Thank you, Figgy, Co-op called back. Tessa, prepare to hail any vessel that might be waiting for us. Let us make sure that Miss Valentine's friends know we are friendly. Burr, if you would be so kind, go to the back and collect our guests. We may need them up here. Ready, sir, Tessa said, checking her instruments. Aye, Captain, the former enforcer said, heading down the exit ramp. Coop sighed and began the preparations to bring them out of hyperspace and into the Aphon system. Jazz could sense the tension in his movement, see it, but said nothing about it. Coop's in command. It was not proper to question his state of mind on the bridge, and besides, he was not the only one who was nervous. As far as rendezvous went, Aphon was not necessarily the best place to meet. If someone was traveling to or from Bantoon, you needed to move through the Aphon system. It was a jumping-off point for 3 major hyperspace routes. Passing through this sector was the only way to get to Bantoon. The various anomalies and gravity wells nearby made any other passage impossible. Which meant that Aphon was a bottleneck. If you were looking for someone trying to leave Bantoon, they would eventually have to pass through this system, which made it a perfect place for an ambush. Co-op knew that, and so did Jad. He just hoped that they were just being paranoid. Hopefully this brief stopover would go off without a hitch. Jazz. Yeah, Co-op. The young captain sighed. I want you to bring the weapons online and transfer all reserve power to forward shields. Be prepared to raise them as soon as we leave hyperspace. Jazz acknowledged his old friend's order, but that did not mean he liked it. If anyone is waiting for us, Co-op, going in weapons hot is not the best way to make a good impression. Maybe, his old friend agreed, but it is the smart call. We have no idea who or what is waiting for our guests. Coop gave him a cool smile. I'd much rather be ready for trouble than scrambling around trying to respond to it, don't you agree? Jazz nodded as he carried out his captain's command. Their entrance into the Aphon system would not be the friendliest in the galaxy, but it would be safer than going in with blinders on. As Co-op had said, they had no idea what awaited them when they emerged from hyperspace. It was better to be safe than sorry. It was at that moment that Burr returned with Miss Valentine and the boy Ulrich. The bondwoman looked around the bridge, perhaps evaluating it for weaknesses. She would find few, if any. The Co-op's folly crew knew their jobs. They were ready to meet most problems head-on. A single ship is awaiting our arrival, she informed Co-op. When we emerge from hyperspace, you will flash your running lights, 3 short bursts, 1 long one, and 3 more short ones. This visual signal is the all-clear to approach. And if the ship isn't there? Coop asked. Val glared at him. It will be there. Just be ready. He nodded and looked over at Jazz. You heard the lady. Get ready to flash the landing lights. Aye, Captain. Jazz watched as the counter continued to cycle down. He once again checked the instrument panel, making sure that the reserve power had been allocated as Co-op had ordered. Better safe than sorry. Where is the kid? Co-op asked Val. Your ride is going to be waiting, yes? Yeah, the woman responded. Vess is sleeping right now. The excitement of this trip has overwhelmed her. You realize that you are leaving, Tess said from the comm chair. I'm aware of that. Yes, Val said. Leave Vess to me. You need not worry, Ulrich added. Our little lady will be ready when we leave. The boy gave Co-op an oily smile. We will be out of your hair shortly. Jazz shrugged. How anyone could sleep after what had happened, he did not know. Of course, maybe that was the point, if the kid had been on the run for who knew how long. She was probably exhausted. Her time aboard the Folly was likely the first real rest she had gotten, and who knew how long. Jazz sighed. He tried not to think about it. It was none of his business. Miss Valentine seemed pretty sure of all this. Personally, he was not. He reached out with the Force, trying to get some idea of what they were flying into. Sadly, he received no insight into what awaited them. The future was always in motion, after all, and it was rare that it would offer up anything to Jazz Darbin. Even now there were too many possibilities to make a guess of what was coming. They just had to have a bit of faith in Char Valentine. She seemed to believe that nothing could go wrong. Jazz sighed and watched the counter continue his downward path. 2 minutes to real space. He shook his head. He hoped the woman was right. The counter hit 0. The Co-op's Folly emerged from hyperspace. The ship shook as it completed its reversion. Sensors and shields were offline. It was always risky for a ship when they first emerged from hyperspace. It took a few seconds for a ship's systems to catch up and begin functioning normally. Shields were offline, and scanners were all but useless. Jazz Darbin kept his hand over shield button, ready for the first sign of trouble. Before them floated the Afon gas giant. It was a beautiful cream and mocha-colored planet with 5 vertical rings. An attractive world, but also a dangerous one. Known for its radiation storms, the planet's mere presence disrupted both sensors and communications. Jazz checked his panels. He set the now functioning scanners to search for any ship that might be waiting nearby. So far, they had found nothing. The system appeared both quiet and empty. Char Valentine was not pleased to hear that. She insisted that they flash their running lights as she had instructed them to do. Jazz followed that order, and at the same time, kept an eye on the scanners. So far, they were picking up nothing. The Co-op's Folly was alone. Shall I send out an open hail? Tessa asked. It shouldn't be necessary, Val insisted. They are here. Coop nodded grimly, but also looked over at the navigator station. Figgy was wide-eyed and alert, perhaps realizing that things were not going to be as easy as they hoped. Fig, begin calculating an exit jump for us, as quick as you can. Val shot Co-op an angry look. Just in case, he informed her, stopping any argument before it could begin. The woman fell silent, but she remained vigilant. Jazz could feel her eyes on their backs. Coop ignored her for now. They were in the thick of things, and he had no time for her hostility. Jazz did not blame his friend. His reasons for taking precautions were sound. If they had to get out of here in a hurry, better to make preparations now. I'm moving us in closer, Co-op informed their guests. The planet's radiation might be messing with their scanners. They may not see us. The Co-op's Folly moved in slowly and carefully. Jazz remained on sensors, trying to detect the other ship. Maybe they are hiding, he thought. Perhaps they had seen the Folly enter the system and move closer to the planet, hiding in the rings. He shifted the sensor focus to the planet, while at the same time reaching out with the Force. A minute passed, then 2, then. The sensors beeped loudly, almost making Jazz jump. They had detected a large object, metal. A ship. It must have been powered down fully to avoid detection. Contact, he called out. Move us down 210 degrees. Contact should be within visual range in 2 minutes. 210, Aye, Co-op answered, going down. The Folly dipped and moved on an intercept course. Jazz brought the shields up. There was a lot of hard radiation out there, and between that and the rocks that made up the planet's rings, safety needed to come first. The bridge was thick with tension. Burr had finally returned, standing close to the entry hatch, watching their two guests closely. The former enforcer was cleaning his nails with a knife. Jazz did not think he needed to watch Val and Ulrich still. There was no shame in being careful. Miss Valentine's eyes were focused on the main viewport, watching as they moved through the rings and the Bond vessel came into view. "There she is," Jazz called out with a slight smile. "We found them." The other ship was slightly larger than the Folly and far less boxy. Dark blue armor sheathed its teardrop-shaped frame. As they moved in closer, Jazz could make out the Bentoon glyphs scrolling along the vessel's side. He could not read them, but then again, he did not need to. He felt a wave of relief from Miss Valentine. They had found her employer's ship. Jazz flashed the running lights in the sequence that she had given him. They waited for the other ship to power up and respond. Nothing. Jazz frowned. He suddenly had a bad feeling about all this. The vessel seemed more like a pleasure craft than a real transport, not the type of vessel to be in hiding in the rings of a gas giant. The pilot had to have been extremely gutsy to move them this close to the rings. Gutsy, or extremely desperate. Jazz checked the instruments again. They were detecting low power from the ship. Maybe it had had some kind of mechanical problem. It could have drifted down into the rings. Maybe they can't see us, Val offered. It was possible, Jazz thought, but unlikely. All you needed to do was look out one of the viewports. The Co-op's Folly was not trying to hide. Their ship was more than visible. The Bentoon crew should have hailed them by now. "Shall we move in closer?" Jazz suggested. The captain shook his head. He continued to stare at the other ship. "Coop?" Jazz asked. "Just wait," Co-op replied, raising his hand. "Captain, we could." "Just wait." It was at that moment that a decent-sized asteroid struck the other ship. Its shields did not repel the strike. The rock was small, but still big enough to affect the drift of the Bentoon ship. It began to roll over, exposing its other side. Jazz hissed when he saw it. Now they knew why the ship was not moving, and it was not because of mechanical failure. Char Valentine gasped. No. The Bond ship had been blasted open like an empty food can at a shooting range. Its decks opened to the vacuum of space, its crew exposed to lethal levels of radiation. Debris shimmered as the destroyed ship continued its lazy tumble through the void. Jazz reached out with the Force again, seeking survivors, and finding none. The energy signature he had detected was likely from some reserve batteries that were still functioning. It was clear from the amount of damage that he was seeing that the other ship was gone, its crew lost. This was done quickly, Jazz realized as he looked at the debris. He was guessing military-grade turbo lasers had been used. That was the only thing he could think of to describe the damage he was seeing, how completely ripped open the ship had been. A mere asteroid impact would not have done this. It was too extreme. No, this ship had been attacked. He was sure of it. He knew it. Despite the radiation, he ran another life-form scan, hoping that what he was sensing was wrong, hoping that the ship's systems might find someone alive. He also widened the scanner range, seeing if he could pick up any escape pods. Again, he found nothing. It had been quick and dirty, but the results were the same. It may have mostly remained intact, but that did not change the truth. The Bond vessel had been destroyed. All hands aboard were dead. Jazz looked up at their guests. All of the color had drained from Char Valentine's face. Her green eyes widened with horror. No, she gasped. No. The boy Ulrich looked equally shocked. Gone, he murmured. They are all gone. He swallowed hard. It is over. Before Jazz or Co-op could respond, the Folly sensors began to beep in warning. 6 energy signatures had been detected in the rings. 6 small vessels had been hiding in the rocks, waiting to see who was coming to meet the other ship. Coop did not even bother trying to hail them. He knew what this meant. Figgy, get us out of here. He tapped a button on the internal comms. Shusk, I'm going to need all the power you can give me. He shot a glance at Jazz. Raise the shields, he ordered, the weapons hot. Already done, Jazz informed him. Then we're gone, Co-op said, swinging the folly away from the wreck. They had barely moved an inch when blaster fire began to rake the void around them. Alarms wailed as the Co-op's folly was first struck. Coop shut them off. He didn't need them screaming in his ear. They were in trouble, he knew that. They all knew that. Once again they were under attack. Once again they were running. Tessa and Burr left the bridge without orders, heading for the quad turrets. Figgy hummed to himself as he continued the computation for their next jump. Coop tried to bring the folly out of the rings and into open space, make it easier when they finally were far enough away to make a jump. Their guests remained where they were. Char Valentine was wide-eyed, her very being radiating with shock and horror. The boy, Ulrich, was both angry and devoid of hope. Jazz could sense it. Normally he would have tried to help the two, but he did not have the time. Things were starting to get interesting. He was needed here, and here is where he would be. Space shifted as another ship emerged from hyperspace, right along their exit vector. It moved to block their escape route, cutting them off from the safety of hyperspace. Coop cursed and brought them hard to port. The ship that had destroyed Val's friends had arrived. Scanners marked it as a corvette. The hammerhead design suggested Republic military, but the coloring and markings were all wrong. The other ship's transponder suddenly kicked on revealing their identity to the crew of the Co-op's folly. Jazz cursed under his breath. Damn it. It's the scorekeeper's mark, Co-op, he called out. The lizards are after us. Damn, gave Cooper hissed under his breath. Damn lizards. Lizards, Ulrich said from his place behind Jazz. What lizards? Transitions, Co-op informed him. The mark is a pirate vessel. It serves the Red Eclipse. Jazz shook his head. The Red Eclipse. Wonderful. Primarily a transition operation, the Red Eclipse was a band of mercenaries that did the worst of deeds for the highest of prices. They were primarily known for slaving, but also did piracy and spice running on the side. The fact that they were not even trying to hail the folly suggested that piracy was not the reason that they were here. A fact made even clearer when the scorekeeper's mark opened fire. Coop brought the ship back towards the rings, trying to offer as little a target profile as he could manage. Figgy, where's my exit vector? Coop demanded. Recalculating now, sir, the Bith shouted. Stand by. It was then that the Red Eclipse fighters caught up to the folly, their weapons raking at the freighter shields. The vessel shook around them. The folly's quad turrets opened up, green flashes filled the void as Co-op sent the ship corkscrewing back through the planet's rings, dodging both rocks and enemy fire. Again the folly shook as the fighter's mother vessel opened up with its main guns, superheating the void around the folly, blasting nearby asteroids to slag. The freighter rocked again and again. On the scanners, two of the enemy fighters winked out, destroyed by either the ship's turrets or smashed into one of the rocks outside, but that didn't mean much. Shields were down to 72% and falling. They needed to get out of here. We need to surrender. Ulrich grasped the back of Co-op's chair. The young man's eyes were wild with fear. We need to power down and surrender, he said. It is over. Jazz ignored him, focusing on what he was doing. Did you hear me? Ulrich said. We need. Do you have any idea who we're dealing with? Co-op asked him, his eyes still focused on the route ahead of them. That is the Red Eclipse out there, boy. From the way they're acting, they have no interest in our surrender. As if to stress that point, weapons fire again raked the space in front of the Co-op's folly, fire from the Mark's turbo laser batteries. Coop managed to evade them, barely. Jazz's eyes narrowed in concentration. Those had not been warning shots. The pirates were not trying to get them to stop. No, Jazz realized. They could not surrender. If they stopped now, they were dead. There would be no negotiating with the Transitions. They would all be dead. We can't win, the boy said, his face paling. All is lost. We need to speak with them. We must. Jazz reached out and touched his arm, both with his hand and the Force. Rest, he said. Ulrich's ranting stopped mid-sentence. The boy slumped to the floor by Jazz's chair, his head lolling to the side. Jazz had no time to worry about him. They were still in trouble. He needed to keep himself in the here and now. He called on the Force. Be with me, he thought. I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me. I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me. He shifted their flight 5 degrees. A turbolaser blast filled the space where they would have been. Jazz took a deep breath and let it out. I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me. More blast of fire rang out as the ship continued to shoot through the planet's rings. Jazz and Co-op worked together, keeping the ship one step ahead of oblivion. Figgy, Co-op growled, where's my exit route? Set course 010, the navigator called out. Escape vector will be possible in 40 seconds. Coop brought the ship up and around, plotting the course that the Bith had called out. Jazz cycled the shields, trying to keep some defenses between them and their attackers. He moved with the speed that only one with the Force could manage. They could do this, he thought. We can do this. Another fighter vanished from his screen, leaving only 3 pirate vessels to harass them. The planet had protected them up to this point. The Mark could not lock weapons, not with all the radiation in the system. He was amazed their fighters were able to keep up. Those pilots would need several days in a Kolto tank after this. The radiation from Afan was a killer. He did not know how tough a transition skin was, but they would definitely need radiation treatment after this fight. Provided any survived, of course. Jazz brought his sensor focus back on the Corvette. The pirate capital ship was moving, likely trying to cut off their escape. Jazz opened up the throttle, hoping that Shusk was keeping it together in the engine room. The Co-op's Folly was faster than most ships of its design. With a little luck, and the Force's aid, they should be just fast enough to reach their exit vector before the enemy cut them off again. This is going to be close, Co-op hissed through gritted teeth. One of the fighters leapt out in front of them, and slowed, trying to give the capital ship a chance to bring its heavy weapons to bear. Jazz hit the firing stud. The forward laser cannons opened up. The fighter vanished in a ball of flames that scorched the Folly as it flew through them, mostly untouched. 15 seconds to exit, Figgy called out. An asteroid to their right exploded violently. The ship shook as it flew through the debris. One of the fighters pursuing them was not so lucky. It was torn apart by the explosion vanishing from the Folly sensors. Another down, Jazz thought. Only one left. He took another deep breath. I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me. The freighter finally emerged from the rings. Finally clear to engage, the Corvette opened fire, its forward batteries raking at the Folly shields. Blasts flashed, and alarms began to wail. The ship bucked with each strike. Shields down to 40, 35, 22. Come on, Jazz thought, just a little farther. A little farther. Figgy's voice broke through the chaos. Exit in 3, 2, 1 now. Coop pulled the hyperspace handle. The stars outside the viewport stretched. The Co-op's Folly leapt forward, vanishing back into hyperspace. Something popped over Co-op, causing him to jump from his chair. Sparks spat down from one of the overhead consoles. Damn it, he hissed, that was close. Jazz sighed and leaned back in his chair. Too close. Figgy was there in a moment with a fire extinguisher. He sprayed the panel, stopping the overload before a real fire could start. Jazz checked the console, making sure everything was still functioning. He rerouted any malfunctioning systems to their reserve circuits. He nodded. Everything appeared to be in the green. Despite the rough ride out of the system, they seemed to have made good their escape. Hyperdrive was showing fully operational, and the engines did not seem the worse for wear. He sighed. They did it. They were safe. Coop looked down at Ulrich. The boy was on his knees, drooling, sound asleep. The captain chuckled and shook his head. You overdid it, he told his old friend. Jazz shrugged. What was he supposed to have done? They had needed the boy out of their way. He had done what was needed. Ulrich was out of control. He may have been a guest, but... Jazz frowned. Speaking of guests, Miss Valentine, he asked. Char Valentine had not moved since the attack had begun, not since she had seen what was left of her people's ship. She stood there, unmoving and unblinking, her green eyes wide, her face pale. Miss Valentine, Jazz repeated. Are you okay? The woman turned to Jazz. A protector that fails must fall, she said in a dreamy far-off voice. A protector that fails must fall. Miss Valentine, Co-op said, we need to talk. She turned to him, looking past him, her eyes wide and glassy. A protector that fails must fall, she said. Excuse me, Co-op said. What are you? The woman pulled a small holdout blaster from her sleeve. She put it to her temple. A protector that fails must fall, she said. She started to squeeze the trigger. Coop's eyes widened. No. Jazz was on his feet in a nanosecond. He seized her from behind, using speed granted by the Force. He just managed to push the weapon away. She did not fight him, just tried to raise the blaster again. She tried to put it to her head, tried to commit suicide. Jazz grunted. He would not allow it. He would not. A protector that fails must fall. A protector that fails must fall. She repeated the phrase like a mantra. She was bound and determined to blast her own head off. Get it away from her, Co-op shouted. Figgy, help me. The bit was there. Co-op seized the woman's wrist, trying to make her let go of the blaster. If she fired it here on the bridge, if the blast hit something, they could not allow it. They had to stop her. Let go, Co-op hissed. Damn it, woman. Let go of the bloody blaster. Val did not seem to hear him. She continued to try and put the blaster to her head. A protector that fails must fall. A protector that fails must fall. The same phrase over and over again. It was not a thought, Jazz thought. It was a compulsion. He had never seen anything like it. He got an idea. Figgy, Co-op, hold her. I'm going to try something. Jazz released his grip and pushed Val into his shipmate's arms. She continued to struggle, continued to try and shoot herself. Jazz took a deep breath and gathered the force to him. He was not sure if this would work. The woman had seemed too strong-willed, but now. Maybe. She continued to struggle, tried to push Co-op and Figgy away. She was a lot stronger than she looked. Jazz had been hard-pressed to hold her, even with the force enhancing his muscles. She looked at Jazz with her vacant eyes. A protector that fails must fall. A protector that fails must fall. Jazz reached out to her, bringing his full will to bear. You will stop fighting, he ordered, waving his hand before her face. You will stop struggling and stand at attention. Miss Valentine paused. She stared at him with those empty eyes of hers. She had not lowered her weapon, but she was not trying to shoot herself. That was a one thing, at least. She stood at attention, her blaster still in hand. I will stop fighting, she said in a cold monotone. I will stand at attention. She continued to stare at him blankly. He doubted that she even knew where she was. Security Chief Char Valentine is ready to comply, she said. The three men looked at each other. Char Valentine was not acting like a person. Coop shook his head. The woman was acting like a droid. What was going on? Jazz took another deep breath. He was not sure what to make of this, but at least she was not trying to kill herself now. You will hand over your weapon and follow Mr. Figrin to the medical bay, he ordered her. Miss Valentine shuddered. I will hand over my weapon, she said, giving the holdout blaster to Co-op. She turned to the Bith, who looked between her and Jazz with a look of pure disbelief. I will follow Mr. Figrin to the medical bay. The alien looked at his captain, who nodded. Right, the Bith said, taking the woman by the hand. Come along, my dear. She did not resist as he led her off the bridge. She did not speak or do anything remotely human. Captain Gabe Cooper looked down at the blaster and shook his head. He turned to face Jazz Barbin, his clan brother and best friend. "What have you gotten us into this time, old buddy?" Jazz winced. He could honestly say he did not have a clue, and the only one left who could tell them anything was an 11-year-old girl. He sighed. "What have I done?" he wondered. "What is going on?" Chapter 14. "I can't believe I let you talk me into this." Jazz gave Tessa Calican a warm look. Despite the fact that Co-op had made her presence here an order, he was grateful for her company. "Thank you, Tessa," he said, a grateful smile on his face. "I appreciate you doing this." The blonde-haired woman snorted, looking none too pleased. Jazz did not blame her. This task would not be pleasant. Both Val and Ulrich were currently in the medical bay. The boy had been left terribly groggy by Jazz Darbin's forced persuasion, and Miss Valentine was completely incapacitated. The woman had let herself be led to medical, but now just sat on the bed staring blanking at the wall. She seemed to have no will of her own. She would not speak or move without being led. The med droid they had on board diagnosed that it was shock, but Jazz was not so sure. If it was shock, it was a shock that was so profound that the woman would not, or could not, wake up. The droid informed them that it had never seen anything like it, its programming having no record of such an affliction. Coop was unwilling to accept that. They needed answers. They had been attacked twice since leaving Bantoon, and he wanted to know why. The only one of their guests left to talk was Vess. The little girl was likely still sleeping in the guest quarters. Jazz and Tessa were going to talk to her now, to try and figure out what was going on. Neither of them was looking forward to talking to the girl, who knew how she would react when she learned not only about Miss Valentine, but the fate of the ship that they were to meet as well. Tessa came from a big family, 6 little brothers and sisters. Coop thought that she would be best choice to approach the girl, having the most experience in dealing with children. Tessa agreed, but only if Jazz accompanied her. The girl trusts him, the comm officer reminded her captain. This might go better if she sees a friendly face, and besides. Tessa chuckled. "I think the girl has a bit of a crush on our Jazz. It might help loosen her tongue if he is the one speaking to her." Jazz had coughed when he heard that. The girl had a crush on him. He had not seen anything to suggest that. Regardless, he now found himself heading to the guest quarters with Tessa at his side. He hoped that the little girl would be able to offer up some answers. The Co-op's folly was flying blind right now. If they were to escape this, they would need to know what was going on. They hoped that Vess would be able to supply them with answers. It was their one best shot. "So how do we do this?" Jazz asked her. "It is not like we can just blurt out what has happened. We need to be sensitive." "That is true," Tessa agreed. "We don't want to scare her, or upset her any more than is necessary." She smirked at him. "That is why you are here, Jazz, old boy. A girl is less likely to become hysterical in front of the guy she likes." Jazz gave her a dirty look. Why did Tessa think that the girl liked him, and more importantly, why was it even a factor? "All I did was save her life," he said dismissively. "All you did?" Tessa laughed. "James, you swept into a dark alley with your laser sword and snatched the poor girl from the jaws of death. Most girls are drawn to such heroism, especially when the hero is easy on the eyes." Jazz snorted. He did not see himself as handsome. He was neither tall nor overly muscular. He would never tower over an enemy, or be able to inspire others with his words. He was fine with that, more than fine. His time among the Jedi had taught him the value of servitude, looking out for others before yourself, and besides. He frowned slightly. The memory of his vision about becoming a dark warlord still haunted him. In that moment he had heard the dark side's call and resisted, but who was to say if he was ever given power, real power, he would have the strength to resist again. Everything he had seen since leaving Bantoon had left him feeling angry. That someone would target an innocent young girl, tried to kill both her and all that were trying to help her. It went against everything he believed in. They have no idea who they are messing with, he thought. If I opened myself up to my emotions, fed my anger, I would have more than enough power to keep both the girl and the ship safe. It was tempting, he could not deny that, but at the same time, he understood the cost of what was being offered. If I went down into that abyss, I would never be able to find my way back. Eventually, I would not care about those I wanted to protect. It would become all about me and what I wanted. That power, it did not aid you, it consumed and destroyed you. He could not afford to touch it, not even for a moment. The price was far too high. The two of them arrived at the guest quarters. The door did not open at their command. It had likely been locked by Val before heading up to the bridge. Tessa used the override code to release it. The door slid open, and the two stepped inside. They found Vess curled up in one of the bunks. She lay beneath her coat, her shoes sitting under the bunk. A soft sigh escaped the girl's lips as her skinny arms wrapped around the pillow. Jazz stood back while Tessa went to wake her. He felt sorry for having to do this. The child was sleeping so peacefully. He sighed. That peace was about to be interrupted in the worst way. Tessa went to the girl, knelt down. She gently touched the girl's shoulder, the lightest touch she could manage. "Wake up, little one," she murmured. "We need to talk." The girl groaned and stirred. Her large blue eyes opened, and she sat up. "Huh. Why?" She rubbed her eyes and yawned. Her eyes focused on Tessa. Is my mother's ship here?" she asked. "Is it time to leave now?" Jazz winced at her words. My mother's ship. Her mother. Oh no. No. The ship they were supposed to meet had belonged to Vess' mother. If that were so. Jazz shook his head. Poor child, he thought. Poor child. Tessa winced, clearly realizing what the girl's words meant. I'm afraid there has been a problem. Little one, Tessa said. We needed to flee the Aphon system. There were pirates waiting for us to arrive. The ship that was take you from Aphon it had been attacked. Attacked? The girl's blue eyes widened. Was anyone hurt? Again Jazz winced. The ship was badly damaged, Tessa said, trying to come up with some way to soften the blow she was about to deliver. The ship, its crew, they were all gone. Vess said nothing for a moment. She simply sat there, perhaps digesting what Tessa had just told her. Gone? The little girl whispered. She looked away quickly, a wave of pain and sorrow washing over her. You mean dead? She said flatly. My mother is dead. Tessa cringed. We don't know that for sure yet, baby. She might have escaped. We didn't detect any escape pods, but... Vess shuddered. She is dead, the girl said flatly. They are all dead. The girl's pain called out to Jazz. He wanted to do something, say something that might help. Yet, he had no words. He remembered very well the pain he had felt when Mother Nutbush had died. Yes, he understood that death was not that end, and that one enters the Force when their time comes, but that did not kill the pain for those left behind. Jazz wanted to say so many things, but he had no words. He just stood there, saying nothing. He felt like a fool. The girl took a shuddering breath. Her eyes were shiny with unshed tears, but she was fighting to hold it together. Val, she murmured. I want Val. Again Tessa cringed. More bad news to deliver. Val was on the bridge when we found the ship, she told the girl. She reacted strangely when she saw it. What was done to it? She tried to hurt herself. Is she okay? Vess asked, the first hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She is alive, Jazz said quickly. I stopped her before she could hurt herself, but... The little girl nodded. She looked past Tessa, into his eyes. Thank you, she said. God bless you. Jazz nodded. In truth, he had done little, only prevented Miss Valentine from making a horrible mistake. How could she willingly leave this poor girl behind? Who would have helped her? Ulrich. The boy seemed less than trustworthy to him. She is in the medical bay now, sweetie, Tessa said. Our medical droid is taking care of her, but she won't talk to us. She just sits there, staring at the wall, not responding to questions, not even seeming to notice that anyone is there. Do you know anything about that? Do you know what is wrong with her? The girl said nothing to that. Her brow furrowed cutely. She chewed her lips, as if deep in thought. The system, the little girl said, has to be the system Val is. Her blue eyes lit up. I can help. The girl practically leapt out of the bunk. Tessa staggered back, barely getting out of the way, and was almost knocked over. Vess threw on her jacket and reached for her shoes. She sat down on the bunk to put them on. What's going on, kid? Jazz asked. You know something. I can help, the girl repeated, lacing up her shoes. Val needs new orders. She needs a new mistress. Vess sprang to her feet. Mother gave me the code, she said. If anything were to happen to her, she wanted to make sure that I would still have Val at my side. She made me memorize it. I practiced it for days and days. I had to repeat it to her. She wanted to be sure that I'd know. A sad smile came to her face, thoughts of her mother perhaps. Val needs to hear the code, she said. That will wake her up. Jazz and Tessa looked at each other. They did not really understand what the child was talking about. An activation, code for a person, that is what it sounded like, what the young girl was describing. Droids had activation codes, not people. Neither of them had ever heard of anything like it. Now fully awake, functioning despite the pain, Vess stood before them, head high and proud. Take me to Val, please. I think I can wake her up. Tessa led the way, with Jazz following close behind with the girl. To say that he was impressed was an understatement. This little one had a spine of steel. She was in pain, mourning, but she was still pushing ahead, her thoughts focused on helping Val. It was impressive. The child's determination was almost Jedi-like. He respected her for that. They found Co-op in the medical room, checking in on their two guests. Ulrich was awake now, standing up, and being examined by the bay's medical droid. He looked abashed when he saw Jazz enter with Vess. Considering how he had panicked on the bridge, the boy likely felt horrible. Jazz resolved to speak with him later. It had not been his fault. He had simply not understood the danger they were in, the threat that the red eclipse posed. Jazz held no grudge. The boy had done what he thought was best. Char Valentine was sitting on the bay's examining bed. Her hands rested on her lap. Her face was blank, her eyes vacant. Any change, Doc? Jazz asked the med droid. The subject remains unresponsive, Master Jazz. The droid responded. Physically, this patient is functioning within set parameters for a human female of her age, but she is simply lost, Jazz added. She won't respond. Correct, the droid said. It appears to be shock, but she needs her code, Vess said quickly. It will wake her up. Coop stepped back and let the little girl approach her protector. He looked up at Tessa and Jazz. Code, he whispered. His crewmates shrugged, still not completely sure what was going on. You know what is wrong with her, kid? He asked. Her mistress is dead, she said. My mom was on her ship, waiting for us. Vess took another shuddering breath. Thinking about her mother brought another spike of pain and sorrow. Jazz reached out and put a hand on her shoulder. She flinched but relaxed when she realized it was him. Jazz smiled. He tried to let a sense of calm flow outward, to support the child in her time of need. Is there anything we can do to help? He asked. You already have, she said with a shy smile. You stopped Val from hurting herself. That couldn't have been easy. Why would she have done that? Coop asked her. Why try and hurt herself? It is the system, the little girl answered. System? What system? I don't know everything about it, only that every sworn protector goes through it. The girl sighed and took a deep breath. I need to remember the code, she said, and started murmuring softly. Again her brow furrowed, that single line of concentration. Is there anything we can do to help? Jazz repeated. Quiet, please, the girl answered. I need to think. The three smugglers watched as the girl stood before Miss Valentine. Ulrich was watching as well, sullenly. Jazz was not entirely sure what was going on, if this code the little girl was talking about would help. He prayed to the Force that it would. These kids needed Miss Valentine right now. Despite her hostility to him and the Jedi in general, he thought the woman's heart was in the right place. These kids needed her. He hoped that Vess could help her. Vess touched the woman's hands and brought them to her. Val remained unresponsive, not even acknowledging the girl was in the room. Come back, Val, the girl whispered. Please, wake up. She took another deep breath and began to recite. Coral, loyalty, ocean, incarcerate. Val shuddered. After the second word, her eyes blinked every time the girl spoke. Thief, promise, archipelago, honor. Val's body twitched, her blinking eyes now fully focused on Vess. Jazz looked at Co-op, who shrugged. It seemed to be working, but it was kind of creepy. Service, tsunami, choice, defend. Vess rubbed the woman's hands, her eyes filling with tears. Mistress, loss, protector, acceptance. She sniffled, but continued to speak. Security Chief Char Valentine, she said, in the name of the Queen, you will awaken and serve. You shall shield my back, give me counsel, and protect my secrets. You will live for your mistress, and die if need be. My life for the matriarchy, Val said in a cold monotone, her eyes now focused entirely on the little girl in front of her. Awaken and serve, Security Chief Char Valentine, the girl said. Comply, comply, comply. Val gasped, her entire body spasmed. She almost fell on top of Vess. Jazz and Co-op were there if she needed to be held up. Char Valentine looked around like she had awoken from a nightmare, her eyes wide, and her face alert. Damn it. Griffin, son of a. Her eyes darted around, taking in the room, and then settling on the young girl holding her hands. Where? She gasped. How? Val. The little girl said warmly. The woman took a shuddering breath and nodded. Vess? She asked. The little girl could not hold it in any longer. The emotions she had been holding back finally forced their way out. She burst into tears and fell into the woman's arms. Val, she whimpered, Val. The woman held the child tightly as she sobbed in her arms. It is okay, Val said, a single tear running down her own cheek. I'm here, Vess, she said. I'm here. She looked up, noticing the others for the first time. How? She said in a small voice. Why am I still alive? How did you? You can't thank Jazz for that, Co-op informed her. Jazz shrugged. The Force was with me, he said dismissively. If Val understood, he couldn't say, but she nodded. Thanks, she said. I shouldn't be here, but thanks. He saved you? Vess murmured into her shoulder. He saved you. So he did, she said with a sad smile. She gently pushed Vess back. The girl's eyes were red from her tears. Vess, the ship, your mother. I know, she sniffled. Val, I'm so sorry, she told the little girl, which only made the girl fall back into her arms, sobbing fresh tears. Val held her, murmuring soothing words to her. I couldn't save her, Val murmured. I'm so sorry. She kissed the girl's forehead. Forgive me, my queen. Jazz felt sorry for them. It seemed that Val's loyalty to Vess' mother had been great. She blamed herself for. Wait. What? Jazz frowned. Did Val just call the little girl her queen? Had he heard that right? Security Chief Valentine, Co-op said. The woman looked up at him. Yes, Captain Cooper. Would you like to explain what exactly is going on here? What me and my crew have apparently stumbled into? Val sighed and shook her head. I would rather say nothing at all, but since we are at your mercy. Vess stepped away. She wiped at her eyes with her sleeve. We can't trust them, Val, she said. We have to trust them. The security chief nodded, but she did not look happy about it. We will need your aid, Captain Cooper, she said. My party, and I need safe passage to the Alderaan system. You will be well compensated for your time. Alderaan, hell, Coop said, not a hard spin, a bit out of our way, but. He smiled slightly. I would like to know exactly who I'm transporting. We have been attacked twice. It would be nice to know why. Val looked at Vess, who nodded again. Damn it, she murmured. I'm Security Chief Char Valentine, she said, sworn protector of Queen Anara of Bantoon, servant of the matriarchy, and shield of the royal family. No mere bodyguard then, Co-op said. No. And our little Vess, here? He asked. Val's eyes narrowed. Watch her, she stopped herself, an angry retort she might have said dying on her lips. She sighed. You are in the presence of her grace, Viseria Aistillo, ninth of her name, voice of the people, shield of the matriarchy, and queen of all of Bantoon. The little girl blushed and shook her head. Too soon, she murmured. I'm not ready. You must be ready. Val said, your mother's blood flows through your veins. She gently stroked the girl's cheek. You have nothing to fear, my queen, she promised. I will protect you. Coop, Jazz, and Tessa looked at each other. None of them had expected this. It was troubling to say the least. A queen, Jazz thought. Vess was a queen. He shook his head. One thing was certain, they were all in deep poodoo. Damn, Co-op said. Chapter 15. She looked so small. Jazz found the little girl sitting in the cargo bay. She was all but hidden in the shadows of one of the cargo racks, her skinny body barely visible. If he had not been actively looking, he would never have seen her. Only the white plumes of her breath gave her away. She came here seeking solitude, hoping to find a place that she did not have to think, or perhaps to merely mourn without prying eyes watching over her. She sat on the cold deck with her legs folded in front of her, looking up into the golden eyes of B1-0N. The load lifter droid had powered up, and was looking down upon the little girl, the two of them apparently in deep conversation. Jazz shook his head. He still could not believe it, but he should not have been surprised. The Force had guided him to that alley on Bantoon for a reason, and now he knew why. Viseria Aistillo, the firstborn daughter of Queen Anar V, ninth of her name, voice of the people, and shield of the matriarchy. The child had many titles, but only one truly mattered. Queen, the girl was the next ruler of the planet of Bantoon. Jazz shook his head. And she now had a very large target on her back. The Co-op's Folly had returned to real space, only a few parsecs from their previous location. Coop knew that they could not stay here long. It was only a matter of time until the Red Eclipse sent for reinforcements that would likely be checking every world and station on the Co-op's Folly's last known trajectory. We are being hunted, Jazz thought morosely, and all because I just had to get involved. I had to play hero in a dark alley. He looked down at the little girl, both with his eyes and with the Force. He could sense its power swirling around her, the influence she would one day wield. A mark of destiny, her presence in the Force had drawn him to her. The queen of a world, and an innocent above all, any sense of self-pity faded when he thought about that. It was that realization that now strengthened his resolve. He had no reason to be ashamed or angry at himself. He had done what was right. Vess deserved to live, to grow up and have a life, to see where her destiny took her. He nodded grimly. And he would be damned before he let someone try and hurt her again. The Force had brought him to this point. He would not forsake it now. After her awakening in the med bay, Security Chief Valentine had explained the situation to them. Jazz and Co-op had sat with her in the galley as she told them exactly why she and her young charges were here. Before her flight from Bantoon, she had been both the head of palace security and personal bodyguard to Vess' mother, the Queen Anara. What about the boy, Ulrich? Jazz had asked. Is he a member of the royal family too? One of Vess' cousins, she informed them, the son of one of Vess' grandmother's younger sisters, nowhere near the throne. The security chief sighed. Ulrich was training to be a sworn protector, like me. He has been in the program only a few months, and has not gone through the system yet. She pursed her lips, her eyes cold and angry. He would have been Vest's protector when he finished his training. He was to replace a good woman, someone I'd known for years. She died in an accident 3 weeks ago. Val said the word accident like it was a curse. It was clear how accidental she thought that particular accident was. It was the first of several deaths, and now I fear that Vest will be included in them, if I fail again. The security chief shook her head. I failed the mother. I could not afford to fail the daughter too. There is too much at stake. Jazz nodded, taking in what he was hearing. He still did not understand what a sworn protector was, but it was clear that their loyalty to whatever noble they served was absolute. It had to be, if Val had been willing to kill herself when she realized that her mistress was dead. Most guards would not go that far, but, knowing what he did about forced persuasion, he knew that there were ways to condition the human mind, to program it to obey an order, even if the person knew it was wrong. Was this what had happened to Val? Was this system she described some kind of brainwashing, a means to make sure that a bodyguard would not betray her mistress? If so, the process seemed to have worked famously on Val. She was completely committed to protecting her charge. Lucky Vest, he supposed. Jazz looked over at Co-op. His friend nodded grimly, recognizing what kind of position that Val and her party had put them in. The Red Eclipse now knew the Co-op's folly, and suspected who was aboard. It was also more than likely that the Bantoon security forces had sent scans of the folly to their superiors, which likely meant that bounty hunters would soon be looking for the folly as well. They had a massive target painted on their hull. Who knew how far the conspirators that opposed Vest's mother would go to see their plans completed? And they were still flying blind. Jazz realized, if they were to help Val and those kids, they needed to know more. The security chief needed to tell them more. So what happened? Coop asked, why did the heir to the throne need to run from her homeworld? Val paused, not really happy about how things were going, but she was smart enough to know she had no choice. She needed the Co-op's folly and her crew. She had to be honest with them. Recent events on their homeworld had forced the reigning queen to make some hard choices concerning her daughter and heir. The coming of the Republic and the mining guild had poured fuel on a fire that had been simmering on Bantoon for some time. A faction among the world's nobles, a faction that had sought to see their planetary monarchy reformed. The queen's rivals had been trouble before, but now, with outside help, they had grown into something more, something worse. The quick and dirty version of the story was that the mining guild had been unhappy with Queen Inara. She had been slow to allow them access to the mineral-rich moons that orbited the planet. She and the rest of the ruling matriarchy council had wished to let their people have a say in how quickly off-world influence was allowed on Bantoon. They had wished to proceed more carefully, put some of the changes that needed to be made to a vote. The guild had not liked that, and had not been willing to wait. Rather than try to sway the queen, the guild had sought out one of her rivals. Vest's uncle Lyran was the one they had chosen. He had joined the royal family by marrying the queen's younger sister, Adira, a sister that had been knocked out of the succession when Vest had been born. Now the Lord sought to correct that problem. According to Val, several suspicious deaths had occurred close to the royal family, starting with Vest's original bodyguard. Both Val and the queen had suspected foul play in those deaths, and after a brief inquiry, the two had come to the conclusion that the royal family was no longer safe on Bantoon. Lord Lyran had many supporters in both the military and the trading guilds that ran the Bantoon economy. The ease with which some of the deaths had occurred forced the queen to take drastic action. She feared not only for her rule, but her daughter's life. Her Grace first sent Vest to an academy halfway across the planet, hoped that the conspirators would not be as strong in another city. Sadly, that proved false. 2 of the bodyguards assigned to Vest were killed within 2 days of her arrival. Only Ulrich remained, and that was only because he was disguised as a student, and not a formal protector. And so she sent you to collect the girl? Coop asked. Val nodded. I did not wish to leave my mistress aside, but she made it an order. The heir took precedence, she said. She would trust no one else with her daughter's safety. I went to the academy and retrieved both Vess and Ulrich. The queen knew things had gone too far. Nowhere was safe on Bantoon. The only answer had been to get the child off-world. Where are you going? Co-op had asked. As you said, Bantoon has been pretty isolated. You can't have had many off-world contacts. Alderaan, Val said. It was a delegation from Alderaan that introduced us to your republic. When they first arrived, Queen Inara held a ball in their honor. It was during their visit that one of the ladies in the matriarchy entered into a whirlwind romance with one of these off-worlders. The two had only known each other a week, but they now wished to get married. It was a scandal at the time, but now, it may prove to be a godsend. Val chuckled. The queen allowed the lady to go off with her new lover, even performed the marriage rite herself, but the matriarchy still stripped the lady of her titles when she did. The woman has agreed to foster Vess until either the crisis ends or she comes of age, in return for her lost titles, of course. Do you trust her? Coop asked. The queen did, Val shrugged. The lady had served as one of her handmaidens since she took the throne. Impulsive perhaps, but loyal to the Istillo family. Vess even called her auntie. She was the queen's best hope. Inara V was to have met them in the Afon system. From there, she and Vess would have made the final journey to Alderaan. The ship that they had found destroyed was the royal transport. Val did not entirely understand how it had happened. The queen had had a fighter escort. Escorts that should have been able to hold off any attack and given the ship a chance to escape. Lord Lyron's reach seems to be longer than my mistress realized. Val shook her head. The woman radiated pain. I should have been there. Maybe I could have done something. Stopped them. Saved her. There was nothing you could have done, Jazz had said. Yeah, Co-op agreed unless you could have found a way to stop a Corvette-class capital ship with a hand blaster, your presence on that ship wouldn't have mattered. You would have been killed too, and that little girl would either be dead or in the hands of her enemies right now. Val nodded, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Lord Lyron will answer for his treachery. It doesn't matter how many credits his off-world friends have given him. I will find a way to pay him back for my lady's death. What about the man's wife? Jazz asked. Could she be behind this as well? Possibly, Val agreed. Lady Adira loved her sister, but at the same time she was also blinded by her love for her husband. He has had her wrapped around his little finger for years. The security chief frowned. If anything happens to Vess, Lady Adira will become queen, but it will be her husband calling the shots. As High General, he will control our military, and I can't imagine Adira saying no to him, not ever. It has been many years since a man ascended to the throne on Bantoon. Our last king ended badly. His lordship knows this, but with the military in his pocket, he will have a lot of power from behind the throne. What about the kids, father? Coop asked. He is head of the military, is he not? I remember reading that is how things are handled on your world. It was a good question, but Val had no answers. Val did not know what had become of Vess' father, Lord Tran, the High General of Bantoon. He was supposed to have left before his wife and daughter, but Val had had no confirmation of that. As High General, he should have been able to block any coup, but he was outmatched by the Vess uncle. Lyron's popularity with the military had always made the man a threat, but he had lacked the resources to sway those generals and commanders who were too moderate to do anything drastic. The mining guild had shifted that balance of power, and now, the royal family found themselves on the run. So here we are, Val said. You know the broad strokes of what has happened, and why Vess must make it safely to Alderaan. A tired sigh escaped the security chief's lips. Can we count on you? I know it is much to ask. Jazz did not need time to consider. He knew where he stood. The Force had guided him to Vess. He was determined to see her kept safe. Coop chose to speak with the rest of the crew first, to weigh his options. Before Val could protest, he assured her that both she and her charges were safe. They were guests aboard the Co-op's Folly after all. Coop was many things, not all of them good, but he did keep to his code. A guest was safe under their host's protection. Even if he decided not to aid them, he would not actively work to do them harm. Val accepted that, and asked only that, if he decided not to aid her, that he drop them off at the nearest inhabited system. She would make the rest of the journey to Alderaan from there. Coop had assured her that is the way that the crew decided he would do just that. Jazz was not happy about it, but he understood his captain's point. Coop had his crew, ship, and cargo to consider. They had survived the Red Eclipse once, but who knew what they might face next time? It was the captain's call, but a freighter was no dictatorship. He wanted to see what the rest of the crew thought. It was time to hear from the rest of them. It was time for a council. Coop brought them out of hyperspace and summoned his shipmates to the galley. He had chosen to meet and confer with the rest of the crew to get their input on what they thought he needed to do. The captain listened to each of his shipmates in turn. Tessa Calican threw her support behind Val and her party. She thought that they should see the girl safely to Alderaan. It was a bit out of their way, but she did not like the thought that the Transitions were hunting an 11-year-old girl. She wanted to aid the little queen. Shusk thought they should find the nearest Jedi enclave and drop their guests off there. The Jedi Knights claimed to be the guardians of peace and justice after all, the little engineer reminded them. Surely the protection of a young queen fell within their mandate. Normally, Jazz would have supported that idea. A few years ago, he might even have agreed to go with them, but now he was not so sure. Bantoon was not officially in the Republic yet. The Jedi, in the interest of fairness, would contact the planet and hear their side of the story. If Vess' uncle had the support that Val claimed, he might have enough support right now to convince the Jedi Order to send the little girl home, that this was an internal matter, and they could handle it. In the interest of peace and goodwill, the Jedi would likely allow that. It would be the right call, politically, but it would also likely end with Vess having a fatal accident. The Jedi would complain after the fact, but the damage would be done. No, Jazz thought, the Jedi were best kept out of this for now, and besides, he had no desire to step onto the grounds of a Jedi enclave. He likely would not be allowed to leave. Ver thought that they should return straight to Ord Mantell, turn Val and her party over to Boss Taintus. We're a Taintus crew, he reminded Co-op. We took this job for Taintus and are under contract. Any problems should be consulted with him. We can't go back, Shusk squeaked. Boss Taintus would ransom the girl and her friends to the highest bidder. He wouldn't care what happened to the kid. Burr gave the Chandra fan a cool smile. I'm surprised that you are so worried about the kid, Shusk. So what if Taintus decides to sell her? It is not our business, and besides. The man flashed a cruel smile. I'm sure we will get a nice finder's fee out of all this. Jazz watched the little alien engineer. Shusk was one of the most mild-mannered creatures he had ever met, but in that moment, the little alien radiated an almost murderous anger and rage, and it was all directed at Burr. We don't sell people, he growled. We are not Hutts. Jazz agreed with him. Besides, it was not Taintus' call. I found Val and her party, he reminded everyone. It was me that convinced Co-op to bring them on board. It was my responsibility. He turned to his captain and best friend. I'll go with Val when she leaves, he said. Make sure that she makes it Alderaan. Playing the hero again. Coop asked. Taking responsibility for my actions, Jazz Darbin repeated. Burr was amused by that. So you will face the Red Eclipse alone, with just that woman's help, and your laser sword. The enforcer chuckled. You're heroic, I'll give you that. Though if you think that Boss Taintus will be happy with us if we let a payday like this girl slip through his fingers, you have another thing coming. Jazz glared at the man. The kid is not some prize to be won. Burr clearly disagreed. He pushed back his chair and stood up. I say, Ord Mantell, we got a shipment to deliver, and our passengers are likely more valuable than the rest of our cargo combined. I say we go where the credits are, despite what Jazz here thinks. Now if he wants to stop us from making our delivery. Jazz's eyes narrowed. Of all of their crew he knew Burr the least, and Burr did not know him. He knew little of Jazz's time with the Mandalorians, and even less of his time as a Jedi. He assumed Jazz carried a lightsaber because he was eccentric and good with the blade. The man had no real idea who he was dealing with. Jazz stood up, his eyes as cold as space. "If I wanted to, I could stop you," he promised Burr. The air in the room turned tense, the rest of the Folly crew looking between the two men. The enforcer sneered, his stance shifted as if readying for a fight. Coop chuckled and raised his hand. "As much as I would like to see what is about to happen, you both are forgetting two things." He looked directly at his old friend. "I'm captain of this ship. I've only asked for your opinions because the call I make affects you. I will take your ideas into consideration, but in the end it is still my call. I will do what I think is best. You all know how I feel about guests on my ship. I'm not the type to betray those who have slept under my roof." He looked at Jazz. "We've known each other for a long time, trust me now." Jazz nodded, he relaxed from his combat stance. "You're the captain," he agreed, and sat down. He just hoped that his old friend would make the right call. The enforcer did not back down, he seemed as willing to fight as ever. "You said there were two things we were forgetting," Burr said. "Yes," Co-op said. "Security Chief Valentine, if you think she is just going to let you sell her and her mistress to Boss Titus, you are gravely mistaken. The woman will defend those kids with her life." "I was in the Republic military," Captain Burr said. "I can handle some bodyguard from a backwater." "I can." Clink. Thump. The sound came from behind Burr. He did not turn around, and he did not need to. He was smart enough to guess what was happening, especially considering the looks of amusement on his shipmates' faces. The clinking sound was the grate on one of the air vents behind him opening. The thump was someone landing on the deck, someone that came out of that vent. Burr sighed. He heard another familiar sound, the sound of metal clearing leather. He had been a soldier long enough to know what that meant as well. "The security chief is right behind me, isn't she?" he asked. "Yep," Jazz said with a smirk. "She has got a blaster pointed at my back, doesn't she?" "That she does," Shusk giggled. Burr sighed and shook his head. "Fine," he said. "What is your call, Captain?" Coop nodded and looked past the man to his guest. "I trust you found our conversation enlightening, Chief Valentine." "Just wanted to make sure that Vess was safe," she said, never removing her blaster from Burr. "So what are we doing?" Coop nodded. "It seems we are going to Alderaan," he said. "Figgy, we are going to need a roundabout course to the core. We need to avoid straight shots if we can. The Eclipse will likely be watching those." "Aye, Captain," the Bith said, shaking his head. Their navigator had remained quiet during their meeting, likely trying to figure out the odds of their continuing survival. From the sound of it, he was not overly happy. "I could have been a musician. Mother wanted me to join my brothers in their band, but no, I had to go out and see the galaxy." "It is okay, Figgy," Tessa said. "We got this." The Bith sighed, a strange whistling sound coming through his mouth flaps. "Yes, we will," he said, looking up at his captain. "Alderaan?" he asked. "Alderaan," the crew said at once, all agreed in unison. Val did not lower her blaster until Burr acknowledged the same. He glared at her, but was smart enough not to push the issue. The choice had been made. They were going to Alderaan. Jazz quietly approached the girl, not wishing to scare her. Vess had slipped away after helping wake Val. The chief wasn't too worried about the girl, but still asked Jazz if he would help find her. "I know it is not a big ship, but..." Jazz nodded. "I'll find her," he promised. "Thank you," Val said, looking down at her feet. "I'm sorry for the way I treated you in the beginning. I misjudged you." "You are protecting your charge," Jazz said. "You should be careful." After that, he had gone looking, as he had told the security chief it was not a large ship. He paused when he was able to hear the girl's voice, curious what she and the droid were discussing. "So, the little mistress is a queen then?" Beaton asked. "If my mother is truly gone, then yes," Vess murmured sadly. I'm now the queen. The droid tilted his head slightly. Then why is the little mistress so downhearted? I thought all organics wanted to rule their worlds. Maybe they do, Vess replied, but they don't know what that means. They have not been learning to do that since they were 4 years old. The girl sighed, her voice sounding so much older than it should have. Mom says that wearing a crown does not mean that you can do whatever you want. It is a terrible responsibility and a privilege. You speak for those that can't speak for themselves. You do your best to make sure that your people are happy and the world is thriving. The little girl sniffled. You will rarely be thanked for it. Some will even say you are wrong for standing in their way, but you must always try to do what's right for the people, even if they don't realize it at the time. Sounds like being a cargo droid, Beaton said morosely. The child giggled. It is not as simple, but I suppose we both have to expect little thanks when doing our jobs. Jazz smiled when he heard that. He would likely never get to meet Vess' mother, and that was a shame. It sounds like Anara had done much to prepare her young daughter for the crown. If the girl stayed the course, if she remembered the lessons that her mother had taught her, she would likely be a very skilled and good monarch. All the more reason to ensure her survival, he thought. Her people may need her one day. So what will the little mistress need to do? The droid asked. What does the Queen of Bantun do? Many things, the girl answered. I will need to meet with the matriarchy, make sure they are working in the best interest of our people. I will also need to attend political functions, travel to the other cities for festivals and trade negotiations. Sounds incredibly boring, the droid answered. But what do I know? I move cargo all day. Again Vess laughed. I will also spend a lot of time yelling at the matriarchy. Mother did that a lot. She needed to make sure they understood that she's looking out for her people, that it was not simply about the nobles and their needs. Vess shifted slightly. I will also need to marry, I suppose. Mother hadn't arranged a marriage for me yet, despite the matriarchy's insistence. I will need to choose someone strong for my husband. He will lead our military forces after all, protect our people on the battlefield as I will on the floor of the matriarchy, and I suppose that I will have to have children, to ensure the continuance of the line. The Istillo family has ruled Bantun since the unification. The royal line has not been broken in all that time. I will need to do my duty. Sounds like you already know what you need to know, Jazz said, stepping out from the shadows. Vess gasped and shot to her feet, her face turning as red as a Sith Lord's blade. Mr. Jazz, she said, refusing to meet his gaze, I did not realize you were here. Sorry, he said, holding up his hands. I didn't mean to startle you. It is okay, the girl said shyly, rubbing her arms and shivering slightly. Jazz frowned. The cargo bay on a freighter was not the best place to hide in. The heating units functioned, but it was still quite cold in here. He took off his nerf hide coat and draped it over her shoulders. Oh, she said shyly, I can't, I shouldn't. It is okay, Jazz said warmly. I have another one, and we wouldn't want you getting sick down here. Okay, the girl said, if you wish. She allowed him to put it on her. It was a bit big, but it was also warmer than her school jacket. There, he said, stepping back, it looks good on you. Again the girl blushed and looked away. Thank you, sir, she murmured. The little mistress was telling me about how horrible her life would be as queen, Beaton informed him. It certainly makes my life seem far less troubling. I never said being queen is horrible, Vess reminded him. My apologies, little mistress, the droid said. Perhaps I misheard you. Perhaps it is another flaw in my programming, yet another pain that I must endure. The droid's vocalizer hissed. Perhaps I should just shut down for a while. Maybe things will be better when I power up again. The droid's head folded down, and the light of his eyes faded. Jazz shook his head. Perhaps Co-op should consider a memory wipe for the droid. Yes, it was stable, but... Vess looked up at him. My life will not be horrible, she said, but my responsibilities will be many. He smiled. The fact that you understand that now will make things much easier for you later. From what I heard, you are already on the path to becoming a great queen." The girl curtsied, her blush returning to full bloom. "Thank you, sir, that means much to me. I can." Kerwham. The ship shook as Jazz was suddenly flung into one of the cargo containers. Vess shrieked as she lost her balance and likely would have fallen had Jazz not sat up and stopped her. Steam hissed from above them and alarm began to blare. "What is happening?" Vess cried out. "What is going on?" "This way," Jazz said, taking her by the hand, leading her up the walkway. He was not sure what had happened, but it wasn't good. He paused, pushing away the blaring alarms, and listened. The engines. He could no longer hear the sublight engines. Damn. The co-op's folly was offline. Val emerged from the corridor above them. She saw him leading Vess, and went to meet them. "What is going on?" she called. "Mr. Cooper." Jazz pushed past. "Watch the kid," he told the woman, passing Vess off to her. He needed to get to the bridge. He could feel the slight tip of the ship. Artificial gravity was failing. If so, they were in even worse trouble. It felt like the ship's systems were gone, despite the many fail-safes. That was not good. The co-op's folly was dead in space. And if they were not careful, they would all be dead too. Chapter 16. What is going on? Somebody talk to me. Jazz arrived on the bridge to find it in chaos. Co-op's hands were flying over the control panel. He was checking every instrument they had. Meanwhile, Figgy and Tessa continued to shout out reports from their stations, letting the captain know what they were seeing on their panels. "Main power is offline," the Bith called out. "Navigation and defensive systems are not responding. Reserves are functioning," Tessa added. "We still have life support and gravity, but I can't say for how long, trying to raise engineering now." Coop hissed. "Pipe it through my terminal. I want to speak with Shusk." Tessa obeyed as Jazz took his seat next to his captain and best friend. He still could not say what had happened. The co-op's folly had performed well. It had done everything they required for a ship of its type and size. Rhonda Halcyon and her team had done their job well. He did not see how such a catastrophic system failure could occur. Rhonda was too good of a mechanic to allow for something like this. It did not make sense. "Shusk. Report," Coop called out over the comm system. "Shusk. Can you hear me?" The only response was static. Coop's eyes narrowed. "Brr," he called out over the comm again. "Go down to engineering, find out what happened to Shusk." Again, there was no answer, just static. Coop looked over at Tessa. "Are internal comms down too?" "Not according to my board," she said, checking again. "Everything is in the green, but whatever took down main power might have fried our comm system." Jazz frowned as he checked his own monitor. He saw nothing on his terminal, nothing to suggest what had occurred, why they had lost power. What had just happened? "I'll go check on Shusk," Jazz offered. "See if he can tell us what is happening." "Go," Co-op replied. "Take Tessa with you. See if you can find any physical damage to the comm system while you are at it." The young captain sighed. "And make sure our guests stay in their quarters, at least until this is over." Jazz nodded and made for the exit hatch, Tessa falling in step behind him. He could feel the tension in the air. What was happening should not have been happening. The co-op's folly had fail-safes. At least one of them should have kicked in and prevented main power from shutting down. So what happened? Was this also mechanical failure? Or? His frown deepened. Was it something more? As they made their way down the command walkway, Tessa paused every so often to open up this panel or that. She muttered something about the comm lines, that Rhonda had hardwired internal comms to prevent any type of jamming or electronic interference. The communications officer pursed her lips. "What do you think the chances are of this all being some kind of coincidence?" she asked. "I take it you are referring to our guest?" he replied. Tessa nodded. Jazz considered what she was saying, but at that moment, it made no sense. Unless the ship had been more damaged in their scuffle with the scorekeeper's mark than they realized, everything should have continued to function normally. They should have been on their way to Alderaan right now. He reached out with the Force, trying to get some idea of what was going on, some sense of what the future might hold. He felt nothing. Jazz shook his head. What Tessa was suggesting was that this power failure was intentional, and if it was, that meant one of two things. One, the Red Eclipse had managed to attach some type of device to the Folly during their escape. It was possible, he supposed, all that debris and the planet's rings, the transitions could have attached a device to their hull, perhaps something hidden in a warhead that missed a direct hit, yet still managed to launch something that would send an ion pulse, maybe, through their hull and fry their systems. It was a common enough pirate trick, but considering what they had faced, he did not see the transitions using it. An ion pulse device was used for taking the ship intact. The scorekeeper's mark had tried to destroy them. Plus, the Folly was designed with external scanners. Rhonda had made sure that they would have a means of detecting something attached to the hull, be it a bomb or a tracking beacon. Those scanners should have picked up such a device and warned the crew before anything catastrophic had happened. Could the enemy have used such a toy? Possibly, but Jazz did not see how it could have avoided detection. Besides, it would have been pointless. The Folly had been no match for the mark. It should have been over the moment the Corvette emerged from hyperspace. The Red Eclipse would have known that. Why waste the device when you had an enemy ship outgunned? It had only been a matter of the Force that the Co-op's Folly had escaped. No, he found the first scenario unlikely, which, of course, led to the second possibility, one that Jazz really did not like to think about. 2. Someone on board the Folly had done something to disable to the ship, to set them up to be found by the Red Eclipse. Of course, that was insane. Who would be stupid enough to try such a thing? The Red Eclipse had proved earlier that they were not interested in taking prisoners. To disable the Folly and await the arrival of the pirates would be suicide. Tessa stopped at another junction and opened the panel. She frowned as she dug through the wires, and Jazz noticed a blinking red light. "Damn," Tessa hissed. "Damn it." "What?" he asked. Tessa did not respond. She reached for her personal comlink, the one means of communication that was still open to them. "Captain, can you hear me?" "Yeah, Tessa, what have you got?" She shook her head. The ship's emergency beacon was tripped when the reactor went offline. She informed him, "All comms are out except for our emergency distress beacon." She sighed. "We are broadcasting our location on an open channel. Anyone could pick it up." "Get it offline." Co-op called back now. "I have to cut the hard line in the engineering section," she informed him. "The emergency system will only shut off if reserve power is no longer connected." "Do what you have to," Co-op said after a brief pause. "We can't afford to be found before we get the ship back online." "Roger that," Tessa replied. "Any luck getting a hold of Shusk or Burr?" "Neither of them are answering," Co-op said. "Don't worry about that right now. The beacon is your priority. That and getting main power back." "Roger," she said. "On our way now." It was at that moment that both Val and Ulrich joined them. The two bond security officers emerged from their quarters. "What is going on?" Val asked. "Why are we stopped?" "We are going to figure that out right now," Jazz promised. "We're heading back to main engineering." Char Valentine nodded. "Is there anything we can do to help?" she asked. He thought of telling them no, of following Co-op's orders and telling them to remain in their quarters and to keep an eye on Vess. Yet, that did not feel right, and besides, it was not like their lives were not on the line too. They could use all the help they could get. "We will know more once we hear from Shusk," Tessa told them. "We also need to turn off our emergency beacon. It is hardwired to broadcast our location if the ship suffers any kind of failure. It's now broadcasting our location on all emergency channels." Val's eyes widened at that. Neither Jazz nor Tessa had to explain what that meant. "I don't suppose either of you know anything about ship communication systems?" Jazz asked. Surprisingly, Ulrich smiled. "My mother runs the largest communications firm on Bantoon," he informed them. before I joined the Protectors, she had me fixing all kinds of comm equipment. Val looked at her subordinate. You think you could find a way to jam the emergency beacon? Could you stop it from giving our location away? Maybe, the boy said with a shrug. I would need access to the comm system, preferably on the bridge. I'll take him there now, Tessa offered. What about the hardline? Jazz asked. I don't know how to disable it. Contact me on your link, Tessa offered. I can walk you through it if you need my help. Jazz nodded while Tessa and Ulrich made their way forward. That left him and Val alone. The security chief was wound up like a spring. Jazz could feel her tension, her worry about what was going on. Is Vess okay? He asked her. I told her to lock herself in the cabin and only open up if Ulrich or I came to get her. She gave him a serious look. What are the chances of this being some accident? She asked. Jazz sighed. I would prefer to say unlikely, but considering everything we have seen so far. Val nodded. Always expect the worst, and you will never be surprised, she said. He nodded. Grim, he thought, but sadly true. Come on, engineering is this way. The two of them moved together. Jazz pulled out his comlink and tried to raise either Shusk or Burr, getting no response from either of them. The Chandra fan was not the type to leave his post. If he wasn't responding, it was likely that he was unable to. Jazz did not want to think about that. Val said nothing as she followed him, but then again, she did not need to. He could sense her distrust starting to rise again. Do you think your pet thug betrayed us? He shook his head. He may not have liked Burr all that much, but that did not mean that he thought the man was stupid. He has nothing to gain by trapping us here, and certainly nothing to gain by giving away our location. Yet, he did want to sell Vess to your employer, she reminded him. Could he be seeking to make a deal with the people hunting us? Is he above doing such a thing? No, Jazz admitted, but once again, I still don't see it. The Red Eclipse is not famous for negotiation, and they have already tried to blow up the ship once. Jazz shook his head. Burr would know that dealing with him was pointless. I don't think he is responsible for this. The facts don't add up. What is the point of trying to sell someone out if people you are trying to strike a deal with are trying to murder you along with everyone else? Val nodded. I see your point. Still, where is he then? Why won't he respond? Jazz frowned. He had no answer for that. If Burr had done something to Shusk and disabled the main reactor, would he have simply gone into hiding? The ship wasn't that large, and it would not take the crew long to find him, provided they got things working again. A new thought occurred to him. What if Burr was in the engine room? What if he was waiting to pick off whoever came to check on Shusk? Jazz's wrist flexed. He felt his lightsaber drop into his hand. If Burr was waiting, if he was stupid enough to think he could work a side deal with the Eclipse, he was in for a very nasty surprise. Val noticed that he had his weapon in hand. She gave him a cruel smile. I thought you didn't believe your pet thug was behind this. Jazz Darbin shrugged. I've underestimated the stupidity of people before. I won't make that mistake again. She nodded and drew her blaster. Whatever happens, I got your back. He nodded, grateful for her support. They continued down the walkway. Jazz tried not to think about the distress beacon, or who might be out there listening for it. Time was definitely not on their side. They needed to get this done, and fast. He picked up the pace. The clock was ticking. They arrived to find the engine room sealed. The emergency blast doors were down. Jazz cursed under his breath. I should have known that it wouldn't be easy. He entered his passcode on the terminal next to the door. Both he and Co-op should have had access to all ship systems. The panel beeped loudly. A red blinking light flashed over the keypad. His codes were not going to work. Locksman scrambled. He informed Val. Is there any other way to get it open? She asked. Cutting torch, maybe. It will take time though, and that is something that we don't really have right now. Val gently pushed him aside and knelt down before the lock. She reached into her coat and pulled out a small bundle from one of his interior pockets. She unrolled it and pulled out two small electronic devices. Jazz's eyes widened. He recognized them from his days in Clan Nutbush. "Those are electronic lockpicks," he said. "In series." "X series, actually," Val said, interfacing with the terminal. Jazz shook his head. "X series. You know those are illegal in Republic space, right? Even having one of those on you is an automatic 2-year sentence on a penal colony." Val gave him a saucy smile. "Bantoon is not officially part of the Republic yet," she reminded him, "and besides." Her smile turned playful. "I won't tell if you won't." In spite of everything that was going on, Jazz snorted with amusement. It seemed that Miss Valentine was just full of surprises. "I thought you were some kind of royal guard." She shrugged. "Technically, I was captain of the royal guard, but that doesn't mean that I didn't have a life before I joined the Protectors. My childhood was interesting, to say the least." "So you weren't noble-born then?" "Nope," she said, entering a command with her lockpick. The screen above the panel began to flash green. "And you still managed to become a security chief and sworn protector of your queen." Jazz smiled. "Impressive." Val chuckled. "There are many things that I could do to impress you. Not a Jedi, but we are a little pressed for time at the moment." Jazz laughed, but he could not completely stop the blush coming to his cheeks. That last statement sounded a little suggestive. In the short time since they had met, he had come to respect Char Valentine. It was not an easy thing, swearing yourself to defend others. The fact that she was an attractive young woman did not hurt matters either. He smiled and shook his head. He let it go for now. Now was not the time. His comlink beeped. He hoped that it was Co-op with some good news. "Yeah. How's it coming down there, old buddy?" Co-op asked. "Engineering has been sealed off. The lock was scrambled." "I see," Co-op replied, sounding worried. "You need any help down there?" He looked down at Val, who shook her head no. At that moment, the security chief's full attention was on the blast door. An X-series lockpick was one of the finest slicing tools on the black market, or so he had heard from the slicers that had served Clan Nutbush. If she could not get the door open with that, nothing would work. "Ulrich and Tessa have managed to jam the emergency beacon," he informed them, though she still thinks that it is a good idea to shut down the system entirely. "Call me back as soon as you have breached the door." "Roger that," Jazz replied. "Talk to you soon." Over and out. Jazz shut off the comlink and returned his attention to Val. The woman was humming softly as she worked. A series of numbers scrolled across the face of the control panel. "Almost there," Val murmured. "Just a few more seconds, and..." The door beeped loudly. The panel above it flashed green, and the door to the engine room writhed open. Val was on her feet in seconds, her blaster at the ready. Jazz held up his lightsaber but did not ignite the blade. He reached out with the force, trying to get a sense of what was inside. He sensed both pain and confusion. "Shusk, maybe." "I'm going in," he told Val. "I'll cover you," she promised. "Stay frosty." He nodded and slipped into the compartment, all the while he was reaching out to the force, wrapping himself in his light. He could still not get a sense of what was in here. He sensed something but pain, confusion. Nothing was really clear. He tried his best to tune it out. It was not a good idea to be distracted. They needed to get things up and running again, and fast. The engines took up much of the compartment, with the reactor sandwiched in between. The core glowed weakly, at least it wasn't smoking or damaged. The only illumination in the room came from the overhead emergency lights, and that was not much. The room was thick with shadows. Anyone could be hiding in them, or anything. He finally ignited his lightsaber. Violet light filled the chamber. He picked up his comlink with his offhand. "Tessa, we are in engineering. How do I disable the beacon? Where do we start?" "There should be a panel behind the reactor casing," she responded over the link. "It will be a large red box with 4 black power cables feeding into it. You are going to need to disconnect those cables." "Roger that," Jazz said, searching with both his eyes and the Force. He could sense something was amiss, but was not sure what it was. Val stayed close, her eyes scanning the shadows. It might have been Jazz's imagination, but it seemed like the security chief's eyes had an almost feline-like glow to them. He was about to ask her about it, when she suddenly tensed. Her blaster came up. "There is someone back there," she whispered, "to the right, behind the engines." He searched with his own eyes and with the Force. He sensed it then, the source of what he was feeling. Pain seemed to radiate out from where Val was pointing. The two moved in closer. Jazz stayed in front, ready to cover Val if any blast of fire came from the shadowed corner. Jazz did not think that it would. He sensed no threat, only a sense of pain and confusion. They continued to advance, the shadows pushed back by violet light. Finally, two shapes emerged from the shadows. Jazz's eyes narrowed. They had found Shusk. The Chandra fan was curled up in a small ball, shivering slightly. Jazz leaned down to check him, finding an ugly cut on the top of his head. Blood leaked from the wound as the small alien continued to shiver. The engineer was hurt, but at least he was not dead. One small mercy to come out of this, he supposed. "There should be a med kit up near the door," he told her. "See if you can find it." She nodded, glancing over his shoulder. "How is he?" she asked. "Head wound," he answered. "Maybe a concussion, but he is alive." Val began to back up, but not before she noticed what else was in the room. Her blaster came up, with the safety off. "Don't move," she called out. "Let me see your hands." Jazz looked up, and that is when he saw it too. They had found Burr as well. The Enforcer was crouched down behind where they had found Shusk. He was propped up against one of the engine coils. Jazz was about to stand up and bring his weapon to bear, but quickly realized that it was not necessary. Burr was unconscious too. "What the hell?" he murmured. Jazz leaned in closer, illuminating Burr's body. He was alive. Jazz could tell that through the Force, but he did not look good at all. The veins around his neck were practically standing up against his skin. Both his nose and mouth were covered by some kind of white froth. Not a pleasant sight, to be sure. "Val, look at this," he said, bringing a bit more light down on Burr's body. The security chief frowned, her eyes narrowed. "He's been poisoned," she said flatly. "No kidding," Jazz said dryly. "Is it fatal? You recognize it, right?" She nodded. "It is coral skate venom, its paralyzing agent. We use it in the Guard to subdue people that the nobles won't question, at least. The symptoms looks like coral skate venom." Jazz reached out carefully, lifting up Burr's head. He saw something shiny was stuck in the man's neck. He used the Force to remove it. It came out with a gentle pop. It floated before Jazz's eyes, a small trident-shaped dart, barely the size of a human fingernail. "Now where did you come from?" he murmured to himself. Val was once again at his side, looking over his shoulder. She had slipped away and returned with the med kit. "From one of these, probably," she said, holding out her left wrist. Jazz frowned as he looked over. Val had a small device strapped to her arm, similar to the sheath he had for his lightsaber. He could see that it was a weapon of some sort. He could just make out the tips of the 6 of the little darts in his housing. He almost used the Force to fling the security chief back, fearing that he was about to get hit with one of the darts, but such an attack never came. Val wasn't trying to attack him. She was simply showing him what had put down Burr. Plus, Val's dart launcher was full. There were no empty slots. She had not taken down Burr. It was at that moment that Shusk regained consciousness. The little alien groaned and tried to sit up. He squeaked with pain as he touched his head. "Easy there, little guy," Jazz said, supporting his back. "Don't make any sudden moves." "Jazz," alien murmured weakly. "Comm systems, shut down. Must shut down the comms." "They are already down. Shusk, only the emergency beacon is working." The little alien shook his head. "No, internal comms, power surge, building in the internal comms. Feedback into the reactor, shut everything down." Coop took the med kit from Val, who continued to watch over his shoulder. He pulled out a small bottle from the case. "Easy now," he said, tending to the alien's head wound. "This is a colto spray. It will help until we can get you fully checked out. We need to get the reactor up and running again. Shusk, we are dead in space right now." The alien blinked his large eyes. His whiskers twitched. "Shut down reactor," he said. I shut it down. Prevented power surge from overloading everything. Sloppy job. It could have killed us all." Jazz's eyes narrowed, putting what he was hearing together. There had been a power surge in the internal comm system, a power surge that fed back into the reactor system. Shusk had detected it and tried to fix to the problem. He had probably had only enough time to isolate the reactor when he was attacked struck from behind. Burr might have seen or heard something and gone to check on Shusk. The one responsible for the power surge had likely been waiting in here. Burr had likely blundered in, not expecting trouble, and got a dart in his neck for his trouble. It hadn't been flawless, but it had worked. Still, had Shusk not isolated the main reactor, the whole ship might have blown. As the alien had said, it was sloppy. Jazz pursed his lips. Whoever had done this was no professional, but they had some knowledge. He had a strong suspicion of just who had done it, and he was not alone. He and Val looked at each other. Both nodded grimly. The spray was taking effect surprisingly fast. Shusk's dark eyes already looked clearer. The alien stumbled to his feet. Val came to his side to steady him. "Can you get us going again?" she asked. "Can you get main power online?" The little alien nodded. "Yeah," he said in a dreamy voice. Just give me a moment." Jazz's hand tightened around the grip of his lightsaber. They might not have a moment. He pulled out his comlink. "Tessa," he asked, "is Ulrich still up there with you?" "No," the comm officer called back. He said he went to go check and Vess. "Why?" Val cursed under her breath. Jazz snarled angrily. The pieces were starting to fall into place. He did not like what they were showing him. "Tessa disabled that jamming field that he helped you set up. I don't think it is a simply jamming signal. We are going to disconnect the beacon from here. Shusk is up and around now. We are going to try and get things up and running." "Jazz, this is co-op," the captain's voice filled the comlink. "What is going on?" Jazz Darbin did not have time to respond. It was at that moment that they all got an answer to what exactly was going on. A distant scream. A little girl scream. Vess's scream. Jazz was moving in seconds, Val right behind him. "Damn it," he spat. "Damn it all to hell." Chapter 17. Jazz. What is going on back there? Jazz. Jazz Darbin cursed under his breath. They didn't have time. "Lock IT down." He screamed into his comlink. "Coop, it's Ulrich. You have to lock down the escape pods. Do it now." "Do it now?" "The pods. I don't understand." "Why?" "Just do it. Fast." "Where are we going?" Val shouted. Her panic shone like a beacon through the force. She had it under control, but the look in her eyes told the tale. "Which way?" she demanded. "Which way?" He pointed to a walkway leading up, taking them back across the cargo bay. The security chief took off like a blaster bolt, moving far faster than most humans could manage. Still, Jazz feared it would not be enough. He could hear the little girl screaming. It was more than enough to keep him going, but he feared it would still be too late. "Damn it, we are going too slow," he thought angrily. "They're going to get away." The co-op's folly had 4 escape pods on its top deck, pods that automatically prepped for launch if there was any power issue or systems failure with the ship. It was a safety function that Rhonda Halcyon had built in when she had rebuilt the freighter. It was one of only 2 ways off the folly during flight. The second way was the shuttle that was just above the engine compartment. A shuttle that was currently non-functional. Its engines and hyperdrive had not been installed yet. Rhonda had meant to get it up and running with the funds they had made from this run. Lucky us, thought Jazz. which left only the pods, which were up and running. If Ulrich made it to one with Vess. No, he would not make it. They would not let him. Main power is still offline. Jazz, co-op said over the comlink. I can't trigger the lockdown until it is restored. What's Shell's status? Can he help us? He already is, Jazz said. I got him up and working. He should have power restored in a few minutes. We're going to need it. Jazz frowned. Coop, I think Ulrich might have used our comm system to send a message. I think the jamming field he set up might be just another beacon. We're likely going to have company real soon. You sure? Coop asked. It is the only thing that makes sense. Jazz hated to think like that, but he suspected that it was true. It was the only thing that made sense. They were literally in the middle of nowhere. Taking an escape pod made no sense, unless you had a ship waiting to take you away. Coop cursed loudly. Jazz could hear him shouting orders to Tessa and Figgy on the bridge. Not good, Jazz thought. Not good at all. It's all my fault, Val muttered if I hadn't. Blame yourself later, Jazz advised. Right now we have to worry about Vess. The woman nodded grimly. They. Duck. Jazz felt the force shift, a warning. Too late. He found himself yanked backward. Tink. 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 He had not seen the boy hiding in the shadows, his hand tightly around Vess' mouth. Ulrich's dart launcher spat at them. Poison-tipped projectile struck the bulkhead, mere millimeters from where Jazz's head had been seconds earlier. Damn, Jazz gasped. Val had pulled him back, got him to safety just in time. Realizing he had missed, the boy dragged his hostage on. Vess was able to get his hand away from her mouth and screamed anew. Val, help. V-A-A-L. Jazz found himself eye to eye with Char Valentine. The woman had grabbed him at the last minute, pulled him back, out of the line of fire. They had spun around and were now in each other's arms. He found himself staring into the woman's bright green eyes. They almost seemed to glow in the dim emergency lights. Her breath was warm on his face. Despite the danger of the situation, he felt his cheeks warm. He had rarely been this close to a woman. She was breathing hard, their noses were almost touching. Are you okay? She asked. Were you hit? No, Jazz said quickly. They missed. Good, she said, pushing him back. It was at that moment that they heard Vess scream again. Stop. Please. Let me go. Please. Let me go. The two did not hesitate. We got to move, they said in unison. They split apart and resumed their pursuit following the girl's screams. They were still moving quickly, but caution had slowed them quite a bit. Who knew what tricks Ulrich had up his sleeve? Jazz cursed again. Damn it, he growled. They had suspected that they had a traitor on board. He should have known. He should have guessed. His comlink crackled. Captain, it's Shusk. I read you, Shusk, Co-op responded. Glad to hear your voice. You okay? I'll need to see a medical droid when this is over, but right now, I'm fine. Jazz did something to me, got me back in the game. Jazz did not bother to clarify. Now was not the time. Shusk had a concussion, and who knew what else. Jazz had used the Force to lessen the effects of the Chandra fan's injuries. It would wear off in a few hours, but for now the little engineer's head was clear, his reaction sharp. He would need that if they were going to get out of here. Talk to me, Co-op said to him. Give me good news. I've reconnected the reactor, Shusk informed him. The feedback from the comm system was isolated in the secondary systems. You should have engines and hyperdrive in a few minutes. We don't have a few minutes, Jazz said, jumping in on the conversation. Ulrich has Vess, and he is heading for the escape pods. We have to lock them down. I'll see if I can hurry the power up, the engineer said. In the meantime, don't let the hut spawn get away. Keep him on the ship. Jazz shook his head. That was easier said than done. They could see the emergency lights flashing up ahead. A low recorded voice came over the loudspeaker, informing them to make for the nearest escape pod. Jazz again felt a disturbance in the Force. He put up his hand. stopping Val's advance. Before she could speak, ask him what was wrong. He was moving. He was pushing the woman against the bulkhead. Blaster fire rang out. The shots were wild, unfocused, but enough to bring the two to a stop. Vess screamed again. "Don't hurt them. Please. Shut up, you little." More blaster fire. Ulrich was keeping them back, even as wild as they were. In such close quarters, he did not need to aim all that much. Jazz's eyes narrowed. They had no more time for games. This ends now. Snap hiss. Jazz ignited his lightsaber, the darkened corridor filled with violet light. He brought the blade up, holding it in a classic shin guard. He would be able to parry any shots, but in such close quarter it would be dangerous. He would not be able to control where the ricochet went. He had no desire to hurt Vess if she got caught in the crossfire. "Damn it," Jazz hissed under his breath. "Damn it all to hell." He could just make out Ulrich. The young man had his arm around Vess' throat, pulling her back, pulling her towards one of the escape pods. His face was slick with sweat, his eyes wild and angry. He was trying to reach the control panel for the nearest pod. He was almost there, but Vess' struggles kept him back. He had not managed to reach it yet, praise the Force, but even though the girl's struggles had slowed him, it would not be long. They needed to slow him down. They needed to distract him. "Ulrich, stop!" Val shouted angrily. She brought up her blaster, training on her former subordinate's face. Val's gaze was cold as ice. Her blaster did not waver. "Don't you take another step," she called out. "That is a direct order." The boy's response was not one that Val likely wanted to hear. He laughed. "I don't take orders from you, Chief. I never truly did." "Ulrich, stop." Vess coughed. You're hurting me." Hearing the girl's voice almost made Jazz and Val leap out and rush the boy. Ulrich's blaster remained pointed towards them, and all the while his arm remained tightly wrapped around Vess' neck. If they were not careful, he might strangle the poor girl. Not going to happen, Jazz thought. It will not. "How could you do this?" Val demanded. "You were training to be a sworn protector. How could you even think of betraying your brothers and sisters? You think I want to end up like you, Chief? You think I want to let some doctor strip away all my hopes and dreams? You think I want to spend my life programmed like some off-worlder machine? It is the job we agreed to do, to serve our lords and ladies, to serve the laws of Bentoon," she replied. "There is no shame in it." "The law," he spat. "I can't believe the daughter of Chin and Tara Valentine is lecturing me about the law." Jazz did not know what the boy was talking about, but from the look on the security chief's face she did. Val's eyes narrowed. "Leave them out of this." "Why should I? You're the one betraying their memory, and you couldn't even get that right." Ulrich snarled like an angry beast. "This isn't right," the boy spat angrily. "This isn't the way it was supposed to be." "And just how was it supposed to be, traitor?" Val demanded. If he took exception to Val calling him a traitor, he did not show it. In fact, it sounded like he had not heard her at all. "Queen Adira and High General Lyron will reward me well for my work here," he said. Anara had to be silenced. She was threatening the progress of our world. The boy cursed. "Stop struggling, you little wretch," he snarled. Jazz heard the sound of the girl choking, gasping for breath. He almost leapt forward. In that moment, all he wanted was to throttle the boy. The scum, Jazz thought, the low-life scum. He deserved to suffer. At the back of his mind, he could feel it, the shadow, oily and hungry. He could feel its gentle touch, the lightest of caresses. "You need power," it seemed to say. "Give in. Give in and you will have all the power you could ever need." Jazz swallowed hard. It was tempting, more than tempting. He glanced over at Val, wondering what he should do. All he had to do was let go, and Ulrich would die screaming. They could save Vess, and all it took was one look at the security chief. All it took was the briefest of touches through the Force. Char Valentine did not need the darkness to accomplish her goal. She had her training and her skill. It was her bravery, her cold competency that helped him resist, helped him push both his anger and the darkness back. Finally, he was back in control. In that moment, Jazz felt ashamed, how easy he had been tempted. He was grateful that Val had not seen that. All of her focus was on Ulrich. They needed to stop the boy now. Val took a deep breath. Jazz could feel her worry and anger, but she had it clamped down, held in check by her iron will. He envied her a bit in that moment. If only he had such control. He tried not to think about it, to stay on mission, for all their sakes. He could not afford to let himself get distracted. He needed to do this for Vess. Val dared a quick peek out, seeing her subordinate, and the young queen she had sworn to protect. She gave him an evil glare. If looks could kill, the boy would have been nothing but a pile of ash. I'm guessing that the men assigned to watch you and Vess when you were at the academy didn't die on accident, did they? Her frown deepened. Damn you, boy, she said. Damn you. Ulrich snorted. They were my first real kill, he said with a hint of pride, unfortunate, but necessary. The instructors that administered the system would have been proud. Val sneered. She had not meant to inspire pride in the boy. Two of her friends had died. She would likely have wished to avenge them, but would not risk it as long as her queen was in danger. And Lord Rudo, she continued, I'm guessing that it was not blind luck that he found our safe house near the spaceport. The man was a fool, Ulrich responded. All he had to do was take us into custody. I got Vess out of the safe house and into the open for him. The boy shook his head. He played his part too well. If the fool hadn't hit me, I would have made sure that Vess wouldn't have had a chance to escape. We never would have gotten out of that alley. You should have returned too late. He hissed angrily. This is all your fault, Jedi, he growled. Why did you have to stick your nose where it wasn't wanted? This should have been over and days ago. And what about your queen, Ulrich? Jazz asked. Vess' mother, did you not swear an oath to serve her? Isn't that what a sworn protector is supposed to do? Yeah, Val added. How much is a sworn protector worth these days? How much did it cost to buy you away from your duty? The boy laughed again. I wouldn't have been able to, not if I had a chance to go through the system. Isn't that right, Val? We should never have allowed you close to Vess, she hissed back. Never. You're a failure, he said with a sneer, not mine. Didn't you choose to become a protector? Jazz asked, once again trying to keep him talking, to make him forget about running. I never had much of a choice, he answered. What is a third-born son to do? I would never inherit my family's fortune. My sisters and their husbands would see to that. The bitterness and anger radiated off of the boy. He probably had thought this the only way to get out of the choice he had made. So very foolish, Jazz thought. He threw away any chance he had at a future. He simply had not realized it yet. I needed something for me, Ulrich continued. I needed a title of my own, and once I deliver Vess, I'll have it. Jazz frowned. He was shocked that he had not sensed the greed and arrogance in the boy, but then again, he had had other things on his mind. Vess had distracted him, or rather, her destiny had. The girl might not realize it now, but one day, her future would shine bright enough to even eclipse a star. Her potential, it was near limitless. Provided she survived the next few moments, of course. Speaking of which, how the power-looking Shusk, he heard Co-op say over the comlink, we need to get out of here. I'm working on it, Captain. I need more time. Jazz glanced across his blade at Ulrich. Again, the boy was starting to move towards the escape pods again. I've got to keep him talking, he realized. Give Shusk a chance to finish. Vess' life depends on it. All this for a title, Jazz asked. Betrayed your duty, helped murder your leaders, all so that you could have some title before your name. Jazz took a step forward. Not another step, Jedi, Ulrich warned, his blaster now pressed to Vess' temple. The little girl whimpered as her captor smiled. Jazz stopped, not wanting to provoke, but at the same time to make sure that the boy stayed exactly where he was. Come on, Shusk, he thought. Hurry up. I know how good you are with that sword. Ulrich growled. Let's not do something we will both regret, huh? The boy shook his head. It is not simply about a title. I wanted a life. I wanted to be more than some noble shield. Val hissed. She kept her blaster raised and pointed at her target. A protector's life is an honorable one, she said. Sacrifice, duty, courage, don't those mean anything to you? Oh, Chief, the boy chuckled. How little you know, how little you understand. He shook his head. Do you even remember who you were before the system? Don't you know what you gave up to become what you are now? It was my choice. Are you certain of that? How much do you remember of your time training to become a protector? The system takes away so much. I'm guessing that you don't even remember making the choice, only that your instructors told you that you did. He sneered at her. Look at you, the great Char Valentine. If it wasn't for this Jedi interfering, you would be dead right now. You would have shot yourself like a good little slave when you realized your queen was dead. The boy tightened his grip around Vest's neck, making her gasp. You shouldn't even be here. He snarled. You should be dead, and I should be back home right now being hailed as a hero by the new queen and her husband. But no, this whole plan has been one annoyance after another, but finally, things are working out. I'm finally going to get what I deserve. What I was promised. Ulrich sighed. Anger radiated off him like heat from a star. I'm so tired of this game, Chief. It is time for me to end it. There is nowhere to go, Jaz said, glaring at the boy from behind his blade. You're trapped here. My ride is on the way, he answered. I have to admit, the comm relay on the ship is quite good, close to top of the line. He laughed coldly. I can't see why your captain is so proud of it. Val raised her blaster, centering on Ulrich's face. He pulled Vest closer to him, using her as a shield. You're not leaving, she growled. You are not. Ulrich took a step back, his grip on Vest never loosening. He glared at his former superior. This is the way it's going to work. Chief, he began, Vest and I are leaving. The ship that is coming is going to pick us up and take us back to Bantoon. You are not going to try and stop it. You are not going to do anything against the crown. The matriarchy has likely already voted Queen Adira the Lady Protector of the Princess by now. If you cause the crown any trouble, then this little girl will suffer. You will go into exile like a good soldier. If you don't, Vest will suffer. Behave yourself, and you just might be invited to come home one day. But if the new queen hears even a whisper of you hatching plots, of speaking out against the new regime, Vest will suffer. Val growled. Her blaster did not move, but Jaz could see her struggling, wanting so bad to take the shot but fearing for the girl's safety. Jaz thought of trying a mind trick on him, but when he reached out with the Force, all he felt was cold determination from the boy, determination and anger. Jaz frowned. The Force would not aid him, not here. Ulrich laughed again. Now if you will both excuse me, I have a hero's welcome waiting back home. Do try to have a good day now. He started to back up again, dragging Vest behind him. They were out of time. Violence and the Force would not work, but that did not mean that Jaz was helpless. He still had his voice, and that could be a potent weapon if used correctly. In that moment, he knew exactly what to say. He just hoped the boy would listen. A hero's welcome, he scoffed. Unlikely, boy, very unlikely. Jaz lowered his lightsaber. He switched off the blade. You leave the ship, you're dead. That is the only reward you will get. Ulrich stopped. He glared at Jaz and Val. You know nothing, Jedi, he hissed. I'm going to have everything that I was promised. Jaz shook his head. Oh, I'm sure they promised you a lot. Anything that you could dream of, provided you gave them what they want. Jaz sighed. It is all Bantha-Poodoo, of course. He looked over at Val. You know a thing or two about Bantoon politics, don't you, Chief? Tell me, what happens when a coup is finished? When the new regime is fully in place? What happens to all those hired hands that help bring it into fruition? What is their final reward? Val did not lower her blaster, but she did smile. Good girl, Jazz thought. She had picked up on what he had in mind. Now they just had to sell the story. The final reward to such people is death. Not a Jedi, she said dryly. Such people are dangerous. They are loose ends that know far too much about what really happened, and where all the bodies are buried. Val's smile turned nasty. You're not the hero in this story, Ulrich. You are just a loose end, a big one. Lord Lyron would not hesitate to silence you. Liar, the boy spat back. I'm a member of the royal family. So was the Queen, Val reminded him. So is Vess. You think that the new High General will want Vess around? Sure, she could legitimize his rule. He could play the good Lord Protector, but that would be too risky. If Vess ever escaped, she would be a threat to his crown, and when she finally comes of age, she will be an even bigger threat. Val shook her head. If there is a ship coming, it will not be to rescue you. It will be to kill you and Vess, to take care of two very big loose ends. Ulrich had stopped. He still had his blaster pointed at Vess, but his grip had loosened. Vess' face was not as red as it had been a few moments before. Ulrich swallowed hard. Jazz could feel his emotions. He was thinking about what he had been told. He did not wish to, but he was thinking about what she said. The boy was not stupid, at least not that stupid. He could see what Val was getting at. General Lyron would not do that to me, he insisted. I'm one of Queen Adira's favorites. He wouldn't dare. I doubt he will even tell her, Jazz said dismissively. He will likely say that you died on the same ship as Vess and her mother. It will all be very sad, I'm sure. Very sad, Val added. But in the end it will open up so many doors. With Vess gone, any children born of Lyron and Adira will be the heirs to the throne. They would not risk those heirs by keeping a traitorous noble around them. Val sneered at him. You played your part well, Ulrich, too well. Now it is time to get rid of you. No, Ulrich said, shaking his head. No, you are lying. You are trying to trick me. We're offering you a chance to live, Jazz informed him. Let the girl go, and I promise here. And now that we will drop you off on some nice populated planet, the kind of place that you can build a new life for yourself. Trust me, boy, there is nothing waiting for you back on Bantoon but death. Listen to him, Ulrich, Val said. You know that he is right. You know how this is going to end. Ulrich was sweating buckets now. He still had Vess in his grip, but she was no longer crying out, no longer struggling to breathe. The boy looked like he was in shock. This can't be, he said. I did everything they asked. I'm a hero. They are going to make me a lord. Last chance, boy, Jazz said. Let Vess go and drop your blaster. Ulrich looked back and forth. Jazz had lowered his lightsaber, but Val still had her blaster pointed. I'm a hero, Ulrich repeated. They can't do this. They? Something hummed overhead. The emergency lights shut off as main light switched back on. Shusk had managed to restore main power, and then all hell broke loose. Vess bit Ulrich. She sank her teeth deep into his hand. The boy cried out as he lost his grip. You little I'll. He never got the chance to finish. Vess kneed him between the legs, hard. He gasped and staggered back. For my mother, the girl shouted. Gurgling, barely able to stand up, Ulrich raised his blaster. Jazz moved. He ignited his blade. He reached out with the force. As he pulled Vess behind him, he yanked the blaster from the boy's hand. His lightsaber caught the weapon, slicing it in two. Pew! Pew! Val's blaster fired. A bolt caught Ulrich in the shoulder, spinning him around. He somehow managed to stay on his feet and stagger into the control panel of the escape pods. The door to one hissed open. The boy fell inside. No! Val screamed. Don't let him get away. Jazz tried to stop him, but it was too late. The door to the pod slid shut, but not before the boy's final words rang out. I'll come back for you, Val, he shouted. This isn't over. The pod hissed as the door sealed. A loud bang could be heard from the other side. the release jets firing. Jazz ran to the window in time to see the pod fly away. Jazz Darbin took a deep breath. It was over. He turned around to see Val hugging Vess. The little girl was sobbing in her arms. "Is he okay?" he asked. "Did he hurt her?" Vess stepped away from her protector. She met Jazz's gaze with her teary blue eyes. "Mr. Jazz," she sobbed and ran to him, wrapping her skinny arms around his waist. Jazz stood still, not sure what to do. He just let her hug him. It did no harm. It is okay, kid," he said. "You're safe now." She stepped away, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Thank you," she said. "God bless you, both of you." "Jazz, this is Cooper. Please respond." Jazz picked up his comlink. "Jazz here. Go ahead, Captain. We detected a pod launch. It's Vess. She is still here. Ulrich took the pod. Maybe we can tractor it in, bring it back." "No can do, old buddy," Co-op said. "We got company." Jazz lead the way, Vess and Val followed in his wake. He was sure he knew what ship had caught up with him. He just hoped that they still had time to escape. They were not out of this yet. They arrived on the bridge in time to see the scorekeeper's mark approaching. The Hammerhead-class corvette was moving quickly on an intercept vector. Jazz frowned as he saw the maneuvering thrusters of an escape pod in the distance. Ulrich heading for what he thought was his rescue. Poor fool, Jazz thought. Poor, dumb fool. Coop stared at the approaching ship, preparing to bring them about. "Figgy, do we have an escape route yet?" he asked. "Coming through now, Captain," the bib promised. "We will be go for light speed in 20 seconds." Tessa looked up from her console. She glared at the retreating escape pod. "I can't believe that little Murglak is going to get away with this," she hissed. Jazz shook his head. "Don't worry," he said. "He won't." As they watched, the scorekeeper's mark turned slightly, directing his nose at the approaching pod. The corvette's forward batteries fired. The pod was hit and began to spin. 2 more shots, and it was over. The pod vanished in a flash of light and wreckage. Jazz winced. He had felt Ulrich's final moments through the Force, a mixture of betrayal, anger, and fear. Val sneered as she watched the pod vanish. "There is your reward, traitor," she spat. "Enjoy it." "What was that?" Figgy asked. Jazz turned, giving the bit the sad look. "A loose end being tied up, Figgy," he said. "Nothing more." "We can't do anything for him now," Co-op said, checking his instruments and bringing the folly about. The pod was gone, and now the mark was closing in on them. They did not have much time. "Are we ready to get out of here?" Coop asked. Figgy nodded. "Light speed in 3, 2, 1. Coop pulled the handle. The stars stretched as the Co-op's folly made the jump into hyperspace, and just like that, they were gone. Safe. It was over. Chapter 18. Mind if I join you? Jazz looked up and shook his head no. He had been sitting in the galley drinking caf, getting ready to go back to his quarters for the evening. He had just finished his shift on the bridge and was looking forward to a bit of rest. Char Valentine stood before him, a tired expression on her face. The security chief had been on the bridge before he had left. In fact, she had been there for some time. She had been working with Tessa, trying to get a secure signal out to the bondwoman's contact on Alderaan. If she was now here, Jazz would guess she had been successful. Hopefully everything was proceeding smoothly now. This trip had been chaotic from the start. It would be nice to think that things were finally starting to go their way. Val sighed heavily and stretched, arching her back before she sat down. She had finally removed her coat and the various weapons she had kept hidden there. For the first time since they had met, Jazz could sense more than suspicion and hostility from the young security chief. It had taken Ulrich's betrayal to do it, but it seemed that Val had finally come to realize she had little to fear of the Co-op's folly and her crew. Jazz looked away politely. The shirt Val wore was skin tight, as were her leggings, and showed off her lovely figure. He had been taught long ago to behave like a gentleman. Those lessons remained even if he was far from the temple where he had learned them. It was not polite to gawk at someone, no matter what they looked like. Besides, he had no desire for Val to take offense. She was more than skilled to make him answer for any slight if he did. The young woman took the seat across from him, stretching out her long legs and rubbing her temples with her forefingers. She gave him a weary look. "I don't suppose you have anything to drink here, do you?" He smiled and gestured to the pot sitting in front of them. Val picked it up and sniffed the contents. "What is it?" she asked. "Calf," he answered. "It isn't really that good, but it serves its purpose." He laughed lightly. "Maybe when we get paid for this run, we can purchase some of the good stuff. I'm willing to give up a little bit of profits for it." Val smiled and pulled a small flask out of one of her pockets. She poured some into a mug before filling it with calf. He could not tell what it was, but it was strong. He could smell it from across the table. "Would you like some?" she asked, holding up the flask. "As far as liquors go, it is a little sharp, but it does the trick." Jazz smiled at her. "Should you be drinking on the job, Chief Valentine? Vess is sleeping in her quarters, the lock is scrambled, and only I have the code. She is safe as possible, and besides..." Val grinned. "I think it is safe to say that your crew is no threat to my lady. You've earned my trust." Her comment made him smile. At least something good had come out of all they had gone through. The crew had grown to love the little queen. In the days since the incident with Ulrich, she had been free to move about the ship and had won the hearts of all. She had visited Shusk in the med bay, even brought him food so that he could keep up his strength. She had sat with Figgy when he had played cards with Tessa and Jazz. The memory of seeing the girl and the Bith conspiratorially whispering to each other still amused him. He was not sure what the value of teaching a future queen how to cheat at cards was, but Vess seemed to enjoy the lessons. Even Burr had warmed up to her, thought he was still smarting about the fact that Ulrich had managed to get the drop on him. The former trooper had given the girl a small vibro knife to keep on her person, and showed her what to do if someone grabbed her from behind. Val really hadn't liked that, but accepted her new queen's desire to learn that particular skill. She would have preferred the girl keep her innocence a bit longer than what she had, but the security chief was just realistic enough to recognize that that might not be possible. "We all have to grow up sometime," Jazz thought morosely. It was a shame that Vess had needed to do that so soon. As for Val, she had settled into her job as the young queen's protector, trying to teach the girl everything she would likely need to know as she began the preparations for her new life. It would not be an easy road for the child to walk, but Jazz thought she was ready. She was far stronger than she looked, and the force was with her. She may not have been able to feel it, but it was there. She would survive the trials that were coming, he was sure of it. Vess would be a queen one day, he had foreseen it. In the meantime, she was still just a little girl. Hopefully, she would get the chance to enjoy that. He took the flask with a grateful nod and added some to his mug. The first sip burned his throat, but he was more careful with the second, letting the liquor sit on his tongue for a bit. It was strong, yes, but also had a sweetness that made the bitter calf a bit more bearable. He added a bit more before returning the flask to his owner. He toasted the young lady before taking another drink. "We should reach Alderaan in about 10 hours, he informed her, provided there are no more surprises. "Good," she replied. "Hopefully, we can avoid any more trouble. Vess doesn't deserve what has happened to her." "She isn't the only one," Jazz said. Val looked up at him, turning over what he had said in her head. Finally, she had smiled. "To safe arrivals, then," she said, raising her mug. "Yeah," he agreed, raising his. "And no more surprises." He prayed to the Force that that be true. Surely they had endured enough already. That did not mean that they did not have to be careful. There were still enemies out there, looking for them. Hopefully they would be able to evade them. He closed his eyes and reached out with the Force, sensing the folly and the rest of the crew. Shusk had done a remarkable job getting them back underway, everything flows seamlessly through the Force. You could say what you wanted about their ship, but the one thing you couldn't say was that it was not capable of doing what was needed. It had what was needed to get them where they needed to go. Now they just had to do it, which was easier said than done. The co-op's folly continued as roundabout path to the Alderaan system. Despite the removal of the traitor Ulrich, they were not completely out of danger yet. It was likely that at least one Red Eclipse vessel was watching the hyperlanes between Alderaan and Bantoom. The course set by the folly should have been enough to throw off any further pursuit or attempt at an ambush. The result being that they would be arriving a few days later than they would have normally, but that could not be helped. It was better to reach their destination in one piece, even if progress was extremely slow. Jazz frowned as he regarded Val. Despite her attempt to appear relaxed, it was clear that the security chief was anything but. He could sense the tension in her through the Force, and the rigidness of her posture. He decided to see if he could help. "I sense your frustration," he said. "Is everything all right?" Val chuckled at that question. "Depends on your definition of all right," she replied. "Your comm officer was finally able to get me a secure line to Lady Dorma on Alderaan." "Lady Dorma," he asked, "is that the woman that agreed to shelter vests for your queen?" The security chief nodded. "Yeah," she said. "Despite recent events, Lady Dorma remains committed to my lady's original plan. She has agreed to both foster and protect Vess." Val smiled sadly. At least one thing about the plan went the way it was supposed to. "I see," Jazz replied, not really sure if he did, but it sounded like something that she needed to hear. "But," she chuckled again, "that wasn't the only thing that the Lady Dorma told me. She has received a message from home, from members of her family still serving in the matriarchy on Bantoom." Val shook her head. "According to the media on my world, Queen Inara and her family are missing and presumed dead. My lady was apparently on her way to a trade summit on Coruscant when all contact with her ship was lost." A fatalistic laugh escaped the security chief. "In response to this terrible loss, Lady Adira has stepped forward and claimed the title of Lady Protector, not Queen, not yet, at least until the Queen's whereabouts have been determined. Her husband has assumed the title of Acting High General, and both have promised the people that the Queen and her family will be found, that ships are even now searching for their missing monarch and her family." Jazz frowned. "The last part isn't a lie, at least," he said, "though I'm not sure how your people would respond if they knew the search parties looking for their queen were slavers in the employ of the mining guild and the new would-be rulers of your world." "The matriarchy wouldn't be happy, that is for sure," Val agreed. "Sadly, I'm fairly sure that even now Lord Lyron is greasing all the necessary palms. Credits are likely flowing like water now, as the new queen and her high general consolidate their grip on my world." Val shook her head again. "Congratulations, Mr. Jazz. You are currently sitting with a dead woman, at least that is what my people think." "That may be the best. For now," Jazz countered, "if you are dead, it is likely that no one will be looking for you." "True," she agreed, "but it also means that neither Vess nor I can return home, not while Adira is in power." The security chief sighed heavily. "It is safe to say that Vess and I are now officially in exile. Our lives would be forfeit if we tried to return." Jazz frowned, not an easy thing to accept, knowing that everything you had known was now gone. He could relate. "Are you going to tell her?" "I'll have to, eventually," Val says, shaking her head. "It is a good thing that she is stronger than she looks. A week ago I might have tried to hide the truth from her." "She has proven her strength," Jazz agreed. Once she had escaped from Ulrich she had been fine, after a brief moment of tears. The Force had not been wrong about that one, he thought. Vess may be young, but beneath her child's form is a will of pure durasteel. She will find a way back. I'm sure of it. He looked at Val. She was also holding it together. But he feared that despair might cloud her judgment. She could not afford that, not right now. "What are you going to say when the time comes?" I don't know." I don't think that I should start with the fact that her aunt and uncle have officially betrayed her and usurped her throne. That two of the people that should have loved her have decided it is better that both she and her parents were dead. I wouldn't start with that, no, Jazz responded dryly. She shot him a dirty look, but it was gone almost as soon as it had appeared. Humor could be a defense sometimes. Chief Valentine understood that. Is there no one you can contact on Bantoon? He asked. Someone who could help you get the truth out? There are a few nobles who would listen, but for the moment they can't afford to speak too loudly. As I told you earlier, High General Lyron is very popular with the military. No one is going to risk speaking out of turn, not with Lyron so close to the throne. No one will risk being accused of treason, not when things are moving so fast. The matriarchy is going to be in chaos for months. So what are you going to do? Jazz inquired. The woman smiled. Wait, for now. As much as I would like to return home immediately and declare Vess as the new queen, I have to face the fact that she would not survive such an attempt. She is still a child, after all, and a child on a throne always has a target on her back. Plus, she has little support from the more militant members of the matriarchy. Then there is the fact that the new High General is no fool. I would not put it past Lord Lyron to have arrested anyone who might still support Inara and her rightful heir. Jazz pursed his lips. It was not an easy road for the two Bon. The intrigue and power games of their homeworld would not be easily overcome, not until Vess came of age. Until then, the two would need to wait. They would need shelter. So you will need to remain on Alderaan. As I said, for now. Val gulped down the last of her calf and wiped her mouth, her brow furrowing with thought. I can't afford to let the people forget about Vess. Lyron will no doubt push his agenda forward, using his wife as his puppet. Dorma and I will need to establish contact with anyone we can in the matriarchy. We will need support back home to keep Vess' claim alive. We're also going to need allies, people with skill and power, people that we can trust. It was at that moment that she turned to Jazz, her expression both cold and serious. We could use your help, Mr. Jazz, she said. You're good in a fight, and I've seen what you can do. Your skill with the Force would be a great asset in helping Vess regain her place. Her offer surprised him, considering that only a few days ago she had had a blaster pointed at his head, and had been more than ready to pull the firing stud. You're actually trying to recruit me? He asked. Why not? Not a Jedi, she said with an amused smirk. Vess likes you, and you've certainly proven your skills to me. She leaned in closer. Not to take away from what you are doing now, but are those skills of yours really getting used aboard this ship? If you come with us, you would be fighting the good fight, helping to right a terrible injustice, and put Bantoon's rightful ruler back on her throne. Isn't that what you Jedi types are supposed to be? Defenders of peace and justice. Jazz nodded. What Val was saying was true, and he would be lying if he said he did not feel the appeal of what she was asking. To fight for a worthy cause. He had seen what the two were up against, and besides, the Force had brought them together. Maybe this was the reason why. If he did choose to go with Val and Vess, he would get to be what he should have been, what he would have become had he not been aboard that transport and lost all those years ago. He would be able to do a lot to advance Vess' cause. The Force was a powerful ally, and it would be good to fight for a righteous cause. But that was also the problem. His expression turned sad. I'm flattered by your offer, Val, he said, but I fear that I must decline. If I was to go with you, I would not only bring my skills to your cause, but also all the enemies I've made as well. I would not do that to your queen. She has enough to face already. His refusal made her frown, but it had also made her curious. Enemies, she said. What type of enemies? The dangerous kind, he answered. Not the kind of people that Vess wants interfering in her business. I see, Val responded. He could sense her disappointment, and he was sorry. Yet, there was nothing that he could do about it. It was safer for the both of them if he stayed away. Can I ask what you did? What happened? Did you build an army and attack the heart of the Republic? Jazz gave her a saucy grin. Only one of their main ship production worlds, and caused several million credits worth of damage when I did. Val blinked, likely trying to figure out if he was joking or not. When she saw that he did not laugh, she knew that he was telling her the truth. You don't seem the type to do something like that. I'm guessing there is more to the story. Yeah, but I doubt you want to hear it. It is a bit of a tale, and it's getting late. She smiled at him again. I asked, didn't I? Go ahead, please, I won't pass any judgment. He leaned back and sighed. Did he really want to do this? It wasn't like anyone could do anything about it now. Still, she had asked. He sighed. We might need some more of whatever it is you got in that flask. She smirked. Don't worry, she promised. I have another. That realization made him laugh. The young woman he was sitting with was far from the Chief Valentine he had come to know since leaving Bantoon. Still, after everything that had happened. He may not have owed her anything, but that did not mean it wouldn't be good to finally speak about what had happened. Okay, he said, leaning back in his chair. Don't say that I didn't warn you. He began his tale, starting with the events of a decade ago. Val poured them both fresh drinks. There was a lot to tell. And that is it. He nodded, his head buzzing from the liquor that the two of them had been drinking, and the memory of past events. The two flasks sat empty on the table. Both he and the security chief were not as sober as they had been at the start of the tale. He sighed and took a deep breath. It would have been easy to burn the alcohol from his system. The Force was more than capable of that, but he chose not to. In that moment, he was too lost in the past. The faces of friends and enemies swam up and reminded him of everything that he had been and what he would never be. Both his victories and his losses were there, reminding him of what he had become and what might still be possible. But above all that was Val, Security Chief Char Valentine. She looked upon him with slightly glazed but sympathetic eyes. He smiled. He sensed no pity. He was grateful for that. He didn't need pity, nor did he want it. He was grateful for simple understanding. That is it, he said, his voice slightly slurred, the short, sad history of Jazz Darbin. She smiled. Jazz Darbin, she said, that is your real name. He nodded, forgetting for a bit that he had not used that name in almost 3 years. I needed to become someone else, he confessed. It is still possible that the Jedi may still seek Jazz Darbin. He needed to go away for the safety of those he cared about. Because of what happened at those shipyards. Because of what happened on Kuat, he corrected her, and yes, because of what happened on Kuat. She sighed and shook her head. Couldn't the Jedi have helped you? Couldn't you have returned to the Order and explained what had happened? Maybe, he said. Of course, if I had done that, I likely would have ended up being taken before the Council and judged. Judged? For what? For choosing to remain away from the Order for so long? The Jedi do not look favorably on Rogue Force users. Even if they did manage to settle matters with the Kuati, I would still have had to surrender my saber. I likely would have been sent to live the rest of my life on one of the Jedi labor combines. I would have to have spent the rest of my days as a farmer or some other form of labor, and would be told never to use the Force again. But why? It was not your fault what happened. You were just a child when you were lost. As for that mess at the shipyards, it sounds like you did everything in your power to stop it. The Council would probably acknowledge that, but at the same time, they would also see me as contaminated, that my exposure to non-Jedi ideals made me dangerous. But that is not right, Val spat. It is unfair. Life rarely is, Jazz shrugged. She frowned and shook her head. Your Order sound like a bunch of hypocrites. They only tried to do what is right, he responded. I don't fault them for that. Val still looked unconvinced. You could have stayed with your clan. You could have stayed with the people that took you in. You could have led them. I could have. And you left it all behind. You could have been a leader, and you chose not to be. It was, The smart call, he said with a sad smile. Had I accepted, had I chosen to remain, I would have been tempted by darkness. The violence of that life would have changed me. I might have become more dangerous than Darth Revan. He snorted, trying to look at her through the bottom of his empty mug, remembering then that it was not made of glass. Damn, he thought, putting it down. Nothing ever works right. He looked at Val. This was the first time he had told this story to anyone. Coop knew it, of course, but he had been with Jazz since the beginning. Rhonda knew some of it, and Tessa a bit more. Yet, this was the first time that he trusted anyone with the complete tale, and he did it because he had had too much to drink, and despite everything that had happened. He had come to trust Char Valentine. He wanted her to understand. He wanted her to know him. She leaned in closer. She reached out, gently touching the back of his hand with hers. "It is never easy, is it?" she asked, letting go, giving up everything you knew and loved. "No," he said, "but it is necessary, sometimes." "Sometimes," she said, her touch feathered light on the back of his hand. He was tempted to pull away, but did not. His arm had broken out in goose flesh, but he did not care. He stared into those strange green eyes of Char Valentine and felt lost, sweetly slipping away. His heart beat a little faster. He told himself it was just the drink, but what if it was more? "What did you lose, Val?" he asked. "What did becoming what you became cost you?" She sighed. "A hero like you won't accept me if I say anything," she replied. I don't want to lose your respect." "Never," he said, turning his hand over and taking hers, giving it a warm, gently squeeze. She smiled. "Please," he murmured, "you can tell me." She looked away, blushing slightly. "My parents, Chin and Tara Valentine, were the greatest thieves on all of Bantoon. Their tales were legendary. The nobles all feared what they might lose if something they possessed caught my parents' eyes." He felt a surge of warmth from the young woman, a sense of love tainted with sadness. "They taught me everything they knew. I looked up to them, wanting to carry on their legacy. I wanted to be like them. The laws of Bantoon were nothing to us. If we wanted something, we took it, and no one could stop us. No security system or guard could keep us out." A sad smile came to Val's face. It was the ultimate thrill, a life of adventure, romance, and danger. Freedom without fear or guilt. I loved that life. "So what happened?" She sighed heavily. "Mom got sick, some genetic ailment that for all our technology will not die out. She was gone in a matter of months. Dad grew reckless. Without her, their temper, his ambitions. He took risks, took more and more dangerous jobs, and then, one day, it all caught up with him." "Was he killed?" She shook her head. "No. He wasn't killed, but he might as well have been. He was sent to the Jagged Islands, the worst penal colony on Bantoon." Val shuddered. "He left me alone. It was just me, and my two brothers. We were all we had left." Val took a shuddering breath and continued. "I tried to do what my parents had done, to keep their legacy alive. My brothers were 13 and 12 at the time, too young to join me on the job. I hooked up with the new crew, my name giving me the credentials to move with the more dangerous elements of our world. Our first job was a big one. It would have set me up for at least a year or two. We could have lived the easy life for a while. A job that did not go well." "No," she said with a frown, "it did not. The intel about the job was bad from the beginning. The people we were robbing, they were home when we broke into their estate. Their guards fell upon us. We were both outnumbered and outgunned. We tried to escape, but we ended up getting cut off." Val cursed under her breath. "One of my new partners killed one of the nobles who owned the estate. Murder is one thing on Bantoon, but for a commoner to kill a noble, that is something else entirely. I stood trial with my partners, charged not with attempted theft but murder. Bantoon has the death penalty, and knowing that they had caught a Valentine was all they needed to give me the maximum sentence." She shivered at the memory. "There is a place on Bantoon called the Garden of Bones, Mr. Jazz. 30 feet beneath the ocean there are rows and rows of skeletons, their feet sunk in concrete blocks. Their bodies left to sway in the waves forever, picked clean by the fish. Val shivered. I was sentenced to join them, my feet would be sunk in concrete, and I would be dropped into the ocean to drown. I had only just turned 18, and I was sentenced to die. My brothers would be left to fend for themselves, no parents and no big sister to look out for them. I remember weeping in my cell, begging to see them one last time, trying to come up with some way to help them. Her tale made Jazz shake his head. He could see Val in his mind's eye, sitting in a cell, trying to come up with some way to help her loved ones. It was a heartbreaking image, to be sure. What stopped it? Jazz asked. Val's face brightened. The head of the sworn protectors came to visit me the night before my execution. She offered me a chance to survive, a means to make sure that my brothers were cared for. If I gave myself to the state, swore to go through the system, then my crimes would be pardoned. I would be a sworn protector of the matriarchy, no longer a problem for my people, but a solution. I take it you said yes. She nodded, a sly smirk on her face. I didn't want to die, but at the same time, I did not understand what was being offered. If I had, I might have taken a bit more time before accepting the offer. The system? Jazz said. Yeah, she said, nodding. The system. Again she shivered. I have almost no memory of it, of my training. I have flashes sometimes of being strapped to a table, my body being pumped full of gene mods and potions designed to reinforce my loyalty to the matriarchy. There were days that I awoke in my room and not remembered my own name, where the counselors at the compound had to come and remind me of who I was. Jazz winced. Oh, Val, he said. She held herself, refusing to meet his gaze. I have nightmares about it sometimes, the system. I'm staring into a pool of swirling colored lights, and in my ear someone is whispering, "Are you ready to comply, Miss Valentine? Are you ready to comply?" Even saying the word made her wince. I remember shouting no. I tried to resist, thinking that I could fake my way through the system, escape, and return to my old life. Eventually, I stopped saying no. I didn't want to say no anymore. There was only yes. There was no resistance. I no longer wanted to resist it. All I wanted to do was say yes. Yes, my lord. Yes, my mistress. Char Valentine is ready to comply. She finally looked at him. She probably saw the pity in his eyes. She glared at him. She did not want pity any more than he did. It was all for the greater good. She shrugged. The skills I learned from my parents served me well in the physical part of my training, and gene mods that my people are famous for made me far more than what I was. My bones are twice as strong as a normal human my age. I can run twice as long and lift almost 3 times my own weight. She smiled at the slight widening of his eyes. My pain threshold is also higher. I could be tortured for several days without breaking. I can see in almost total darkness and can hear far beyond the normal human range. And you also have to kill yourself if you fail to protect your mistress, Jazz added. She winced. That too, she agreed. She sighed and shook her head. How did you do it? How did you stop me from obeying my final order? That is supposed to be impossible. No one beats the system, it always wins. Jazz smiled at her. The Force can do many things, he answered. It gave me the chance to get through whatever programming that the nobles put into you. He squeezed her hand again. If you like, I could try again. Try what? She asked. I could use the Force, try to get through the programming that was put in your head. I could free you from it. Val's eyes widened. For a moment Jazz thought she was going to say yes, that she would let him try. Then, a sad smile came to her face. No, she said, that isn't necessary. Val, he said, you don't have to be. Vest protector. Of course I do. Her smile turned soft, warm. It almost made Jazz blush. Thank you for the offer. It is very kind of you, but this is a choice I made long ago. I can live with it. What about your family? He asked. My brothers live well enough, she answered. I used my position to purchase a proper home for them in one of the coastal cities. They are both young men now, and because of my sacrifice have the chance to have better lives than they would have. Both are currently attending the finest university on the planet, and even in death I can help them. The package offered the family members of slain sworn protectors is nothing to sneeze at. You don't think they would much rather have their sister? She sniffed at that. I've tried to speak with them over the years. All that they say when we are together is how much I've changed, how I don't act like I used to. She sighed. Ulrich was not wrong on that point. The system does change you. She looked up at him. Do you think I made the wrong choice? Do you think I should have done more to help my family? I don't really see how, he responded. What does your heart tell you? Val sat back and chuckled. It would probably tell me that I'm really drunk. Jazz laughed lightly. Mine too, he agreed. She smirked. Glad to see that our hearts are in agreement. He nodded and let out a heavy sigh. We should really get out of here. Morning is going to be coming far too soon. She nodded. Would you walk me to my quarters? She asked. He nodded. It was the least he could do. Jazz was not sure how they managed not to fall off the walkway leading out of the galley, but they did. Now that they were moving, the liquor they had drank seemed far stronger than he had realized. They were both very warm and giggling like young children. Thankfully, through the Force and Val's enhancements, they somehow found their way up. The ship was fairly silent. Only the soft rumble of hyperspace could be heard through the hull. Jazz stopped before a lone door. This is my quarters, he informed her. You have the room next to Vess, right? She nodded. Is it just you in there? She asked. Or do you bunk with one of the others? All to myself, he said. The advantage of being first officer on this ship. Val grinned. I was hoping you would say that. Before he could answer, she grabbed and pushed him up against the door. Val, what are you, mm? She pinned him to the door and kissed him fiercely. Jazz could have pushed her away but didn't. Her breath tasted of the sweet liquor they had been drinking. His body warmed as she pressed hers tightly against his. She broke away, panting, her green eyes dark with desire. Val, he said in a husky voice, I can't. Her eyes darkened, her lip trembled with longing. Please, she murmured, please, James. The look on her face, what he was sensing through the Force, almost broke his heart. The poor woman, he thought, the poor sweet girl. You saved my life, she purred, gave me a chance to fulfill my queen's wishes. I'm in your debt. She stroked his cheek with her fingers. Let me reward you, and find a bit of comfort as well. Please? Jazz, she murmured, please. He wanted to push her away, that is what his head said he should be doing, but he did not. He was too lost in both the drink and in those beautiful green eyes. Let me have tonight, she murmured into his ear, kissing and nibbling on the lobe. He shuddered. What she was doing, the way her body was moving against his, it felt good, really good. We're drunk. You realize that, right? She grinned. I don't care. Please, love me. Please. Jazz tried one last time to push her back, but ended with his hands gently cupping her breast. He could feel her heart beating, fast and strong. He took a shuddering breath. Oh, what the hell, he thought. He triggered the door and took her into his arms. She kissed him hungrily, wrapping her legs around his waist. He carried her inside. He had no time to close the door, so he gestured with the Force as slid shut behind them. She untangled herself from him, finding her feet but only after she pulled her boots off. The vibro blade she had hidden there clattered to the deck. The two stood before each other, both lost in each other's eyes, wanting only one thing. How do you want to do this? He panted, her fingers unbuttoning his shirt. She smiled and kissed him deeply, pulling back only long enough to pull her shirt over her head and off. Oh my, he said, staring as she slid down her leggings. She wore nothing now, but a look of hunger, and a smile of pure desire. Follow my lead, good sir, she giggled. I know exactly what to do. Jazz grinned. As you wish, my good woman, he said, taking her into his arms. I'm all yours. Chapter 19. He woke alone. Jaz Darbin sat up with the start, his head throbbing slightly from the hangover from the night before. In that moment he was grateful for the dull light in his quarters. The last thing he wanted at that moment was bright light shining in his eyes. Strong stuff, but it did the trick, that is what she said. Those words had been a gross understatement to be sure. Damn, he thought, whatever was in those flasks, never again. He pushed off the blanket and sat up. His clothes lay scattered around his quarters, yet there was no sign of her. He ran his fingers over the mattress. The spot next to him was still warm. She had not been gone that long. Jaz closed his eyes and reached out with the force. He could have dispelled the after effects from last night, but he did not. It had been a learning experience, a life experience. He wanted to make sure he missed nothing. The memory of what had happened came flooding back. In hindsight, he should have resisted, should have said no and showed Val back to her quarters. Of course, if he had done that, last night would not have happened. He was not at his best this morning, but one thing he knew for sure. What had happened, he wouldn't trade those moments for anything. It had been something. The thought made him chuckle. Well, he said to himself, that was different. Once again, his words were an understatement. Different was not enough. It was not strong enough word. In fact, he had no words. What had happened, and he was content. He rubbed his temples and looked around his quarters. Part of him hoped that she would still be here. It would have been nice to talk more. He was starting to like what he had heard from her, and was curious to know more. He wanted to think that last night was more than just physical. You're imagining things, his conscience chided. Val told you very clearly what last night was. Don't make it more than that. Don't make it strange. He sighed heavily. Accept what it was, enjoy the moment, and let it pass. That had been her advice to him as she lay in his arms last night. She had needed a bit of comfort, and found it for a time. She had offered him a chance to be like everyone else in the galaxy. Did it have to be more than that? Probably not, but still. Jaz shook his head. He was starting to realize just how inexperienced he was when it came to such things. Char Valentine had been a good teacher. He had learned much about his desires last night, far more than his years of Jedi control had allowed him to experience. It had begun as something of a frenzy. His inhibitions had been lowered by the drink they had shared, and she not been above enjoying the experience. She had whispered in his ears they had begun, as they had found their way into his bunk. She had taken upon herself to teach him, and he had been a willing student. Extremely willing. Touch me here, she murmured. That's it. Right there. Yeah. Oh, yes. Kiss me here. Oh, gods, I want it. Please, James, please. He had obeyed her commands. Desire like this was new to him, but it did not feel like the dark side. This was something else, more primal, instinct and not emotion. He remembered staring into her beautiful green eyes as she smiled down on him. Oh, slow down there, hotshot. You've already scored. Let us not rush the experience. He nodded. Her words had been enough, brought him back to the now. There was no reason to rush. He wanted to savor this moment. He wanted to enjoy it. He wanted her to enjoy it too. He had obeyed her command. He had slowed down and took his time. The wondrous experience they were sharing continued. As it turned out, making love in a ship's bunk was not as easy as one might think. Both he and Val had bumped their heads at least once, and when they had rolled over, they had almost fallen out of it, twice. Val didn't care. She had eyes only for him, that and what they were doing. Jaz briefly thought of their first meeting in that alley on Bantoon, of her blaster pressed against his head. Oh, what a difference a few days had made. They had made all the difference. She had moaned with pleasure when they had finally found what they had both been looking for. He fell back, gasping. Damn, he thought. Wow. Val smiled down on him again. She sighed contentedly. Someone is a fast learner. He had given her a shy smile, unsure of what to say next. Did you like that? He asked. I wasn't really sure that I was. She gently touched his cheek. Her expression was warm, her smile gentle. Somehow, she knew what he was going to confess. Was this your first time? He had nodded. He felt silly, but he had no reason to lie to her. She did not tease him about that, or belittle his lack of experience. She simply sighed and lay down next to him, resting her cheek against his heart. You did catch on quick, she purred, running her fingers down his bare chest. Her breath warm against his chest. She sighed contentedly. Your future girlfriends are going to thank me. Jazz had nothing to say to that. The liquor, and the exertion, was finally catching up to him. He put his arm around Val, and smiled. Stay with me, he whispered, please. She did not move, merely stretched and snuggled closer. She's so warm, he realized. Her heart beat strongly against his chest. He could feel it, her skin soft against his. The force around him felt warm and comfortable, like a freshly cleaned blanket, or a summer breeze. They had both fallen asleep a few moments later. He could not say for how long. It had been a good start, and the night was not quite over yet. He awoke some time later, feeling her lips on his skin. He looked down and saw her green eyes. They were dark with desire. She looked up at him, hungrily. Love me, she murmured, please. He nodded, and drew her in for a deep kiss. He rolled her onto her back, and did as she asked. Again, he took his time. Her happy sighs and moans turned into cries of passion. As they finished, he found himself once again lost in those green eyes. Oh gods, she said. Oh, Rab, I missed you. Her words made him blink. Who is Rab? He asked her. Val blinked, her brow furrowed. What? You called me Rab? Did I? He nodded. An old flame? He asked. She frowned. I don't know. I don't. Her expression turned cool. He felt a shift in her. He felt confusion, frustration, sadness, fear. She tried to push him away. She sat up and tried to leave. Whoa there, he said. You don't have to go. She sat on the edge of the bed, holding herself. He was not sure, but he thought that the tough young security chief was trembling. She is scared, he realized. She was in pain. He sat up and put his arms around her. She did not try to push him away, so he figured that she did not wish to go. What's wrong? He asked. Did I say something wrong? She shook her head no. Tell me, not a Jedi, do you ever wonder if you are still you? Do you ever see a face on a crowd and know that that person was important to you, but you can't remember why? Do you ever hear a voice and know that it once brought you comfort or anger, but now it belongs to a stranger and you can't figure out why it ever mattered? I can't say that I have, he admitted. Is that what it is like for you? Sometimes, she said, glancing over her shoulder at him, a sad smile on her face. My instructors used to tell me to ignore those feelings, that they were nothing, shadows of what I was, left by the system, no longer important to me and my duties. She shook her head. Sometimes I wonder what I gave up to become what I am now. Not just what I was told, but what I truly gave up. Maybe my brothers were right. Maybe I'm not the woman I once was. Jazz said nothing, he simply held her. She could tell him anything, he would not judge or make light of it. I can't speak for that woman, Jazz said. I never met her, but I think that I'm starting to know you, Val. He smiled. What I've seen so far, it is pretty impressive. She giggled at that. Are you sure you're saying that because you mean it? Or are you just trying to sweet-talk me back into your bed? He shrugged. It is a bit of both. Now she did laugh. Well, you're honest, I'll give you that. She leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Again, her expression turned sad. Vess is going to miss you when we leave tomorrow. She has grown quite fond of you and your crew. What about you? He asked. Will you miss us? She sighed. I have a feeling I'm going to be very busy. Vess is going to need help, support, credits, and people. I have a few contacts back home. I'll see if I can get a hold of them. Try to stage our own reverse coup, find a way to put my queen back on her throne. Jazz nodded, a worthy goal, but... You didn't answer my question. No, I didn't, she replied. Her hand came up and stroked his cheek. I learned long ago not to look back, Jazz, to live in the moment, enjoy it, and let it pass. Sworn protectors are not people. We are tools, swords and shields. We cut our nobles' enemies. We shield their backs and break when we fail. She pursed her lips. The system leaves just enough of who we once were to interact with other people and each other. It allows us to seek out pleasures, but not to embrace them completely. We can't fight it, and gods know I tried, in beginning, but in the end the system always wins, always. She leaned in again and kissed his cheek. I don't have the luxury of missing people, of wanting for myself. Vess is my responsibility, and she will be until the day I fall to one of her enemies. I'll die in her service. All protectors do. That is simply the way it is. From what I've heard about the Jedi, your people live a similar life, don't you? He nodded. We make that sacrifice, yes, but it is our choice. No one programs a Jedi Padawan to be a tool. And what do you call teaching a child from infancy, telling them that they must be willing to die for your order and the Republic? Is that any different from the system? Are the Jedi any different from the sworn protectors? He was about to protest, to try and defend the order, but as he thought about it, as he considered what she had said, he had no argument. She was not wrong, not entirely. When the Republic first came to our world, they brought a Jedi with them, a human male. He addressed my queen and the matriarchy, told us about their order, how they lived to serve. He said that they were the guardians of peace and justice in the Republic, champions of the Force. You didn't believe him. Val shrugged. It is easy to say such words. Actions speak louder. For all his talk, he still came in with representatives of the Mining Guild and Republic Senate. She shook her head. My queen let her own doom in the front door. Do you blame the Jedi? Do you blame me? Val gave him that sad smile again. Not you, she said. After what you have done, never you. She looked down at her feet. He felt her pain, her sadness and confusion. It must have been hard for her to take these small moments for herself, knowing that she would have to return to her duties when they were done. That she would one day die carrying them out. It was sad. I should go, she said, bending over and picking up her shirt. Vess will need me in the morning. He reached out and stopped her, pulling her back into his arms. Hey, she said, what are you? He kissed her again, and again, and again. She sighed. He smiled. Let us have one last moment then, he said. No regret, no recrimination. Val squealed as she scooped her up and pulled her back into the bunk. He had her on her back. He looked down on her, his eyes warm and hungry. She let her shirt fall from her hand. She giggled. Oh, she said, I fear I've woken a monster. Jazz gave her a cruel smile. No, you just reminded a man that there is more to life than simply the Force and his duty. Val groaned as his hands moved over her. Okay, she gasped, one last time. Her legs wrapped around him. Yes, he said in a husky voice. One last time. Jazz murmured happily. Oh, yes. Jazz left his quarters and made his way to the bridge. He could feel the rumble of the engines beneath his feet, the gentle hum of hyperspace. Last night had been last night, but now, it was time to move on. It was time to get back to work. He felt no shame. He understood what had happened and what had been gained. Last night, it had been nice. Maybe that was all it had to be. He would not make any more of it than what it was. He arrived to find the rest of the crew at their stations. Tessa was at the comm station making adjustments. Figgy was typing on his console, likely double-checking their exit vector. Jazz smiled as he looked at the helm. Coop was in his chair and sitting next to him. Jazz chuckled. Have I been replaced? He asked. His chair turned. Vess smiled at him. The little queen was dressed in her school uniform, with his nerf-high jacket draped over her shoulders like a heavy cloak. She had rolled up the sleeves so that her hands did not get lost within them. Hello, Mr. Jazz, the little girl said brightly. Captain Cooper was teaching me about flying a starship. It never hurts to know such things, Your Highness, Co-op said. The galaxy can be a rough place. It never hurts to know more than the other guy. Jazz nodded. Some might call such a view as cynical, and personally, he found it realistic. The panel in front of Co-op beeped loudly. A red light flashed over the hyperspace levers. Reversion to real space in 40 seconds, Figgy called out. Coop looked down at Vess. James is going to need his seat back, kiddo. We're about to arrive at our destination. The little girl got up without complaint. Jazz sat down and checked his instruments. Vess did not go far, choosing to remain close to him. He hit the switches that would begin to feed power back to the sublights. Reversion to real space in 5 seconds, Figgy called out. 3, 2, 1, mark. Coop pushed the hyperspace lever up. The blue glowing tunnel that was hyperspace broke up as the stars snapped back into their usual position. The Co-op's folly emerged. A green and white world filled the main viewport. Jazz nodded thoughtfully. They had made it. They had reached Alderaan. Jazz felt the wonder radiating off the little girl. He looked over and saw her eyes were white as saucers. Is that it? She asked. Is that Alderaan? Yep, Co-op said. Home of artisans and philosophers. Sounds boring, Tessa said with a dry chuckle. Vess blinked as she stared at the world, her new home. What is all that white down there? That would be snow, kid, Jazz said. I can't imagine you saw much of that on Bantoon. No, she said, shaking her head. Bantoon is a tropical world. We have small ice caps, but nothing like this. The girl shook her head. I've never seen snow before, only holos of it, and there is so much green, I've never seen so much land before. Jazz smiled. It would be a change for the girl. Alderaan was a far more cosmopolitan than Bantoon. The Republic had a strong presence here. It had been, after all, one of the original members. The door to the bridge hissed open. Char Valentine entered, once again armed and wearing her leather coat. Vess grinned at her protector as she entered. Val, she cried out, we made it. Look. Yes, Your Grace, the young protector said, taking her place at her queen's side. We are here. Jazz looked up at her. Val barely acknowledged his presence. Her eyes were cool and all business. She turned to Tessa. Miss Calican, please broadcast the hell on the channel I provided you with. Lady Dorma will be expecting us. Tessa looked at Co-op, who nodded. The captain did have final say on such matters after all. Jazz once again looked at Val. He thought she might have already moved past what they had shared, that she would not even acknowledge what had happened. He was about to turn away, when she finally looked at him. Her smile was small, but it was there. Thank you, she mouthed. Jazz smiled. Protectors were just tools, heh. He didn't believe that. Val was more than that. Programming or not, she was willing to die for her mistress. That did not make her a weapon. That made her a hero. The Co-op's folly cut through the cold morning air. The sun was rising over the snowy mountains in the distance. The Alderaan estate rose up before them, its crimson and gold pillars jutting out of the mountainside. Jazz started the landing cycle. The landing pad for the estate looked too small to accommodate a ship like the Folly, but he knew that that was just a trick of the eye. The building grew larger as they approached, not simply an estate, but more of a castle. The pad was likely big enough to hold 2 ships the size of the Folly, with still room for a row of small speeders. It was clear that the Lady Dorma had not married into some small house. The Alderaan family she had joined clearly commanded both power and respect. Good, he thought. How else would Vess be kept safe? As the Folly touched down on the landing pad, a group of nobles emerged, flanking by 4 guards. No sooner than they were down, the crew made for the loading ramp, escorting their two guests. Jazz found himself curious to meet the mysterious Lady Dorma. Val said that the woman was a friend. He hoped that it was so. Vess had seen too much tragedy and betrayal. She deserved to have at least one thing go right. Through the cloud of steam, the crew of the Co-op's Folly disembarked. Coop and Jazz led the way, followed closely by the two Bond and the rest of their people. Ver whistled as he regarded the estate. "They people must be loaded, Captain," he said with a smirk. Maybe this was not such a bad idea after all. "So pleased that you agree, Mr. Burr," Co-op said, smiling as the Alderani finally made their way up to them. Their leader was a petite young woman with curly strawberry blonde hair. Though she was dressed in the traditional Alderan style, her eyes and the way she moved pretty much screamed that she, like Vess and Val, had been born on Bantoon. She was also several months pregnant. The gown did little to hide that fact. She smiled in the way of someone used to a life in a royal court. She curtsied to the new arrivals. "I'm the Lady Dorma," she said, her accent identical to Val's. "In the name of House Rist, I welcome you to Alderaan." "Auntie Dorma," Vess screamed and ran to her. "Hello, Starfish," she said, embracing the little girl. After a moment, she stepped back and looked at her. "By the gods, you have gotten so big." Vess beamed, happy to be around someone who greeted her like family. The lady turned to Val. "Chief Valentine, welcome to Alderaan, and thank you for your service." "Lady Dorma," Val said, bowing to the noble, "in the name of Her Grace, Anara V, I thank you for your aid and your hospitality." "It is my pleasure," she answered. "Anara was not just my queen, but my friend as well." The noble sighed. "Caring for her child is the least I can do." "Have you heard from my father, Auntie?" Vess asked. "We had hoped that he would arrive before us. He did leave even before the queen." Dorma's expression turned sad. "We have received no word, I'm afraid. The High General has neither contacted me, nor reached Alderaan, as far as I know." "Oh," Vess said sadly. Jazz winced. Poor kid, he thought. She was likely an orphan now. He looked over at Val. At least, she was not alone. Dorma embraced the girl again, after which she rose and turned to the Co-op's Folly and her crew. "Captain Gabriel Cooper, my lady," Co-op said, bowing slightly. "Jazz, my first officer and clan brother." "My lady," Jazz said, bowing as well. The Lady Dorma smiled. "You are most welcome here, Captain, you and your men. You may not realize it, but you might just have saved a way of life today." "It was our pleasure to be of service," Co-op added. "My crew is always willing to help." "If the price is right," Dorma said with a smile. Coop fell silent. He had not wanted to broach the subject so openly, but the lady laughed. "Chief Valentine had already informed me of your arrangement, Captain. House Rist has no problem compensating you for your time and service, and in fact..." The woman's smile widened. "We may have a new arrangement for you, if you are of a mind." "I'm always willing to listen, my lady," Co-op replied. "Good," Dorma said. "My husband and I will discuss it with you tonight over evening meal, if you would join us." "We would be honored," Co-op replied. Jazz chuckled. He and the rest of their crew weren't exactly dressed for a noble dinner. Still, it was nice that they would not have to haggle with Lady Rist over services rendered. "Auntie Dorma," Vess said. "Yes, Starfish." "There is one thing that I must take care of before we go any further." She turned to Val. "Chief Valentine, may I see your combat baton, please?" "Of course, my queen," Val said, pulling out the weapon. She seemed confused. Both Lady Dorma and Co-op were equally so. Vess turned to Jazz. "Mr. Jazz," she ordered, "would you be so kind as to kneel, please?" Jazz was not sure what was happening, but he did as he was asked. This was not Vess the little girl speaking right now, but Queen Viseria 9. He was curious to see what she had in mind. Vess looked at the baton. She wrinkled her nose. "This should have been done with one of the honor swords of my people, but these are strange times." "You need a sword?" Jazz said, I think that I can help with that. He reached into his sleeve and withdrew his lightsaber. Vess nodded and handed the baton back to Val. Vess looked at the lightsaber. She turned it around in her small hands. The black switch on the side, Your Grace, Jazz said. The girl nodded and activated the weapon, its violet blade humming in the morning light. Yes, Vess said, this will do nicely. Dorma blinked, likely recognizing the weapon and what it meant. The little queen turned to Jazz while his crew and the Alderani bore witness. It has been many years since this has been done, the little girl said, but today, it is long overdue. A queen may do this for a great warrior, even if her kingdom is very far away. Vess lowered the blade so its beam floated over Jazz's shoulder. She passed it over his head and to the right. Mr. Jazz, for your courage and bravery, let it be known that you stand above the rank and file. The words sounded strange from the girl's mouth, but it was clear she had learned them long ago. Vess smiled as she turned off the blade and held it out to its owner. Rise, Sir Jazz, she said. Rise, a champion of the matriarchy, a knight of Bantoon. Jazz blinked. He. A smile came to his lips. He didn't know what to say. He was touched. A few days ago he had walked into an alley knowing that he would never be a knight. Today, that had changed. He may not have been a Jedi Knight, but the fact that it had been Vess who had done this. It was important to him. Jazz took his blade and bowed deeply to the little. My lady, he said, you honor me. The little girl flushed and looked away. You have earned it, sir, defender of my life and my people. She turned back to Val. I said it right, didn't I, Val? The protector nodded, a smile on her face. It was perfect, my queen. Good, the girl said. She giggled. I was afraid I messed it up. Dorma chuckled and kissed the girl on the cheek. She put her arm around her, leading her away from the ship, towards the estate, her home in exile. Shusk, Tessa, and Figgy congratulated Jazz. Burst snorted and said he had no intention of kissing any tail. He didn't care what title Jazz now had. Val came up to him, her smile warm and gentle. Can I offer you a piece of advice, Sir Jazz? Yeah, he said, please. Her smile turned sad. Don't end up like me, have a life, live it and find happiness. She reached out and touched his cheek, just as she had done the night they had been together. Don't let the past deny you that. You don't owe the Jedi a thing, remember that. He nodded. I will. She turned to catch up with her queen and the lady of House Wrist. Jazz shook his head and laughed. Quite a first mission, Nahila. Coop came up beside him watching the girl and her protector leave. Coop smirked. Is it just me, or is Chief Valentine walking a little funny this morning? He chuckled. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you, buddy? Jazz flushed. Maybe, he said. Coop laughed. You realize that I'm going to tease you mercilessly about this, right? Jazz shrugged. That is okay. It was worth it. Coop put his arm around his clan brother's shoulder. I know, buddy. I know. Chapter 20. 3 little words. Jazz watched as the young woman made her way through the park. The afternoon sun playing off her dark hair, her mouth curled into a smile as she chatted with her friends. It was that smile that only made her seem that much more beautiful. He grinned like an idiot. He couldn't help it. What had he done to get so lucky? He could not say his life as a member of the Folly Crew certainly hadn't earned him any point, and yet, here he was, a young man waiting in a park for a beautiful young woman, wanting to say 3 words to her. Is this what it was like? He wondered. Was this how it was for those that did not hear the Force whispering in their ears? He hated to admit it, but he liked it. The rules of the Jedi Order were quite clear on this. Passion was forbidden, possession was forbidden, but as he had told a certain security chief from Bantoon a year ago, he was no Jedi. Maybe it was finally time to stop pretending that he was. Maybe it was time to actually start living his life, a simply ordinary life. An ordinary life, he thought, a normal life, or as close to someone in his line of work could find. Was it truly possible? Jazz didn't know, but he was willing to try. He wanted to find out, and it would all start with saying 3 words to her. He swallowed hard, trying to muster his courage. He was nervous, and tried to remain calm. It was just 3 little words. He could do this. He watched as she said goodbye to her friend, the other girl likely heading off to either work or class. The one he waited for had just finished with her own classes. He knew her routine. They had met her several times in the past. Of course, those meetings had been arranged in advance, and today he hoped to surprise her. This girl he watched, Prin Pellar, was a medical student here in Coronet, the capital city of the planet Corellia. The 2 of them had first met through Tessa Calican, the Co-op's Follies comm officer. Prin was a friend of Tessa's girlfriend, Seska, and one night Tessa and Seska had invited Jazz to go out with them. Prin had still been new in Coronet at the time and had needed to get out and meet people. On that night, she had met Jazz Darbin, or rather, Jazz Cooper, for the first time. He had not really expected anything out of it. He had simply been looking for something to do while the crew was between jobs, but as the night had gone on, he had realized just how interested he was in the young woman. Prin, a brilliant dark-skinned woman, originally from the planet Chandrila, had a very interesting youth, one that had spoken to his own past. Her parents had worked as missionaries of a sort, helping set up new colonies as the Republic's age of expansion continued. Both she and her father had worked closely with Jedi healers, giving the young woman an interesting perspective on the Order. She had come to see the value of Jedi comm and techniques. She was not intimidated by either them or their power. It was common ground, fertile soil to plant the seeds of a new relationship. Jazz had been intrigued, enchanted, and intrigued. Prin had lived on 12 different worlds in as many years, and for most of that time had gravitated towards the work of her father, a doctor that had helped set up clinics and hospitals on the worlds they had visited. Eventually, when she came of age, Prin decided to return to the core, her experiences having shaped her young mind. She wished to continue her father's work, hoping to become a doctor herself. She had studied medicine on her homeworld, and now was attending university here in the Corellian system, all the while working at the capital city's hospital and volunteering at the med clinic on Treasure Ship Row. Jazz was not sure how she had made the acquaintance of Seska, another spacer interested in the independent trader's life, but the 2 had become friends, and through Tessa, Jazz had gotten to know her as well. He still remembered that first night, how quickly Prin had breached his defenses. Her easy smile had put him at ease, her compassion and heart radiating out through the Force. When the night ended, he was shocked when he asked if she would like to go out with him again, and even more shocked when she nodded, that sweet smile of hers turning shy and her cheeks flushing slightly with interest. And all because he had decided to go with Tessa for a night of fun. He had gambled, and it seemed he had won. All because he had taken the advice Chief Valentine had given him back on Alderaan. You don't owe the Jedi Order a thing. Have a life, enjoy it, and find happiness. Jazz nodded. It was good advice, but at the same time, he still wondered at times if he was doing the right thing. The Jedi way was not so easily cast aside. He had always tried to look out for others. Looking out for himself felt awkward. Looking out for his needs were something new to him. Until he was 9, he had been trained to ignore his needs. It was a role he had been comfortable with, both in Clan Nutbush and aboard the Co-op's Folly. Yet now, he was trying to find something for himself. He found himself wanting something, someone. Was Prin part of that? He found himself hoping that she was. It had been slow going at first, his choice to try dating again. Both Co-op and Rhonda had cheered him on, but he had no luck in finding someone that truly interested him, at least, until Tessa had gotten involved. Now here he was, waiting for Prin in her favorite spot, a lovely park across from the hospital. He had told her not to expect him back until tomorrow, but he had been lucky, and their business had ended early. Now here he was, hoping to surprise her. He smiled. They had been dating only 3 months, but what a 3 months it had been. It had been a series of new experiences for him, much like the move from Ordmantle to Corellia had been, but like the decision to move their base of operations, it had been worth it. The Co-op's Folly crew was flourishing here on Corellia, and all because of a few good words put in for them by the Lady Dormarist. The rest, as they say, was history. It had been almost a year since the Co-op's Folly's adventures on Bantoon, almost a year since they had delivered the little queen to safety, and in the end, Burr had been proven right. Boss Tintus had not been happy about Co-op's decisions. The smuggler chief had learned about the Bantoon thing through his contacts in the Red Eclipse. He did not trade slaves himself, but he still kept an eye on the competition. The Transitions had put a price on Vess, and her protector had been willing to pay handsomely for their acquisition. So, when word had gotten out that the Folly had gotten the two bond to safety, Tintus had felt cheated. The Folly crew had been working as his hirelings after all. He felt they should have consulted him before making any decisions on such a valuable piece of merchandise. As soon as the crew realized who they had on board, they should have returned to Ordmantle. That was the boss's opinion on the matter. Especially after the girl's guardian had been incapacitated. When Val had shut down, the little queen had been at the mercy of Co-op and his crew. They should have consulted with Tintus right then and there. He could have told them who they had on board, and what to do with the little girl. Had the Folly returned to Ordmantle, the Tintus group could have struck a far better deal than Co-op had himself. The boss viewed what had happened as Co-op getting greedy and not wishing to share with his employer. Coop had not seen it that way. Had Tintus owned the Folly outright, that would have been one thing, but he did not. The Folly crew was an independent operator. They had fulfilled their contract to Tintus by delivering the gene mods that they had been sent to acquire. The contract had said nothing about dealing in people. Vess and Val had not been a part of any deal. He had taken on his passengers as an independent operator. They had given him their travel pass as payment for the journey. He had accepted. End of story. What happened later was simply a matter of Co-op defending his ship. It did not matter who Vess was. She had been a passenger on Co-op's ship and had been under his protection. He did not sell out guests. It was bad for business. Coop's argument presented Boss Tintus with the problem. On one hand, he had always depended on independent operators to keep his costs down. Paying others to maintain their vessels was cheaper and safer than buying his own fleet. At the same time, he was angry about the loss of profits that the little queen could have provided. If he punished Co-op, he risked the anger of his other independent crews, men and women who also valued their freedom and what they did on their own ships. So, the boss had decided to be less direct in the punishment he had handed down to the Folly and her crew. Tintus simply refused to offer Co-op any lucrative contracts. The ones he did send paid so little that they were barely worth the cost of fuel. He also increased the landing fees at all his facilities for ships that fit the profile of the Folly. The problem in having such a unique vessel was that he could find a dozen little things to tax them for that would not affect the other crews. Coop was not foolish. After the first few weeks he knew what was going on. Rhonda knew too when Tintus supplier started jacking up the cost of parts and fuel. If the Folly stayed where it was, they would be out of fuel in 3 months. Rhonda Halcyon had been understandably angry, and her boyfriend, furious that he had managed to mess up a deal that she had spent so many years planning and working towards. Things might have truly turned sour between the two lovers had Jazz not taken Rhonda aside and explained what had happened, what Tintus was truly punishing them for. She was still not happy with them, but she was at least willing to consider that Co-op had done the right thing, which saved the crew in the long run. Randa's claim on the Folly was far stronger than Co-op's. It was her ship first. He simply led the men and crewed it. If the two had broken up, things might have gotten messy, which is probably what Boss Tintus had been hoping for. One thing was for certain, the Co-op's Folly was done with the Tintus group. They would need to find another way to stay flying. Fortunately, Co-op had a solution, one that had sprang from his kindness and wiliness to help the little Queen of Bantoon. Dormarist was extremely impressed at the length that Co-op and company had gone to protect her new foster daughter. She had been so happy that she gave Co-op's name to the other noble families of Alderaan, people looking for deliveries to be made with no questions asked. Though not as lucrative as the deals found at Tyntus, they at least kept the folly in the stars for a while longer. Most of the Alderaani nobles were not above a little graft when it came to rare foods and wines, or pieces of artwork that would cost more to ship through normal channels. The work had been good, and after doing that for a few months, things had gotten better for the crew. Corellian ambassador had heard the story about what had happened with the Bond and the Red Eclipse. He had approached Co-op through the wrist. He had an interesting proposition. It was a proposition that was both profitable and offered the Co-op's folly crew a chance to take a bit of revenge on the Red Eclipse. Coop, of course, said yes. The Red Eclipse had made the mistake of preying on a group of colonists out of Corellia. Officially, such a matter needed to be handled by the Republic Navy and Jedi, but the Corellians had not wished to wait that long. In the months that followed, the Co-op's folly transported several Corellian military teams to key locations in the Mid and Outer Rim. They struck at Red Eclipse interests and facilities. These missions were off the books and not entirely legal, but that is why they worked. The Red Eclipse's friends in high places could not betray actions they did not know about, and the Corellian military kept the matter quiet. No Republic involvement, and no Jedi. Except for Jaz's aid with the Force on occasion, no Jedi were in the loop. Jaz had been cautious at first. As far as he knew, the price the Kuiti had put on his head was still live, and living on Corellia meant that they were now very close to Republic justice, perhaps too close. Coop dismissed his worries. The Corellians were not looking for them, only at punishing the lizard pirates that had hurt their people. It would be okay. Right now, the Co-op's folly was flying on the side of the righteous. They were the good guys, sort of. The Corellians had been very good to them. They not only paid for the missions, but they offered the folly a landing facility not far from the treasure ship road district of the capital. It was close enough to launch a clandestine mission from, and at the same time close enough to the other French elements that Co-op was comfortable working with. He even had the idea to expand, of turning their single vessel into an enterprise. He had contacted several others in the smuggler community, independents that shied away from the larger smuggler groups. Coop hoped to make things better, for all of them. The whole thing had worked like a charm. It had even offered a sense of legitimacy to the Cooper-Halcyon organization. Officially, Co-op and Jaz were part of the Capital Militia, and since they had seen combat for the planet, it had entitled the two young men to wear Corellian blood stripes on their pants, the red markings that symbolized that the two were combat veterans, something usually reserved only for members of the Corellian military. Both wore those stripes proudly. It helped sell their reputations, and that was never a bad thing. Coop had big plans, and anything that added to his reputation did not hurt. Plus, he had a good ground team, which never hurt when you were working with smugglers. Ships were always developing some quirks. It was good to have people that could fix them, and Co-op most certainly did. As she had with their operations on Ord Mantle, Rhonda had taken over control of their ground team, keeping the ship fueled and serviced as needed. It had taken a bit for her warm up to her boyfriend again, but slowly, over the months of successful business, the two lovers had mended fences. If anything, the experience had made them closer. He could see it when they were together. Coop seemed to change when Rhonda was around, but in a good way. Jaz completely approved. He was not sure, but he suspected that Co-op was starting to consider marrying Rhonda. They had been together forever, and it seemed like the next logical step. They said nothing about such matters, of course, both so focused on rebuilding their business. That did not mean that the two did not keep the rest of the crew up half the night with their lovemaking. They were both quite loud when they were happy, which was part of the reason that Jaz now hoped to surprise Pren. Rhonda had just returned from a buying trip, and she and Co-op would likely wish to spend some quality time together this evening. Jaz knew what that meant, and unless he wanted to spend another sleepless night listening to his two friends, he knew it wise to seek out different sleeping arrangements this evening. He hoped that Prin would be up for the idea as well. It was a bit forward on his part, but he did not see any reason that she wouldn't. They had been intimate 3 times since they had started dating, and likely would have been more had his business not kept him away for long periods of time. Yet you still can't say them, his conscience chided. Those 3 little words. Jazz shook his head. It was not that easy, he wanted to, but he swallowed hard again. It was not that easy. Prin stopped beside a drink vendor, purchasing one of the iced fizzies that were so popular among the students here. Jazz smiled as he drank in her lovely form. Her top and jeans did nothing to take away from her lovely figure. The green and gold coat she wore bore both symbols of the university and the medical school. Her long curly black hair was pulled up as it always was when she volunteered. Her horn-rimmed glasses sat cutely upon the bridge of her nose. As he approached from behind, she removed her glasses, likely to wipe away some of the pollen that seemed to get everywhere in the park on days like today. Jazz came up behind her and covered her eyes with his hands. "Guess who?" he asked playfully. Her back stiffened for a moment, but then he felt her relax, no doubt recognizing his voice. She replied. He could imagine the amused smile on her face. "Well," she said matter-of-factly, "you waited until after I took off my glasses before trying this, which suggests you are a gentleman. You smell of the spaceport, so you have clearly just got into the system." She reached up and touched his hands, her fingers slim and strong. Her touch made him shiver. He knew how skilled she was with those fingers, and her clever little tongue. Finally, she smiled. "Avos, is that you?" she asked. "We shouldn't be meeting like this. I have a boyfriend now." Jazz cringed. "Who's Avos?" Prin laughed. "A boy who said he wanted to marry me when I was 3, she said, grinning. He took his hands away, and she turned to face him, her smile lighting up her face. That smile warmed Jazz Darbin like the light from the sun. "Hey there, handsome," she said with an eager grin. "Fancy meeting you here." Before he could say another word, she was in his arms, kissing him deeply. Jazz held her close, enjoying the experiencing. The force around the young woman darkened. He could sense the lust and desire building. "Whoa there," he thought to himself, "plenty of time for that later, when you two are alone." It was like Val had said. Some things could not be rushed. When the two broke, they were both breathless and grinning. Why did this happen, he wondered. How did I get so lucky? They spent her break together. He ordered them some food skewers, and they walked the path, eating and talking pleasantly. "How long can you stay?" she asked. "A few days, a week at most," he replied. His smile turned playful. "Looking to get rid of me already? Ready to find your way back to Avos?" She laughed at that. "You are going to hold that over me for a while, aren't you? Just until you show me how much I mean to you." Her dark eyes twinkled mischievously. "Is that a challenge, Mr. Cooper?" "More of an invitation, actually." She grinned hungrily. "And if I accept?" "Well," he said dryly, "we will just have to see how things go." Again he felt a surge of desire from her. It was extremely arousing. He tried to maintain his cool, but it was not easy. "Say it," his conscience said. "It is just 3 little words." He smiled. "Would you be interested in accepting tonight? I could come over, fix you dinner." "Tempting," she said. "I take it that Rhonda is home." Jazz winced. "Yeah," he admitted. "I think I mentioned how much fun nights aboard the Folly are when she is. Looking to get a good night's sleep. It would be nice." She leaned in and kissed him chastely on the lips. "I'm not sure how much we will be sleeping." Her words made him flush slightly. The look in her eyes excited him. "Just tell her." He grinned. "Is that a yes?" "Maybe," she said coyly. "Come over about 6 and we will see." Jazz's grin bloomed into a full-blown smile. "What fun," he thought. "What fun." "I have to get back," she said. "My break is over." She kissed him chastely on the lips. "See you tonight." He watched as she turned and left, his eyes never leaving her, enjoying the view. "Tonight," he promised in a low whisper. He still had not said it. He had still not said the 3 little words. I love you. Was it really so hard? Was he really such a coward? Why did they stick in his throat so? Why? He shook his head. Oh well, he thought, tonight. Tonight. He had spent the rest of the day tending to matters aboard ship. Then about 2 hours before he had said he would stop by Prine's, he got ready. He showered, shaved, and put on his best clothes. As he made his way from his quarters, he found himself stopping in the main hold. The rest of the crew was there, relaxing for evening. He made his way to the first of his shipmates, hoping for an honest opinion. He smiled and looked up. How do I look, B10? Jazz did a quick spin so that the droid's optics could get a good look at him. He was wearing a new black shirt and matching nerf-high jacket. His blue pants were the ones adorned with his blood stripes, just in case Prin was in the mood to spend the evening out. He didn't think she would, but why take chances? Besides, he wanted to look his best for her. She deserved nothing less. The loader droid regarded him with his huge sad optics. It made a sound that might have been called a sigh. You look like one of my masters, Master Jazz, it replied, like you are about to order me to lift something and take it somewhere. The droid shook his head. Ah, the excitement that is my existence. Pay him no mind, Jazz, Tessa called out the table where she was playing cards with Burr and Shusk. You look great. He beamed, grateful for her opinion. He probably should have asked her first. One of these days, they really had to improve the droid's personality matrix. What did B10 know about human beauty concepts? Off to see your doctor, friend, Jazz, Burr said with cruel grin. He nodded, thought he did not like what he sensed from Burr. He was surprised that the enforcer had stuck with him after the Tientist thing. Still, every group needed their heavy. Burr was theirs. Usually it is the doctor that makes the house call, Burr said. Still, I suppose, even a doctor has to study human anatomy every now and then. Jazz glared at him and flashed him a rude gesture with his hand. Burr smirked and returned to his cards, enjoying the fact he had made his shipmate uncomfortable. Taking Prin out on the town, tonight, Jazz? Tessa asked. He shook his head no. She was volunteering all day. After a day of running around the clinic, she prefers to spend a quiet evening at home. Not that things would be all the quiet after the lights went out, he thought with hint of a grin. I'll probably just cook her dinner, and we will stay in. Burr shot him a surprised look. You can't cook. Jazz laughed. I used to cook all the time when I was with the Mandalorians. Got pretty good at it too. Needed to be when feeding a pack of heavily armed and armored warriors. Burr snorted at that. If it was field rations you were using, I wouldn't really call that cooking. Still, I'm surprised Co-op never had you cook for us. Shusk giggled. I'm guessing he is only doing this so he can charge up the girls' loading ramp. The Chandra fan cackled. Both Jazz and Tessa shot him a dirty look. What? The little alien said, it is not like I'm wrong. Jazz shook his head. No, Shusk was not wrong, but he could have used a bit more tact. Jazz did not like to think what he had with Prin was some lark. He hoped that what was coming would be more, much more. All he had to do was say 3 little words. Maybe he would do it tonight. Coop emerged from his quarters. He looked down at his crew, a pleasant smile on his face. Looks like I have another job lined up for us folks, he informed them. If you have anything to take care of before the end of the week, I suggest you not wait. We are going to be back in space 5 days from now. Who is the client? Tessa asked. Dormarist. She has need of our services again. Jazz nodded. A week would be just enough time to settle things here. Maybe take his relationship with Prin to the next level. As for the job, well, did her ladyship say anything about Val or Vess Co-op? How is the little queen settling in? Are you sure that it is the kid you are interested in, old buddy, or the girl protecting her? Jazz blushed and looked away. It wasn't like that, not really. Val had been the first woman he had ever slept with. For a Force sensitive, that was a big thing. Intimacy created a very strong bond, Even if your partner was not Force-sensitive, that bond remained. He would always care for Val, and given her connection to Vess, he would always care for her as well. He worried, and why not? He had been responsible for getting them to safety after all. He had Pren, or rather he hoped he did, but Val had been something special. He would always share a bond with her. It was simply the way of the Force. "Hey Jazz," Co-op said again, drawing his attention. "I also just received a transmission from Ellis. The clan is back on Mandalore, and thriving." Jazz nodded. That was great news. After so many years of isolation, he was glad to hear that Clan Nutbush had finally found its place again. "Any problems with the clan's old enemies?" he asked. "Not that Ellis mentioned," Co-op said with a hint of a frown. "He did say something about one of the fighters in the gladiator pits on Mandalore. Something about this guy making a play for the title of Mandalore himself." Jazz frowned. That was not so good. The Republic and Jedi had left Mandalore alone in the last 3 centuries because there had been no strong figure in authority on the planet. It was in the Republic's best interest to keep the clans separate and reduced to warring factions. If a single leader were to unify the clans again, if he convinced them to return to the old ways, things could become difficult for the Republic. Jazz shook his head. Perhaps he should contact Ellis himself. The chieftain still looked at him as a friend. Maybe he could find out a bit more about what was going on the Mandalorian homeworld. Maybe he could find some way to prevent any trouble. Coop made his way down the walkway to the floor of the hold. If he was worried about the clan, he did not show it. He grinned at his old friend. "Going out with your lady again, huh?" Jazz nodded. Coop grinned. "Still don't see what she sees in you." Jazz laughed nervously. Coop wasn't the only one. Pren has always had a thing for bad boys, Tessa answered him. "At least that is what Seska told me." Burr laughed. "I wouldn't call Jazz a bad boy, Calican. He is bad enough for Pren," she said with a smirk. "That is all that matters." Jazz nodded. That it did. He was grateful for that. "I'll be back sometime tomorrow," he informed his friend and captain. "Enjoy your time with Rhonda, Co-op." "See ya, old buddy," Co-op replied. "Don't do anything that I wouldn't do." Jazz fought the urge to blush. He had heard some of things that Rhonda shouted during her and Co-op's revels. He did not think that there were many things that Co-op wouldn't do. Again, Jazz felt a stir in his blood. He was most eager to spend his evening with his girl. The thought brought a smile to his face. To think, he thought Jazz Darbin, with a girl of his own. Incredible. Maybe tonight would be the night. Maybe he would say the 3 words to her, take what they had to the next level. He was willing, who knew? He smiled serenely. Perhaps this was the evening where everything changed. Maybe he was ready to finally let go of his past and seek a future with someone. Maybe. The tram ride was uneventful, and soon Jazz found himself walking the last few blocks to Prine's apartment. His heart fluttered nervously. He knew what he wanted to happen tonight. At least, he thought he did. He was eager to see how she reacted. He wondered if it was possible. Would she be willing to share a normal life with him? That nervousness only grew as he entered the building where his lady lived. Jazz stood in the central elevator, trying to remain calm, even practicing some old common techniques he had not used in years. "I can do this," he thought. "I can." As he stepped off the elevator, he felt a disturbance. The nervousness that he had felt earlier increased 5-fold. Jazz made his way to Prine's apartment. He walked quickly, trying not to run. The Force urged him on. Something was different. He could feel it. Something had happened, he realized. What was going on? It took all of this will not to simply blast the door open with the Force. He still wore a sidearm, and his lightsaber was hidden inside a pocket of jacket. He raised his finger and shook nervously as he touched the control. The door slid open without resistance. Pren never left her home unlocked. Normally when he tried the button, it would have beeped and said no admittance. A few seconds later, Pren's voice would ring out over the intercom, "Welcome into her home." That did not happen. The apartment was dark quiet. Jazz reached out with the force. He felt nothing, only a sense of unease, chaos. He stepped into the room cautiously. His breath caught in his throat. Prine's apartment had been sacked. Furniture had been turned over. Books and papers scattered on the floor. Only shadows greeted him. He heard no sounds, merely the nighttime sounds from out on the street. Jazz drew his sidearm. He did not like this. He had a bad feeling about this. He scanned the shadows with both his eyes and force. He found nothing. Don't move. Jazz whirled around, aiming his blaster. Don't you move. He had sensed it barely, like an echo in the force, small and almost undetectable. The intruder sat perched on one of Prine's bookcases, a small alien, of a species he did not recognize. Jazz blinked, unsure of what he was seeing. What was it? He wondered. Why was it here? It was small. Had it been standing at his feet, it likely would have stood as tall as his thigh. Green-skinned with long pointed ears and raven black hair pulled up into a top knot. It was an odd little being, to be sure. It was also dressed in robes, dark brown robes that were almost black. A small utility belt could be seen around his waist. Jazz's heart skipped a beat. Familiar robes, he realized. Jedi robes. He shivered. Oh no. The little alien peered down at him with cool dark brown eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate him, pinning him where he stood. The alien cleared his throat and addressed. Jazz Darbin, you are. Jazz nodded stupidly, and hated himself for it the moment he did. So much for playing dumb. Better to be the real thing, he thought, kicking himself mentally. Nice one, he thought, really slick. A hint of a smile came to the alien's face. Greetings, to you, the little Jedi said, bowing his head. Monder, am I shadow of the Jedi Order? I am. Jazz felt his blood run cold. A Jedi shadow here. They had found him. After all these years, they had finally found him. Consider yourself in my custody, you will, the Jedi said. Jazz fought the urge to curse. The little alien's smile brightened. In trouble you are. Jazz sighed. No kidding. Chapter 21. The blaster, need it, you do not. Jazz glared up at the tiny alien. It did not move from his perch, content to simply sit there while he held his sidearm pointed at his green head. Even as he did so, he realized how foolish he was being. This was not some smuggler or mercenary he was threatening. This was a Jedi shadow. Shadows were the Order's executioners. They were trained to hunt and slay rogue force users. And what was Jazz Darbin if not a rogue force user? The realization made him shiver. The only reason why his head was still attached was because the little alien did not wish him dead, at least, not yet. If he attacked, the shadow would be on him in seconds. The Jedi would draw his yellow blade, and that would be it. Jazz could resist, try to fight, but he did not like his chances, not one bit. This is how I die, he thought morosely. No trial, no real chance to defend myself. My death is here, and it has come in the form of this strange little creature. The Jedi shifted slightly on his perch. Small clawed feet dangled off the edge of the bookshelf. It did not look dangerous, but that was what made such agents of the Order so effective. How many people would look at this Jedi and not see a threat? Quite a few, he suspected, at least until the little being drew his lightsaber. It was then that you would see just how fearsome a shadow could be. All the stories he had heard as a child about the shadows came back to him in that moment. The Order's hunters had been the bogeymen of the younglings, the ones that would come for you if you misbehaved in any way. Jazz took a deep and cleansing breath. He was not a child anymore, and there was something far more important to him than his own life. He focused on the alien, trying to keep his voice cool and even. Where's Prin? He demanded. What have you done with her? The little Jedi sighed. He looked more insulted than angry. Harmed the woman? I have not, the shadow replied. Gone she was, when I first arrived. He shook his head. Too late to help her, it was. Jazz blinked. He had not done this. He had not torn Prine's apartment apart. Of course he didn't. The rational side of his mind chimed in. A Jedi would not need to resort to such tactics. As a Jedi, he could have simply asked for Pryne's help. She wouldn't have refused him, not given her history, and had she decided to resist, he would have used the Force to compel her to help him. Shadows were said to have the most powerful wills of any of the Order's agents. Few beings could resist their Force persuasion. If a shadow desired something, they would usually get it. No, Jazz realized the shadow had not done this. But if not him, then who? What happened to her? He asked the Jedi. Do you know? The Jedi nodded. See for yourself, you should. He pointed down at Pryne's dinner table, the place where Jazz had sat twice before, where he and Prin had sat and simply talked. It had been nice. It had been right here that they had shared their first kiss. They had been cleaning up after eating. She had leaned into to scoop up one of the empty plates, and he had moved in to push it closer to her. They had been too close, their noses had touched, and then, after a few giggles and awkward smiles, their lips had met. The memory now made him shudder. That first kiss had been so shy, and yet, so inviting. It had been a taste of things to come. They had gone out again the very next night. Co-op had scheduled the Folly to leave for Balmora the next day, and Jazz had not wanted to wait. He had needed to speak with Prin again. He had been curious if she had regretted the kiss. It had been a self-conscious fear, but he could not help it. He had come over so that they could talk, not that they had done much talking. They had been out together 3 times before that, and Prin had not wanted to wait anymore. She had pulled him into her apartment, and that had been it. They had spent the next 2 hours in her bed making slow, passionate love. The lessons that Jazz had learned from Char Valentine had come in very handy that night. He had more than satisfied her. Prin had cried out in ecstasy several times. He had been more than a little smug about that the next morning. Those memories brought him no comfort now. All he felt was worry, fear for the beautiful young medical student, the woman that he had chosen, the woman that he might. Just 3 little words, and he had not been able to say them. He reached out with the Force, noticing a small round metal object sitting on the table, the only thing that had not been tossed on the floor like it was worthless. He pulled it to him, and as soon as he had it in hand, he knew what it was, recognized it. No, he thought. No, not like this. He tried to keep from throwing up. Why now? After all this time, why now? It was a puck, a bounty puck. Basically an electronic wanted poster. The bounty hunters' guilds handed them out like candy. The bile rose in his throat. Oh, Prin, he thought. I'm so sorry. He pressed the button on the side of the device. A small hologram activated. The image was grainy, but clear. It was him, or rather, him as he had been 5 years ago, 15 years old with a lightsaber in hand, trying to defend Co-op, Ellis, and Mother Nutbush back on Kut. Your fault, his conscience whispered. This is all your fault. The image had an audio recording attached to it. It activated the moment that Jazz switched the puck on. You are a hard man to find, Jedi. The voice was cruel and dripping with arrogance. Jazz had no doubt that he was hearing the voice of one of the kidnappers. A dead man, the angry little voice in the back of his head, growled. You are hearing the voice of a dead man. Jazz tried to ignore that voice, to focus on Prin, finding her, and getting her safely. He listened to the recording. It might just be her only chance. Here's how this is going to work. The recording continued, we have the woman. So from this point on, you may consider us your shot callers. Come to the coordinates listed on this puck, alone. Do so in 1 hour. If you do not, we will start sending you pieces of the girl to hangar that you call home. There was sound like a laugh, a cold, ruthless chuckle. You have under an hour, Jedi, don't be late. There was a blast of static, followed by the sound of a woman crying, whimpering in fear or pain. James. Jazz, please help me. I don't know what is going on, but please. Please. He winced as Pryne's screams got cut off. 1 hour, Jedi, the recording repeated. We'll be waiting. The image of his face faded, replaced by the location that the hunter wished him to come to. Jazz shook his head. It's all my fault. While the message had played, the shadow had not moved. He remained on his perch, watching his quarry. Jazz turned to him, feeling a surge of anger for the first time. Looks like you are not going to have to kill me, he said bitterly. I'm guessing these hunters will do the job for you. The shadow shook his head. In my custody you are, he said. Go alone, you cannot. You can't stop me, Jazz shouted, knowing that that was a lie. If the little Jedi wanted to stop him, he likely had several ways to do it. He glared at the alien. Does it really matter how I die? He asked. Do you really have to be the one to end my life? Jazz pulled his lightsaber from his sleeve. He did not ignite it, but he could in a second if needed. Prin is an innocent victim in this. It's my fault she is in trouble. I'm not abandoning her. Giving yourself up, meaningless, it will be. Save the woman, you will not, the Jedi said. Leave no witnesses. These hunters will take you in, yes, but kill the woman as well. Leave no loose ends, they will. Then what the hell am I supposed to do, Shadow? He demanded. I can't abandon her. The little Jedi snorted. Shadow is being my title, not my name. He sat up a little straighter. Monder, my name is. Help you, I can't. Jazz paused. What? Help me. You want to help? Yes, the Shadow said, nodding. Innocent, the woman is, as you said. Deserve this fate, she does not. Jazz was confused. He did not know what to say. I thought you were sent to kill me, Jazz said. Isn't that what you do with dark Jedi? The Shadow, Monder, did something strange then. He laughed, his little feet shaking with mirth. A dark Jedi, are you? The little alien shook his head. Fear, I sense, yes. And anger too, anger at the hunters, yes. Seek to punish them, you do. Hurt them, for hurting her you will. Jazz took another deep breath. I don't care what happens to them. All I want to do is bring Prin home safe. You want to kill me once she is out of danger, fine. But until then, I'm not going to stop until I know she is safe. If he was insulted, the Jedi did not show it. If anything, he seemed pleased by what Jazz was saying. Yes, Monder said with a smile. The hunter did not seem very threatening in that moment. He seemed curious if nothing else. Jazz got the feeling that he was being tested, that the little Shadow had not made his mind up as to what needed to happen with Jazz Darben. He continued to smile. Fear and anger in you, yes, but contained, controlled, courage as well, resolve, yes. Care for the woman you do. Die for her, would you? Jazz looked down at his lightsaber. He knew this would likely be a one-way trip. If the hunters did not kill him and take his head in for the bounty, the Shadow likely would. I will try for her, Jazz proclaimed. Monder tilted his head slightly, his pointed ears rose. Love her, do you? Jazz swallowed hard. That was the real question, wasn't it? It wasn't something he wanted to discuss with the little Jedi. Still, if it guaranteed his help. Those three little words, they could change the galaxy. Jazz sighed. I'm attracted to her, I care for her, and I enjoy spending time with her. I think that is how I feel. Those feelings, they are turning into something more. Maybe it could become love. It might become love. He shook his head. This is my fault. I'm the reason she is in this mess. I need to get her out of it, regardless of how I feel. He glared at the Jedi. So what if I love her or not? I know how the Jedi feel about such attachments. I don't expect you to understand. The alien's expression turned sad. He looked down, not wishing to meet Jazz's gaze. Understand better than you might think. I do, he said, nodding. He rose from his perch and leapt into the air. He bounced from the wall to Prin's table, and finally, with a flip, landed on Jazz Darben's back. Jazz winced, feeling the claws on Alien's bare feet dig into his back. The Shadow leaned in. Jazz could feel his warm breath on his neck. Go, we should, Monder said. Not long does the woman have. Jazz nodded. Yes, he realized. They needed to go, they didn't have much time. We need help? Jazz thought. I could contact the Folly on my communicator. The crew could. That thought died before it was finished. I can't call for help, he realized. The hunters know about the Folly. What if they have someone watching it right now? No, he was on his own, just him, the hunters, and this little Jedi that believed he was his prisoner. Jazz sighed. In that moment, he felt a sense of fatalistic certainty. I will likely not see the dawn, he realized, but for now, at least. He gathered his courage. Did he love Prin? He was not sure, but he would not let her be hurt. He would bring her home. He would do it. He wouldn't simply try. Tonight there was no try. He would succeed. She would come home. Jazz did not dare take the tram or an air taxi. He had no idea how far the hunters' reach might be. Their best bet was to approach silently, catch the hunters off balance, rescue Prin, and then deal with the threat once and for all. The location given by the bounty puck was inside one of Coronat's larger industrial areas. The age of expansion had increased the need for ships fivefold. The constant improvement on ship design had rendered some of the industrial sectors around Coronat obsolete, at least until someone decided to pay the credits to upgrade them. Such sectors could sit abandoned for weeks or months at a time. It was in one of these abandoned areas that Jazz had been told to go, and so, for Prin's sake, that is what he would do. He would go, just not in the way that the hunters expected. Jazz made the bulk of that journey on foot. He used the Force to enhance both his speed and his balance. He leapt from one building to the next. He moved from rooftop to rooftop, with the little Jedi shadow still griping his back. For Jazz Darbin, this was a taxing way to travel. It had been a long time since he had used the Force to move in this way. It was not something he did normally, pushing his connection to the limit. It was like exercising a muscle that he had not used in a while. The result left him winded, but still, he remained determined. He would not leave Prin to suffer. He was going to get her back. His passenger said little as they made their way. Monder seemed content to simply watch and wait. After an especially long jump, Jazz paused to catch his breath and gather his strength anew. I don't see why I had to carry you all this way, he told the Jedi. Surely you could have kept up on your own. Again, the little Jedi laughed. Far longer legs, you have. Jazz Darbin, the shadow reminded him, speed is what is required now. The best way to reach your lady, it is. Jazz nodded. The shadow was not wrong still. He feared he would not arrive at their destination in the best of shape, even if he did rest before going into battle. He feared his strength would not be enough. He feared that Prin might already be lost. He tried not to think about that. She had to be all right, she had to. How did this happen? He found himself wondering. I've always been so careful. Yet, he had said nothing when Co-op agreed to relocate their base to Corellia. Being in the Corps was dangerous for someone like him, especially with such a high price on his head. The Coody had long memories and large pocketbooks. They could afford to keep a bounty live, even if the Republic decided to shift a suspect to the ranks of the common criminal. He had not even really considered the Jedi Shadows finding him either. Though a member of the Republic, Corellia's native Jedi were unique to say the least. After the War of Exar Kun and the destruction of the Jedi world of Ossus, the Jedi had been reorganized, passing reforms to make the rise of a man like Exar harder to occur. No more would Jedi Masters have multiple Padawans. A Master's focus would be on a single student at all times. Kun's Master had been distracted, and it had allowed the fallen Jedi to explore things that he should never have had access to. The other reform was the decision to forbid the Jedi to marry. Such attachments were a distraction, and the strong emotions that they inspired could be dangerous. After the war, too many Jedi, who had lost loved ones during the conflict, had sought to pay back the few survivors of Exar's fledgling Sith Order. The desire for justice shifted quickly to a hunt for revenge. Not all Jedi agreed with that. The Corellian Jedi had always had their own way of doing things, and they did not intend to stop now. Corellian Jedi had nurtured Force-sensitive bloodlines for years. The green Rogue Jedi married without fear and watched over each other, shielding their fellows from the call of the dark side. The rest of the Order had come to see them as radicals and did what they could to isolate the Corellians. For the most part, the Jedi who wore the green robes kept to themselves. They carried out their duties and reported to the Council. But beyond that, they lived their lives and minded their own business. It never occurred to Jazz that one might sell him out. "How did you find me?" he asked Monder. "Watched you for several weeks. I have," he confessed, "sensed you a passing Jedi Master did. The sense of one growing strong in the Force, but not known to the Order. Contacted me, the Master did. After that, not difficult to track down, you were." Jazz nodded grimly. "If you have been watching me, you know that I have not done anything beyond my work with my crew. I'm no threat to the Order." The small Jedi sighed. "Not my decision to make, that is. Recognized you have been. Your image sent back to Coruscant. It was, believed dead Jazz Darbin was for many years." He felt the little alien shift against his back. "No threat, are you?" "Determine that, the Council must. And if they say I need to be dragged back in chains, believe that to be your fate. I do not, but do as the Council says, I will." Jazz sighed. In other words, he was out of luck and out of time. Whatever the Council said, that is what would happen to him. He hated to think that his fate would be determined by people that had not even tried to find him after he had been lost. They had not even looked to see if he had not died. "You have no time for that now," his conscience chided. "Prin needs you. You remember Prin, don't you?" He nodded. Yeah, he did. He would not abandon her. He continued on, pushing himself through the Force, focusing only on what lay ahead. They were getting closer to the industrial area. The frames of many ships in the various stages of construction sat both below him or hovered overhead. Not so different than Kuat, he thought. My life with Clan Nutbush ended at a shipyard. Now my whole life may end in one. The thought both annoyed and frustrated him. He was not afraid to die. There was no death. There was only the Force, but the thought of dying because of events far beyond his control, that he did not like. He found himself thinking back, remembering the cold voice on the bounty puck, the sick amusement that the hunter had taken in his predicament. He would not be laughing long. No. As he had said many times, he was no Jedi. The Shadow might not like it, but Jazz could not say what he would do to the hunters when he caught up with them. He wanted to say that he would let them go when Prin was safe, but... Jazz shivered. He felt the darkness again, its slippery presence hiding right at the edge of his consciousness, offering him the power he needed to not only save Prin but to punish the hunters and escape the little shadow that now had him at his mercy. The darkness offered much, and for the first time since Kuat, Jazz was willing to take more than a passing look at it. Do what is necessary, it whispered. Just let the darkness in, and all that you desire will be yours. Jazz swallowed hard and turned away. For now, the hunters awaited him near the hull of a scrapped Republic cruiser. Jazz leapt down from across the street, using the Force to slow his descent. To those that did not understand the Force, it might have looked like he was flying. The waiting bounty crew was not impressed. They stood in a tense circle watching him closely as he approached. Jazz's eyes narrowed. They were a rough bunch to be sure. There were 6 of them. He saw 4 humans, 2 male, 2 female, a large male Weequay, and an Aqualish, all armed and armored. So far they had not drawn their weapons, yet. He sensed their amusement, the sense that they had things under control. How little they truly understood. One of the hunters stepped forward. He was a squat, ugly human with a bald head and a cybernetic cap covering his left ear, perhaps some form of prosthetic. He flashed Jazz an oily smile, a smile filled with dirty teeth. I guess you care about your little plaything after all, a Jedi. His fellows chuckled. Jazz did not so much as twitch. His eyes and the Force were all focused on the hunters, trying to keep the focus on him. Keep them distracted, he thought. Keep them talking. Monder had taken off before he had leapt down here. The Shadow had promised to locate Prin and get her to safety. Jazdar bin hoped the Jedi was being honest. He hoped his commitment to helping an innocent woman was genuine. All I have to do is buy time, simple. He smiled coldly, a smile that did not touch his eyes. Okay, I'm here, Jaz called out. Let the lady go. You have no more reason to hold her. Baldhead smirked. Once you've secured, we will call our friend. He will let her go. Jaz's eyes narrowed. That pause before saying they would let Prin go was quite telling. Don't think about it, focus. Monder will get her out. Keep them busy, keep them talking by time. He could do that. Baldhead smirked and threw a set of binders at Jaz's feet. Cuff yourself. Keep your hands where we can see him. Jaz used the force to retrieve the cuffs. They rose up and flew into his hands. Several of the hunters tensed. Jaz smiled coldly. Let them see that I'm not some beaten bail jumper. They have to be careful around me. They have to stay focused on me, and only me. By time, keep them talking. Keep them occupied. He regarded the hunters thoughtfully, keeping his expression bland, almost bored. So there are at least 7 of you then, he said. Last time I checked, the bounty on my head was still sitting around 30,000. Jaz shrugged. Not much profit to be made for a team of 7. You would be surprised by what kind of money is out there, Jedi. Baldhead said. Another of the male humans, this one a heavy-set man with greasy black hair and a beard, stepped up and grinned. A lot of people died when you hit that shipyard. Nobles had friends and family in those yards. Greasy Hair laughed. We will be holding an auction for you, merchandise. See how much the wealthy want to pay for the chance to end you proper, pay you back for death of their loved ones. Jaz nodded. So this was about revenge, not justice. He should have figured. Not all hunters obeyed the guidelines the Republic set down. Many took side jobs for the Hutt cartel and other underworld groups. Their prey, or hard merchandise as their victims were sometimes called, was just as likely to catch a blaster bolt as be taken before a magistrate. It all came down to profit. Jaz shook his head. He should have expected at least a few private bounties on his head after Kuwait. The wealthy families of the planet had the money to spare after all. These hunters would probably do quite well if they held an auction. Not a bad plan, he had to admit. The Republic wouldn't like it, but it was unlikely that any law enforcement would raise any complaints. Who would begrudge some rich noble the chance to avenge a slain family member? So you are the one that blew up the Kuwait drive yards? A third hunter asked. This one was a woman, tall with fair skin and blonde hair that looked quite ragged, like it had been chopped off by a butcher's knife. Her black armored coat contrasted greatly with the crimson skirt she wore, slid up one side to give her more movement. She stepped forward, showing one long shapely leg. Jaz looked down. He noticed the girl had a lightsaber on her belt, that, and what looked like a Padawan braid hanging behind her right ear. In his surprise, he reached out, and the girl reached back. What he sensed in the Force from her was a blend of arrogance and excitement. This was no Jedi, he realized. He could sense the Force within the hunter, but it felt chaotic, undisciplined. Another lost soul, he wondered. She flashed Jaz an evil smile. Personally, she said, I think we should forget the whole auction thing. Leave? She said those words to Baldhead, who frowned at the use of his name. The lady hunter did not stop there. I remember hearing that Targo was looking for this guy. He's got to have plenty of credit stashed away by now, especially after that positive job. She glanced over at her fellows. We can sell this guy to Targo, say. He is sure to pay for him. That is not your call, girl, Greasy Beard growled. She gave him a savage grin. I think that choice is up to the group, don't you? Jaz listened to what she was saying. She was actually helping him by offering this alternative plan, getting her fellow hunters talking about it, but what she had said hit home. A chill ran down his spine. Targo say, she had said his name. Targo say was alive, he had somehow escaped exile. Jaz's heart quickened at that news, and not in a good way. Targo was alive. Shit. Jazz had given up his old rival for dead years ago. The chance of escaping the rock they had left him on had been remote. The world the clan had abandoned him on had been dangerous, and it should have finished Targo off. Apparently, that had not been the case. Targo was still alive and loose in the galaxy again, likely a bounty hunter himself. May the Force have mercy, Jazz thought. He could imagine what would happen to him if he fell into Targo's tender mercies. Targo had never been the type to forget a grudge, and Jazz had given him a reason to hold a big one. He tried not to think about that now, Targo or no Targo. He still had to give the Jedi Shadow more time. He had to stall. Keep them talking, maybe get them arguing. Is the lady the boss then? Jazz asked. Maybe I can negotiate with her. That comment made Bald Head frown. Fallen Star is just hired muscle, he replied. If you get out of line, she will use her powers on you. The girl, Fallen Star, smirked. I'm pretty sure he is going to get out of line, she said dryly. She flashed Jazz a friendly grin. Tell me, Merchandise, do you think that little shadow has freed the girl yet? He is a quick little frog, I will give him that. Jazz tried to hide his surprise. Oh no. He tried not to show any emotion, appear like he did not know what she was talking about, but... Please, he thought, reaching out through the Force, touching the girl's mind. Please don't do this. If she heard his plea, she did not acknowledge it. She just kept flashing that shark-like grin of hers. What are you talking about, Fallen Star? Greasy Beard growled. What shadow? Bald Head demanded. What is going on? There was a Jedi watching the girl's place, likely waiting for this one. She informed her fellows, Jedi are not the type to let innocents suffer. The girl laughed. The way she said innocent made it seem like a swear word. While we have been talking, I'm willing to bet my share of this hunt that the little beast is even now trying to reach Verge. He might even have freed the girl by now. Bald Head looked back and forth between Jazz and Fallen Star, her expression morphing into something ugly. I warned you, Jedi, he hissed. He started to raise his comlink to his mouth. No. Jazz threw out his hand. The strongest force push he could manage slammed into Bald Head, sending him flying. The hunter screamed as he flew back. The screaming stopped as he struck the back wall head first with a wet crunch. Time seemed to slow. Jazz saw weapons starting to come up. He pulled his lightsaber. The blade lit, filling the room with violet light. The girl, Fallen Star, sprang forward. Her own blade flared to life, a beam of aqua-colored fire. The two lightsabers hissed as they clashed. Jazz found himself staring eye to eye with the female hunter. Her eyes were wild and hungry for blood. Yes, she hissed. Fight back, please. Jazz snarled. As you wish, he thought. He pushed her back and drove forward, thrusting at her head with his blade. She parried the strike as all hell broke loose. Blaster fire filled the air. The hunters opened both on him and their ally. Jazz backpedaled. He parried several of the bolts away, but one did manage to catch him in the thigh, making him stumble. The Weequay charged. It wielded a vicious-looking vibrox, the kind of weapons that a Hutt enforcer favored. Jazz stumbled back, trying to find his footing, his leg barely responding. He could smell the burned cloth and charred flesh. He tried to bring up his weapon to block the Weequay's attack. He was too slow. The weapon started down. Fallen Star was there. She beheaded the large bounty hunter with a single stroke. Jazz's eyes widened. The girl had killed one of her own teammates. My bounty, she shouted. Mine. She laughed hysterically. I'm the hero here. I'm the good guy. Jazz stumbled and went down. Blast them both, Greasy Beard shouted. Weapons fire continued, but now it was focused on the girl as much as it was him. Fallen Star parried the blaster bolts. One caught the Aqualish in the neck. The other female hunter turned, tried to run. The girl sent a rogue blaster bolt into her back. She fell with a choked cry. Greasy Beard screamed as he tried to retreat, firing his own weapon. Still smiling, the girl lunged for him. Any scream the hunter might have tried as the blue blade cleaved through his head. He died with barely a sound. The factory was silent, only the hum of 2 lightsabers remained. Fallen Star looked down on her dead team with disgust. Filth, unworthy of hunting a Jedi, much less killing one, she spat. She turned back to Jazz. She gave him another smile, her eyes flashed with a mix of amusement and madness. A Jedi deserves another Jedi, don't you think? Jazz stumbled to his feet. Despite the wound on his leg, he tried to return to a Makashi-style guard. I'm no Jedi, he said flatly. Really? Too bad, the girl said with a pout. Her smile returned a moment later. At least you can die like one. Jazz Darbin did not try to run. He stood his ground, hoping that Monder had had enough time, hoping that these hunters had not hurt Pring. He would not put it past this one. He was not sure what she was, but he didn't care. She had to be stopped. He would stop her. You want me? Jazz said. Oh yeah. Her voice was a hungry hiss, the sound of a snake eager to strike. Jazz readied his sword. Come on then. The girl laughed and lunged forward. Jazz met her blade again. Blue and purple collided. He used all his strength to push her back and advance. You want to kill me? Come on. He swung at her head, making her fall back. He advanced, his blade spinning faster and faster. The 2 Force users became a blur, their movements too fast for the naked eye. She parried his blows again and again, laughing and crying at the same time. Come on. For Prin, he thought. Come on. Chapter 22. Arrogant. It was not an easy thing for Jazz to admit. He had always tried to keep to the Jedi code, to serve the will of the Force, and put others before himself. Yet, in this moment, as he crossed swords with the woman he knew only as Fallen Star, he understood something about himself, something that had blinded him for far too long. He, Jazz Darbin, had been extremely arrogant. He had taken his abilities for granted for years. The Force had always given him an advantage over the various enemies he had faced. They could not match the power of the Force, and he had won again and again, thinking it was because of his great skill and piety. As he traded blows with Fallen Star, as their blades hissed, flashed, and spat around him, he understood that now more than ever. What was I thinking? He shook his head as he parried another of her blows. So far he was holding out, but it was only a matter of time. He was injured, and the girl just seemed to keep getting stronger. Debris propelled by the Force struck him in the back. When he spun to try and meet it, she moved him for the kill again and again. When he tried to attack with debris of his own, she blocked him, keeping him so busy that he could not focus. Any projectile he managed to throw flew off in a wild direction. Fallen Star giggled as she pressed the attack, no doubt amused by how basic his Force powers truly were. It should come as no surprise, his cynical side seemed to say, despite your training with the Mandalorians, you were still just a youngling when you left the temple. You understood the Shicho, but you had yet to start training in the more advanced lightsaber styles. Fallen Star had been a Jedi Padawan. She had studied under a Jedi Master, and her skill with the lightsaber proved that. As erratic as she was in the Force, as unbalanced as she appeared mentally, she still fought like a trained Jedi. Jazz, for all his talent, had remained a novice. He could hold his own against a mundane opponent, or someone with a flicker of Force sensitivity, but this. What was happening here was quickly proving to be beyond him. She is better than me, he realized. This one had achieved the rank of full Padawan before going rogue, possibly had been close to graduating to full knight status. A Jedi Master had trained her, and trained her well. She had learned that Master secrets, learned Force abilities that me and my stumbling attempts to teach myself could never imagine. A piece of debris caught him in his bad leg. He stumbled, and she was there again, her blade flashing at his head. You won't hurt anyone else. She crowed, you're mine merchandise. You are mine. Jazz backpedaled again, trying to create some space, trying to think. It is over, he realized. This girl is going to kill me. What he had learned with Clan Nutbush was just enough to keep her at bay, but there was a reason that the Mandalorians had never defeated the Jedi in the several wars that had occurred between the two. The Force was the great equalizer, and Jaz simply did not know enough. He was going to die. Of course, this had never been about winning. He was simply buying time, giving the Jedi Shadow a chance to find Prin and get her to safety. If he died doing that, then he had done what he had set out to do. Prin would be safe, and that was all that mattered. Jaz tried to leap away, to give himself some breathing room, to try and come up with something new. Again, Fallen Star proved faster. She caught him with a force push mid-leap, sending him flying. He came down hard on his wounded leg, the pain making him cry out. Fallen Star was there before he had a chance to catch his breath. She brought her blade down again and again. The Force gave him just enough of an edge to avoid her blade, avoiding being cleaved in two. He managed a force push of his own, but it only made the girl stumble back 2 steps. It was barely enough time for Jaz to find his feet again and resume his ready stance, his blade at the ready. He was breathing heavily now. They both were, but he could feel the triumph radiating off the surviving bounty hunter. She was eager to end this. She was eager to make the kill. She was ready to kill him. "You are going to answer for your crimes," she said, grinning. "You will be brought to justice." Jaz's eyes narrowed. Justice. Did she honestly say this was about bringing him to justice? He couldn't say why, but in that moment, her words infuriated him. He was enraged. Justice. What did this bounty hunter know about justice? He found himself thinking about all he had seen during his exile, all that had happened to him since he had been abandoned by the Jedi all those years ago. Was it justice that he had been left to die on a wreck of a ship that had been breaking apart? Was it justice that no one, not even his own twin brother, had tried to come for him? He had been left to fend for himself in the black void of space, and he was the criminal here. Where was the fairness in that? Where was his justice? Where was the justice in Republic officers being able to kill entire crews of vessels because they thought them criminals and unworthy of life? Where was the justice for Mother Nutbush, the woman who had raised him, taught him, and protected him? She had died saving him, and he was blamed for the crimes of her murderers. Where was the justice in that? Where was the justice in the mining guild supporting a coup on an innocent world? Where was the justice in letting them get away with murdering the world's rightful ruler and sending her daughter and her friend into exile? Where was the justice in a pack of craven bounty hunters kidnapping an innocent woman to lure him here? Where was the justice in threatening to kill her, to cut her to pieces, and send her back to the man who cared for her in small boxes? Where? 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 In that one word, the darkness found purchase again, and Jaz Darbin, his desperation and cynicism giving way to anger. He felt it come, and this time he did not stop it. The darkness offered so much to the willing servant. Why should I stop it? What is the point of resisting? Where is justice, if not at the tip of a blade? He glared at Fallen Star. She thought she was so powerful. He grinned savagely. You don't know what true power is. The darkness offered more than simple power. It offered perspective and clarity. In his mind's eye, he saw Prin dead on the floor of this factory. He saw the violations that Fallen Star and her allies had brought down upon her. The world turned red as the darkness seeped into his heart, offering him what he desired most. No more holding back. No more waiting for some foolish little green Jedi to find Prin's body. No, the darkness offered so much more. It offered him the chance to win. All the pain and exhaustion he had been feeling burned away. He felt rejuvenated, transformed, and he once again found his feet. He brought up his blade and readied for the next exchange. Fallen Star's eyes widened. The girl likely felt the change in her. Merchandise, she adapted a more defensive stance. Jaz almost laughed. It would not be enough. Now he attacked. Now he wanted to win. The bounty hunter was familiar with Sarisu, the defender's style of lightsaber combat, but that knowledge would not be enough. Jaz's renewed strength drove him forward. the shadow offering a wellspring of power, power beyond his wildest dreams. He fought the urge to giggle. As a child, he had turned away from this. In his innocence and foolishness, he had not embraced this wondrous feeling. The boy he had been a fool. His violet blade was everywhere. Fallen Star tried to retreat. He cut her off. She tried to throw debris at him. He dodged easily and pushed on, pushed forward. He sensed her confidence fall away. Now it was she that was struggling. He welcomed her fear and desperation. It felt good. Monster, she shouted. Murderer. Not yet. Jazz hissed back, but he would be soon. Yes, he would be soon. The bounty hunter was no longer trying to kill him. Now all her abilities were turned to trying to stay one step ahead of him, to avoid losing her head to his spinning blade. She continued to giggle and sob, lost in her own emotions, her pain. He felt no pity. He felt only anger. You will pay for what you did to Prin. You will pay. In her desperation, she tried to impale him with the point of her lightsaber. She moved in close, inside his guard. He sidestepped and seized her wrist. The darkness gave him the strength and speed he needed to twist her wrist. She yelped and let go of her lightsaber. Before she could recover it, it was in his hand. He reversed his grip and brought the blade down. Fallen Star stumbled. She ended up on her knees. The two glowing blades crossed at her throat, a lethal X of light. The bounty hunter looked up at him, a mix of shock and awe on her pretty features. Jazz stood above her, panting, feeling like he had the entire galaxy in the palm of his hand. One step left. The darkness within whispered, seal the pact, become one with the darkness. Kill the girl. Kill her. Jazz smiled wickedly down at his beaten opponent. Fallen Star said nothing. She simply looked up at him, tears running down her cheeks. Beg, he almost shouted. I want to hear you beg, filth. She said nothing. She simply looked up at him, a look of both resignation and excitement in her eyes. Do it, she whispered. I deserve this. She barked out a fatalistic laugh. Kill me? I know you want to. Jazz's hands tightened around the hilts of the two lightsabers. Yes, he did want to. He wanted to end this hunter's foul existence, but. He swallowed hard. What would he become if he did? In that moment, the Force sang to him, faces of those he knew, friends and enemies both. They were all watching. All of them were waiting for him to make the choice. Do it, runt, Targo said, grinning. Kill the little shudder. This isn't you, Jazz, Mother Nutbush said. You aren't Mandalorian, but you are not like this. Kill her already, Ulrich's spat. You showed me no mercy. Why does she deserve any? Don't do it, hotshot, Char Valentine whispered in his ear. You are better than this. Mr. Jazz, Vess screamed, don't. Jazz was breathing hard, looking down at the beaten hunter. She tilted her head slightly, offering him her neck. She was almost leaning into the violet-colored blade. She wants to die, he realized. The thought shocked him. She wants me to kill her. Go on, Fallen Star shouted. Send me to the Force. She sobbed. Send me home. His hands shook, He wanted this, but. He took a deep shuddering breath. I'm sorry, he murmured. He closed his eyes and centered himself. I'm sorry. He deactivated the two lightsabers. He stepped back from his would-be victim. She looked at him with wide, angry eyes. What are you doing? She shouted, her voice cracking. I have to die. No, Jazz said, shaking his hand. I'm sorry. I can't. The bounty hunter growled. She reached out with the Force and ripped her blade from his grasp. She started to rise, her weapon hissed to life. Stop. The single word shook the room. Both Jazz and the girl jumped. They turned to find Monder standing before them, his golden-bladed lightsaber humming in his hand. Behind him stood Prin. Jazz almost sobbed with relief. She was okay. She was alive. Jazz, Prin said. She looked at him with new eyes filled not with affection and playfulness, but fear and disbelief. The sensation of it shocked him, He swallowed hard. He had no words. The little shadow looked at Jazz and nodded. "Well done," he said, nodding sagely. "Done well this day, you have, Jazz Darbin." He turned to the bounty hunter. Her eyes were wild. She looked back and forth between Jazz and Monder. The shadow sighed heavily. "Myrick's fallen star," he said, shaking his head. "Lost your way, you have." The blonde-haired hunter glared at him. "What do you know about my way, Greenie?" she snarled. "I serve true justice now, not just what the council says is justice." She looked at Jazz, her features morphing into something ugly. "He is going to ruin your life, you know that, right?" she said, grinning. "It doesn't have to be that way." Her smile turned sly. "How about it merchandise? If we work together, we can kill this little frog and save ourselves a lot of trouble. Why waste our lives continuing to run from him? Let's finish it right now." Jazz shook his head. "A few moments ago, you wanted to kill me," he reminded her. "Now you want me to help you murder someone." "It's self-defense," she shouted. "He wants to lock us both away." Monder shook his head. "Wish to imprison you? I do not, Myrick's fallen star. Help you, I can't. Help you, the Order can." "Help me," she said, shaking her head. There's no help for me." Monder gave her a sympathetic look. "What happened to your master? Not your fault. It was. Vima did not care for you, Myrick's fallen star. Want us to help you, as she would?" Hearing her master's name did not have the effect on the girl the shadow wanted. She glared at him. "You know nothing," she hissed. "My master died serving the council. It was the council that dropped us into that hole, and it is their fault she died." The girl shook her head. "I will never return to them. I have my own life now." "Hunting people," Monder said, wrinkling his nose in distaste. "Killing for credits, you do." She shrugged. "A girl has to eat," she responded. She looked at Prin. "I saved you, didn't I, girl? Verge tried to hurt you, and I killed him. I saved you." Myrick's Phalanster grinned. "You owe me your life. I'm the hero here." She did save me," Prin said. "She killed the one watching me. He hit me. She killed him for it, and left me, told me not to make a sound." Prin looked down at the dead hunter scattered through the room. "Jazz," she said, "what have you done?" He wanted to shout that it wasn't his fault, that he had done nothing, that he had come here trying to save her because he cared. Those three little words. He could say them now, but still they stuck in his throat. It was his fault, after all. Had she not gotten involved with him, none of this would have happened. The hunters would not have come for her, and she would not have been dragged into this. Her simple, normal life was shattered forever. And it was all his fault. He wanted to tell her that he understood, that he could do better, that he would try to be better, for her and for them. Yet, those words did not come out. The only thing he could say were two simple phrases. "I came to help," he said meekly. "I wanted to save you." From behind her cracked glasses, a single tear ran down Prin's cheek. Jazz said nothing. There was nothing to say. He knew what that single tear meant. He could feel it. Her emotions were raw, like an open book at this point. What he was feeling, her fear. She would never see him the same way again. She knew what he was, and it broke his heart. He had come here to save her, but in doing so, and her seeing what he was, the darkness that was within him. She was lost. He knew it. They were lost. He took a shuddering breath. It was over. They were finished. If Monder saw what was happening between them, he did not show it. The little shadow only had eyes for Myrick's fallen star. He sighed. "Questionable your methods are, young one," Monder said grimly. "Saved a life, you did, but the way you did it, unfitting of a Jedi, it is." Myrick sneered at that. Yet, she did shut down her lightsaber, putting it back on her belt. Monder did the same with his weapon. The two Jedi faced each other. He did not look happy with her choices, but he did not attack her. Jazz could feel his disdain. He suspected that she could too. But if she did, she was not insulted or ashamed. She simply kept on smiling. I take that as a compliment, Master, not as an insult. I tried the Jedi way. My master tried it. All it did was get he killed. Fallenster frowned. I will never be so weak again. Again, the shadow sighed. Powerful you are becoming, Merrick's fallen star. Unpredictable you are. Ask you again, I do. Please, return to the temple you must. Help you the council can. The young woman shook her head no. You can take me in if you want, Shadow, but I will not go freely. My tasks are not yet done. There will always be scum hiding in the fringes, and people willing to pay handsomely to see them brought to justice. The bounty hunter grinned. People like me are still needed. I won't abandon my clients, not when there is still so much work to be done. Monder shook his head, his long green ears lowered. Stop you, I will not, but warn you, I will. Felt your anger during your fight with Jaz Darbin, strong it is within you. Feed that emotion you should not, or become something far worse than you are now, you will. Unlike the Jedi, I know my limits, she promised him. I won't fall if that is what you are worried about. See, we shall, he nodded. For now, know that being watched, are you? Stray any further from your path, and be waiting for you, I will. Jaz listened, his eyes widening slightly. He could not believe what he was hearing. The shadow was going to let her go. She had murdered her fellow hunters. Yes, they had kidnapped Prin, but still. How could he just let her go? She smiled and bowed slightly to Jaz. See you around, merchandise, she said arrogantly. Hopefully, the council will leave enough of you left for our next meeting. Until then. Her smile widened. May the force be with you. She turned away then, limping slightly as she made her way out of the abandoned factory. Jaz still could not believe it. She did save Pran, he reminded himself. Maybe that is what made Monder think she was worthy of a pass, a chance to find her way back into the light. He sighed. Whatever happened, he would be very careful from now on. Fallenster knew who he was. He did not think her the type to give up on lucrative piece of merchandise. They likely would meet again. The realization did little to help Jaz's mood, and now that he was no longer feeding on the Force, whether light or dark, he found himself feeling exhausted. He stumbled and fell to his knees. Prin approached him. Her touch was gentle, but firm. She inspected the wound on his leg. She shook her head. I need a med kit, she said. I should tend this before we go. Saw one? I did in the other office, Monder said. Bring it back to you, I will. The little shadow left them then, left Jaz alone with the girl that he had come to save, the girl he had cared for. Prin, he said. I don't say anything, she said flatly. Prin, not another word, Jaz, please. She looked at him, her eyes pleading. Please, no more. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. He realized that in that moment it took all her strength not to simply walk away. What she believed in, her desire to be a doctor, her willingness to help people, that was all that kept her here. She knew who was to blame in all this, just as he did. He sighed and fell silent. She knew. She tended to his injuries, not as a lover, but as someone skilled in medicine. He felt no affection from her, no gratitude, only the grim professionalism that kept her doing her job. He shook his head. She was lost to him. Whatever they might have had was gone. It was gone the moment he asked to come over tonight. They had been doomed from the start. Monder returned with the medical kit. It did not take Prin long to stabilize his injuries. The Shadow ordered Jaz to meet him in the marketplace near Treasure Ship Row, tomorrow at noon. From there he would go before the council to explain why he had done all the things he had done in the last few years. Jaz nodded. He could try to run, but realized that it would have been pointless. Monder knew who he was now. Wherever the co-op's folly flew, he would find it. Jaz could no longer run. If he did, the next meeting he had with the Shadow would not be as pleasant. Monder used his comlink to contact Corsec. The Corellian security force would be here shortly. They would see Prin safely home, while Monder answered any questions that the security officers might have. Jazz was allowed to go, to put his affairs in order, back aboard the co-op's Folly. Monder could not say what the council would do, or what sentence they would pass over him when they met, only that he would speak up in Jazz's defense. Did not give in to hate, you did, the Shadow said proudly, informed the council of that. I will. Fine, Jazz said. He did not really feel grateful about all that had happened. When Corsac arrived, they rushed Prin out of there, taking her to safety and to get her statement. She had not even stopped to say goodbye, not that he expected her to. He knew who was to blame for everything that had happened tonight and now. He sighed. Now he would face the consequences, good or bad. He shook his head. His life, as it had been, was now over. Any chance he had had at a normal life was gone. Prin was gone, and it was all his fault. He had tried and failed, and now he would pay for it. Chapter 23. So, it is over, just like that. Jazz nodded grimly. He didn't want to say more. He didn't think that he needed to say more. It was over, that was enough. No Prin, no life, and no future. He was still coming to terms with that, so, right now, he did not feel like indulging his friend's girlfriend's curiosity. He was currently sitting in the galley aboard the co-op's Folly. It had been just after dawn when he had finally managed to make it home. The bandages and colto injection that he had received from Prin had helped his leg, but it still throbbed painfully. Of course, any physical pain he felt was secondary at that moment. After what had happened tonight, after what he had wanted to happen had all gone awry. It was almost more than he could bear. He felt hollowed out. That was the only word for it. It felt like someone had reached into his chest and torn out everything that had made his short life what it was. He felt drained, and when he thought about it, only anger and depression remained. They were the only emotions that it seemed he had left, the only thing left to fill him back up. Is this what a broken heart feels like? He had heard the term before. He was no stranger to loss. He had felt pain when Mother Nutbush had died. But that had been a death for a reason. It had had meaning. His Jedi sensibilities had allowed him to rationalize Mom's death. But this. It was something that was beyond him. He hurt, and he had no idea how he was going to recover from it. After the battle with the bounty hunters, he had found himself wandering the streets of Corellia, alone. The painkillers he had been given from the med kit had helped, but he had not been ready to return home. Not ready to explain what had happened to his friends yet. So he had walked, or rather limped, trying to muster his courage. He needed to head home, he knew that. But it would not be easy. Questions awaited him at home, and after those questions were answered, he would still need to report to the Jedi Enclave here, to explain himself. Both tasks were daunting. He was unsure how he was going to endure either of them. So he had walked, and thought. He made a point to avoid other people. He had sensed a group of youths early in his travels, just a pack of youngsters looking to get into a bit of trouble, simply having a good time. He had avoided them, not trusting himself to deal with the situation wisely. If they thought him prey, he was not sure what he would do. In the mood he was in, he might have pulled his lightsaber if provoked. He chose to avoid that trouble entirely. It was safer, both for him and for others. He had had no desire to make this night any worse than it had been. Of course, eventually, his travels led back to Treasure Ship Row, back to where the Folly was birthed. He still didn't think he was ready to deal with the rest of his crew, but by then he had run out of excuses. So he had made his way back. He was out of time. He decided to face the music. Coop and Rhonda had already been awake and having breakfast when he stumbled into the galley. Both had the look of a pair of lovers who had just spent an amazing night in each other's arms. Coop looked a little tired, but was all smiles, his shirt untucked and unbuttoned. Rhonda had been almost skipping around the table. Normally, she was all business, prim and proper, but in that moment she looked like the young woman she was, a young woman in love with her chosen partner. She had been practically glowing, giggling when Jazz had entered, actually singing to herself as she prepared a meal for her and her lover to share. Her blue eyes bright and mischievous. Her long curly red hair was down, and she was wearing one of Co-op's old shirts for a nightgown. Jazz rolled his eyes. They both looked like they had just tumbled out of bed and were the happiest pair in the known galaxy. Lucky them. Both had been shocked to see him, first because they had expected him to be gone all day with Pran, and secondly seeing how messed up he was. Even without his heavily bandaged leg, it was clear that he had been through a fight. Both Co-op and Rhonda had bombarded him with questions. He refused to answer, at least until he had a cup of strong caf in his hand. Exhaustion had not set in yet. He was still feeling the adrenaline from his fight with Fallen Star. He could have returned to his private quarters to rest, but he did not really have the time. He was to meet with Master Monder today, and from there, be brought before the Jedi Council. He did not expect the latter meeting to go well. He did not speak a word until he downed his first cup of caf in 3 gulps. The liquid burned his throat, but he knew he needed it. What would the council say when he stood before them? What sentence would they hand down to the Rogue Force user who had chosen to run from his duties to the Order? If he was lucky, he would be banished to one of the Jedi labor corps scattered throughout the galaxy. If he was not, he would be turned over to Corpsec, and from there, likely turned over to the Cudi, to answer for his role in the attack 5 years ago. Either sentence meant that his time among the Folly crew was done. It may not have been fair, but that was the point. Life was rarely fair. It would not be easy, but he needed to prepare those he cared about for what was about to happen. He needed to explain what had happened to Co-op. They had known each other for far too long. He deserved both an explanation and an apology. Jazz would no longer be there to watch his back. He was sorry about that. Both Co-op and Rhonda listened as Jazz explained everything: his arrival at Prine's, his encounter with the Jedi Shadow, and the fight that had come afterward. Surprisingly, it was speaking of Pran that had proved the hardest, the cold manner that she had had after he had rescued her, the wall that had gone up between them. The numbness left in the wake of that. It was almost more than he could stand. Coop had said nothing while he had told his tale, a fact he was grateful for. His friend and captain had grown into the man that Mother Nutbush had always hoped and wanted him to be. She would have been proud of him. He knew what Jazz was saying, what his encounter with the Jedi had meant. Rhonda saw things differently. "I still can't believe you two broke up," she said, shaking her head. "You were so happy together." "I don't blame her," Jazz said, looking down into his mug of caf. "I knew I was taking a chance and letting my guard down, and you can see what happened." He shook his head. "It was all my fault," he said morosely. "I should have known that I had no chance at having a normal life." Coop's brow furrowed at his old friend's statement. He may not have agreed with Jazz, but he was not going to dispute what he was saying at that moment. "So how do we play this?" he asked his friend. "We can have the Folly up in 10 minutes, get as far away from Corellia as possible." "Running wouldn't help at this point," Jazz said with a frown. "The Jedi know about the Folly, and now that I've officially been bound in Master Monder's custody, I must make my report." Jazz sighed. "If I run, he will chase me, and when we meet again, he will not simply ask me to report to the council. I'll be dragged before them." Jazz looked up with a fatalistic smile. "If I'm going to have to face them anyway, I might as well do it on the best of terms. It wasn't like you chose to get lost in the first place," Co-op reminded him. "You didn't ask to be on that ship all those years ago." "True, but I could have reached out to the Order before this," he reminded his friend. "Most Jedi Masters will conclude that my reasons were selfish, and that I put everyone around me at risk by exposing myself to dangerous teachings and emotions." Jazz shrugged at that last part. "They wouldn't be wrong. I've been tempted plenty of times by the darkness. I am dangerous. Dealing with temptation is what life is all about, Jazz," Co-op said with a snort. "Surely your actions will speak louder than their suspicions." "The actions of a smuggler," he said dryly. "Yes, I'm sure the council is just going to love that." "I still can't believe that Pran and you broke up," Rhonda said. You two were so happy together. Coop sighed. Love, I think Jazz has more to worry about than his girlfriend, right now. It sounds like the Jedi mean business. And what does that mean? She asked. The Jedi don't just execute people. Surely they will take into account everything that Jazz has done in the last few years. It is not like he has become the next Darth Revan. But I could have, Jazz reminded her. That is what will concern the Council. Despite stepping away from the Order, I've continued to use the Force to expand my knowledge of it. I carry a lightsaber and have taken several lives with it. Jazz shook his head. The Council will see that as a threat. And what of the life you have tried to build for yourself? She demanded. What of Prin? Would the Order ask you to just throw all that away as well? Prin is better off without me, Jazz said with an angry frown. She doesn't want to talk to me. He knew that for a fact because just before returning to the Folly, he had tried to contact her on Holo Communicator. She had answered, but it was clear that whatever they had had the previous morning was gone. She had been polite to him, coldly so, telling him what had happened with Corsac, and that she had just got home, that she needed to clean up a bit before trying to get some rest. He had offered to come over, to help her, and to explain what had happened, but she had told him that that was not a good idea. She had asked that he not come over, that he not try to contact her again. Again Jazz had felt the cut of what had been lost. Prin had liked him, she liked bad boys, but he had proven to be a little too bad for her taste. She had decided to step away. It was a wise move. He did not blame her for that. Prin is rid of me, he informed Rhonda. That is for the best. You can't just give up, she said. Talk to Tessa, and have her talk to Seska. They are Prin's friends, surely they. No, Jazz said, cutting her off. You can't just give up, Rhonda repeated. You don't just give up on. No. Jazz could no longer contain his anger. He had shouted at Rhonda, and the Force had responded, as well every piece of silverware on the table before them slid away from Jazz, sliding almost an inch without him touching them. The move startled Rhonda. She jumped up and hid behind Co-op. Jazz shook his head. Again he felt fear from someone he knew. He hated that. Maybe the Jedi were right. He was too dangerous to remain free any longer. Coop should have been angry with him, furious that Jazz had scared his girlfriend, but he was not. He looked at his friend with a sympathetic eye. Rhonda, could you give us a moment? He asked. I want to talk to Jazz alone, please. Sure, she said in a small voice, her eyes never leaving Jazz, no doubt thinking about what he had just done. She left the galley quickly, not meeting his eye. Jazz shook his head, hating himself for losing control like that. Rhonda was a friend. It seemed that the Jedi were right. He was dangerous. I'm sorry, Jazz said in a small voice. I did not want to do that. It is okay, Co-op said. You startled her is all. She always knew that you could do stuff like that, but she had never seen it until now. Coop sighed and leaned back in his chair. Plus, I think she hoped that you and Prin would stay together. Rhonda liked the idea of it. Hoped that one day she would be able to sit back and watch as your kids and ours play together. Jazz looked up at his friend. Thinking of kids now? He asked. I'm thinking of marriage, Co-op admitted. Rhonda and I have a good thing going. Starting a family is the next logical step, I suppose. But then again, this life is hardly logical. But I'm not going to let you change the subject. Coop leaned in closer. You need to pull yourself together, buddy. You go before the Jedi like this, and they will insist that you be locked up. They will think you're dangerous. I am, Jazz admitted. Prin saw that last night. She chose to back away from you, Co-op said. That was her call, not yours. And I don't doubt you are hurting like hell right now. But you are going to have to work through that. You have people here that need you, Jazz. I still need you. I'm not going to sit back and let you throw away your life, because some girl couldn't handle who you truly are. Jazz looked at his friend with a flicker of anger in his eye. Prin had been more than some girl. If he had been braver, maybe. She could have been so much more. I'm not letting you face this alone, Co-op informed him. When you go before the Jedi, I'll be at your side. Jazz's eyes widened. Coop. No. They want to know what kind of guy you are. Fine. I'll tell them. And if they don't like it, they can shove it out an airlock. You can't? Jazz said quickly. Why not? Coop, you are not exactly a stand-up citizen here. You don't have to remind me of that, he laughed. What are they going to do? You think they're gonna arrest me? They could. You were on Kuat too. Remember? I remember trying to save Mom. I remember you doing what you could to stop the Sunset Collective from hurting any more people than they already had. I remember you being the guy that saved Miss Val and the little queen on Bantoon. The Jedi need to hear that too. It has to count for something. Jazz shook his head. He wasn't sure. He wasn't thinking clearly right now. All he could see was that look of fear on Prine's face, and a similar look on Randa's. He didn't think he deserved to remain free. He knew what could happen now, and what kind of enemies he was making. Which brought him to Cherry Point, number 2, something that Co-op needed to hear as well. It concerned him too, after all. I learned something else last night, he told his captain. Something that concerns us both. Yeah, what is that? Jazz sighed. Targo say is still alive. He's escaped that rock the clan left him on, apparently turned bounty hunter, and he is looking for us. Coop's eyes narrowed. Are you sure? That girl, Fallen Star, mentioned that he was looking for people involved in the Kuat raid. From what I heard, I'm guessing he has not forgotten, or forgiven, what I did. Coop nodded grimly. Targo always did know how to hold a grudge. Jazz sighed. That was an understatement and a half. He has assumed that Co-op would be more worried about this. Targo was not an enemy to be underestimated. Did Crazy Jedi Girl say anything else? Only that she thought he would pay for my head. Jazz frowned down at the table, unable to meet his friend's gaze. Are you sure that you want to stand beside me right now? If you're lucky, Targo, Fallen Star, and anyone else that might be looking for me will be content with the knowledge that the Jedi got me. It could save you and Rhonda a lot of trouble. It is only going to get worse from here, Co-op. I'm out of places to run. My name is known now. Jazz sighed. I don't want to drag you down with me. Prin wisely chose to get out. Maybe you should too. Take Rhonda and the Folly, and get as far away from me as possible. You have more to lose now, far more than I do. Jazz blinked. He felt like he was about to cry. He hated this feeling, this weakness. Maybe you should do what is best for yourself. Get away. Coop frowned as he listened. Jazz could feel his emotions, but he also knew his friend's thoughts. Coop was no fool. He had to know that, on some level, what Jazz was saying made sense. It didn't take long for Co-op to decide. He chuckled and shook his head. Someone told me once that you don't get to pick your family. That you simply have loved them and move forward together. Coop touched his friend's hand, made him look up at him. I didn't get to choose my family. Mother Nut bought me from a Coruscant workhouse. I was 7 years old, and my parents gave me up. I have no idea why. Mom took me in, gave me a life, and more brothers and sisters than I could count, and I respected them all, even those that I didn't like very much. Though I don't think she realized what she was doing the day she introduced me to you. Coop smiled at him. Most people don't get to choose their family, but I did. I chose you. You were the brother I chose. You are my family, and I love you, and I'm not gonna sit back and watch you throw your life away on some self-righteous, self-sacrifice thing. I depend on you. This crew depends on you. I'm not simply going to let you walk away. Jedi or no Jedi, Targo or no Targo. You're stuck with me, buddy. Sorry to let you know that, but it is the truth. Jazz laughed, and yet, his eyes burned. Must have been something in the ship's air filters. He wiped at his face, stopping any tears before they could fall. He looked at his friend, his captain, and his brother. You sure you want to do this? Coop shrugged. As I said, you're stuck with me, and you are in trouble. Now, let's go find you a way out of it. Jazz nodded. He was grateful, but... Damn, he thought. Idiot, he thought, my brother is an idiot. Thank the Force for that. At midday, Jazz and Co-op made their way through the marketplace in Treasure Ship Row. It was here that Monder had told Jazz to go, to meet up with him before they would head to the Jedi Enclave. Jazz Darbin was decidedly nervous. Having Co-op here helped, but in the end, it would be he that had to answer for what had happened, the choices he had made in the last few years. He didn't want to see Co-op or the rest of the crew harmed by his choices. Coop looked around the marketplace. Any sign of him, this Jedi Shadow guy? Jazz frowned. He reached out with the Force. Monder had to be here, unless he was running late. Thump. Jazz stumbled forward as the heavy weight struck his back. He felt the Force reach out and steady him, preventing him from falling. He frowned. Coop started to go for his blaster, but Jazz stopped him with a raised hand. He sighed. Again, Master Monder, he said. Really? Monder, the Jedi Shadow cackled. Once again he was gripping tightly to Jazz Darbin's back. And again, I play taxi service, Jazz thought. Maybe he should ask the little alien to pay a fare. Hello again, Jazz Darbin, the Jedi said. Chose not to run, you did? Grateful for that, I am. He glanced over at Co-op, his long green ears rising slightly. A friend of yours, this is. Jazz's friend stood a little straighter, putting the full weight of command into his voice before introducing himself. It wouldn't be enough to intimidate a Jedi, but it likely made Co-op feel better. Captain Gabe Cooper of the Co-op's Folly. I'm Jazz's commanding officer, his friend and clan brother. The Jedi bowed his head slightly. Monder, am I, Shadow of the Jedi Order? Coop smirked. Aren't you a little short for a Jedi warrior? Monder cackled at that. Size matters not, he said. I'm not sure that most females would agree, Co-op replied dryly. Jazz was briefly concerned that the little shadow would take offense. He need not have worried. Again the Jedi laughed. Jazz felt his little legs kick with amusement. He felt only humor from the little alien. So far, so good? The Jedi grinned at Co-op, tears of amusement in his large brown eyes. Like this one, I do, Monder said to Jazz unnecessary. It was to bring back up. In no danger were you? I'm here on my own accord, Co-op said before Jazz could respond. If your council is intent on judging my first officer, I think they deserve to hear just who it is they are judging, not just some kid they abandoned years ago, but the man that his crew has come to depend on. The Shadow said, nodding. Wish to give testimony, you do. Yeah. Very well, the Jedi said. Have no problem with this, I do. Help young Jazz's case, it might. He motioned to the right. This way, we should go. A speeder is waiting to take us to the Enclave, it will. Jazz started walking, the little Jedi clinging to his back, and Co-op at his side. He was not quite sure how this was going to go, but it was too late to back out now. Running had not really been an option. The Co-op's Folly had enough enemies. They didn't need to add the Jedi Order to that list. He had run for far too long. The time had come to face the consequences, whatever they might be. Hopefully they would not be too dire for his friends and family. Jazz still hurt. What had happened to Prince still preyed on his mind, but for the sake of Co-op and the rest of the crew, he would work through it. He would protect them, even Burr. Because that is what you did with family. You protected them and stood by them. No matter what. The Enclave was not quite what Jazz expected. He had figured that Monder would bring him to one of the Corellian Jedi temples, that he would contact the High Council from there. That had not happened. The Enclave that Monder had brought them to was close to the Coronet City spaceport. It likely had begun its existence as a warehouse, or some kind of officer building. The Jedi had taken it over, though, and made it their own. The roof had been removed from the main section, turning what had once been a place for cargo into a small park. Trees and plant life were everywhere, tended to by Jedi students, children between the age of 8 and 12. They looked up at the new arrivals as they passed. Jazz could sense their curiosity, more because of Monder's presence than Jazz or co-ops. Shadows did not reveal themselves very often. Jazz remembered that from his own days as a youngling at the temple. When a shadow did appear, you knew that something big was going on. He paused for a moment, breathing in deeply, letting the force fill him up, and with it, a sense of peace. Once upon a time, he was like the students here, just another youngling beginning to walk the Jedi path. Being here, being surrounded by Force users again, he felt a sense of melancholy. What might his life have been like had he not been lost? He might now have been a knight in the Republic. Who knew? He might even have taken one of these younglings as a Padawan. One of them might have called him master, one day. It was an intriguing thought, to be sure. Jazz, Coop said, leaning in close. Yeah. Where are all the green Rogue Jedi, the Corellians? I don't see any of them here. Jazz frowned. Coop's question was valid, but it made sense why none of the Order's Corellian members were here. He should have expected it, and it also explained the close proximity to the spaceport. Corellians don't follow the full tenets of the Order. Jazz informed him. They're still a part of the family, but they have their own way of doing things. The rest of the Order simply agrees to disagree, and lets them do as they please, provided they don't threaten anyone else. Ah, Co-op replied. So the Corellians are like the guy that decided to run off and not marry the girl the rest of the family liked. They are still loved, but distant from everyone else. Jazz smirked. Something like that, yeah. Like the guys in green, even more now, Co-op added as they stepped through a set of large double doors. Jazz paused, his eyes drawn to the center of the room. It seemed they were expected. The masters were already there, waiting for them. Okay, Jazz said, taking a deep breath. Here we go. Chapter 24. 4 Jedi Masters have been assigned to carry out the hearing. Yet, only 2 were actually in attendance. The first, one of the 2, on Holo, identified himself as Orgazden, a tough-looking Jedi Guardian. Jazz had never heard of him, but given the reverence the others showed the warrior, it was clear he was already well respected. The second master was one of the Corellian Jedi, a knight named Ormond Shadowstone. Master Ormond was dark-eyed with shoulder-length black hair, his gaze cool and careful. He watched Jazz closely. Jazz could almost imagine the man probing outward with the Force, attempting to determine if the young man before him was a threat to his world. Jazz would have offered reassurance if he could, but he doubted the man would accept his words at face value. Ormond Shadowstone looked like a man who thought that actions spoke louder than words. The third was a small Jedi with pale white skin and silver hair. At first, Jazz had thought her a Padawan of Master Orgus, but when he reached out with the Force, he realized that this being was likely stronger than both the Guardian and the Corellian combined. She gave Jazz a polite smile and nodded to him. He returned it, unsure what the alien woman might have meant. She offered no clue to what she thought of all this. The 4th master, here in Holo form, was a familiar face, one that Jazz had not seen in many years. Master Venery, he called out with a smile. Hello, young Jazz, the older man replied. Despite entering old age, the Jedi counselor remained a beacon of the light, the muscles of his arms and chest still showing the tone of a much younger man. It has been a long time. It is good to see that you are still alive, and that the Force has finally brought you back to us. Actually, Jazz said dryly, it was the Shadow Monder that brought me back. The small green Jedi laughed. Merely doing my duty, I was, he replied with a shrug. Time it was that Jazz Darbin returned to the Order. Jazz didn't quite frown, but he almost did. He was still not sure if he was truly back among the Order, or if they truly wanted him back. If they were simply going to send him off to hard labor, he would have preferred to have more of a choice in his fate. Sadly, that was not his call. The masters would have final say. Coop leaned in. He had been quiet on the journey over, but now that he was here, his curiosity was starting to get the better of him. I take it you know this Venery guy? He asked. His old friend nodded. He wanted to be my Jedi Master once. Had I stayed with the Order, I would have been his apprentice. I ended up taking your brother, Venery, informed him, his expression thoughtful, guarded. Sai has been a good student, but I believe that you would have excelled under my tutelage. Master Venery shook his head. It is a shame that I never got the chance to teach you. Jazz shrugged. My loss is Sai's gain, he said. I suppose it is, the master agreed. Is he with you? Does he know about this hearing? He knows, Jazz, Venery responded. We are currently at the temple on Coruscant. He sends his regards, and his gratification at hearing you are well. Please give my brother my regards, Jazz responded. It has been far too long since we have seen each other. I will, promised the older man, yet, Jazz sensed something that surprised him. He sensed that Venery was not being entirely honest with him, about what, he could not say. He would have thought that Sai Darbin would be at his master's side for this hearing. Jazz was his twin after all, his identical twin. Has the situation been reversed, Jazz certainly would have wished to be there. He could only speculate why his twin was not here, but in the end what did it matter? If Jazz wanted a brother, all he had to do was look behind him. Coop was here for him, he understood the value of family. Jazz was grateful for that. As the highest-ranking master, Randall Venery called the hearing to order. Jazz and Co-op introduced themselves, and Master Monder filled the masters in on what he had faced in brining Jazz here. When that was done, Co-op gave his testimony, informing the council of what had transpired between him and his clan brother these last 10 years. When that was done, it was Jazz's turn. The council demanded answers, and he needed to give them. Jazz sighed. He hoped that they were willing to listen, to understand what he had faced in the past, what he had needed to endure. He took a deep breath and began. The counselors sat back and listened. As the afternoon drew on, Jazz Darbin told his tale. After years of silence, he stood before the masters and told his tale. Clan Nutbush, Targo Say, the Sunset Collective, the attack on the Kuat Drive yards, and anything else he could think of that came in between. He touched a bit on his life on Corellia and his work with the Co-op's Folly crew. He needed for the Jedi to understand the reasons why he had chosen to walk the path he had. He had no desire to be taken away from the life he had built for himself these past few months. Even with what had happened with Prin, he had still not entirely given up hope. That did not mean that he was willing to offer up everything, however. Some things he kept to himself. He told the Jedi nothing about what had occurred between him and Char Valentine, and he downplayed his relationship with Prin Peller, not because he was ashamed, but because what he had felt, what he had desired was his and his alone. He would not expect a Jedi Master to understand the need that had been awakened him, the desire for a life beyond what the Jedi Code could offer. The light alone could not completely fill a person's needs, at least that is how he had come to think of it. Plus, what he had had with the two women, what he had experienced with them had been deeply intimate and personal. He was not about to share such feelings with strangers, no matter how strong in the Force they might be. Another Jedi might have called that way of thinking selfish, those and the choices he had made. He did not think that the council would accept his decision to avoid the Jedi Order after his split from Clan Nutbush. Some Jedi might consider such a decision to be criminal and driven strictly by personal desire, but that simply wasn't so. Many of the choices he had made had been out of a desire to help those that he had come to care about. He had endeavored to protect those around him, his people. Gabe Cooper and the rest of their crew was the closest thing to family that Jazz had ever known. He had owed it to them to use his powers to keep them safe. He made no apologies for that. The Jedi let him talk. They seemed content to sit back and let him speak. When they did have questions, he did his best to answer. Jazz still hoped to win them over, or at least, come to accept his answers. They seemed intent on listening, at least he hoped that they were listening. He was grateful to see that the full council had not been convened on this matter. He feared he might not have had the will to stand up to all 12 of the High Masters had he been forced to face them alone. Venery still served on the council, he figured. He was not sure about Orga's Den. but it was likely that both men served in the highest level of the Jedi Order. "Yours is an interesting tale, to be sure, young Jazz," Master Brandel Venery had said at one point. "That is one way to put it, Master," he agreed. "I do hope that I can make you understand my reasons for staying away all this time, and accept that the choices I made were for the best, both for me and the Order." "That remains to be seen, young one," Venery responded. "The facts in this case appear to be quite clear. You have continued your studies in the Force without guidance, causing harm to others by those actions and choices." Venery's expression was grim. "It is most unwise to walk the path to power without guidance. Far too many students have lost their way when making such an attempt, and in their failing, suffering has come to all around them." Jazz did not know how to respond to that. It was clearly a rebuke, but one disguised as a generalization. It did set the tone for how the Master saw him, however. It was a tone that Jazz did not entirely like. "I only did what I deemed necessary, Master. I did not seek out power simply for power's sake." "So you say?" Orgus then chimed in. "Yet you have admitted that you have heard the call of the darkness." "I have, Master," Jazz bowed his head. "I'm ashamed to admit it, but I was tempted." "Yet, resisted temptation, he did," Monder said. "No fool this young man is. Tempted by the easy path is not the same as giving into it. Yes." Jazz almost laughed. When he had first met Monder, he never would have thought that the little shadow would be the one to serve as his advocate during this hearing. The irony was not lost on him. "Wisely said, Monder," the alien Jedi said, with a soft smile, her voice more musical than most. The green-skinned shadow smiled. "Thank you, Master Vey," he said, bowing his head. "Always welcome, your praise is." Jazz looked at the alien with new eyes. "By the Force." "Vey Elo," he said. You're Vey Elo." "I am," the woman said. "I take it you have heard of me." "History has heard of you, Master," Jazz replied. He shook his head. He still couldn't believe it. Vey Elo was here. When he was a youngling, he had heard something. There were legends in the Jedi Order, and then there was Vey Elo. Master Vey was rumored to be the oldest living Jedi. She had been the Padawan learner to the legendary Auden, the Jedi Master that had founded the great library world of Ossus. It was said she was 1,000 years old, maybe more. She had fought in the War of Exar Kun as well as the war against Darth Revan. She had survived the Jedi massacre on the Miraluka world of Katter, and after nearly a decade in isolation, been returned to the Order by another Jedi legend, the bounty hunter turned Jedi Knight known only as Mira. Jazz had heard of her, but had never met her until this moment. He had expected some ancient-looking shriveled thing, but Vey was anything but. She could have passed for a human teenager. All she would have had to have done was hide her short-pointed ears. She isn't ancient, he realized. She was timeless. And now, she was here, helping preside over his case. He wondered what had prompted that. Vey was supposed to have lived like a hermit, and had done so for years. She could have served on the High Council but chose to let younger masters have that spot. It was rumored that she thought that her long life had made her out of touch on certain matters, preferring to let those who grew up in the current world take the lead, with her offering advice only when needed. An interesting view of the world, one that Jazz had to respect. The questions continued, mostly from Masters Orgus and Venery. They kept her own counsel, commenting only when she wished a clarification on this matter or that. Master Orman of the Corellians said nothing at all. Jazz caught his gaze a few times, but the green robe said nothing. He could only guess what that meant. Jazz tried to maintain his composure during the whole affair, to appear serene and focused on the job at hand, though he feared that it would not matter. Despite anything he could say, he would likely still be considered just another Rogue Force user. Jazz just hoped that the Masters had not already made up their minds about him. Perhaps this was all a mistake. If they had already decided on a course of action, then everything he was saying did not matter. He tried not to think about that. He still wanted to believe in the Jedi Order and their sense of justice and conscience. He needed to believe that. I still can't believe you allowed this to happen, Master Orman said, addressing Monder. Despite your mandate, you allowed a dangerous Force user to slip through your fingers. Monder huffed and turned his head to the Corellian. James Darbin is here, is he not? Slipped through my fingers. He did not. I'm not referring to this man, Orman responded. He, at least, seems to have control over his powers. I'm referring to the renegade Padawan you let escape. The Corellian's eyes narrowed. You didn't even try to take this Merrick's fallen star into custody. You did not even deem it wise to inform me and mine of her presence. A killer with such undisciplined Force powers has no place here on Corellia. Monder's gaze turned cold. He clearly did not like being accused of not doing his job. Troubled, fallen star is, that I will not deny. Yet, still in possession of her moral code, she is. Saved the kidnapped girl, she did. Aided Jazz Darbin, she did. Jazz frowned. She had also tried to kill him for the bounty. He had not forgotten that. Fallen Star may have had a moral code, but it was twisted. The pain of losing her master had changed her. Jazz could not blame the Corellian for being a little bit annoyed with the shadow. Fallen Star was unpredictable, dangerous. Perhaps it would have been better had she been arrested or killed. Pursue Fallen Star I will, Monder promised, offered to help her. I shall. And when she refuses, Shadowstone asked, what happens when she starts blaming the Order for all her troubles? What happens if she starts taking out bounties on Jedi? The thought of a Force-sensitive Jedi Slayer on the loose does little to inspire trust in those of you that live outside of the Corellian system. That is not fair, Master Orman, Vey said to her colleague. Fallen Star isn't the first Jedi to have drifted from the path. She needs our understanding and guidance, not our scorn and fear. Monder sighed. Deeply troubled, Fallen Star is. Not lost to the darkness is she, not yet. Blames herself for what happened to her master, she does. Needs our compassion, she does. Help her, we can. Masters, Venery called out, may we please return to the matter at hand. Fallen Star is a future problem. Jazz Darbin, however, is here now. We must reach a decision on this matter. An easy enough choice, Master Orga said. James Darbin has clearly used his powers for personal gain. His lightsaber should be taken, and he should go to the Labor Corps. There we can watch him, and make sure that he remains committed to the light. Jazz tried not to tense up. He knew that sentence was a possibility. Still, it was a lot better than being locked up. At least this way he would remain a force for good in the galaxy. Forgive me, Masters, Co-op said, stepping forward. I understand your concern, but my first officer has done little to warrant such punishment. Coop, Jazz said, you're going to have to let this go. I don't give up that easily, he answered. His eyes once again turned to the Masters. You have all heard what Jazz here did on Kuat, how he tried to save lives, even though he knew it would likely be him that got the blame. Then again, on Bantoon, he risked his life for the Queen and her protector. He convinced us to help him get them to safety, which we did. Were you convinced or compelled, Captain Cooper? Venery asked. Coop gave the Jedi a cool look. James didn't need to compel me. He is my friend and my brother, and he is a valuable member of my crew. Coop sighed. If you must take his sword, fine, but let him remain where he is. We can watch him for you, prevent him from going off course. You have my word as both his captain and his friend. We will watch over him. He will not be a threat to you. You have my word. Venery sniffed arrogantly. I'm not sure letting Jazz Darbin remain with smugglers is a good idea. The violence of such a life may turn him into something dangerous. He has resisted temptation so far, Master Orman said. Jazz was surprised that a man would speak up for him. He had not said much during this whole hearing. If he decided to stay here on Corellia, my people could help him, train him. The Corellian promised. He has already shown a willingness to help Corellia. Why should he not be allowed to do so? And in doing so, you gain a potentially powerful new member, Venery said, shaking his head. Your ambition is showing again. The Corellian glared at the senior Jedi, but did not let himself get baited into an argument. He was too smart for that. I may not know the man, but I know the potential the boy possessed, Venery said, meeting Jazz's even gaze. If he is allowed to continue his studies, he is only going to grow more and more powerful. He will still continue to be tempted by the dark side of the Force, and if we let him go now, we might just be creating a deadly new enemy. I believe you are selling him short, Master Venery, Vealo said. She gave Jazz a warm smile. You say that you are worried about what he will become. You see only a threat, while I see an opportunity. They gave Jazz an appraising look. He reminds me a bit of Zane, and that is not a bad thing. Zane Carrick was a product of a different time, Master Orgus reminded her. We cannot say if Jazz Darbin has that same potential. Coop leaned over towards Jazz again. Who is Zane Carrick? He asked. Jazz sighed. A hero who lived some 300 years ago, his friend answered. He found himself cast out of the Order, forced to live on the fringes of society. It should have broken him, but it didn't. He ended up helping stop a Sith Lord. The Dark One had planned to take control of not just the Sith, but the Jedi as well. Jazz shook his head. Yes, he had heard of Zane Carrick. He just never saw much of himself in such man. Zane had been a hero. He had fought beside the Order, even after they had cast him out. Carrick had been a hero. Jazz was, well, just Jazz. He was no one special. An interesting point Vay makes. Yes, Monder said. Felt the changes in the galaxy? I have. Felt it. I'm sure you all have. The Shadow sighed. His long ears dipped slightly. Changing the galaxy is? Sense it, we all do. Something moving in the shadows there is. Remains hidden, it does. Elusive, not show itself. It will. Yet, it is there, Vay added, once again her timeless eyes falling on Jazz. We have lost something, my friends, Vay continued. The ability to move silently, to walk in places that a Jedi is not expected to. We are too sure of ourselves at times, and that can be dangerous. The Republic is stronger than it has ever been, Vay Orgus reminded her. Surely we would sense any danger before it surfaced. I wish to believe that, Master Orgus. I truly do, but experience has taught me something else. I was there when the dark side sorcerers known as the Krath threatened the galaxy. I was there when Ulic Queldroma decided to leave our side, and attempt to take them down from the inside. Vay shook her head. We had no idea what he would become. We had no idea that Vado Bas Padawan, Exar Kun, was walking in shadows, exploring the mysteries of the Sith, and growing stronger in his arrogance, anger, and hate. The little Jedi shivered. The next time that either stood before the rest of the Order was after both men had declared themselves Dark Lords of the Sith. Exar Kun murdered my master, and inspired so many other Padawans to do the same, to recreate the so-called Golden Age of the Sith. The Sith are gone, Vay. Venery reminded her. They died with Revan and Malak, and the few Dark Lords that tried to hold on after the destruction of the Star Forge. Vay pinned Venery with a hard look, her gaze as cold as Durasteel. Do not underestimate the power of the dark side. Exar and Ulic thought themselves strong enough to resist, and they failed. I'm sure Revan and Malak thought the same, and look what became of them. Jazz was not sure what to make of this conversation, the turn his hearing had took. Was Vay saying he was a threat, or that he could help them find and stop a threat? Aren't you making our case as to why this man should be bound, Master Vay? Master Orgus asked. If he is out on the fringes, he could fall. He could walk in places that we cannot, she replied. I'm not asking that we make Jazz Darbin a full Jedi Knight. I'm asking that we trust him, that we ask him to be our eyes and ears in places that we cannot tread. Yes, Monder said, nodding. Move more freely than us. Young Jazz can. Talk with people that will not hear our words. He could. So you want him to serve as a spy? Venery said. I want him to continue to be a smuggler, as he has already proven that he can be, she said. Take this business with this Sunset Collective. Their agents would hide from a Jedi, but a smuggler might be able to learn more about their comings and goings. Jazz stepped forward. I have left several anonymous tips over the years, Master. The few times that I did hear of the collective's movements, I tried to let the Order know. Vey nodded, a soft smile on her face. You see, the young man already understands the duties I would ask of him, but now I must ask, you, Jazz Darbin. Would you be willing to help us? Jazz was surprised, to say the least. It seemed to Vey and Monder had a very specific idea about his future. Perhaps they had even discussed this before the hearing day. Vey smiled warmly at him, and in that moment the Force revealed something to Jazz, something he knew with a certainty. It was her, he realized. She was the Jedi Master that sensed his presence here on Corellia. It was she that had drawn Monder here. If young Jazz is willing, she continued, I would see him offered the same status that the High Council offered Zane Carrick all those years ago. If he is willing, I would like that he serve as an acolyte of the Jedi Order. I would ask that he watch for us and report anything strange that he might find in his travels. A risky move, Master Vey, Venery said. Liqueldroma tried something similar, and he fell. I'm not asking that Jazz Darbin try to infiltrate the Sunset Collective. I ask only that he watch, listen, and report. He continues to live his life and serve his friends as he always has, but now he has a greater purpose as well. He can keep us informed of what is going on in the fringes. He might even help us stop a problem before it becomes too large for this Order to manage. Take a closer look at the Sunset Collective. The shadows will, Monder promised. This former Jedi, the one calls herself the Hand of the Faith, should be investigated if nothing else. I'm still not convinced, Master Orga said. I don't like the thought of sending off someone with such potential to wander the path of the Force alone. Jazz will be tempted out on the fringes. He could still lose his way without guidance. Then we assign him a master, Orman Shadowstone advised. Someone to offer advice when needed, and provide additional training where it is required. Venery nodded. It is possible, he murmured. He turned to Jazz Darbin. Are you willing to accept this charge, Jazz? It would allow you to remain where you are, to remain with your crew. Jazz blinked. He couldn't believe it. He had come in here with little hope, but now the Jedi were offering him a lifeline, a chance to return to his life. Yet, they will still have a leash on you. The cynical part of his mind reminded him, you will be their agent, bound to the will of whatever master they assign you. That was true, but at the same time. I'm willing, masters, he said. I will take up this calling, if you allow it. Vey smiled. It is decided then, she said, sounding very pleased. We still need to assign him a master, Orgaz then said, who would choose to take over such an unusual assignment. Willing to do so, I am, Monder said. Study Jazz Darbin, I have. Offer both insight and training I could. I'm sure you would do famously, old friend, Vey said, but I'm afraid that you are needed more as a shadow. If the darkness is moving again, we will need the shadows to prepare for when it finally decides to show itself. The ancient young Jedi shrugged. I made the suggestion. I should take up the calling. She smiled at Jazz again. I take Jazz Darbin as my student, and will serve as his master and advisor for the duration of his mission. The ancient Jedi's words shocked her fellows. You have a, Orga said. You have not taken a Padawan in decades. Venery added. The time has come again, Vealo said jovially. I'm sure that no one here doubts my ability to carry out this task. She turned to her new student. Do you accept me as your teacher? Will you allow me to guide you on this journey? Again, Jazz was almost speechless. To learn at Vealo's feet, to study from one of the most legendary Jedi, to still draw breath. I would be honored, Master, he said. I'm willing to learn, if you will teach me. Then this matter is closed then, Master Venery said, clasping his hands. Jazz Darbin will serve as an acolyte of the Jedi Order, and Vealo will serve as his guide and master. He turned to Co-op. Captain Cooper, your first officer will need a means to stay in contact with the Order, and you can expect him to leave your service from time to time to report his findings to the Council. I think that I can arrange something, Jazz's friend said with a nod, though there is another matter that needs to be discussed before we all go our separate ways. Namely the bounty placed on Jazz's head for the coup attack. Hunters found us once. They might do so again. Understood, Captain, Master Orga said. We shall speak to the Kuwiti, convince them to pull the bounty on the Jedi that was seen during the KDY attack. Inform the Kuwiti we will, that handled. The matter has been, Monder offered, the one that they seek, gone he is. Thank you, Masters, Jazz said with a bow. Thank you for your understanding. Vey bowed her head respectfully. The Force moves in mysterious ways, my student. I do not know why that you were meant to be apart from us for so long, but perhaps it is the will of the Force that you find your way back into our service. Perhaps we can learn as much from you as you can from us. Let it be so, Master Venery said. He looked at Jazz. I will inform you, brother, of your new status. You should expect some form of contact from him in the future, I'm sure. For now, I wish you good fortune in your mission, and wish you well in your training. May the Force be with you. And with you, Master Venery, Jazz said, bowing again. Meeting adjourned, Orgiston said. Both he and Master Venery vanished, their holograms faded from the chair, leaving only Vey and Ormond Shadowstone behind. The Corellian was the first to rise. He walked up to Jazz and put a friendly hand on his shoulder. You should consider stopping by our temple. You will find that our branch of the Order is not as restrictive as our friends on Coruscant. I will try, Jazz promised as the Master left the chamber. That left only Vey, Monder, Co-op, and Jazz behind. The Shadow smiled up at Jazz. Trust Vey, you can. Long has she studied our way, and understands that not everything can be summed up by the dogma of our Order. Plus I like a challenge, she said to her newest student, and I suspect, my young friend, that your training will not be as straightforward as others. To say the least, my master, Jazz said. Coop came up behind him and gave his shoulders a friendly squeeze. So we won, he said. The Jedi will take care of the Kuwiti, and we're free to go about our business. And Jazz is now free to continue his training, Vey added. It is not often a person can find the best of two worlds, but in this, I think it is possible. Jazz nodded, though he was not entirely sure. The Council would still be watching him closely. He would not be nearly as free as he had been. Plus, he suspected that his days of looking for life beyond the Order were done. The Jedi would not accept his search. He sighed. It was good that he and Prin had ended. He would likely have needed to end it himself. Once again, Jazz Darbin belonged to the Jedi. He should have been happy. Had this happened before Prin, or even before Val, he would have been more than happy, but now. He took a deep breath, and began to put aside his needs and desires. They would not serve him well in his role as a Jedi acolyte, or as a member of the Co-op's folly crew. He no longer had time to worry about love and other such nonsense. The Jedi had given him a mission, they had offered leniency because he was useful, and he had a duty. He would need to focus on that from now on. There was no emotion, there was peace. There was no passion, there was serenity. There was ignorance, there was knowledge. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is only the Force. The code of the Jedi, that was his way now. Perhaps it always had been. He had been an idealistic fool to think otherwise. Jazz pushed his emotions back, prepared for his new life. He let go of the idea of a normal life. He was a Jedi. The time had come to act like it. He had his duty, that is what mattered. His duty and the Force. 5 years later. Chapter 25. The lizard men of Falling had a saying. Code was better. It was an idea that Jazz Darbin had come to embrace in the last 5 years. It had been his emotions that had led to trouble, that had brought him nothing but pain and lost. Now, he had dealt with that problem, accepted the serenity and peace of the Jedi. There was no emotion, there was peace. There was no passion, there was serenity. Code was better. He made his way past several technicians. Figgy was at the main console, one of the few of their original crew not at the wedding, but that did not mean that he had not contributed. The band playing here were his relations, his brothers. It was a thoughtful gift, even more so because the Bith were actually talented. It had been a decent wedding gift. "What is it?" Jazz asked. "What have we got?" "We have a small one-person craft in orbit," Figgy informed him. "It has been overhead now for the last 6 hours. Jazz frowned. 6 hours? Yes? And you didn't think to tell anyone? It wasn't broadcasting any signals, and it is too small to be a threat. Scans suggested it's a long-range scout craft." Jazz glared at his friend. "And I repeat," he said, "you didn't think to tell anyone." The Bith hissed a sound of annoyance. "I thought it just another smuggler craft, and it was not like it could see the base from orbit. The trees here block any visuals, and the moon's magnetic field makes scanning damn near impossible." Jazz shook his head. That was all true, still. "Damn it, Figgy. You should have told somebody. If the ship was a scout, a larger vessel might be on its way. They would need to start the evacuation of the base. It would ruin the wedding, but at least the guests would be safe." Jazz sighed and reached out with the force. He tried to touch the ship overhead, get an idea of the threat it posed. He paused. He sensed the pilot, a single humanoid, and more importantly, the pilot sensed him. He knew who it was. It was a presence he had not felt in years. Jazz's eyes narrowed. Great, he thought. Another annoyance today. Hail that vessel, he ordered Figgy. Open the channel. No scrambler. You sure? The Bith asked. They may not know we're here. They know? Jazz thought. In fact, they have been waiting for me to respond. He shook his head. Damn it. Channel open, Figgy said, pressing a button on the console. Jazz picked up the mic. This is Jazz Darbin to unidentified Republic vessel. We have you on sensors, and are not willing to ignore you anymore. Don't be shy up there, brother. Say hello. The comm crackled. Hello, Jazz. A very familiar voice responded. I wondered how long it would be until you realized I was here. Jazz Darbin shook his head. There was no reason to wait, he said. If you have something to discuss, you could have contacted me directly through Master Vailo. Sadly, this is not Jedi business, not directly anyway. I have a proposition to bring to your employer. Brother, may I have clearance to land? Jazz was about to deny it. He had no desire to fulfill his fellow Jedi's desire to make an entrance or to disturb their guests. I'm sending you landing coordinates. You will proceed to the settlement of Hillard, and I will meet you there. Is that really necessary? I know your base is down there. I can sense it in the Force. It is necessary, Jazz insisted. Head to Hillard. I will join you soon. As you wish, the pilot said. I will see you soon, brother. May the Force be with you. The transmission ended. Jazz sighed. Now, he thought, why now? He took a deep breath. There was no emotion. There was peace. So we got a Jedi coming here, Figgy said. Another one of your brothers. Not just another Jedi, or another of my brothers. This is my brother, Figgy. The Bith tilted his head slightly. Your brother? He asked. Yeah, Jazz said. His name is Saidar Ben. He is my brother, my twin brother. Jazz shook his head. There was no emotion, there was peace. Damn it, brother, he thought. Damn you.